DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator,
Is there supposed to be music?
DHL,
No, not in the copy they gave us.
and Monster Energy.
Did a ChatGPT do this? Hello, guys, and welcome to the the DreamLeague Season 19 here. We're Earth Stream. We're the Earth Stream guys, and we're watching a very exciting match of Execration versus Entity. You might spread around the 4 channels right now. You might be looking for the right matches. This is the right match. You found it. Execration and Entity are both pretty crazy teams, I'd say. They both like taking it to late game a lot. The other side doesn't leave a major, so it's going to be a very, very fun match to watch with a lot of throws, I'm hoping, because both these teams like to do that. So excited. My name is Al Plus. I'm here with Richie. I am a man of logos today.
You are a man of logos and not the, what's his name? Not the ancient Greek or Roman guy who says the logos is with logic. You just have logos behind you. No logic there, Avo. I'm sorry, as much as you tried. But that's okay, because together we will be men of Dota, because our first draft is already underway, Entity versus Execration. Draft already progressing pretty nicely, so we can go ahead and just jump right into that, honestly, as we can go ahead and take a look. First couple of picks already coming on through. We can see that Entity have gone back for this Visage, so once again, likely the Aura Carrier offlaner for Toby, a favorite of theirs, and Execration have opened up with the Luna, so it could also be a little bit of a block pick for them, this Visage pick up for Entity, but it also, of course, serves well that is a Toby favorite.
Yeah, you're very right. I think it's you saw Execration. We saw them doing this strat of Luna 5, actually, with Visage offlane towards the end of the DPC. I think we've seen this in other regions as well, but Execration was the first one to do it in C.
10 seconds.
And it worked really well for them. Visage is a Tino favorite as well, much like you mentioned Toby's. So it works really well with the Luna. And Carlo and Shanks both have a pretty wide hero pool, so I don't think it matters what you give him, honestly. Especially Carlo. I think he just adapts to whatever the team needs. They go for the Pango themselves, though, for Execration, which is not something we saw a lot in DPC for Bob.
Entities turn to ban.
Yeah, it is a little bit new for them. I do wonder if this is just kind of them playing a little bit of a testing ground for ahead of the Berlin Major, of course. Happy that these guys could make it, and of course got the visas well ahead of time to be boot camping. I believe they're out in Europe. I saw on their Facebook, I think they flew out a while ago. So they should already be set up and playing on a pretty good ping advantage. We'll see how well rested they are compared to Entity, who of course are playing pretty much in their home turf. But yeah, they might be trying out a couple of new things here for them. They have never picked the Pango in this last month, so in the entire this past DPC Spring Tour, it is indeed a first-time pick for them. So perhaps they're already trying to branch out and try a couple new things for them, which honestly I don't mind, right? I think this team has really been winning a lot around their mid laner, right? For when what we've seen throughout the spring tour of the DPC. And if it can't be the Ember every game, then pick another strong laner, right? This Pangolier hero, he's been pretty crazy. That first item, Diffusal Blade timing, the option to go into like the Spellcaster with the Ag Scepter into Basher Octarine, or a little bit more utility like Blink Dagger Yules or something like that, right? It gives you a good amount of flexibility. For me, it's a really strong 8th pick, and I think this is just Execration playing to their strengths. My only concern is, of course, you have picked 2 cores early on. So that does give Entity a pretty good advantage here with 2nd pick overall, that they'll be able to get some pretty good heroes into this matchup. So Pango shouldn't expect a super strong lane, but he is one of the better laners right now, so it shouldn't be too bad anyway. And you get, of course, to ban out some of his hardest counters, right? That Bloodseeker especially from Execration.
You don't think they're just going to flex the Luna to support? Do you think it's not worth without the Visage?
Because
We'll have to see about that, right?
Like, you go Luna 5 no matter what, and because like Luna carry, unless you're Shopify, feels pretty bad too.
Yeah, we've been starting to see just a little bit of this Luna carry start to trickle back in. Usually it has been, as you say, with the Visage as another core to kind of have this dual core based on the spells, right? That Lunar Blessing, pardon me. Especially at nighttime, enabling the push, buying a lot of space and time for the Luna. But it could very well be the 5 as well, like you bring up. I'm not sure, actually, what Execration are going to want to do with it. But that's the beauty of it, picking it first. You know, you kind of force Entity into the Visage, and then you do get the chance to counter it if you feel like it later. Check for Execration here.
Now, on the 15th, they go for Mirana. This has been the new pick for Fishman this season, you could say, as Fishman pretty specialist player on the position 5. Mirana has joined that pool ever so recently. Now with the new Starstorm build, he values this very highly. I think it's one of the strongest supports of
10
the
seconds
current
remaining.
patch. And it's a very easy 15 pick to use because it doesn't reveal anything about your
5
draft.
seconds
Yeah, it used to be
remaining.
about the arrow, but now that Starstorm is king, it doesn't really matter if a combo or not for Mirana, and it kind of works no matter what. Execration, let's see how they answer this. Usually, now you would pick like probably your offlane +1, so you don't quite reveal if Luna will be a carrier or support, but you will have to reveal what lane she is in anyway, unless they're thinking of flexing the Pango to Tino. But I think Pango is exclusively a mid laner these days.
Yeah, I
I
think that's his
especially think
best
he's one of the
role.
best ones. I think
I
he's
also
just one of the
wonder-
best ones at all. Like, I think he's top 3 mid laners right now, so I would be surprised that he didn't do that.
Entity haven't banned the Marcy. That has been a go-to favorite for when they do tend to run this Luna support for
Oh, that's a good
execration.
one.
So I do
Usually
wonder
with
if that's-
Visage, though, right? Because
Yes, usually with the Visage, right? And instead they will go with the Terrorblade. So good call on that. It looks to be the Luna 5, which has been where they tend to run this hero. So this is a pretty well and tried strat here for execration. So the only really big deviation we see from them is truly this Pango pick. And again, with those last 2 bans, right, Batrider, Bloodseeker,
10
we do
seconds
expect this to be,
remaining.
with the priority it's been given, probably the mid lane, right, as you say.
5 seconds
We'll see
remaining.
here then. I'd probably expect to see the second support out from execration. Let's see. Into
Yeah,
the
'cause you-
Shaker. Rana.
Oh, okay, this is actually an interesting trick. Right? They're doing they're sending their carry first, and if they pick up the support here, which I hope they do, then
Entities
they go.
turn to pick.
Is that going to be a 4? Yes, Enchantress. Okay, great. So this is something they were talking about in DPC. They want to secure lane sometimes. That's why they picked the Enchantress. Fair enough. And with the Terrorblade, now entities in a rut, right? They can pick a good core-to-core match against Terrorblade, of which you have the 2 main ones, Naga and PL. But in exchange, Execration gets to win that
10
lane because then they reveal
seconds
offlaner afterwards. Or you pick up your mid laner right now here for
5
entity. You
seconds
win
remaining.
lanes, but then you don't get those 2 great core-to-cores against Terrorblade. So it's a catch-22 situation that Execration has put them in the draft. Actually, quite clever. Quite clever.
Yep, and I like the Sench pick into the Shaker. It's a little interaction, but it does matter in these kinds of lanes where you depend a lot on your ability to out-trade and out-harass your support, or the enemy support, much like this Ench and Shaker both want to do. But you can, with Enchant, dispel the Enchant Totem buff, which, you know, it makes a little bit of a difference, right, in the lane as far as how much you're able to sustain and harass. Plus, of course, the slow against a melee hero like the Shaker, even with boots, does put him out of reach within the Enchantress. So it can be a pretty decent laning matchup here as well. They're, of course, going to want to try and dodge this Mirana if they can, because, of course, that'll be troublesome. With the popularity of the enchant build, Mirana's just going to be able to get free gold and deny a lot of the good spells out from this Enchantress. There's one potential counter to this TB, also very annoying against this Pangolier with the silence and as well as the coil. If you're fast enough on the draw, right, you can actually catch this Pango before you can go into Rolling Thunder, and that really does kind of ruin Execration's team fight right now. These supports, man, Luna, Enchantress, not a lot of team fight. Right now, it's Pango and the yet-to-seen offlaner from Execration who need to be bringing the team fight.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a very solid pick. Like you mentioned, the counter to Pango is good. The laning is also fine for Puck, so there's not
5
much concern
seconds
there.
remaining.
Also brings burst magic damage to TB. The Pango matchup is impossible until you get roll up, and this forces you for Shard earlier. You mentioned the build these days is almost always the same. Diffusal, Blink Dagger, Ags, Basher, right? That's the ideal build you want to follow, taking advantage of that level 15 talent. And people even these days don't go for Orb of Corrosion. They only go for Blightstone just to maximize that timing and make sure you always get that timing. So forcing the Pango to go for Shard in the middle of this, especially if you have a bad game, is not very good. It's not a very good Shard game to begin with, so this just adds to it. Actually very solid. Entity, now, because I chose the mid, though, the best cores against TB probably going to be banned. I'm assuming it's Drow and Naga, because PL is bad, honestly.
Yep. I also, one thing, I currently prefer Entity's draft. Of course, they have
10
a
seconds
little bit
remaining.
more of their team fight already showing, as well as
Okay.
their pretty good mid laner.
5
But they've got like
seconds
really great
remaining.
rotation game, right? They've got pretty good vision with the Visage familiars, the Mirana, Moonlight Shadow. Puck's
Yeah.
a great hero to take advantage of this, right?
Entities
Because of
turn
course,
to ban.
this hero just doesn't care about cliffs, where the Enchantress normally wants to stand to break smokes. Shaker as well is going to be able to take great advantage of this, especially against heroes like this Pangolier, who normally want to get the jump on him before you can really get in there with a little Echo Slam or a big team fight turning Echo Slam. Don't really see too many of these days because
10
teams are
seconds
pretty
remaining.
actually disciplined with their movements. But pretty solid
5
drafting
seconds
out from
remaining.
Entity right now. There's that Naga ban, like you were talking about. So
Yeah.
for this TB, the only other thing that really comes to mind, if you, well, it's a bit hard, right, for a carry.
What are you thinking?
No, no, no. I was thinking something
Okay.
incorrect, but then of course I remember this is not the Hawk. This is a Visage offlane for Toby.
All right.
I was
Yes.
thinking you could run the offlane primal into this TB, but nope, don't want to
No.
do that.
Yeah, the options you have now are PL, which is bad, and also into Pango. That was never good, right, for illusion carries. Similar with CK, which is the worst illusion carry against Pango, so definitely not a good idea. And then you have options that are less common, like the Slark's Jugs Lifestealers, which can get invulnerable to prevent the Sunder. But not only are they not popular, but Slark actually struggles against Pango sometimes. But I do actually
Yeah.
think Slark is a pretty good option regardless for Entity. I think Execration should prepare a carry or an offlaner just in case they do get Slarked. Like, don't pick a Tidehunter Underlord just in case, right? It's not
Yeah.
like that's what they were thinking anyway.
I guess the benefit for Entity is they're going to get to know their laning matchup. I was thinking, like, if
Exactly.
they wanted to, excuse me, they could pick something really weird here. Like, I'm not suggesting this, but like a Bristle carry or just something like really weird, right? Because they're going to know what they're laning into. So that is a little bit
Yeah,
scary
just
when you're
stomp your
Execration.
lane.
Exactly, right? And then you just kind of, it's a good matchup versus the TB, and then you just kind of run him down with your early push. So that could be something that is a little bit scary here. The only note Marcy first phase, so yeah. But Execration, they've covered their bases as best they can, right? I mean, that's going to happen when you draft the TB like that. I wouldn't say out of position, but you know, he's going to get countered here. You take out his best anti-carry matchups, and you even support him a little bit. This is a pretty terrifying lane now between this Dawnbreaker and probably Enchantress. Is a super high kill lane, lots of damage, especially with that creep. Fishman's going to need to be really careful with his positioning, right? It's never fun to play a Mirana in a lane where you have to conserve your leap charges super defensively in case you get gone on. You'd much rather use those leaps aggressively to get in close for your like max Starstorm build, right? Hit your arrows. So this lane could be a little bit tricky and does set up Entity. They need a pretty durable laner here.
That's a tough one. I actually got almost leaning towards Lifestealer, even though he's not
Weaver,
very good.
maybe? I don't know, man. Faceless
Void?
Void?
Okay. Surprising. That's another pick that I thought was covered by the Dawnbreaker, right? That's the other one that is like melee carries that can somewhat deal with TB. But Void into Dawn is a little bit tough, especially with the Axe build. Void into Pango is very good, though, so maybe they're considering that angle a little bit more. And he does end up winning this TB match. It's a tough one. I think it's a 50-50.
Yeah.
It's similar to like MP versus TB, where like I think you can argue either way.
Yeah, it's a bit tough, right? Because it's one of these things where like Void doesn't really beat TB, but Chronosphere does, right? So if you can really make your Chronos matter, especially into the late game, then you're going to be in pretty good position. I will say that Entity, they've at least set themselves up pretty nice with this Faceless Void early. A lot of the times when you see a Faceless Void last pick, especially in these days, it's like a little bit forced. You don't really have that much like combo into your early Chronospheres, which leaves you very weak outside of just a big bubble that acts as a stun. Excuse me, that's not really the case here, where you have Visage, who can pump in a couple of spells in there, Shaker, Mirana, Puck, all able to throw in some spells from long range that do a pretty good amount of damage as well, right? So I do think actually Watson ought to have a pretty good time. It's just a matter of getting out of the lane with enough experience and maybe that first item against this Enchantress Dawnbreaker. That's going to be the scariest part of the game for him here. That, as well as probably enabling your two slightly greedy offlaners, this Visage, Shaker, like both of these heroes do kind of want their gold. We'll see if Toby's going to get a lot of space and time in this kind of a lane. You remember the days, we always like to talk about this, but we used to always see the Visage picked into the TB, and that's kind of changed as of lately. Now you see a lot of TBs picking into Visage, as was the case here for Palos. So this lane used to be pretty Visage favored. Maybe it still is, but lots of TBs these days, especially what we've seen in C, have not been afraid. That makes me scared, right? I think this Shaker can get a lot of work done ganking this mid lane towards this Pangolier, because I feel like a lot of the times, especially early on in the season, when Execration was looking weaker, it's because Bob was not popping off, right? We'll see if that's still the case here, but a Shaker is a phenomenal hero to gank the mid lane and really slow his progress, slow his roll, so to speak, on the Pangolier, which he's picked for the first time this season.
Their lanes have always also been a weak point, I would say, in Execration, so having heroes that cover the lanes is quite nice, particularly the Enchantress, a pick that we've seen a little bit here and there in C, but you know, it helps Execration's idea. I also feel like Pango is less of a feast or famine hero than the usual Bob heroes, because like you always like to mention, he cuts waves like crazy. He can always recover from a okay lane. so it's harder to cancel Bob as long as he doesn't commit suicide, which he likes to do sometimes.
He does.
So
like
I
to do
actually
that,
like
yeah.
their adaptation. I think Integration is growing as a team is a good sign, and they're experimenting on good things. But I'm excited. This is gonna be a fun match.
Yeah, my only fear for Execration is still that basically Rolling Thunder does a lot of work. Well, basically the goal is they initiate on one of our cores, whether it be Pango or TB. It's going to change depending on what part of the game, right? Tino is going to Solar Guardian in, and then we need to get the Rolling Thunder off and win the fight with TB popping meta and doing damage. Because the rest of their team fight it's just a little bit underwhelming, honestly, compared to Coil, Chronosphere, Echo
30
Slam,
seconds.
right?
Yeah.
Moonlight Shadow to get yourself into position. Like Execration, their moves are not really easy to make here, honestly. That's the biggest concern I have. They don't have the best catch either for a puck, which is also a little bit of a concern. Lucent Beam, super annoying, don't get me wrong, but
But not catch.
not catch. Lucent Beam into Rolling Thunder against a puck, against a DK, sure, but a puck, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Especially mid game, I feel like this puck can get away with a lot here.
Yeah.
In the middle of a team
Stone
fight, oh, they're just gonna
right
fight 5-on-5 early. Look, Bob has so much damage reduction, but
Wow.
it doesn't matter because Shanks is the one who dies. Toby's the next target. He gets one last soul assumption before he falls to Bob. Carlo, though, will be the victim to Watson. Gets a fairy fire just last second, allowing him
It's
to
another
live for another
Starstorm.
second. Now he fights back against Fishman, gets him with a Lucent Beam. This is for the enemy, Mirana. Starstorm, though, Carlo, not
Ooh.
close enough for the second star. And Fishman now went a little bit too far and will get punished for it by Shanks reviving and getting the kill.
Yeah, you were talking about Fishman, learning a bit of a new hero, right? And maybe overestimating how much this hero actually does early game until you have a couple more points in that Starstorm. But a little bit of a rock and a hard place there for him, right? As soon as he goes up the dire hill there into the triangle,
yes.
he's basically dead. So good for him to at least try and get the kill and force a bit of a rotation, right? Because Palos is going to be completely alone for this first wave up top, which does leave him in a little bit of a precarious situation as far as securing his CS.
He's doing a good job of aggroing the creeps as far away as possible. It's like, nope, not close to Visage, not close to Visage. I wonder what his first point is going to be. A lot of TBs these days, they go for Reflection, but we've seen some Visages, or TB versus Visage, going for the meta level 1 again. Just to make sure that you can actually harass the Visage.
Feels a little bit hard with the Shaker in your lane, honestly, just because it's like one good fissure, right? And they basically waste your meta in terms of kill potential. Especially seeing that Luna is not really doing a whole lot for you right now, other than trying to stop Kataomi from pulling the wave, cutting the wave, sorry, which is not going to be too successful. But yeah, I just think Reflection in general, it can be a little bit tricky against the Visage, because of course you just give them more damage for Soul Assumption, less HP for you. Toby as well, a Visage expert, basically. Loves these Aura heroes, doesn't he?
Who would you grade better? Is it Toby on the Visage or Tino? Because I value Tino's Visage very highly. Oh, Fishman. So we talk about Tino. Tino is hard to get a kill, by the way. Shanks almost had it, but they needed vision of Fishman while playing around the trees.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's a really good question, actually. I'd say probably Execration just a little bit more, because in general, I feel like they view the Visage as more of a hero that is meant to open up parts of the map for them through his pushing power. And they enable this through the draft, right? This is a team that has been really keen to go for the Luna Visage, sometimes even with the Marcy as the carry, right? In order to just further supplement this push and really, really like make it shine, right? So I do feel like Execration, maybe they view the Visage a bit differently. Maybe Toby just likes the aura carrier aspect of this hero a bit more, right? But as far as like what's popular, what's strong in the meta, I do believe utilizing this hero as a pusher, the way that Execration seem to do more, is a bit stronger right now. So I would go with
Sure.
I'd go with Tino.
I like that, because obviously Tino's more of a win condition, right? He's still, in a way, a carry, even though he does play offlane nowadays. Where I would say that Toby definitely much more of an afterthought kind of offlaner, where he's there to make sure Watson shines.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really what it's about here, to be fair. Like, when you're Entity in this kind of a lineup, it's to get Watson his space, get him his time, and get him his farm to eventually carry you this game into this Terrorblade, right? Again, Visages, they have been struggling a little bit. The early game has been actually hard against TBs. I've been noticing that trend. Mid game, you're still pretty good, even without this Luna. You just have a lot of magic damage. The stuns on the familiars are super annoying, right? You set up very nicely for your Shaker, for your puck. But then late game, of course, gets very difficult again. And all you really do is act as an aura carrier with the Gravekeeper's Cloak Shard and just live, right?
Yes.
So
Tank as much as possible. Turn to stone. Please don't kill me on my second life, and that's it. That's the.
Please don't kill me, guys. My team needs my auras. Watson needs my auras, so he can lifesteal a little bit more against you.
Yes. You can tank some of the Eclipse at this point, right? Fishman, he still has leaps, so I can't imagine he dies, but he's dragged Tino away from the lane, so kind of a win here.
Yep. And then top as well, we did see Paulos just pop the Metamorphosis there, just on a Lucent Beam. Again, they're trying in this lane. I mean, they're doing their fundamentals, right? Carlo got level 3, level 2 Lucent Beam. This is my power spike. I've given you 6 extra damage. We kill. And of course, they don't, because it's a Luna and a TB. But space secured, right? And they're going to keep farming here pretty comfortably on Paulos.
Yeah. Hey, Paulos at this time will have a much more protagonic role than we usually are used to, right? This time it's Tino carry.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I mean, you're completely right. Bob is crushing it right now in this mid lane. I'm always seeing Stormstormer a little bit on the back foot. Just phenomenal usages on these shield crashes and nailing creeps as well as Stormstormer with the swashbuckles. It's a pretty fun mid lane matchup. They're pretty close as far as CS. Denies a little bit of a lead here for Bob naturally, but he's just really utilizing this hero well, the toolkit. It's really impressive, actually. He must be spamming this in pubs.
Yes. Look, I'm telling you, Pango, I think, is the best mid hero to spam. Because he wins. Oh, he might kill Stormstormer. Close, wow. But no cigar. He already has that Blightstone, which I talked about. I love this build on the Pangos. People are realizing just a single Blightstone is great. With just a single Blightstone and level 4 Swashbuckle, you automatically kill the range creep, which is a huge difference when farming. And people are realizing Pango is not about plays. It's actually all about pushing the lanes as fast as possible. That's the real strength of this hero.
But what's incredible is that unless Bob has a couple different practice accounts, we'll call them, he has not played Pango once in the past 14 days, according to Dota 2 Pro Tracker, which is
scrims. It's all scrims, of course.
It could be, yeah, it could be all scrims, genuinely. But still, I mean, he's really been impressing me. You're more of the Pango fanboy of the two of us. But from the way that he's been kind of dominating this matchup, now receiving a little bit of support with Carlo. Well, actually, they're going to scrap over the 6-minute runes. This could change here abruptly.
Yeah, he's already been slow. There's still... Oh, no, there isn't Swashbuckle just yet. Magic Wand, a little bit more mana. Kataomi, tries to run away. The mana's coming, though. He's using the bottle, and he doesn't even need it. Double damage. Auto attack will get Kataomi as in the bottom lane. Enchanter steals with Fishman, but here comes Stormstormer trying to finish off Shanks. Shanks is still leashed, taking a lot of damage. Activates the Magic Wand. There's a TP in the face of Stormstormer, and he'll just delay this poor Puck's return to the mid lane.
Top lane,
as Top gets another kill from Bob.
Yep, they are going to be able to get him pretty good here. Nice rotation there on that DD rune. Bob sees the puck go bottom, so he knows that he's got plenty of time here. Stormstormer as well, wasting a little bit of time. Pardon me, going for that second kill onto Shanks, which is unfruitful, does lead Toby to die here in this top lane. So ended up being a pretty big sequence of events there. And all of that setup, you know, I gotta say, if you're going to pick this Luna hero, you know, you better maximize whatever support utility you bring, which is this stun. And credit to Carlo, he did just that. The way that he used Lucent Beam, the timing was so perfect that the fissure just couldn't come out fast enough to deny a possible rune that spawned in. It ended up being probably the best or the second best rune for Pangolier, so a little bit of luck there, besides the fact that it also spawns top when Puck was contesting bottom. But, you know, you have to put yourself in position, as I like to say, you make your own luck, right? So just phenomenal play there from Execration the past couple of minutes. We'll see what Stormstormer can do bottom. He does have Coil ready again.
Yeah, he's going for Shanks again. This time he wants to finish the kill. We still have the Magic Wand, but Shanks this time will not be able to get away with his life. Tino just adding a little bit more damage while his support's falling. As Paulos on the top lane is thinking of kill against Kataomi. Activates Metamorphosis. We have the Lucent Beam. The break is not going to affect the Luna, who's just going to take down Kataomi with the help of Paulos. And there's the Lucent Beam timing you were talking about. Level 2 Lucent Beam. Actually, the big power spike for this ability actually deals damage 160. And very brutal against Earthshaker.
I'm doing a little bit of research here, but Watson gone for a pretty unique build here on this Faceless Void. I'm taking a look. Yeah, Vanguard first item, right?
That's very interesting.
That's pretty cool, honestly. You don't see that a lot, and I was thinking maybe I'm a little bit behind the times, but I think it's Watson who is ahead of the meta here, perhaps. We'll see how this idea works out for him, but of course does give him a lot more HP, a lot more sustain in this lane, where he's already felt pressured enough to take level 3 Time Walk. maybe he's thinking that he needs to be a little bit more of a farmer, of a farming presence in these lanes. Perhaps they're going to give him a bit more of the dangerous farm early on. And against, a Pango, a Dawnbreaker, lots of physical damage, right? It will help him potentially live and even live long enough to chrono and turn fights along his team. I'm not really sure, though. It's a super cool item. I'm trying to find this item in his pubs, but not seeing a whole lot of it.
Oh, interesting. So I was thinking, oh, wait, Shanks. The arrow will hit perfect arrow, actually. There's the practice we were talking about for Fishman. And Shanks will fall once again with another rotation from Stormer, who's hell-bent on destroying this Enchantress's life, as Bob decides, I'll just use this time to push. Shanks is not even important.
So I see that Watson likes to do this quite a bit on AM. He does this, again, in very
That's
similar...
quite common, though, right?
Yes, it is. Against very similar lineups, right, where they're very heavily physical damage-based. And let me take a look. Who was his offlaner? Yeah, it was a Snapfire, which is a bit more interesting there. But yeah, so he's I guess just really enjoying this item right now. Maybe he thinks it's a bit overvalued. Of course, it disassembles eventually, and you will be able to get that Ring of Health as well as the Vit booster out from it. So eventually into the Basher. Or Abyssal.
Yeah, but Void doesn't use this item. That's what's surprising to me, right?
It's a really good
Battle
point.
Fury, sure, but like Void doesn't build Basher.
Void does not build. Famously, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it used to not be able to be built on some heroes. On Void they make sure it didn't work on this guy. Like I don't know. I'm very surprised by this. We'll see what he decides to assemble into. Stormer is being stunned in the mid lane, so he can't continue his aggression, and they secure Bob's rune. But Bob's rune was down bottom, and Fishman just takes it. All this effort for nothing. Bob feels a little bit sad. The initial runes for Pango are super important for ganking, and he got the best ones possible. Double damage and haste, right? So the fact that this haste is lost down to Fishman is a massive win for Entity, who need to slow down Bob's roll.
Yeah, this is a pretty unique item that you end up seeing with this Vanguard.
He's looking all over drafts right now.
I am,
all over. Okay.
I looked at spectral.gg as well for their lovely build section, and according to their stats, which pulls from Immortals, it's built in 1% of Faceless Void games, so seems to be maybe some cutting-edge tech. There's a beautiful fissure, by the way, to block that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, now Bob can't reach Fishman in time. He's like, all right, might as well use the full extent my Rolling Thunder for movement speed. He can't go to Kataomi either because it's too dangerous to kill. He has the clarity right now. But they've left top. Carlo's there top just to soak experience. They're already moving on to bottom with the Terrorblade taking over the enemy jump.
Yeah, I really wonder what this build is going to end up going into. I would have to assume it is going to be Battle Fury. I see a Battle Fury being popular in this build because obviously Mask of Madness to go back for it now. I don't know, it still could be possible. Maybe straight into Maelstrom, and Midas would be the most reasonable next 3 items for me for this kind of a build-up.
I mean, we'll see. Right now, I'm just an observer at Watson's greatness, and we'll see if it works out.
Yeah,
for now, Execration definitely holds the keys to the game. Like, they're absolutely dominating Entity.
That's true. However, pardon me, Toby just hit level 6 not too long ago. It seems like he's already lost one of his familiars, but that was now Stormer looking to try and enable his game with a keen rotation top lane. Execration will scout this with some pretty phenomenal wards that they have around the map right now. They have one pretty deep next to the Radiant tier 2 down bottom, and they also have a pretty standard lane ward that is pretty much watching Toby and anyone rotate to his lane. Execration have managed to take down that tier 1 tower in the mid lane, so once again, they are looking to utilize their push on this TB. Hold on, we're fighting.
Yeah, Stormer, okay, running through the trees. Tino doesn't quite catch up to him, though. This is the lack of catch we talked about.
Yeah. Bit eager of the usage on that Solar Guardian. I can't help but wonder if now there could be an opening here for Entity. Toby almost loses his familiars there again, top lane. But no Solar Guardian here. Does make your fight slightly more tricky.
Nope. That's what they're playing on. Smoke on that.
Oh, wow.
Right, so you're accurate.
He's having no luck. Well, no room really in this top lane. They just immediately look to kill his familiars as soon as they can. And honestly, Lucent Beam's a pretty good setup for this shield crash into Swashbuckle.
Yep.
So once
Swashbuckle's great at dealing with the critical cloak, right?
Yep. As long as you can hit the both of them. And honestly, once again, our quote-unquote new Pangolier is doing a phenomenal job here for Bob. I'm eager to see him start rotating a bit more. His one Rolling Thunder was utilized in the mid lane. Did just TP home to complete his Diffusal Blade. We'll see if Entity are going to be ready for this upcoming power spike.
Okay, Fishman got rid of a creep in exchange for a lot of damage. He's leaping up to the high ground. They have a ward. I don't know if they just revealed that. There's the reflection. Fishman gonna die to one more auto attack. It's gonna be the hammer instead that gets him.
Yeah, and once again, it's familiar scenes for Execration, who I assume are going to maybe look for this bottom tier 1 tower pretty soon. Shanks is going to go stack once more, but just taking over the map. I mean, look at where Palos is farming. Of course, he can farm in this mid lane because he's already assisted in taking down the tower, but super aggressive playstyle. They don't think that Watson's going to show up to fight anytime soon. They don't think Toby's in any position either, and they're right with how much they're keeping him down. Basically just one familiar constantly. He's also only got the mechanism, so not a like not like this Vlad's build where you're actually doing damage on this hero. Not the case here. Stormstormer even being chased away from the rune spawns. It's rough. They need something to get a little bit of map control back. They're still waiting for Fishman to hit level 6. He's setting up a couple of wards now, but maybe they should look to use this first Echo Slam. Bottom tier 1 tower is gone already, but looking to take a fight back in your jungle and reclaim it with some nice sentries, some good wards, and try and hold on to this game a little bit, because it does feel like Execration, once again, they're just immediately into this top lane, chasing down Toby.
Tino and Carlo now, perhaps going down for Kataomi instead? No. They are just holding the fort for now, trying to kill the familiars like you were mentioning. But Kataomi is coming back. Is this... No, they just want to have this lane. They need at least one lane they can farm at.
Yeah, I mean, because right now, with Execration already rotating Tino to this top lane alongside Carlo, who can both push out waves fairly easily, no one's really farming too safe here, it feels like, for Entity. Even this mid lane farm, if Stormstormer wasn't a Puck, would be contested, right? Obviously, it's no use chasing him because he's Puck. But if he was like almost anyone else, they would be trying to perhaps go for a kill onto him. It's really hard. Entity, they need to make a push somewhere and find an opening in one of these lanes. It's really scary, though, because, again, even though I have criticized Execration's lack of team fight, for now, Bob is crushing it. He's really all they need.
Rolling Thunder, there's Bob that you talked about. Then they go for Kataomi, activating the Eclipse as well. Fish is a little bit too late. Kataomi's already dead. Toby's next target. They bonk him once, a second time as well. And now he's out of range of glow charges. So Toby is going to go invisible. Do they have anything to see him? The hammer to slow him. The shield crash as well. They try to get him with a hammer. The Starbreaker specifically. And that's going to get him down. But Tino now suffering the wrath of the Faceless Void and the Familiars. Void without much mana. Here comes the Puck, supplementing a little bit more damage. And Tino will die to the Time Locks as Stormstormer continues this with a coil already committed to Bob. What the pipe buff though? I don't know from where. Oh, that was from Tino. And Bob will not take too much damage at the beginning, but now he's being chased down the trees. Regrets his choice to fight this far out as Entity punishes this with really, really nice counterplay.
Yeah, key move by Entity there is they actually only take that fight because from beyond the grave, Toby does manage to take down that tier 1 tower. Otherwise, Avo, I think there's no chance in hell you're fighting into a TB, TPing that close to the fight already, although Meta was on cooldown. I'm not sure if they quite knew that. Carlo in trouble, though.
Yeah, most likely going to be hunted down as well, as we have Witchblade and Stormstormer. They're playing around that timing, and that's Entity kind of coming back into the game a little bit with the counter initiation, taking advantage of their own timings. Just being patient, taking advantage of the fact that they still have good team fight, like we talked about in the draft.
Yeah, team fight's still really strong. And again, with this team fight, it's not only drafting yourselves good team fight, it's a matter of what are you doing as well. Like they're fighting over space constantly. They're always contesting the farm. Palos is like almost 2k clear here of Stormstormer, 2k clear of Watson, who by the way almost has his full Battle Fury up. So we were right about that one. Into the Battle Fury next item. After that,
I want to know what the Vit booster's for, but that we'll find out later.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure that one out way later, honestly.
Palos.
No idea what he's going to build that into.
Yeah, Sunder, he's going for Kataomi. It's been slow, they stop vision him, but Palos, you're not fast enough. He's committing a little bit too far, perhaps. Familiars are roaming around. Here's the help from Bob. Setting up the Rolling Thunder. Okay, he wants Toby, doesn't want Kataomi right now, and he does stun Fishman. Toby, though, is the real target as they stun up Palos with the Familiars. Palos now forced to run away. Puck did not jump to the orb. Here comes Dawnbreaker to save him. Still has a Sunder potentially, and tons of blood bags. And Tino does so much damage in an area, throwing the Celestial Hammer around, killing off Toby with the Starbreaker. Luna will come from behind. Lucent Bean sniped Kataomi. Now think of Stormstormer, who's also in a pickle, and Carlo will come in with the Eclipse. Up to the high ground he goes, kills off the Puck.
Wow.
And even Fishman, who got too close to him, Carlo, he knew the silence was coming out, so that's why he used the Eclipse over Lucent Bean. That was such a good heads-up play.
That was a Luna specialist right there. Bob as well,
honestly.
Brother, is going to be able to heal him up as well with the bottle to make sure he makes it out alive. Rewarded for his camaraderie there with a bottle charge full now, refilled with the Arcane Rune. Execration really starting to run over this game, man. I mean, you just can't expect Watson to do too much in this kind of a game. He only has now got the Battle Fury 18 minutes in. It is alongside the Power Treads and that early VIP booster, but I don't know if this is he's going to be able to farm up fast enough, honestly, at this stage. He's not too far behind. It's just a bigger problem that Tino is able to get in this aggressively, has his own Vanguard on top of the Pipe of Insight, so did go for that core aura fighting item early, and you've seen it just completely resets the team fight, right? It's not a half bad coil onto Palos. He just doesn't care. He just snaps it anyway because the pipe barrier protects him. And then there's no chance at turning that fight. There's no mobility yet on Kataomi. He's really only just got the arcane boots, Avo. I mean, it's looking really tough. For Entity to get back into this game, I think Execration are going to have to make like some sort of positioning mistake that Entity scout and then punish, because they can do that easily as well. We'll see how clean Execration can play this next 10 or so kind of minutes. Roche fight is also a little bit spooky. That could be something. That could be somewhere where Entity, for Entity to fight back into this game, right? Okay. Because even though you do have a Rolling Thunder, I would say in the Roche pit, you're still going to be outclassed by the Dream Coil, the Echo Slam, and the Faceless Void Chronosphere. I just think those are a little bit too strong. Speaking of Chrono. I don't know about
Murana's coming in here. Arrow will elongate this stun. If it only hit in time, Bob matches Rolling Thunder will roll up first and then Rolling Thunder into it. Here's the help from the Dawnbreaker. They want to counter initiate to the Void. They see an opportunity with a Swashbuckle. Max damage onto the Stormbreaker he goes. Watson's dead. Fishman will soon follow. He's out of leaps. Bob will get him with a Swashbuckle. That's a tip. That's a very deserved tip as well.
Yeah, and again, I think the thing that really impresses me is Tino is not even really going for like a damage output build. He's even going now, actually, Avo, into this Crimson Guard, which is going to completely nullify the Visage and a lot of the physical damage output from this Faceless Void early. Here we go into Roche. Not a problem now that you have no Chronosphere to fear. And Execration are going to be basically cruising in this game. 20 minutes in, already up to, probably after this Roche, a 10k net worth lead. I mean, they are just sitting pretty here. Entity, they don't look like they know which fights they can take versus the ones that they can't. And to be fair, against the Dawnbreaker, it is very tricky. Against the TB, it is very tricky, right? Bob as well, proven to be very durable on this Pangolier, right? Not easy to go down at all, and it's really been working out. They're firing on all cylinders right now. At least they get Shanks. It's a little treat.
Yeah, but Shanks is not that big a deal for you because he was constantly, because he has a Midas, he's farming aggressively in between the cores and Entity, so he's just there to die, honestly. He knows he's going to get farm anyway. He's actually going straight for a Scythe of Vice, by the way. It's a very interesting build for him. And Entity, another attempt at a team fight with a couple of ultimates ready, the Echo Slam and Dream Coil most notably. Let's see if this works out for them this time. No Chrono, but Void doesn't want to participate. He just wants to farm right now.
And Katomi is playing with Shard now.
Okay.
So.
Not the best target, but you'll settle for this if you can. And you can actually poke and prod, not commit too much. Wow. Sunder! Look at that! Palos and Carlos, a good time to say that these guys have been teammates for a really long time in various teams.
Yes.
Friendship flows through their veins.
That's true. They've played on Execration together 8 times. I don't know, actually, if that's true.
Yeah, Carlo has had 3 names in this duration. And he's always been with Palos no matter what.
Oh, that's a good story. Palos, he's always back, isn't he? He's always back to this org.
So is Carlo. I mean, Carlo leaves it less, so that's also the thing, right? He doesn't wander as much.
Smoking into the triangle. They don't have a stun, so I don't believe they catch Watson here. At least not easily.
Well, Fishman does die, right?
He just dies. He's just straight up dead to Shanks.
And now here comes Bob. Oh, Bob turned the wrong direction. There's the roll of the correct it. Fango spammer right here. Watson will get stunned by the Dawnbreaker. He had the time walk in time.
What?
And he's going to die.
Oh, but when did there get when all of a sudden there was 5 Execration heroes up in that top lane? How did that happen so quickly? What?
Yeah. 23 Savage talked about it in his video, right? They just kind of spread. You can never get somebody who's going to be...
That's right, man. They just take over the map. And Execration, I mean, they've been doing that basically out of the laning stage. I want to say since like minute 8 or so when Bob picked up, or minute 6 even, when Bob picked up the DD rune and then immediately went top to mirror the rotation of the puck, like it's just been Execration's game here. Entity, they haven't really been able too successful to hold or defend, even with all their long-range poke and harass here. It's just not coming together for them. Oh no, the familiar. Holy, what has it got? Chrysalis already, huh?
Yep. Yeah, I don't think you contest this terribly at all, man. Like the Voids matchup. Okay, well, maybe you kill him like this with poking.
Hey.
I spoke too soon. That's meta gone. And this
There's an
entity
Echo.
now wants to fight. Walking up on the fissure. There's the Echo. They have a Chrono as well. BKB activated by the TP.
Crimson.
That saves him a lot of damage,
So
though.
tanky.
And Palo still has the Sunder now, as Watson forced the time off to retreat. Rolling Thunder also distracts the rest of the team as they go for Toby. Should be the easiest target. Arrow blocked by the Rolling Thunder. Execration actually calls to retreat instead,
Yeah,
realizing this is
that's-
not a fight they want to take.
That's the right move. I mean, these guys are pretty strong, right? Tino eager to show off the Crimson Guard. Palos as well gets the BKB off, so he doesn't really care about that Chronosphere. He tanks right through it. But the call to go up a high ground was extremely ambitious and might have actually kind of spelled a comeback here, really, for Entity. So good call for them to back out there. Entity do use a lot, basically all the ultis there in order to try and hold. Have a DD rune in the bottle of Stormstormer. There is no meta. There's no BKB, as well as no Rolling Thunder, but are there any heroes really showing on the map that you could kill that are worth killing? Again, Shanks is, I mean, you'll delay not the Shivas, the full Scythe of Ice is, well, there's Toby again, dead in this top lane. What, no, this team, they're unstoppable, man. These boots of Baron as well for Carlo just helps the team move around the map so quickly.
Yeah, this is his favorite build as a Luna support. Always goes for the drums and ideally into the boots of Baron. Again, he was a real specialist on this hero for some reason. Oh, okay. They cut Palos. There's at the pipe. This time they don't have the poke and prod to actually bring him down a second time.
Everyone hug the fissure.
Yeah. Then just around Palos to make sure he takes less damage.
Right, of course, that's how it works, right?
Yeah. It's spread. Oh, Stormstormer got caught by the Lucent Beam there. Carlo, quick! He knew someone was jumping in. Probably thought it was the Earthshaker instead.
Okay.
Now Palos avoids the arrow and runs back home in time as they leave Shanks in an illusion to deal with the Rax. How much are they going to commit? They see Stormstormer. They really want to get the melee Rax before the heal again. In comes Tino. Tino's the tankiest. Carlos even helping. Shanks hitting the Rax, and that's finally the melee Rax gone. But some counter initiation perhaps from Kataomi. He starts with the fissure. Rolling Thunder. In goes Bob and stuns half of the world here. Entity cannot move around. Bob completely disrupts this team fight.
Yeah, really good job. That should ensure a clean... Oh, not if Katomi has anything to say about it, actually. Oh, but there's just no follow-up, Bob. And that's really just been the problem this game. Just no one's really ready to do the damage, right? Toby's gone for the Aura Carrier build, and he's just going to go into Wraith Pack next. He at least has Vlad's up, which is a little bit more bonus damage for his team, but I mean, that's barely enough to get through the Crimson Guard here. You're also playing into the Shield Crash. You're playing into the Solar Guardian, the mech as well, out from the Stormbreaker. You're playing into Nature's Attendants, man. And on top of this, a Sunder, right, for Palos. And he went for a BKB early, right? He didn't even build the complete Manta style. He just went Yasha, Dragonlance, BKB. Like, Execration, they've recognized how strong they are in this game. This isn't even like a matchup that needs to, you know, it's not like the TB at this point in his matchup versus Faces Void really needs to end the game. He's just feeling strong and feeling like he can.
Shanks' life did get ended there though, as Toby covers his familiars. There's a Dream Cold trying to catch Tino as well. Bob doesn't have Rolling Thunder for another 5 seconds, but I think Entity knows this, and they have to be wary of that ability, as Bob also has his Ags, so now damage has multiplied considerably with a level 15 talent.
Top lane, by the way, is pushing already into the base, so Stormstormer has to go back and deal with it. They just can't afford to take tier 4 tower damage this early on. Such a painful game right now for Entity. I mean, they have hopes, right? I mean, this team's high ground is pretty scary between Echo Slam, between Faceless Void, Chronosphere, of course, a Dream Coil, and really good chase, honestly, on the side of Entity. But the fact that Execration push high ground with first Aegis, lose it, and then push high ground again anyway, like, man, they are feeling pretty good, and I think that they got their finger on the pulse about just how aggressive they can afford to be in this kind of a match. Not really risking any lopsided fights, you know? Just playing it clean. I really have to commend them, man. What a turnaround from their earlier starts in the DPC season. Maybe this, like, Bob Pangolier really caught Entity off guard, because it genuinely was not on my radar. Not a Bob hero.
Yeah, it's like, this guy could play here, like, can't lose the lane. He's the leanest of mid right now, right? Because that was Bob. You just kind of, people would just rotate constantly to that mid lane when he was playing Ember or whatever, and then he's in recovery mode, he's trying to get kills, doesn't work out, but as long as this guy just ties the lane, he is a beast. That's why March let him keep his ego. Seriously.
That's right. What do you think? Do you think they were like, Bob's like, guys, this game sucks, like, I didn't win my lane. He's like, did you ever consider not losing your lane? He's like, I can do that? I said, well, let me introduce you to Pangolier. Lose your lane even a little bit. Don't worry. Come farm the stacks.
Come farm any lane that comes close to you. We also sharp at the same time. Got that on me? Okay, yep.
Yeah.
That's probably Chemo's idea. He has a good mind about these things, honestly. He's been doing a lot of streams recently, obviously in Tagalog, but explaining a lot of the choices the team makes. And he seems to have a very clear idea as to what Dota they want to play. That Dota is called Tundra Esports, but it's just good. It works.
I think what I am a little bit surprised by in this entity draft is on paper, like, it's pretty good, because you can just kind of, even in these kinds of situations, right, you fissure from long range, you shoot an arrow at them, you shoot an illusory orb, you poke them as well with soul assumption, right? But again, all that outlined earlier sustain that Execration has just is really countering it right now. You keep invoking the name of Tundra, right? So shall I, right? Pipe of Insight, Crimson Guard, both of these items on the Dawnbreaker, and then we're about to have a Guardian Greaves. And she's a Dawnbreaker. She has Solar Guardian on top of that. Oh, there's the Roche timing.
Yeah, Fishman, what a nice guy. He's sharing with everyone, and they all tip him, of course.
Radiant are scanning.
Now,
there's the scan.
Entity
Scan
will
pop
smoke. Tino.
They've got a warrior.
he's got
This
vision.
might not be half bad.
Yeah, Echo Slum on top of this. Want to kill Shanks first. Shanks is the easier kill for sure.
Oh my God, they
in
can't
comes
even
Bob
kill him.
Disrupt. Shanks did die. Bob's already in with the Rolling Thunder. BKBs are helping them out considerably. Tino heals back up. He's back in the fray against Toby, hoping to at least control the enemy offlane who doesn't have the same escape mechanism the rest of them do. He's just trying to walk away. Poor
gotta get
Toby.
out.
Someone help him. Someone force them. No, they don't have any. He's going to fall, and they even deal with Fishman in a matter of seconds as Palos is a machine gun of damage right now.
Oh yeah, he's got the
Of
Ageless.
souls, I suppose.
He turned that Yasha into an S&Y. He's got plenty of stats as well. And Watson just uses BKB there, unfortunately, to just kill just kill an Enchantress, who now has Sight the Vice, by the way, when she respawns. I don't know if they're going to be ready for that one. That is finally some solution to Stormstormer. I mean, his game is, I don't want to say over. That's a little bit dramatic, right? But I mean, Scythe of Ice, man. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
it's instant cast. This Enchantress already barely dies. I mean, she is dying, right? But you've seen how much effort it takes.
They kind of have to change, though, the system of how they initiate, because if Shank is going to be the one that's going to scout like that, right, then he's going to die more often than not, and Scythe won't be the right timing.
It's a
compared
good point.
to maybe Carlo needs to be the one who takes that role
Yeah,
now
I agree.
because he has 4 step.
It's your time now. Your
Go on,
country
Carlo,
needs you,
my boy.
Carlo. Get in there.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Fishman hexed,
Whoop.
and that's why Shanks leads sometimes, just to get those quick kills.
Dieback,
for
by the
puck.
way, for Fishman.
Kataomi's been slow by a diffusal blade. Roll up immediately. Bob sets up the Rolling Thunder. Bonks back in. Going for Toby. Oh no, poor Toby. No, maybe Stormstormer. Really? Jumps right on him. They're lacking stuns though. Bob got a little bit too cocky there, thinking he could kill the puck with a single stun.
Now he's got the Basher online as well, the Basher of Bob. So he can finally maybe go look for a lucky lockdown onto that Stormstormer with the lucky shot, of course. But for now, you know, just that little skirmish guarantees Execration this second Aegis, and honestly, maybe just the game. I mean, Entity are really hoping for some serious mistakes now from Execration. It's possible, right? You have a lot of heroes that naturally want to bunch together, specifically this Luna to give everyone the aura. Dawnbreaker has to ulti in on someone, and TB, of course, wants to be within Sunder range. Not at all times, but when he's fighting, he's more comfortable, as you call him, with the blood bag nearby. There's a blink dagger on this Earthshaker. Like, you know, you can't count out the high ground defense, right? It's still pretty darn strong.
I think Watson has his MKB, by the way, if he wants to buy it. And I actually think this MKB might just be enough to save him. Like, they still need a really good team fight and a couple of miracles going their way, but he's back to competitive, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
I think this might be...
Let's see how it goes for him. This is a sneaky play from Execration, who are going to try and get through into the top base. That's Demon's Eel, because, of course, me carry, me take shard.
Yeah, oh, they already got rid of one of the sources of the team fight. That's not very good, but he has a buyback. Now they're going for Void. Watson's forced to BKB, activates the Chrono. It's on the Pangolier and Tino as well. Pango, though, not quite dying. Finally, they got rid of him. Watson time walks himself to safety.
It's not a buyback.
Without Bob, this team fight becomes easier, and I'm trying to control the Terrorblade with the Echo Slam. However, he has Sunder immediately. Palos activates the BKB as well, and Watson struggles to get in. They're waiting for this BKB. No, Watson just goes in regardless. The time locks. He's stronger, apparently. He gets hexed. Palos fights back. In comes Tino too, but they're holding the high ground. And Puck from behind. He's going for Carlos. They kill and get rid of this Terrorblade. Watson Needs to save himself. He can't be close to Paulus from revives.
Doesn't have BKB.
There's too much damage from the Eclipse to cover his escape. Toby is still chasing with familiars. We have Bonks, not yet. In 2 more seconds, have another stun. Here comes the enchant with some healing. That's not going to be sufficient. There's going to be so much damage. Palos dies, and it's going to be Entity doing a small comeback here with Teotarn to TP against the Void. That's not going to work. Another great vision from Kataomi keeps him in place, and they settle the score. Execration. They almost had it, but this might just be enough for Entity to stay in the game.
It could. It could be that. That's the beauty about somewhat late game good. We're still hitting that mid to late game transition point.
Beauty about Void, man. Just Void.
Yeah, it's just Void. But that's the point I'm getting to, right? His Chronosphere cooldown, it's only going to be 30 seconds where where TB is alive and Faceless Void does not have Chrono. That's huge. And by that I mean that's a big turning point here for Watson, who somehow doesn't need BKB to win these fights. My man just walked in. Like,
yeah, that was crazy.
He straight up just walked in. I don't know how that fight works so well for them. But once again, as soon as the BKBs expire, and a phenomenal Chronosphere, by the way, in order to catch that Dawnbreaker. But as soon as those BKBs expire, that's where this really long-range poke and prod comes into play, right? All the things I was talking about during that draft, like phenomenal vision game with the familiars, you stun from range using fissure, you follow up with an arrow, like it's just so easy to put together, even when you happen to be 16k net worth down against an Aegis on the TB. And by the way, I'm a little bit surprised that Execration decides to put Aegis on TB. I was thinking they might have wanted to give it to Bob, personally. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because TP, you lose your life once, you're back without meta, what are you doing but retreating, right? Whereas it's like Bob actually does something.
Yeah, like you're this hero that, you know, you're incentivized to use your meta, your BK, and like, oh, this is a good fight, I'm going to use my meta. Well, if I'm going to use my meta, I'm going to use my BKB. And then when you die, you don't have either of them left. So I guess it's because he's the one that just has to hit he has to hit buildings, which is true, right? You genuinely want to give your Aegis, especially your second Aegis, to that person. But yeah, a bit risky, right? Against this Shaker, against this Lina. Good buyback out from Kataomi. He only has one of those plays left, but he's been really basically juicing every single drop of efficiency out of this Blink Dagger ever since he's gotten it. His first Blink Echo on that reveal when they just killed Shanks in exchange for losing second Roche. You know, not a highlight for him, but in this kind of a high ground situation, which are really tough games to play and quite frustrating, he's been doing a phenomenal job so far. So, you know, hats off to him. And basically, Abo, for the first time, Entity, they finally get to see a different part of the map other than their own high ground.
Right, exactly. But guys, this is so big. I thought we were playing League of Legends this whole time. The map was so tiny. I would say that on Kataomi's point with the Earthshaker, I think this guy is one of my favorite fours for the late game. I think his Tiny proved it a long time ago compared to a lot of other Tinies. I think this guy really, really scales up. And not in the same way that a lot of old fours used to do, where they actually just farm and become a secondary core. Kataomi just finds the right plays the more the game goes with 1 or 2 enabling items. And he knows how to scale properly, and he's very good at playing with very little farm. So he knows what the right items are to do, right? And I think in this case, the Aether Lens was incredibly good choice. Obviously, the Blink Dagger is a normal one, right? But knowing what to go for, not going for the 4-star for Glimmer or whatever, you know, just shard straight up in the beginning also helped him out a lot. I'm a big fan of Kataomi.
He's even holding on the Eye of the Vizier, right? Keep speaking of cast range, so he's even hitting from a little bit further out, another basically half Aether Lens. So yeah, really good stuff here. Okay. The Vizier, I don't know, I suppose.
No, I believe you. I believe you. I just don't talk about this item because I've never read it properly.
It's fun. I mean, that's because you don't play support. This is like the support dream item when you actually have enough mana on your hero. And with Aether Lens, it's an item that synergizes nicely because with the mana and the mana regeneration Aether gives you, you generally are okay to use this item on any support hero. And almost any support really, really likes this out of the tier 3 neutrals. Sorry, I just love some of these neutral items. They have such a very interesting design. What I did want to point out, though, was it does feel like Toby's finding a little bit more impact in these kinds of fights, especially when he's not getting initiated on first. He now actually has the shards, so even that becomes a little bit of a potential out for him in these fights. But he is holding on to that fully upgraded Wraith Pact, a full upgraded Guardian Greaves, and soon to be that full AC. These are pretty big items for him and his team, especially because like you hit Wraith Pact just fine, honestly, if you're Execration, but it's gonna have to be between Shanks and TB, who are gonna take like a second to a second and a half to destroy this thing in the fights. That's a long time for Faceless Void to find a Chronosphere. You know what I mean? Because like this item, it's just super detrimental against especially Palos. They need to get rid of this item in these fights. And so far, his placement and usage of the item has been pretty phenomenal. He's holding on to Blast Rig, another favorite tier 3 neutral of mine, which is just a beautiful item to use on a hero like the Visage, especially with the Gravekeeper's Cloak aura. Oh,
Talk about Visage, he's found someone. It's going to be the Dawnbreaker. But in comes Bob, trying to protect his teammate. And it seems like Toby will live for now. Who might not live is... Sorry, who might live is Toby here. Tino will be the one to live, as they get rid of him in the high ground.
wow.
Execration's eagerness to counter-initiate on any fight is not underestimated by Entity.
Yeah. I mean, you're right, it's Execration, but for me, it's just Bob, man. He is making these fights. Like, not single-handedly, right, because he's not doing all the damage, but again, this is a lineup fighting into Echo Slam, into Coil, into Chronosphere, into Fissure Arrow, and yet the people I see getting stunned all the damn time is Entity by Bob. I didn't think it'd be possible for one man to do all this lifting. I should have known better to doubt Bob after the kind of season that he had, but
you wouldn't say this to him, lad. He's swole.
Yeah, I wouldn't. He's swole. He eats at the freshest restaurants, you know. I love the CS for copy pastas, but he's absolutely popping off. I mean, he's doing so much lifting here. It's really incredible. On a hero that's relatively new for him.
Yeah, again, from what we've seen in competitive, we can only assume at this point that he's been playing this non-stop in scrims. Everyone's like, guys, we don't need practice against Pango. We see it all the time in our pubs, and pubs like, no, it's my secret. It's a secret hero. The best mid laner right now is my secret weapon here.
Yeah, I mean,
and he's only going to continue to scale. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's a good time to break it out. You know, you're playing for up to, well, your share of $1 million and a direct invite to the Riyadh Masters. I think what I'm most impressed by as well for Execration is it's a strong start for a team that was perhaps regarded as an online team after their performance at the Luna Major. But now at LAN against their first opponent, which happens to be a European opponent, Western European opponent at that, you know, they're playing phenomenal.
Sixth.
Sure, and I mean, let's talk about that for a second, right? As Entity do smoke across the map looking for a fight of their own, a bit of a rough season for them, right? They had to play in 6th through 8th tiebreakers to retain their spot for Div 2. I think I saw a couple of tweets from like Fishman and Stormstormer especially saying how this was one of the most difficult periods that they've experienced as a team, and they were just happy to win those tiebreakers, right? So pretty dire straits for them, but they can fight their way out now, right? You lived through Div 1, you have a chance at the Bali Major. Watson, in this game, has a chance as well. He just purchased his Butterfly. He's brought out for this, though, Avo. This next Roche fight, it's going to be the big one.
See how this works out for them. TV doesn't traditionally deal well with his evasion because he's not a great MKD builder.
Careful
Not
here.
much against it. Fishman, okay, he discovers a smoke. He has to die for this, but at least now they know what the plan is. However, Fishman has no buyback, so... okay, he was the one blocking the smoke, so suppose he is the 5, but now they will have to fight without Fishman if they plan on it. I don't think so. I think you just let the Roche go.
I think you let this Roche go. I think this time for Execration, by the way, they're going to have to choose who picks up this Refresher Shard from 3rd Roche now. I think the most difficult decision you have to make now is who takes this Aegis. Seems like it'll be Palos again. I still think there's a very good reason for Bob to be claiming this, but I'll respect his take. Me carry, me take everything.
Refresher for Carlo, as he's going for the Ags.
Okay, Bob just really wanted to get stuck, I guess. I'm not
what?
sure
What is happening to Bob right now?
I don't know, he's just...
Bob?
He's
Are you okay?
He's having a good time. Look, I mean, he's it's only 50 seconds. It takes him 45 seconds to walk bottom, maybe a little bit less with his haste rune, but he couldn't have known it was there.
No, I agree. I just don't know what that was for, because that was after the Roche got taken, right? Am I crazy?
Oh, it was about 10 seconds after, yeah. Just in case it was like the puck was illusory orbing all the way from the fountain, you know?
Maybe someone said, let's roll out, guys, and then Bob understood. Yep. He has to Rolling Thunder. Well, I mean, they have to wait now. 20 seconds without it. Sure, yeah, Bob. This is the equivalent of Pango testing his BKB.
That's right.
Now,
That's right. He's just making sure
he just works.
You ever just like do a little bit of stretching just to make sure you can still touch your toes? You know, Pango,
I've never been able to, so I don't know what that feels like.
That's a problem.
I mean, recently I've been able to touch my knees, and I'm pretty proud of that one.
I'm very happy to hear it. That's progress.
I've been working very hard on this. Lyrical can touch his toes, you know?
I do know that. Yes, I've seen him do it.
I was very ashamed when he did that to me in Stockholm. And then every time he would see me for the whole day, he would just touch his toes for me and then laugh, which I realized he was not that good a person when he did that.
Fissure?
Oh, they caught Palos. Terror Wave, though. That was not meta, that was just Terror Wave, which is a really good counter nation. Paolo's quick on the
Yes, it
draw
is.
there.
Yeah.
And I think they should. Yeah, Paolo's convinced the BKB. He wants the Rex. He's done.
And the meta, yeah.
They
Oh,
catch the puck
Hex.
too. Yep, he has A on this though. Stormer should be able to get out. Let's blink in 1 second. Or maybe go forward. Stormer wants to get something out of this.
Oh, wow.
And he does get out now. However,
so
he
close.
forced the A on this got Bob. Fishman, a little bit out of position, can leap back.
Here
through
comes
position,
Bob.
though. Here comes
Chrono.
Bob, the Chrono. Got a TP. But they have the damage on the construct on the Enchantress instead. Here comes
No.
the Gunbreaker as well for more healing. And that is
damage.
going to be a dead Fishman. That's all they got out of this. Echo Slam. Shanks, though, still alive. Heals back up. Got the Omi now in trouble as the Eclipse is activated. 2 supports dead for Entity. And they got nothing out of this, Richie.
no.
Palos takes down Toby like he's made out of paper. Now got Toby
Another Hex.
revives into a Pango shield crash. They catch Stormer 2. This last team fight was just a bunch of spaghetti.
Yeah, it was a spaghetti. And although it's not Spaghetti Monday, it's Spaghetti Sunday here for Execration. That's good news for them because a phenomenal showing. I think, again, people probably had their doubts against this team from SEA. Were not the top of their region this time. Had a bit of a difficult start. I think all eyes, for the most part, are certainly going to be on Talon, and it's hard to blame them with the kind of the season that they had. But I'm really proud of Execration, honestly, in this matchup. I think this is still a relatively difficult opponent here out from Entity. I would like to see them try and bounce back. I'm hoping for Entity this is a difficult game 1, but a start to an uphill climb for them that is going to be hopefully a little bit of a better Dream League Season 19. Because, again, they have not been in their top form basically since they lost at Lima. They played that game versus Talon. And you know what was kind of funny, Alvo, is it's strikingly similar to the game that they played versus Talon, versus both games, right? Where I felt like they had pretty good team fight. They had this really big hero for Watson, the super hard carry, and it was just, well, in this game, Execration, not so much 23 Savage, cooking up something a little bit too spicy from them. Bob, man, what a game out from him. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, Execration. I mean, look, people will discredit them because they're C. That's always going to happen. You know, especially Dota 2 capitalist. Besides him, you know, most people just don't value these teams as much as they should because of their inconsistency. And I think for Execration, that's probably their biggest Achilles heel. If you want to discredit Geek Slate, who's now in Division 2, fair enough. But Execration, in their case, they won almost everyone at Lima. It wasn't like that was a bad score by any means. In fact, it was a best of 3. It could have gone either way in many cases. I genuinely wouldn't know. In many cases, they stomped top tier teams. They're definitely a team to look out for. And the real question mark to us was how they did in CDPC and also loss of March, which seemingly was the coach that was giving them consistency. Apparently, they're either applying what March gave them or Chemo is taking that role now, and they're finding that consistency yet again. And hopefully they just continue to rise as Execration looked very good at match number 1. However, their true Achilles heel that we'll find out now is match number 2. That usually tends to be the case. So very curious to see how they'll draft and how they'll perform in the second match against Entity, and if it'll be as easy as the first one.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped
Hello and welcome to game number 2 between Execration and Entity. The first game went the way of our SEA brethren as Execration take one game off the Europeans. Sure, it might only be the 6th seed of Western Europe, but it's a win nonetheless for C people. And especially it's a loss for Western Europeans, which everyone in Dota celebrates. Richie, how are you?
I'm doing well. Like you said, Western Europe loses. That means it's a win for us. When are we going to get 4 slots for C? Long have we waited? Western Europe, I mean, what? They got top two of 2 teams at the last major. We're both Western Europe teams. I mean, come on. Are they even
You only need 2
performing well
slots.
anymore?
You need the 2 finalists. That's it. That's who else do you need? Like seriously, come on. Stop competing with the other regions. I think
agree.
NA should get 5 slots particularly, and I think C should get 4 finally. Yeah.
Yes, and everyone from SA should go, even including the relegated teams.
I yes. Yeah. And the team that will disband right after the DPC, which is like 4 of them. So
Hey, they're not
it's the-
disbanding. They're going to be back. They're just having communication issues. Come on, Avo.
You know what? I would actually love it if you got a reality show of the 4 SA disbanding teams at the major, watching them disband live as they lose the games. It's like inviting Betboom to your major. So it's a
Dude.
very, very exciting game.
That's good
I can't wait
content
for
right there.
I can't wait for Execration versus Entity a second time because I think the draft had a lot to do with this. We saw the whole Luna draft, which the response by Entity was to counter pick by getting the Visage or block pick rather, is the way you say it, and it didn't really work out for them. It didn't feel like it worked out for them. It felt like that Visage kind of was just thrown about. Though some really clever drafting by Execration in general. We talked about some of the techniques they did, like the fact that they drafted TB on 16 to force the offlane or carry pick. Right, they ended up getting a bad core to core matchup because they thought the lanes were more important. I've been
All
talking
right.
so much about the
Well-
draft, though. I'd love to see the actual draft.
That's what I was going to say. Let's get into this draft now for game number 2 because it is just now underway. We can see Entity with first pick here, so they're going to get 8th pick now on this second. Their second pick right on this hero. They already picked up the Marana, so back to a Fishman hero. That disruptor banned against him, right? We didn't really bring that up last time, but that is one of his best heroes, honestly. I think a fair criticism of Fishman is that he's had a little bit of a more limited hero pool, and it's been fine, mostly because the team has played very, very well around the heroes he's been playing. But now that those heroes end up being pretty popular, he does find himself needing to adjust. So they pick him early on, and this time Entity get their hands on the Pangolier, but Execration, with a little bit of blast out from SEA, this Coddle hero was super popular in the Southeast Asian DPC, wasn't it, Avo?
Yeah, SMG were the stars of the Coddle usage, playing Coddle off lane almost every match. Even Coddle mid one match, which didn't work as well. And mid one absolutely loved this hero this season. Other teams also started copying a little bit, mostly in the off lane is what we're seeing it in the C. Though season 1 we did see it in the mid, but it was mostly by teams that got relegated, so does it really matter? Not really. The combo that they have here as well of Coddle Tiny is very, very impactful because it's one of the few times that Coddle can be justified as a 4 if you have Tiny mid. And similarly, even if you have Coddle mid or off lane, because Chakra Magic with Tiny is so good, you can kind of justify this combo no matter what.
Yeah.
It's probably the best Chakra Magic user in the game, I'd say, or really, really up there.
He's up there. I think TB, which I'll go ahead and tip the hand to because
your nut, tip your nut too.
Tip my hand too because that might be something that Execration want to pick up here. I think the kind of crappy part about Entity picking Pango 8th is that they do feel like bound to protect it with at least a ban. I wouldn't be too surprised if they also take out the Bat Rider of Bob, which is one of his go-to heroes, and also plays pretty nicely with the Coddle, honestly. Basically permanent uptime on Firefly early. Not as good as Tiny, right? But it would force a couple of lane shenanigans here with Execration, but it's still a consideration, considering that they still banned out the Ember. I wouldn't mind the Bat Rider ban here, honestly.
I'm with you on the Bat Rider, honestly. I do think that's pretty solid. The lane's good against Pango. You have the Lasso later for the Rolling Thunder. You already took the Ember, so you're kind of dealing with lane counters to some degree. Most lanes, Pango can trade evenly and then just recover, but in the case of Bat Rider, because his mid game is a little bit thwarted by that Lasso, especially if Bat gets a good start, it can be oppressive for the Pango. So there we go. That's going to be the ban. Really good call.
And the reason why I bring this up is because it frees up other really good Chakra Magic users like that TB, right? Perhaps if you picked a little bit more of, I don't want to call him an uncounterable, but a hero that doesn't have as critical weaknesses as someone like a Pangolier does, right? With this Rupture and Lasso, like you say, they just literally ruin his mid game, right? Like, no matter how good a start you do, no one wants to go first item Lincolns on this hero. It just sucks, you know.
Yeah.
So
I
it does open up. I don't know, like Execration. They have more moves to make here with this Coddle. Is the only thing I wanted to add on to this, right?
I will point out that TBE, or in general, these kind of illusion combos with Keeper, which are mostly TB and PL, actually, that was another big one back in the day with a Spirit Lens, are not very good against Pango. CK is another one. They're pretty bad because
10
these
seconds
heroes that
remaining.
that kind of rely on not spamming thousands of
5
illusions, but rather
seconds
like one
remaining.
specific bout, or constantly being attacked in a certain position, struggle against the shield, the lucky shot, right? That's one of the biggest counters to them. And Pango can always go for something like a Maelstrom, which is rare, but can be the case if you're up against Illusion. So I would rather they don't go that route, personally. I like the Rubik. It's a solid 15 because it doesn't reveal anything, and still doesn't reveal what lane the Tiny will necessarily go to, as Rubik can always be flexed as a 5 or a 4. So
Entities, turn
Coddle,
to
Tiny,
pick.
Rubik, a little bit of a
Templar assassin.
unknown.
TA.
As okay, interesting.
So maybe
That
they
stops
expect
the Coddle
this-
mid.
Sorry, say again.
That stops the Coddle mid. Like that.
Yes.
I mean, either you want to lose your lane hard, sure, but TA is the hardest counter to Coddle mid.
Yeah, I was actually just
10
looking at
seconds
what
remaining.
SMG really liked picking in their Coddle lineups, and
5
they do
seconds
tend to
remaining.
really enjoy that TB, which is why I was, hamming on it a little bit there. They also pick it with the Ember Spirit of Bob. They picked this with the Queen of Pain once as well, which maybe is.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know you hate this Queen of Pain here. I understand, Avo. But I'm just bringing up other heroes that they had picked. That I believe Bob also played a game of mid lane Monkey King once with SMG off lane mid one Coddle, if I'm not mistaken.
Should
So
be Moon played it.
Moon, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry. Of course, not Bob, who is on Execration. But just because, again, SMG were one of the earlier ones, even in Tour 1, kind of pioneering this Coddle. So I'm curious what they're going to want to go with it now as well. So out comes the Clockwork pick. Okay, what are they thinking here?
This is rough if you're Execration. Your lanes look bad now. Like, they look pretty bad.
10 seconds
That TA pick really disturbs the Coddle. It's going to go wherever the Coddle goes. Even though TM is not a thing, right?
5
You just put him in the
seconds
mid lane,
remaining.
and then Pango plays carry from, like, mid lane from the carry position. Who cares? Or you play him off lane. Doesn't care. The real problem here is what do you do with a Coddle right now? And how do you make this still
Entities,
work?
turn to ban.
Okay. So they will pick up the Storm then for Bob. Loves his Spirit Heroes.
So I'm thinking Coddle Tiny offlane, and then Rubik 5, Star Spirit mid, and the Coddle still plays offlane, but with Tiny is still fine because he just
10
shoved the lane.
seconds remaining.
It's not that big a deal. And then you have the Storm versus Pango matchup, which is the best
5
matchup,
seconds
or the worst
remaining.
matchup for Pango.
Yeah, I'm just looking around at a lot of these heroes as well. That could be. What was it played here in these two matches for the side of Execration?
Radiant team
Because they
ban.
have picked the Coddle themselves a handful of times, and looks like both times it did go off lane. Again, just sample size of 2. Obviously, they've already made some changes, as we just saw last game with Bob picking a pretty new hero to himself. So I wouldn't expect necessarily a repetition of what they did necessarily in DPC.
10
Especially because,
seconds
as you say, the TA just mirrors that rotation. You throw a Clockwork down there who gets on top of the Coddle
5
once, and you
seconds
just kill
remaining.
him basically infinitely, right? So it's a really difficult lane here. Tiny tossback as well is going to end up being really hard in that lane.
Yeah, you
You
just
need to
don't.
win your
It,
you need to win your safe
You
lane
give it
real
up.
hard here for Execration.
yes, exactly. You just give up the lane. You do have overall last pick, which is good. This will help you win the safe lane because you also get a good core-to-core matchup no matter what.
Right.
And Storm is a good safe win condition here. Like, in case the safe doesn't go that well, Storm also has a good matchup. Unless Entity want to do something really weird and put TA carry Pango off, right? And then a new mid laner. But then the Execration can always play around that because they have overall last. So that's their saving grace.
So I had the ban on the Naga, by the way. Really like that ban. It's another pretty good user of the Coddle spam because she just makes a ton of illusions and ends up really, really farming a ton of the map. I think other heroes, I mean, I don't really think the PL is worth a ban here. You've already taken down the TB. You've kind of addressed, sorry, you've already addressed the TB is what I meant to say. And of course, the Naga's already, well, they're actually going to ban the TB as well. I'm a little bit surprised by that personally.
It's a TA.
Broodmother's taken out. Yes, against the TA, but again, I still think you've covered your base as well. Because the one thing I'm a little bit surprised that Execration haven't done super well is the Storm matchup into Pango is just fine. But I thought they were going to counter this a little bit harder. They've decided not to, and I still think his mid game is going to be very
5
recoverable
seconds
for him.
remaining.
That, alongside a pretty strong TA lane, does make me a bit nervous for Execration.
Yeah, that's why Entity's batting the worst core-to-core matchups for TA, right?
Yep.
Regardless of their counter or not. If you think of the other illusion heroes, Pango counters them more because they have less armor, right? And TA still has the spill. But against TB and Naga, you're a little bit more screwed, even if Pango's good against them. And this also indicates you don't want to go Maelstrom Pango worst case scenario. Like you're not even considering that. You want to go full diffusal blade, traditional Pango,
10
enable him.
seconds
Because
remaining.
otherwise Storm will make your game hell.
Hmm.
And I agree with that.
5 seconds.
Kind of hard because even if you did get like a TB, it's a little bit of a greedy lineup, isn't it? Storm needs his items. Coddle just farms like anywhere, any position. He just takes farm off the map from other cores. So even if you got like this TB or this Naga hero, or I'm thinking maybe a Spectre is not looking half bad here. Like it's a lot of farm
That's
that
greedy,
Execration need.
I mean, I think you wait for the offlane matchup and
Yes,
you
of
see it
course.
based on this. So if you're Entity, you pick up something that can't lose lanes very easily. Okay, what?
Hmm.
So I'm
expecting
assuming
this.
this. I don't know if it's Mirana offlane, which we used to see for Rezo, or
Is it a?
I mean, this is a
Skyrim mid?
solution. Yeah, no, I think Pango mid.
10
Honestly,
seconds
I'd
remaining.
rather see that. I don't hope it's not Skyrim. Well, I don't know.
5
I'm a little bit
seconds
lost. This
remaining.
muddles the pool a little bit, making it harder to counter if you Execration. I guess you would just assume Pango or Mirana offlane. Something like that. Something like that has mobility. Skyreth, TA, and Clockwork most likely not. Even if it's Clockwork, you can deal with it. So
You
you
know-
just need something that can last it well, honestly.
Pick a troll warlord here. Just win your lane. Meepo.
Now
Oh, that's a very
What
good
the
pick. I see.
hell, Execration? Okay,
That's
out
a
here
good.
having
That's a
fun.
good pick. Okay, what is it? It's Mirana offlane. Okay, I was right about that. That was my consideration when they picked the Meepo. That was probably Mirana offlane, and Mirana offlane struggles a lot against Meepo, right? Because you get Earthbind kill, right?
Right,
It's so easy.
Right. Can't leap away.
So-
You've got a Rubik as well
Yes.
to reduce your base damage, so your leap bonus attack speed is not super well utilized in this lane.
It's
Mid lane Pango.
pretty solid. Scarlet Mage sucks against you. You absolutely destroy him. Same with Clockwork, right? TA and Pango, you can argue, are better, but because you've already
Yeah.
dealt with a Pango, with a Storm pick, it's not that bad. The only question really is a TA. It once again could be just Watson carrying the game if he succeeds here.
We'll see what kind of a build he wants to go for last game, right? Because last time around, I think if he was able to get active a bit earlier on, maybe if he went for a more typical builds or a more standard build like that Mask of Madness, Maelstrom, or whatever first item, rather than the Vanguard into the Battle Fury, or just even straight Battle Fury, maybe he would have had a little bit more impact early on in that game. I think, as you say, because of the Meepo threat, he's going to be basically required to have a bit more impact than he found himself having before the 40-minute mark in that last game here. But he's got a good lane setup for it, right? I think Tino's game is going to be super questionable here as well as to what his impact is going to be.
Yes.
I guess the
Creeps.
healing's really, really good with Meepo, isn't it? Like it's
Yeah.
phenomenal here on this blinding light. And you're a mana battery basically for the Storm Spirit. So even if your lane goes terribly, as you say, just farm up your Guardian Greaves, roam around the map with your team, and look to fight early. I am curious what the build on Meepo is going to be. I don't think we're going to see Fling again, Avo. I don't think the game is going to get really to that kind of direction and that late, honestly. But I do think we're going to see an earlier Meepo get online because I think late game looks pretty terrifying for you with all this Sideblade spill and Pango having a Basher, Ags, Diffusal. I think that's a little bit too much for you to deal with this kind of game.
It's actually a very interesting game. People that don't watch Seed don't watch the Meepos much, but a couple teams in Seed do like the Meepo pretty
yeah.
consistently, so we're pretty used to it. But it becomes a very interesting game with a couple of odd picks. The Marana offlane also surprises me. I have not seen Toby have too much success on these ranged offlaners he's obsessed with. The Silencer comes to mind as another one that is also not great, but he really likes them. And I will reserve my judgment until I see this, but in the major, I would argue the Silencer offlane was one of the main reasons why Entity actually lost and dropped as far as they did.
Yeah, that's right. That was a little bit tough. We'll see here on the Marana. I think the thing that is going to be a little bit difficult here is compared to last game for Entity, although of course it's not a last game, it wasn't a Marana core. Is that you don't have phenomenal setup this time, like the Fissure was last game for Fishman, right? You do have cogs, you've got Hookshot, and of course that can be good enough follow-up, but at that stage of the game, you got to be expecting, if not a Rubik Telekinesis Shard, 4 staffs or something like that to get allies out of the way. So
No,
I
100%.
agree with you.
You're definitely expecting the Rubik Shard 4-staff dude. Carlo is just the word B word. You know, that's his role. He just saves you. He's not even actually going to make any plays. His only goal is to make sure that the Meepo is happy and the Storm is happy. So I agree with you there.
guess then it's, I don't know, this Pango, we'll see. I suspect he might end up going a little bit more into a utility kind of Pango build rather than the kind of carry basher too early on, only because I think he is going to be expecting a little bit of a more difficult lane. And once again, I expect this team to rally more around Watson, or at least try.
Shanks died here to cut Taomi's auto attacks. Okay. In the end, they just kept on hitting a guy with 0 armor, and he's gonna go down thanks to concussive shot slow as well. I agree with your point, the Pango. I feel like, again, this lane tends to be very Storm favored as Pango's first matchup, and it still is bad later on in the game against Storm. Diffusal Blade is a must, but usually in these matchups you skip the Ags, or you get it later and you go for an earlier Basher, or alternatively you go for more utility. You also don't go for the, you don't need to shard this game as early, and you probably go for the Blink Dagger as soon as possible, because that's crucial against Storm. And you'll see soon what one of the main reasons why Pango struggles in this matchup is that early on, this is a very minor thing, but if you like the mid matchups, I'll explain. You want to shield crash to get the range creep, that's your most common thing. Storm sets up static remnant. You hit the remnant before you hit the storm, which means no damage reduction, so you take the full damage of remnant. So here, Bob did not set it up, he's just avoiding the damage, but he can't do it later on, and it gets even worse later on. Because Swashbuckle is not meant to secure your last hits in lane. It's meant to actually get you in position again.
You're probably hoping to wait for level 3, right? Till you have that Vortex to really threaten to do a ton of damage, perhaps even through that Shield Crash. Especially because then, like you say, you can pull him before Shield Crash gives him that 20% damage buff. And then you just absolutely murder him. So,
exactly.
Level 3.
It's a key part of Pango that I think most people ignore, right? That this hero's really not tanky at all and depends really a lot on the Shield Crash buff. As you can see here, how he tanks the overload damage easily with the Shield Crash buff on.
It's pretty good. He's going to be fairly happy with that. Down bottom, a good amount of skirmishing as well, I think, as we expected. But top, they have caught Tino here with the battery assault. Watson in the cogs.
They broke it, but it's just you can't do anything.
Did you see that, by the way? Watson got the kill by denying the cog and getting the kill with the spill damage.
Oh, that's clever. That's cool. Nice job, Watson.
Cute.
You know, some flashy points. I mean, this lane's a wash. What do you even expect them to do? Like, really, Richie, if you're in this lane, what do you do as Shanks? Do you, like, pull the waves until Coddle can get enough levels to just push it himself?
Yeah, I was thinking we might see a little bit more tosses as well, as even the Avalanche trying to secure the range creep is going to end up being denied by Watson. I'm not
he
sure.
also did it to get rid of Refraction, I think, so he could eliminate a hit.
Yeah, and he gets a bit of damage in there, right? Trying to blow through the regeneration that you have in this lane. That is perhaps one advantage you have, is that Fishman kind of just awkwardly walks at you until he does catch you in battery assault range, and then you're dead. But you do have a lot of chance to get a lot of damage in onto him early on in exchange. Speaking of early on, Stormstormer still doing a pretty solid job overall, even managing to swashbuckle away from that last little static remnants. But again, this is where the lane gets a little bit scarier for him. Level 3 on the Storm. I expect to see that point in overload now. Remnants for even more damage. And careful here. Vortex. Yep, there it is. Stormstormer has swashbuckle, but is kind of out of regen here. Brought himself a stick. Yeah, okay, and Tango's good. He's he knows how to play this lane though, right? He's not afraid to ship out more regen. He's rotating away. He's pushing the wave, so he's got a lot of time to go get his bounty refill for the water room at the 3-minute mark. So he's doing a really phenomenal job here, actually.
Yeah, those are the 2 points that Pango tends to beat the Storm in. Is rune control. Not just the water runes, but also bounty runes, because Storm is just walking, right, until he gets level 6. And usually you can recover regardless of what happens in the lane. And Storm needs stacks or something, most of the time. So Stormstormer playing to the left of his ability. He tried to cancel that shield crash. He didn't, so Bob is going to pile on some damage, but not too much. But you can see he's trying to do that every single time just to guarantee this kill on Stormstormer.
Yeah. Clarity online now. Stormstormer out of his last bottle sips. Water runes recovering soon, though. And, you know, right now he's doing a great job of holding his own, because I think something that is a little bit tricky here is if he does kind of pull too many resources, specifically the manpower of his supports on over from the side lanes, you know, they're substantially less kill. You can see Fishman, just how annoying he can really be. I wonder if they're going to try for a kill here. Watson doesn't get that side blade spill damage. The kill's actually down bottom.
Yeah, top lane Tino will still die, though. But yeah, bottom Palos falls to Kataomi and Toby. That was surprising, actually. Carlo left the lane for a little bit, and they just used that to take advantage of poor Palos. Coming back into the lane, still in level 3. This lane not going as well as they hoped for. The overall matchup, Meepo versus Marna, should look better, but right now it is you're just not as good laner. I mean, you're a meepo, right? You finally got the level 4, which is a huge point here for Palos. We'll see what he can do with it, or if he's going to do anything at all.
I don't know what you can really see. I mean, we have seen a lot of the meepos mid is with this early point in Divided We Stand is rotate towards the mid lane and help contest the mid at 6 rune. You are a very strong hero in theory against this Pangolier. Because, of course, with 2 mobility spells, the Earthbind is going to prevent him from doing anything. But you do have to be careful. One of the most fun interactions in Dota, actually, is Pango. Of course, against heroes, he gets 20% damage resist per hero, and each Meepo clone does count as a hero, unsurprisingly. So you could very easily see Stormstormer getting up to 100, if not more, damage block, which functionally does nothing. It's just an impressive feat, you know?
Large numbers equals good.
Yes, big number equals good. Top lane, Tino does manage to evade death here for now. There's no...
Carlo's gonna die down bottom. Just constant auto attacks from the Scarlet Mage and Mirana, and the slew of Arcane Bolts. He's actually maxing Kataomi. Until now, we very commonly see the build of Concussive Shot on the Scarlet Mage, but he's actually committing to the Arcane Bolt, which will eventually help him scale more, and determines how he doesn't think this lane is actually that hard to win. And mid lane, Bob already got level 6. He finds Stormstormer, has a double damage as well. Stormstormer's gonna try to roll, but too late, as he just got it after experience the creeps. And Bob gets a really valuable solo kill here, determining his dominance.
Oh yeah. Good start for him so far, right? Again, before that Rolling Thunder can get out. Crucial, and unable to really live too much against the Storm. It's really nice when you're a Storm Spirit and you have kill potential in your mid lane, because you get to conserve your mana, you push the wave, you come back, and everything's still, you know, in a pretty good position for you to continue trying to snowball your game. Especially important as you're...
Tino's gonna die in the top lane, and Shanks at least gets a toss back to not die to Stormstormer, but Fishman caught him regardless. And the battery stop body block should keep Shanks in place, so Stormstormer can finally stun him once, twice, 3 times, and the swashbuckle will finish him.
Big kill there. Good rotation. Next best thing you can do right as Stormstormer is at least try and rotate one of the side lanes when you know the Storm Spirit cannot come back mid. But Storm is going to go bottom instead, where he catches Toby.
Toby is going to try to run away with the lead, but Bobs does plenty of mana to chase him down and gets him with the help of the tower, though, which is why this damage or this gold is divided.
Pretty big, though. Palos was kind of getting bullied in this lane down bottom, and the Storm surprise rotation, as he does TP from the trees, is going to be able to catch him off guard. Tino, in the meantime, gets some much-needed space to recover in the mid lane. He already has his full mechanism, but it's just not going to do enough versus this TA, right? And perhaps that's the biggest concern right now that Execration have. Bob's game is enabled. Palos is off to a pretty good start, right? He's got his experience. He's good enough. It's about what can you do against this early aggression out from Watson is the question now. And more specifically, what build will Watson go for, right? We've seen a couple games where like this early Blink Dagger, even first item Deso, perhaps.
Bob just got no, sorry, I spoke too soon. I thought they had more damage than that. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. You can see TAs go for some pretty early impact item builds. Oh, hold on, they actually might catch Bob. Maybe
no, they didn't.
He's still fine. Now it's
he's just playing around. He's just playing around.
Good rotation for Fishman to deny the water rune though. But I am wondering what Watson's going to go for first. It seems like he's committed now for Dragonlance. I was wondering if we were going to see him go for a little bit more of an early aggression item. It's a bit risky, right, into Storm Spirit because your control against him is not 100% guaranteed, depending on Kataomi if he can land the Ancient Seal or not. You know, he's going to continue scaling. So he's going to go for a little bit of a more of a mid-game power spike TA rather than one who's going to come out of the gates super early and try and win them the game, which I think is a very balanced take here.
Palos in the bottom lane does to Toby. Nice little arrow there to the end to catch him. And this bottom lane is also going very entity favored. Last it's though still in Palos' favor as Carlo, the next target, has to Fate Bolt to survive a little bit longer. Rolling around, Stormstormer doesn't catch him, but Kataomi will finish him off.
Okay. 2 pretty big kills down bottom. I think Stormstormer's only a little bit sad he doesn't get any assist gold. It might be even more sad now that Bob TP's in.
Yeah, he ate the Mystic Flare and the Silence and now an arrow. Bob came in just to die. Said, hello, Stormstormer, I don't think I fed you enough.
That's a very big kill. Stormstormer lives
yes.
throughout the entire thing.
Huge.
He's going to get even closer now to his Orb of Corrosion. Storm Spirit is missing out on very valuable time where he can continue farming. I mean, one, it's a good Storm game. Like, his lane was well. His lane went well. He didn't get a lot of rotations mid lane, which is maybe something he can be a little bit upset by. But he did find a Fairy's Trinket. So, you know, I think all things considered, he can only really blame himself for that kind of a dive. And it really sucks on the Storm hero, right? Especially when you're meant to be an early solution to an enemy hero. Any death you get that's going to further delay this Kaya, this first item, like, it's really going to hurt your mid game here. It's just more time for Watson to continue farming, less space for you to create for Palos, who is also, not too surprisingly, going for a Dragon Lance. This item build still quite popular. Mid.
Stormer will just kill him on auto attacks as Bob tries to join him, but he knows he's learned his lesson, so he's not going to dive this time, which is very important. Paulo's still farming. Toby will find him though. There's the Starstorm first, who has an arrow, and there's the Earth behind. Paulo says, okay, I'll counterattack with the help of the Pango though. Might not be successful as a shield crash, not even the Rolling Thunder, is what kills poor Paulos.
Yeah, and top lane, Watson's able to feel confident enough to defend the tower, as of course with Refraction he lives through this bout of damage very easily. So this is really big. I was going to say that the one weakness I see in this entity lineup is that neither Kata, Omi, or Clockwork can very realistically defend waves, like off of towers, right? Especially not the Skywrath Mage. I mean, he barely has any armor as he is. But the fact that this top lane went so well and that Watson had just such a good matchup here, it means that he is able to just do this by himself very easily. He creates his own space. He's farming it super efficiently.
The Meepo just died into the Mystic Flare right now. He's a few hits away from death, but it's not Kataomi who will send one as the Arcane Bolt doesn't deal enough damage. Hook shot instead from Fishman, catches him, and that's going to be a dead pile as Fishman survives the Bob onslaught. Bob, who still wants to go, avenges dead teammate, but there's 3 people nearby, one of which is an Ancient Seal, so Bob decides against it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Seeing how they can do now.
Top tower is under
Starting
attack.
to get a little spicy for Execration in this early game.
Structures
Bob,
fortified.
again, just trying to farm his way towards this first big item. I think he did farm that big stack, so it's got most of his Staff of Wizardry now. But the other cores are starting to really suffer as a result now. Tino just rushing that Guardian Greaves like we've more or less expected him to. I guess the one saving grace for Execration this game is that they are going to get time, right? I don't know how much space they're going to get, a decent amount, but Entity just don't have good tower push, like straight up. Their tower push is really bad, especially if TA is off in the jungle farming. Like the rest of their other heroes do farm or fight very well, they just don't push towers. So that might be slightly troublesome for them, as they do lose their first tier 1 tower, and Toby is not too close to taking this tier 1 down bottom.
Once you get Dezo on TA, I think you'll be fine, right? You just need that timing.
Second item.
Okay, Stormer. There's the Ancient Seal counter once again, and Bob! Hookshot surprise from behind, they keep in the Mystic Flare, despite bouncing him around. Entity control the space well, killing off Blob. Carlo being the next target, but Mirana eats a telekinesis. Toby realizes this is not that far gone. He has to retreat instead, leap back, Stormer, giving a little bit more mana. Fishman just walking in with cogs, not gonna trap anyone in them. They want to take this tower, but like you said, the push is still not here. They're waiting for the TA Desolator. Palos joins, going for Stormer. Second Meeple's here as well. The arrow just missed. Palos fighting head on with the help of the Illuminate. Palos, though, is pretty low on HP thanks to the battery assault. He has to retreat one of his Meeples back. Fateful kills off Toby as Fishman's been body blocked here. Can't get away, and Palos will end up getting this kill. Bob, meanwhile, is on the hunt, going for Stormer, and also securing another kill for them. While the Skywrath Mage gets away in pig form, the rest of Execration are free to push the mid lane.
Pretty big, actually. Paulo's getting involved. I really thought that was going to be disastrous for the Meepo, showing up to fight that early on, especially once he ate that huge swashbuckle. But fortunately, this Diffusal Blade's not yet online. I think Diffusal's online. He is dead meat there, but does live quite a bit longer, sustains through it, and manages to turn. Like, really phenomenal rotation there. Bob respawns, and Entity are going to be punished for overstaying their welcome a little bit on that tier 1 tower push. Again, their push is horrendous, so as soon as they stop getting kills, they just stand around more or less aimlessly. Down bottom, though.
Yeah, one more kill is going to be acquired here. Yeah, Shex, one more hit. There we go. But Bob is coming into his rescue. Not to rescue him, rather, but to avenge him, perhaps. Watson doesn't have refractions just yet. We still have to look easy to control him. No need. He actually will go down to the storm pretty much alone.
Yeah, stolen arrow as well, right?
The arrow was used. Okay, yeah, that was it.
Nice stun time and good patience there, just waiting for refraction to be down so they maximize the damage as they continue the chase onto Watson. Has one of 2 Mithril Hammers now. He has the option, of course, of diverting into BKB. I still think Deso's the right choice here. Again, Execration, not the best push for them. They got really great wave clear, but you should have time to farm up your Deso and your BKB relatively safely.
The stolen arrow from Carlos doing work here, and that secures the kill against Fishman. And they're trying to concussively shot Bob. Bob cannot be targeted, cannot be touched. Neither can Carlo. Runs away.
Yep.
He's already put his favorite item, drops to be faster.
Yes. And Stormstormer has his, maybe a Pango's favorite item in the early game at least. Diffusal Blade is about to be delivered. If he lets his courier catch up to him, there it is. So this is a big moment now for Entity. Now they can really take a fight. They've got some serious damage and pretty good counter against the Storm. This is a big fight.
Execration. Okay. They get an avalanche onto 2, and they'll kill Stormstormer first. That means no Diffusal Blade here, so no reveal whatsoever. Kataomi will fall quickly afterwards, right? Just waiting for the... Oh, no, Bob doesn't want to go. He actually didn't let him go.
Found a bigger catch.
A much better target. Watson
Wow.
actually was pushing forward below, out of position, and killed.
Yeah, Watson took the tower down bottom during all that. I don't believe he expected the Storm Spirit to just be that full on mana, honestly. But between the Greaves and the level 4 Chakra Magic, he's ready to fight again. I think they just really didn't expect that. They didn't really respect the Coddle Storm, you know? As dumb as a combo as it is, like, it's just uptime. It's like Io Lesh. It's Io Storm. Like, he just has mana. And you're not expecting that when he goes so deep on that... little like staircase encounter and then zips all the way out of range. You're like, he's out of mana, he's running home. But no, like Kaya, Chakra Magic, he's so good.
He really is,
bit of an overcommitment there from Entity. I think that's a learning lesson for them. They need to learn from that.
Okay, so Storm tries to cover Fishman's escape, but won't war cover. Storm is in silence, he's stuck in the cogs, and he'll die. And so Fishman, he sacrificed himself for a mid laner. Very, very good.
Yes, phenomenal kill there. And that's some much needed space and time. We'll see how well that works out for him. Shanks, though, has found his own space and time on this top lane, where he's been farming away pretty quietly, and now has the Blink Dagger about to be delivered. Palos now with level 3 Divided We Stand is going for the dig build. And in case you haven't seen this, it's like the Stoneform Ags Shard upgrade for Visage, except for each Meepo, except you don't stun, of course. Very powerful, this game, right? It allows you to break like meld. You can maybe try and avoid a painful battery assaults into hookshot kind of a combo. Of course, you can't use it if you're silenced, so that'll be the biggest question mark. Who's Kataomi going to prioritize with this Ancient Seal, right? This 6-second silence, it's a huge utility right now for Entity.
Yes. Their biggest one, right? And until the Storm gets BKB, in which case, then the Sky of Mages is going to be chicken feed, honestly. Watson,
Palos.
Palos, he knows because they're hunting for him in the top
But
lane.
it's funny because Execration, they're making the exact same move, and no one's gonna find each other here.
Yeah, but they don't have a voice line to prove it, so we don't know what Entity was thinking.
That's true. We cannot be sure. What we can't
we
be
only
sure
know
of
that
is
Execration.
Yeah, neither team has their tier 1 tower yet, or their opponent's tier 1. Oh, there's the toss back.
Toss back. And that is our support. That is a offlane Marana who just died here. Fishman trying to go for a support instead. Shanks might die to the Mystic Flare here. Healed by the Garden Gate.
Oh,
Steal Rolling Thunder. And Carlo is doing a pretty great job here. Unfortunately, there is no follow-up, so it's not going to mean much here. Hoping to stun the Pango. That's not going to work. Bob, ball lightning's away. Arcane Bolt won't kill him. Carlo, though, now put himself in a really precarious position, and he'll die to the shield crash.
That's fine.
Really, really good Rolling Thunder from Carlo. Unfortunately, he needed a team.
Yes. No, but it's important because I believe he prevents Bob from dying there, honestly. Ooh, the TA trap? I don't know about this. There is Palos nearby.
You're right, but Bob was choosing to die and then chose not to die, then chose to die again. It's all Bob doing that.
But that's how he loves to play his spirits, you know? He's like, guys, Chakra Magic
Dota.
me, give me Guardian Greaves, you know, toss back another hero. Like, that's how this team plays around him, right? And the entire time, Palos is just quietly farming away in the jungle, still managing to slightly out-farm Watson, although it is pretty neck for neck. Watson, though, with his Desolator now, he is going to be quite the force to be reckoned with. He's got Roche. He's got objective potential now, right? It's Roche and towers, as well as some pretty great targets for him to try and blow through, right? Tino, if he gets on top of it, is just dead. This Rubik just dies to him. Meepo, a little bit tankier, right? But you're starting to actually do damage here.
Shot. Fishman just pushes the tiny back, and now Fishman's pushed back with the Telekinesis, but Storm recovers his escape. It's all good. Just a bunch of this squaring up at mid is quite funny because I mean, isn't Meepo winning from this? Is he just farming the whole map now? He finally has the axe. He's actually going for a Yule Scepter on the Meepo.
That's fascinating.
Which,
you know you can Yule's other Meepos from Meepo Prime because it counts as the same hero. I believe so. I think I saw a Reddit comment on this. Again, Meepo is one of these heroes that eludes me. I'm just not that interested in this hero, honestly, mostly because
I have no clue about Meepo.
but I believe you can use other Meepo clones.
Meepo Prime. Meepo Prime, no. Oh, wait, here come the other Meepos. They're still gonna die,
Greaves?
I think. Oh, Greaves.
No way. No way.
The Illuminate 2. He walked back into it. Fishman got him with a battery assault there. Or sorry, Kataomi gets him with the Arcane Bolt. As Stormer rolling around, doesn't find anyone. Entity will retreat.
That was pretty pog, though.
That was almost a save by the Coddle, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see some pretty wicked Force Staff out into, you know, pushing everyone away, but just barely caught on range there, and does unfortunately end up walking back, as you say. Didn't get the dig off in time, and that's why he wants the Yule Scepter, right? Is again, let me look this up, right, just to make sure. There's no excuse for me to not get it right, but I believe you can Yule yourself as a Meepo.
Oh, Bob now. He's been silenced. He's been rooted. Shanks covers him. Nice avalanche onto 3. However, Toby does come with a lot of healing, and Shanks will have to die for his mid laner here. Hookshot misses though, so Fishman won't get anything more from this. But Entity, I mean, they'll take whatever kill they can get.
Yeah, and it's a big one for them, right? Once again, they continue defending their own tower, which is going to allow Watson to continue farming up. I mean, and he's just vacuum farming, right? At the rate that they're going at, it does slightly feel like Palos may not be able to outcarry this, especially if Bob is going to be... Well, honestly, it's not so much Bob playing a little bit careless. I'd say he does like to tap dance on that line quite a bit, but at the same time, I can't really blame him, seeing as they've got some pretty good counters to him as well.
Would you say tap dance? I think he likes to take a huge steaming dump on that line many times. There's some games on his Ember where... It's like borderline. Is Bob feeding? Like what is happening right now? Like he just thinks the way to get back into the game is by getting more kills, which is a crazy aggressive playstyle.
Yep.
And mostly solo kills as well.
I just jumped into demo mode. You can indeed use other Meepo clones.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
So and it fully dispels as well as you'd expect the item. So it does not count as a Wind Waker, no worries. So no Wind Waker this early on, or Wind Walker, whatever. It's simply just going to be the Yule Scepter.
So not Wind Waker, it's Wind Waker. There's no L.
I have no idea.
It's like the Zelda game. That's what it's based on.
Yes, I know. I get confused because I never played the Hookshot.
It's a great game. It's a great game. Rubik. Okay, saved by the Greaves for now. Pango. Oh, he messed up the box there. Actually bunked against something. Carlo now steals a shield crash. A lot of damage resist. Carlo somehow still alive. Carlo almost getting away with his life. Toby though might die as a result. Storm's committing. BKB committed from Bob. However, lacking mana, still has a magic wand, some help. The physical damage is really high. Bob needs to be careful not to die here. Stormstormer almost got him with a shield crash there. Instead settles for Tino.
No way.
Can't find anyone in the end. Now a Meepo comes in with his onslaught of Meepos. Is he going to kill anyone? There's the Yules used already. That's the only Meepo that's a little bit low on HP. Still silenced. And they all start digging. Underground, it's nicer. Bob comes back in, hoping for the kill on Fishman, but Bob is not going to face Stormer. There's Chakra Magic ready for Bob, so he can run away and get the Fusel Blade annoys him. He gets the jump. However, Tina will have to pay for Bob's sins. Truly, this team, everyone pays for what Bob's doing. He's sacrificed 3 of his teammates already in his plays.
Yeah, that fight was actually pretty crazy there. The Yule Scepter actually making a bit of a difference. Meepo just too darn tanky now, especially with that dig. Ended up working out really well. And again, how big a difference this Coddle's making. Like, Bob is getting away with murder a lot of the times here. Not in the literal sense, because they don't actually kill anyone too useful there, but in the sense that he is zipping barely back in range of his Coddle, and then from there he gets a Chakra Magic, and then zips actually to safety. I think there was like a handful of times there that he probably dies. And now maybe he doesn't get away with that anymore. Stormstormer has himself, the Blink Dagger, but also after his Diffusal Blade did just build into the Skull Basher. That's going to be a problematic item. A heads-up purchase as well from Watson, who is incredibly annoying with the Ag Scepter Shard, or the Ag's Shard that he has now on the TA, right, which does silence depending on how long the trap has been deployed, if it's fully charged. And that's super problematic for the Meepo, right? That AoE silence is huge once this Ancient Seal hasn't been enough.
Okay, this play is kind of going to work out for now. They like the damage to actually finish off Fishman, and Fishman's still alive. He might die to Bob, but Carlo's overcommitted for this. Not healed up ever so slightly. They catch up to Toby. They also committed the BKB here for Bob. Carlos, somehow still alive, finally killed up by Stormstormer. And this team fight's getting quite chaotic as Shanks is now eating up a whole Mystic Flare. Stormstormer sees the opportunity, but is lacking the mana, and the Meeples are now being killed off. Now, yes, sure, the dig will save him for a couple of seconds, but he's going to spawn back. into the cogs with the help of Bob. I mean, this actually works out. That's all he needs, just resetting the team fight. Palos, though, one clone's getting pretty close, and that is going to be the clone that ends up killing the pack. Palos ends up losing his life with Bob not accomplishing the kills he was looking for. Only Fishman dies. Tino now on the run. Greaves still available, just got him back, uses him one last time before he falls. Execration. These team fights, they almost look good, much like most of their best of threes, but ends up being a loss overall.
Yeah, that's a huge fight as well out from Entity. They do buyback, so it's a dieback on the Stormer, but it's not going to really matter. I'm surprised they have not considered Roche yet. Maybe they just would feel a lot safer with this BKB. Execration, don't do it too quickly, don't really have any really amazing minus armor, and it's just Meepo who would need to basically ransack the hell out of Roche to take it down quickly. But Entity with a really, really good fight. This is going to basically guarantee Watson his own BKB. After that, the lockdown becomes a bit troublesome on him. This was the BKB reveal basically for Bob, and it just doesn't work out well enough. You know, he zips in and he just kills Stormer, who buys back. Like, just simply not worth it for him. The fight positioning as well from Execration felt super forced. There were like 2 heroes trapped onside that ward cliff, basically, or on that little like overhang there on that dead end. And that's basically just where Skywrath Mage starts cleaning up. Great fight from Entity. They pick a strong position to fight in, and
Bob?
Okay,
he's gonna try to kill Skywrath Mage. This is an easier kill for sure, but still impossible against 4. And now, once again, as the supports who jump in, try to save him. Carlo, though, will live this time. Oh,
but it's not worth it. He pops BKB for that.
No. He goes back in, though. Into the cogs, into the silence, into the root as well, but he gets Chakra Magic, and somehow they kill Kataomi. As now, Fishman is the next target for the Meatballs. They're going for supports first, and it works out. Palos bunching up. Bob this time went a bit too far.
Oh, no way.
He'll be saved by the ball lightning, just barely. And Palos, much higher in HP, really wants to continue this fight, but they need Bob for it, who's in and now out into the base. They're going to go for Roche? No, they're considering it. They're spreading around it.
Oh,
there goes Shanks. Doesn't get the toss back he was looking for.
Yeah, didn't want to risk the avalanche in case the leap got off in time, but unfortunately got neither there. Yeah, and then just a quick correction, man. The freaking Illuminate heal doing work here. This Guardian Greaves passive as well, right?
Yeah.
When you're below 25% health, increasing by 8 armor basically negates the effect of the Deso here in terms of its minus armor effect, of course, not the damage. Everything coming in clutch there to just barely keep this Storm alive. It has to be super frustrating for Entity. But as soon as Rolling Thunder is committed, it does feel like they do slightly have very, very little lockdown problems if the silences are not crucial enough.
Shanks. Okay, he got pushed off the high ground. There's shield crash. No, that went too far. Shanks is still gonna. No, he's gonna look. 4-step. Healing.
So surely
Shanks?
He dies.
Finally. That took way too long. And now they cut the healer. And the old man has nowhere to escape but the grave. They now secure Roche with this, most likely. No coddle means Roche is considerably easier.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially now that you're... Whoa, Deso's nearly maxed out. They're really fighting this? Bob? Just scouting.
No Chakra Magic, though.
Yep. Alright, that's fine. He had a bottle. That's the bottle for it.
What is... Oh, you missed the intersection. Oh, missed the intersection. Is Bob a grab driver? What is happening right now?
Hello, I'm here. What? Where are you? I'm here.
Palos, he's the target. Someone pick him up. Oh, no. His friends are here, too. And Bob is trying to go for the Roche.
Roche.
They need to dig. They don't dig in time. Palos is dead. Now the silence Bobby forced back to his BKB. He's out of the Roche pit. But into the frying pan of TA. They end up killing him with a swashbuckle. They also catch up to Shanks, who falls easily. And now only Carlo is going to survive. Hook shots himself to safety. Does he have a TP available? He does, but in comes the Rolling Thunder, and he didn't TP in time. Carlo will end up dying with a single bonk from the Rolling Thunder. Huge win for Entity. Execration are losing their marbles a little bit.
Yes, they are, and maybe even the game here, Avo, as things are really starting to snowball out of their control. This TA is basically fully online now. 20 stacks of the Deso. Crystal is about to be delivered. Blink Dagger. BKB still a long duration with 8 seconds. You have the other cores as well really starting to come into their own now with their own items. Stormer figures, and I think he figures correctly here, by the way, that he's going to play a little bit more around just having Rolling Thunder, not necessarily the Ag Scepter upgrade, and is going Octarine before even the Ags, just playing off the strength of this I suppose this Basher, this Diffusal, right, and being magic immune in these fights really makes it quite annoying for Meepo to just do anything in these fights, especially when the dig duration is, you can just outweight it using the Rolling Thunder. So that can be a little bit brutal here. This game looking real tough. This BKB reveal for Bob just not working out, just way too aggressive, unfortunately, which I do love. It's one of my favorite traits about him, but does need to kind of temper it here in these kinds of games.
I mean, it's a lack of consistency that's always condemns execution in these plays.
Hook shot,
Tino.
mid lane.
Oh, they can't lose Tino. He's crucial for the team fight. Stars Greaves him forced out. There's the pipe activated too. Tino just pressing all the buttons, trying to get away. But Old Man is
So
rooted and Old Man
tanky.
is dead.
So tanky. Got the pipe out. Has that Nether Shoal as well for the damage resist. Not much damage resist, that is, but it just doesn't make a difference.
Honestly, he's trying his best, but I feel like Tino has reached the point where he just needs to be really far back in these team fights.
Yeah.
So he can actually survive enough to heal the Meepos.
Yes, and he needs to be able to give the Chakra Magic to the Bob. He is basically just Mercy
Yeah,
now,
to the Bob.
pretty much, honestly. Yeah, he just needs to be alive in these fights now. It's his time to be super aggressive and hitting these big Illuminates onto 5 enemies. Like, we're beyond that now. It's time for you to retire, you know. You can't shovel the driveway anymore, old man, you know. Oh, cross back. This
won't work.
Wow.
In fact, the TA, that's going to be the Aegis lost. However, they're not going to set up here because they know it's a little bit dangerous. They can still fall into the arrow. They try to use the Earthbind, and they force the BKB from the TA. Not bad. Win overall.
I respect this from Entity. It's overly safe, you know. Maybe a little bit of boy cried wolf, but it's the right move to make in a game like this. You're going to continue outscaling your enemies here, as long as you don't lose too heavily. Fishman, hook shot, can't come out of time.
I mean, Bob finally gets support kills he was looking for the whole game.
Yep.
And look, Chakra Magic. Oh. And the thing about Bob is he's going to play like he has Chakra Magic, whether Tino is alive and gives it to him or not. So you better give it to him. It's like a constant threat from Bob.
Okay, there's a pretty significant item picked up here by the Meepo as well. I'd like to point out I have Scotty finished up. Always great against your ranged heroes. The stats, of course, is shared with the other Meepos, but only Meepo Prime gives the auto attack modifier of I have Scotty. So you need to, the way you can tell this in fights when you're just watching the game, by the way, is whichever Meepo has the level indicator next to his health bar, that's Meepo Prime. That's the one that's going to be getting and hitting with auto attack modifiers, other than, of course, Ransack, right? So keep that in mind. If you see him actually hit the TA, kind of a big deal, slightly a big deal, as she is not one for very good who is running away after she does get hit with that attack and move speed slow.
Yeah, exactly. So they're begging on Carlo. Oh, he's crazy. He's Bob now. In fact, with a toss back, and they kill the Offland Marauder in time. They do. Toby has been bursted. In exchange, though, it seems like for Kataomi, sorry, for Shanks, mind you, as they go for Kataomi instead in the backlines, it's Bob once again, who's already acted BKB. TP's in the middle of 4. This madman is not going to get away with it this time. They do kill Fishman,
They
but
found a
one of the
Meepo.
Meepos is in trouble. Can they use him? They don't have it.
he didn't dig.
Palos is just going to lose his life, or his lives, as the attempted TP from Tino is thwarted by a single bash from Stormer. Another win from Entity, even though it looked kind of good for Execration for once.
It did, yeah. Just a little bit of an overextension there. I mean, Bob is doing great work, I have to say. Like, holding back this TA, holding back the Skywrath Mage, who could be, you know, presenting way bigger problems for the rest of Execration's team fight. But the problem is he's still heavily countered by these heroes himself, right? So he's, like, kind of just throwing himself into the embers and making space for a team fight that still ends up kind of breaking down and collapsing as soon as he does go down. I have to commend him, though. I think this is kind of how he has to play this game, because as we can see, like, yeah, this Meepo just is not going to be able to fight any of these heroes. Like, you just can't 5v5 on this hero. You just, it's not doable in a game like this. Someone has to kind of force spells and objectives onto the backlines. And between Shanks and Bob, you know, you're going to be more willing to commit bigger spells on Bob than you are this Tiny, especially after he uses his one combo on Tiny. Like, sure, you're scared of him, especially with Chakra Magic. You can't ignore him, but it's much more on Bob, who is going to be having a bit more of a bigger impact here in these fights.
Palos? Oh, he went really far forward. You saw that. TP's to the tier 2.
Okay. Again, that's Meepo Prime. That's also the one that can Yules himself as he's silenced.
Of course, yes.
And the one that has to Yules other Meepos, so...
Yes, so if he's stunned, it's a problem.
Right. Yes, very true. Or muted, but I don't see any nullifiers. Oh, wait, nullifier doesn't do that
Nullifier is a
anymore.
mute. It's just a spell. A mute is only Doom now.
That's right.
Or Hex, I guess.
And Hex. Technically Hex. But you got bigger problems if you're Hexed, because then Alvaro is telling the entire world about how delicious a picky you would be.
I have researched new recipes for this tournament, appropriate to all the regions that we're watching today. But for today, we're not gonna have any hexes. We don't have any pigs yet. We just have a little rat or whatever the hell Meepo is, trying to live his best life, hustling his way to victory. Will he
they're hustling
succeed?
to kill him, though.
Certainly not. Look at this. The system is against the Meepo. Will Meepo survive? All his friends get stunned. Oh, he also stunned his other friend, Bob. But he still has BKB, and they know this.
No, he just ate the arrow.
They hit him with the arrow. They forced him away from the Mystic Flare. Doesn't matter. Bob is dead before he can get BKB off, and that means Shank should also fall here rather quickly. And Paul's is fighting alone. They need the buyback from Bob, and they use it. They need to use one of the Meeples who's still silenced. Finally got it away. Now he can dig underground, and the Meeples
Big dig.
Watson, a target. They might kill him with Bob's lacerating
Oh,
Bob, but they chuck him
no, the
It's
refraction.
not gonna work. Bob dies twice in the same team fight, and Watson gets away. Fishman though might fall, but who cares at this point? Fishman is not as valuable as 2 Bobs and maybe 1 Pauls as well, who has 4 of him. More
comes
to
Watson.
kill, more to murder. Go Toby, he got it. It's gonna be another follows as Stormstormer wreaks havoc in the remaining backlines of an execration that's dismantled and destroyed.
Radiant's top
That
tower
was
is
wild, dude, and that's this Octarine core really paying off, isn't it? My man Stormstormer, he gets 2 Rolling Thunders off in that fight. It's not even like that long a fight, to be honest. It's just he just is able to get that off with Octarine. He makes a huge difference there, especially on that second Rolling Thunder, the counter initiation there. Bob once again here, good buyback, gets in very quickly on his BKB, and they're just like 30 damage short of killing Watson.
Radiant's top
And I
tower
think
is
that's about that's about as close as they're ever going to get to have killing him, honestly. I don't see that ever getting, I don't see them ever having another chance at that. I think this game's too far gone. 25k, you're down with a Meepo, just not really a comeback kind of a hero. I think this one's all but over now.
Radiant's
Yeah, I
They're
think
going to
they're
need like some
really-
toss back into fountain kind of garbage. I just don't see that happening here.
Who knows? You know, Shakes has been doing some good tossbacks.
He
The last
has.
thing that C loses is faith, right?
Look,
Or
I mean,
Seth
what,
America.
you have a Force Staff, you have Telekinesis, and you have Toss. But, of course, you can't toss onto a Ball Lightning target, so otherwise that'd be hilarious. So, it's... I don't know. I foresee it's only a matter of time. I think this is where if you're Entity, you just slow roll this one a little bit. You take your guaranteed win here in the best of 2 group stage. Of course, the format of DreamLeague Season 19 is best of 2s, and it's all about getting outside of the first group
another
stage, because
1-1.
this isn't even the first group stage, you know? Or this isn't even the last group stage. It's only the first one, right? So you take
still
your
group
wins
stage.
when you can get them, I think is the strat.
I mean, look, the execration 1-1 is a special at this point, right? These guys live in the 1-1s perpetually.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
right,
think they
at
can win
Lima.
a 2-0. Yeah. Stormer. Okay, hook shot. We'll save him. The arrow catches Bob, and Bob connects his BKB for this aggression, so
Dead.
he's dead already. Now the Meepos go in, but the Meepos are controlled, and they're alone. Goodbye, Meepo.
Exterminated the Meepos.
Okay, now this is just... There we
Yeah,
go.
that's GG, and they
this is
call
over.
it. Does a little
That
bit
is
like
over.
Caddyshack, where, oh, what are these Meepos? These Meepos are digging holes. And Watson kind of walks on over and drops some fully lit dynamite into the little Meepo dig holes and just absolutely committed murder. I mean, just brutal here. Brutal stuff out from Entity. Phenomenal game from Watson. I mean, look, I don't think he played game 1 too bad. I think his idea of going for the Battle Fury was a unique one, right? And I think going for that early Vanguard is something that can certainly work in certain kinds of matchups. It was just too slow, right? And this one, I think he just played it perfectly paced, right? Good aggression out from the lanes, good farm, came out of the jungle to push back his tower and just buy more space and time. I'm between him and Stormstormer for MVP in this matchup because the way Stormstormer played this mid game, it did not look like he laned against the Storm, honestly. What a game.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. I think that the Entity played a really solid game. They understood this, but I'm going to go on the other side of execration. And I mean, their Sisyphean effort to never get a 2-0 in any of the group stages they play. They carry this with them since the Annie Major, where Palos was also part of execration, of course, with Carlo. And they also only got 1-1s in what was back then the wildcard stages. I looked this stat up because I couldn't believe it. I don't understand what the fans have done to deserve this. Just do a 2-0. Just get a normal game number 2, honestly. I don't feel like this was their best performance. Not even close to it. Sure, Bob might have been forced into a weird position because I thought the Meeple was the best and didn't really work out, right? And that Coddle pick did kind of screw them over a little bit in the draft, even though I think Tino played to the best of his ability. But then halfway through the game was just pasta and salad everywhere. He's just throwing condiments on the floor. And half the time, I'm not really sure if Bob is in position, out of position, or he's just getting off on the pain he's feeling. He would go in and activate BKB halfway through the team fight because he needed to. And then Entity was like, hey, I think Bob's activating BKB halfway through the team fight. What if we just arrow him? Oh, wow. Oh, there you go. That kills him. I don't know. It was a lot of a weird plays by Execration, which I don't think we saw in game 1 from Entity. I think Entity just had a poor draft and it didn't really work their way, but they didn't have this in their team fight execution, except for the one last team fight. So Execration, please, upwards, not Rocky, just upwards, guys. You guys can do it. You have the potential, I believe.
I see a different story here from Execration, even though of course they do end up losing this game. I see a story where they're not afraid to try things that are a little bit different, right? They immediately tried to go back into their Luna Visage shenanigans, and then Entity were like, no, we're not letting you do that. We're stealing the Visage immediately. And then they went, okay, whatever, Bob, you're gonna play a new hero for the first time. You're playing Pangolier. And then halfway through the game, he's like, how does Rolling Thunder work? Why did I cancel roll up right away? What is going on? And then in game 2, they were like, hey, Meepo's a hero. It's a good Meepo game. What if we didn't give Coddle a lane and Bob was just a little bit crazy like he always is? You know, I mean, it's styles clash. It's their style clash with this draft. I think there's nothing wrong with this draft in essence, except for, of course, that Coddle lane, but that happens when you first pick the hero. It's just a matter of how this team is used to playing together. That was more of the issue, right? So
I agree 100%. Yeah, it's definitely, and that's the crux that they always have. The nail in the coffin, and also the nail that pries open any coffin is surprisingly Bob, honestly. I think they sink or swim based on his performance. And if he could he's in that Carl phase, right? When he was reaching up to T1, he was on Geek Fam back then. You're like, oh, Carl's very good, but he likes to die, huh? He really, really likes to die. And Bob is in that moment where he's very good. You can see his ability, but there's just some moments he likes to die. I think they've fixed his biggest issue in Lima, which was he used to lose a lot of his lanes. That was CTPC. CTPC 2, very different. Lima, not that bad either. And now they just need to work on this fact of, are you really going in, Bob? Can you tell your teammates if you're going in as well? But this team has a lot of potential. As for Entity, there's a reason why these guys are still a top tier team, and why Western Europe is so stacked. I don't know what to say. Like, they have a couple of weird things with their ranged offlaners, but this time it worked. I hope it doesn't bamboozle them like it did in Lima, but I still think that this team is of the same caliber as any team going to the major. Not much difference between them and any of the other ones because Western Europe is so close. Maybe besides the top two. Maybe the top two in Europe are a little bit above the rest, but everyone else just very, very closely guarded.
Yeah, indeed. We are waiting to see if we are going to get an interview. It would be with Entity, but just
because they're the winner
on that one.
Sure.
Yeah, because they won the last game. Because they're the winner. Look, I mean, honestly, Execration are the winners because they just love getting 1-1s, right? I mean, there's just no other way around.
They get
that.
offense. Yeah.
They're just so happy, man. But we
Chemo comes into the room. High fives everyone. God, yes. Hey, if we win 2-0, people are gonna start doubting us. They're gonna think we've gotten better. There's 1-1. That's the way to go.
They're trying to stay underneath the radar a little bit until Group Stage 2, right? And I think with the amount of teams that get eliminated here from the first group stage, they may actually end up making it through if they just solely draw.
Yes, 1-1s are fine for the first group stage. For the second one, I think you'll eventually. I mean, I guess if you consistently get 1-1s, I think you'll be fine, right?
It's bottom half are eliminated, right? 16 teams total. 4 teams proceed out of Group A. So 1-1s, I think at least get you tiebreakers.
Yeah, okay,
maybe
tiebreakers. There you go.
Depends on the
they
rest
did
of
get
your plays out.
In the Lima Major, they did get 2-0 in the last game, right? That they played in group stages, which was
and that condemned them.
Yep. Yes. Otherwise, they would have gone through tiebreakers. But it's an interesting storyline. How far can they go? When will Execration's first 2-0 happen in a group stage? I'm very interested to see, but it's not going to be today. As for Entity, I don't know. I think they're still finding their style a little bit. I said that in Lima. I still say that today. I think the Western European DPC was a big blow to their morale a little bit because they still haven't settled on what they want to do with Watson now. I think in Lima, they kind of found it and then lost it again in Western Europe. A patch will help them out a lot. Not gonna lie. I think when you're these kind of teams and you just want to stay together because your mentalities are good and you're a solid team and you're good players, but you're kind of struggling with your full understanding of the patch and what style you want to play, just new patch and it resets it and all of a sudden you're good again.
It's like the free honeymoon phase, Unfortunately for us, we will not get to speak with anyone from Entity. It looks like We don't have that one this time around. We then are going to just have to wait. Hopefully, for our next series, we get an interview because our next series is quite a spicy one. We got OG taking on the replacements for PSG LGD who were unable to attend, and that is going to be Team Enigma Galaxy.
Yes, OG versus Enigma. Very, very exciting match because they both have the best fan bases, of course. And Enigma will also be playing with well, I don't know if you can call it a stand at this point, but they're replacing MR temporarily for this tournament for Miracle, who's going to be playing back with them. We'll see what positions they end up playing as we get into the tournament. But Enigma always gives fun games with really weird drafts. I think against OG, the true clowniness comes out because these teams have a very interesting conception of Dota. So I really can't wait to see them against each other.
Yeah, me too. But that's going to take us to a bit of a break. Starts in around 15 minutes from now. So not too long of a break, guys. Of course, you're watching ESL Earth Spirits or ESL Dota. What are we
Earth,
on?
just
ESL...
Earth. We're not we're not spirits,
no.
just Earth.
ESL _ Dota 2 Earth. So
Earth,
don't
Earth.
forget there are other channels as well where you can catch a couple
Yes.
other games if they're still
Other
going
elements,
online.
other spirits, or something.
Yeah,
Check them
but
out.
for now, that's going to take us to a break, and we'll come back in about 15 to 20 minutes with Team OG taking on Enigma. We'll catch you then.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise
Dream League Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, guys, and welcome to the second match of the day. The very exciting match between OG and Nigma. It would almost be a match who decides who gets relegated for Div 2. That would be a very fun thing. But no, OG's going to the major, actually, in this massive tiebreaker that Western Europe had. And Nigma will be going to Div 2 next. And Nigma will be playing with a stand-in as well, if you can call it that. Miracle is replacing Amar for this game in this eternal shuffler that is Nigma, where they found their sixth player to be Amar. Just see what works in that team. Very, very excited for this match because both these teams are a little bit crazy and wacky in their strategies. And so even if it might not always be the best Dota, it's a fun Dota. And that's what C fans like.
It is a fun Dota. I also think this is I'm really interested to see how Nigma are going to adjust. I think Amar is one of the most unique players in Dota 2 right now in terms of how you have to draft. Right. I know he's not playing, right? Which is why I'm saying that's forced Sumail into a very different role. It's forced the rest of Nigma into a very much of a different role. And now they're back with Miracle, right? So, like, how is that going to change the team? Is this going to be the same Nigma that we've been seeing in Western Europe that, of course, did lose those tiebreakers that you said? There was a three-way tie from 6th to 8th. Entity was in them, and Entity made it out alive. Nigma, unfortunately, are going to be relegated back to Division 2, so no chance for them, of course, at Berlin or for the Bali major. So they have once again a very long road ahead to TI qualifiers, but they did get a little bit of luck for them after LGD were unable to attend. That's why they're here instead. So for LGD fans, unfortunately, this match is not LGD versus OG. It is instead Nigma Galaxy versus OG. So another Western European brawl. This one ought to be pretty exciting though. Like I said, it's a big change for Nigma. Of course, no longer playing with Sumail.
Yeah. And on the side of OG, right, the big change at the beginning of the season that all their fans are so happy about is they finally replaced Misha and they brought in Chu, the coach. Oh, yeah. Chu, everyone remembers the train of pain from ESL1 Genting. He was so good, amazing. And they got very similar results. I mean, yes, sure, they're going to the major, but you could argue it's just because it's more stacked, right? OG is arguably still in a similar position where they were in the first season where, yes, they're good and they're strong. Sure, nobody takes it away from them, but probably not the top teams in Western Europe right now. Right, as they struggle with more consistency issues and experience issues than a lot of the top teams do in Western Europe, which are just, again, incredibly stacked region. So being fourth in Europe is still like probably top 8 in the world, but it's still fourth, right? And OG has to address this problem somehow. And the change with Chu has just given them maybe a little more consistent laning, but overall, it feels like a very similar team, not going to lie, which I'm happy about because I think the Misha haters were really wrong about that idea.
That's right. I agree. We'll see how this is going to end up going. Of course, for those Western European Dota fanatics, you'll know that their last matchup was about 2 weeks ago here towards the last. It was in the last week of Western European Div 1 for the spring tour. And we're not going to see a similar match straight up because that time Sumail played mid and safe lane, as in Amar went mid lane on Timbersaw in one game. And then went mid lane as well, again, as a Razor. And Sumail played two very different heroes. Still very much win conditions, but just having to play around that early tempo that Amar likes to make. That's why I bring this up, right? I'm really excited. I think Sumail had, what was this tweet? I think he had I remember it was a picture or a tweet or something like that. He made some sort of social media post in general that was something like it kind of expressing disappointment. Yeah, something like that, right?
Okay.
Recently, and people like to really read into that kind of things whenever one of our favorite personalities posts something after a long hiatus about what that could mean. But I think in general, obviously, we know it means he's going to go to Beast Coast, right? Making waves.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I mean, he was in an airplane, right? So they both assumed airplane means leaving the team. That's what players do, right? People, they love to travel. I think that was the logic. I don't remember. I don't know. This team, I think Nigma is very hard to pin down as to what they think their identity is at any moment. And this already starts with the 2 picks. I mean, look, we've seen teams do this. So Dragon Knight early, it's Bleed, and they didn't do well this season. So this hero now is played in the offlane with this Meteor Hammer build. People are starting to run. It's okay. It's not the
10
favorite of a lot of people, but
seconds
it's
remaining.
okay. And
Yeah.
I think some people are actually using it as an answer somewhat to Disruptor, because the
seconds
lane Disruptor is
remaining.
pretty bad, or Disruptor's lane is really bad, and Disruptor doesn't really do much with Static Storm against Dragon Knight, right? Because either you have BKB and you're fine, or you don't have BKB and you're also mostly fine most of the time, unless they have overwhelming damage. So it's a pretty solid pick against support that lacks damage.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Nigma were considering this disruptor ban or not. They've banned it in their previous matchup versus someone like Entity, for example. Of course, that's a much different opponent. Fishman, it's a specialty. But generally, their opening tends to be the Beastmaster into this kind of disruptor, is what they've played in the past. Again, with a different core. So, but the DK opening is still one that they've been toying around with. They do generally like to just pick a lane in their opening duo. For the most part, I see a lot of like Beastmaster, Shadow Demon, Snapfire, Shadow Demon, Beastmaster Disruptor. Like they have this opening basically for 6-7 especially that they really like
Okay.
sticking with. Yeah.
Right. Not one of the two supports kind of teams then. I see.
No, not very much. They really like getting an offlaner in early from what I see. Or sometimes a
Okay.
Mars hero. But again, this is going to change, right?
And OG go for probably one of the better heroes to deal with the DK offlane, which is the Slark, also your Agi favorite for sure. Your Agi, of course, so he likes to take it away. That's why he plays Morphin as well.
Of course.
Yeah. And
10
I mean, this hero is really solid against these long single targeted stuns. They're also easy to dodge because DK jumps onto you,
5
activate Dark
seconds
Pact,
remaining.
right? Since he has very little range, it's kind of hard for him to play around that. Whereas longer range stuns is easier to bait out the Dark Pact and try to stun him afterwards, like say Roar. There's actually more counterplay with that. But DK struggles a lot with this because you're kind of an initiator. And the lane obviously is difficult because the Essence Shift, though a DK's extra armor tends to allow him to live. So it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, it just ends up being a really annoying lane for the DK. And potentially deadly, right? When paired with a disruptor, given that you have way more catch, it means you get a lot more auto attacks,
5
and your
seconds
essence
remaining.
starts to stack up and mean a little bit more in the laning stage when you're kind of just skirmishing with that ability at level 1. Wonder if we're going to end up seeing the Acceptor build. Does have a lot of powerful uses against some of the more mobile heroes that you end up seeing these days, like that Ember Spirit. That's double pounce build ends up being a really, really big thorn in the side. I also want to point out very quickly that OG are playing in a couple of one other third party tournament right now. I should specify. They're playing in
Malta
Pinnacle
Vibes?
Cup right now. Yeah, that
No.
one. Yep. And they actually had a very similar draft
10
here
seconds
already, where they
remaining.
8th picked a Slark into a Beastmaster Rubik. So kind of interesting.
seconds
Something
remaining.
that maybe was on the back of their mind. They ended up winning that game. I wonder if they're maybe thinking this game is going to head down into a similar direction for them. But just recent favorite hero for your Agi, of course.
He's always been really good on this hero. I think he excels in these heroes that really play on the limit.
10
Okay,
seconds
I know there's moments, there's lots of clips of him, but I do think when you think of Yuragi, you don't think
5
of the,
seconds remaining.
I guess, more traditional. I don't know. I don't really think of the Svens and stuff like that, the Wraith Kings or Lifestealers, where it's all about positioning. I think much more of the Morphlings, the Slarks, and these heroes that play on the knife's edge and really get away with a lot, have a lot of win potential. Of course, when you have someone like BZM in your team, the fact that you don't have to be so win conditioned takes off a lot of off your shoulders.
That's
So
right.
I think he's allowed to go for these scarier, riskier heroes, which have a really large impact, but have been sink or swim traditionally for OG in the past.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
these best Zoomer mid heroes, right? We'll see what he's going to end up with this
5
game.
seconds
They
remaining.
will take out that Enigma and that Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker, of course, just phenomenal against Slark because of the passive, and you can really end up screwing him over with that. Marcy banned out. I wonder if... I don't know. Anytime I always see a Slark picked, and then obviously the Bloodseeker banned out, I'm always wondering if you're
10
considering
seconds
just
remaining.
picking up something like the Pangolier, just because it is kind of a value ban, right?
5
For two of
seconds
your
remaining.
heroes.
Mm.
Not the biggest
Pango
BZM
against
hero.
Pango against Slark could be a little bit tough, because you can't Rolling Thunder before the fight, right? Oh, so you have to Rolling Thunder before the fight and blink in, because otherwise he pounces you and then prevents the whole thing. Or you have to roll up into Rolling Thunder, which is a hassle. But I do think it's a very good Pango game.
Mhm.
Would you do it on 15 though? I don't know. If I was OG, I would steal it actually.
That's what I was thinking for OG, to be honest. But looking through BZM's recent games, it's not really something he's been keen on picking. Lots of like
Radiant
more
team
flashy heroes in general, I would say.
Oh, there's the
more-
Pango
more-
bench just in case.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it made sense, right? I was kind of eyeing it for OG here, but I don't know. Just we're in a very Pango Ridge meta right now, so anything that you end up doing that just brings more value to this hero, I think is
Yeah.
just dangerous. You have a nice dual core timing there, I want to say, between the Slark and Pango with like Diffusal and then first
5
item on Slark
seconds
can very
remaining.
easily join a fight. It could have been bad. Heads up ban from Nigma.
You kind of want the vision here now for Nigma here. Obviously, it's a support 'cause 15, but you also kind of need stuns. Like against Slark, if the Enchantress wasn't here, I actually the Undying tends to be pretty solid because you don't want to hit the Tombstone in the middle of the fight. He gets vision of the Slark, blah blah.
Clockwork. PT.
Okay, he is vision and stuns. He's kind of like a little bit of both. Not great at either,
No.
but
I think his vision's
somewhat
just
there.
fine. His vision's
it's
just
just
fine. And what he does do is make taking Roche against this kind of a lineup super annoying.
10
Just, kind of
seconds
listing the benefits from this guy. Mixed damage ultimate as well is super
5
valuable,
seconds
especially for
remaining.
how long of a reach it has. And you have some pretty good setup, honestly, with it. You've also enabled the hero because you've already picked up his biggest counter, honestly. The Enchantress, who just completely decimates, and not even decimates, just ruins his laning stage with that Dispel. Okay, so OG are really liking this one draft that they picked. They played versus a team called YNT in Multivibes with a win. They went tied, and then they also 16-17 as well. Ended up going with
10
a
seconds
Willow.
remaining.
I'm
Radiant
wondering if
team
they're going to
pick.
just repeat it here. They will. Okay.
Okay. All right, a couple of specials as well. I do love Tiger Willow as well. That used to be a classic one back when he was on Liquid, right? The massive defense with him with Boxy.
Oh,
Though
yeah.
usually they like picking with combos. Is there much of a combo to the Tide Willow in the lane? It just feels like a bunch of they're all good heroes in their
Yeah.
own
10
right, but
seconds
I
remaining.
don't really see much of the synergy between them.
I think like Gush slow into
5
I don't
seconds
know
remaining.
into
Into
Bramble
hits?
Like it's not crazy, right? It is lots of magic damage against an Ench, right? Who is going to kind of struggle to do a lot here. I also believe it's going to do pretty well against the creep, right? Because it's kind of harder to micro those creeps around because they have a really awkward turn rate and their move speed is awful. So it can reduce the efficiency of taking a creep in lane. Okay.
Enigma opt for the Morphling. Very strong Slark counter these days, right? Because Slark doesn't like Slark requires attack speed, and Morphling definitely goes to Ags in this matchup. And all of a sudden, Slark does nothing, and the question is, do we go Moonshard in the Slark? On this hero, but he is in a currently very strong place because you can't really catch him, and if you do, he doesn't die. And that's where the Tinker kind of excels. He breaks apart every Tinker strategy you've had until now, which is fighting him in the trees. Doesn't really matter anymore. You just catch him, and he kills you and tanks through all your damage. So it's pretty brutal of a hero right now. The issue, of course, happens that sometimes he doesn't farm fast enough, and he's very much a sink or swim kind of hero. But I'm a big fan of him, and he's very good against Morphling for the obvious, very common Shiva pickup. So that you don't even need the Scotty in this game. So yeah, great, lovely Tinker pick. We'll see what they end up doing with this. We'll see how Enigma Galaxy answers to it. The Darkseer is a more traditional counter to him. Maybe we see a DK that actually is forced to go into more of a carry position, because you're going to need a secondary carry against this Tinker if this goes too late. Maybe you see the Manta style BKB Ags kind of build that we saw on Skitter.
And it's a phenomenal game for that, right? I think you're already incentivized to do that. I think this this DK, even though it's a DK, he's going to want to move the game forward because he's going to be their tower hitter early. And he does really a lot of work in that respect here versus this kind of a team. The danger for him is mostly going to be trying to get out cleanly versus a Willow versus a Disruptor and versus a Tinker. Like, not to mention with a freaking Tidehunter standing out in front of the tower defending the darn thing. This is not an OG lineup that is going to very easily give away its objectives, right? It's going to fight till the very bitter end. They've got really great ultis around it, and they synergize quite nice. A couple of my small favorite ones actually are just Thunderstrike, which gives vision for Tinker to continue spamming. You know, like even these kind of small things, the rockets, yes, are really quite powerful in these kinds of games. You know, lots of vision for Yuragi to know when he can join the fights from which angles, stuff like that. Fun game here. We'll see if Sumail is going to end up getting caught here.
Trying to circle. A really solid first kill. It's all a hard one, though. You can just go Dragon's Blood and kind of tank a fair amount. There's the Gush. Sumail takes Breathe Fire instead to reduce the damage. But Sumail is going to die regardless.
To BZM.
Wow.
And GH.
Hey, that is a really bad start. They even get a second kill onto GH. Okay, this is looking terrible. You just gave the Tinker, the enemy Tinker, the first blood, and you're a DK as well.
Yep. And you gave your Agi to your Agi already at 2 permanent stacks coming to the lane. Did take Essence just level 1, but you know, against actually they've swapped it up here. So we'll see how that works out for him. Essence shift 1 against the Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean that seems fine.
Yep.
But he's a melee hero after all. I mean this lane kinda sucks for Slark. Because you do nothing, you have no interaction with Darkseer's Iron Shells at all, so I think you just kind of survive.
Yeah, happy to get the earlier first blood there as well on the Tinker. Early bottle for him.
He can actually, he can afford to go for the bottle as a result.
Yeah, early bottle coming out already. Whoa.
Yeah. Okay.
That was weird. Okay.
Okay, that was his own teammate. It's all good. It's all good.
yeah.
Yuragi's like, why are you pausing, DM? All right.
I'm taking a look here. I do think what Nigma can be really annoying with is they can go ahead and easily at that get into this enemy triangle and start really disrupting stacks for this early Tinker. That's going to be super annoying here for him. Even probably just stealing creeps as well out from that lane. Taiga's already taking a bit of a beating down here, by the way. Kuro just kind of giving it to him here on the edge with Impetus level 1. Wow. The master of all heroes. He can't wait until he can play Muerta. Reclaim his role, or his crown of played every single hero in Captain's Mode.
Needs to be guys. I need to be carry again, just so I can play Muerta for one match. It's like no, guys. I swear, Muerta 5 is amazing.
Muerta has a silence, guys. Pick me Muerta.
But he might kill Tiger. The choice of Bramble Maze I understand for that fight, but against the Enchanters, if you don't have the Shadow Realm, it's a very tough matchup.
Yeah,
I don't know what Bramble does against her. Okay.
Yeah, maybe they were just really hungry for that first blood.
That pause lasted too long. Kuroki's old now, so he got lost. Now he's fighting against 2 Bramble Maze. He's not going to be hit by them. He's trying to win the Magic Stick. And you'll die to the Bramble Maze, actually, not giving Tidehunter the extra gold. Okay. Actually, huge win by Kuro.
He's not that old, Abo. Respect your elders. He calculated that perfectly. And we'll come back to lane with full HP and man, a space created for Miracle. Who is
good for the young people who don't have a short attention span, right? So they get lost after the pause. So it was all
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And you know, they need to put Temple Run or whatever Subway Surfers in the corner of Dota whenever they pause for longer than 5 seconds.
I'm yet to see those videos. I think you're a demographic that is outside of mine, my friend.
If the casters don't dance while they cast the game, I cannot pay attention to it. Too
that's how
boring.
Spanish cast works these days, actually. So yeah, you're not that far off.
Didn't know
Hey,
that.
let's look at the final lane that I wanted to check out, which is this top lane of Darkseer Elder. Do you think at level 3 you start jumping them? Because I mean, he's not getting many last hits on mind control, which makes sense. Level 1 Darkseer, level 1 Iron sucks, but do you just dive the Slark endlessly after this? Because you don't want to get 6, right?
I think so, but you do
shove
have to mind the mana on GH. GH as well is not getting any experience out from this, so the level 3 power spike is only going to be on the Darkseer. And you have to be aware you're playing into Glimpse Kinetic Field. It's a Glimpse Kinetic Field kind of meta here for Chu, as GH is going to have a ton of damage for a level 1 Astral Spirit, which is almost a DD rune for him. Doing a good job here, getting in a couple of denies. So I think you have to be tempered, and you really have to play off of the mana here. Natural Order as well for GH, which is going to be super annoying here. The Spirit has the magic debuff on it.
Kuroki. Kuroki's gonna die here to the Tide, or maybe it's Taiga who dies first. Kuroki saving himself. There's a Shadow Realm, and Taiga is safe for now. Throws the last shot at Kuroki. He dies to Miracle. Just killing supports Richie.
Man, it's a bloodbath here. Taiga probably furiously taking notes as he lanes against one of the position 5 masters on a classic hero for him, this Ench, right? I mean, I think Puppy Ench is a bit bigger, but
definitely do that.
He's taking notes, for sure.
Yeah. I think he's just killing him as much as he can. He's just out of spite, right? He's playing against Ench. He doesn't really care about how good Kuro is. He just hates the hero.
That's true. He just hates the lane experience. He's here to make sure that Kuro does not have more fun than him, and Kuro's gonna have a little bit of fun as there he is. He grabs the tornado creep. Look at that damage. How can you sustain through this, Taiga?
What do you
fool.
reckon? Enchant build or no for Kuroki, like all the other enchanters? Oh wait, top lane, Yuragi? No, he actually dispelled the vacuum push. Well, wow, that's really cool. But Chu might just die to GH's auto attacks. One more hit, and they actually got him with the Iron Shell instead. GH will fall to the Slark, getting more agility to Yuragi, who's now being chased down by mind control and is happy to take the tower in exchange for his life.
He has stick. He's not dying. He even calculated it. Look at that. Being a little bit of a show off. Being like, man, BZM, don't you wish you were playing Quas Exort Invoker now?
He quite literally asked his team, he's like, guys, nobody tips me for that play? And then Miracle's like, okay. 10 seconds later.
And then they go, don't dare. You see that Tide Hunter, you're going to get him next game, okay? You keep that up.
There you go.
We'll keep picking you Venomancer.
I mean, I think mind control is, I don't know, Darkseer and Tide Hunter is kind of similar in terms of how fun they are. Unless you
disagree, dude.
Doesn't Universe famously say that he hated the Darkseer?
Did he?
Yeah, he said that he didn't like playing it. Like he
I
was
thought
good
he
at
liked
it, but
all
he
the
didn't like
purple
playing
heroes. I thought he liked remember Offlane Faceless Void and the Darkseer?
Yeah, he was good at them.
Yeah.
But he didn't like them. He liked playing them. He thought it was boring. He just did it to win TI. You know, casual TI win.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Taiga? Okay, Enchant is level 2, by the way. Whirlwind?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
no, he was too good. The Whirlwind was so good it actually debated Miracle instead. But they get the kill all along. Okay.
That's what I was going to say. I think you, with the changes to Enchant, I think you kind of have to max this one, to be honest. I don't really believe you're going to be able to out-sustain this kind of a matchup either with Nature's Attendance, even early. I think it's just a little bit too hopeful. And then you can get into the jungle, you can start ruining stacks, and also the push, again, with this DK, is going to be pretty much out of this world here. I really do think Sumail is going to look to get a little bit more aggressive here once he does get that Elder Dragon form. Not really aggressive. He's going to push wave and he's going to hit the tower with the DPS, right? And if you can bring in a high-level creep to actually help tank the tower and do some more pushing, I think you're going to do a lot of work for the team.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree with that notion, actually. Especially because Sumail decided not to go for the popular Meteor Hammer. I think it's the right choice. At a mid-DK, you don't go for that as much. But you need the extra help for the push, honestly. Because Tinkerbell still annoys you constantly with the laser.
Taiga is fighting to the death once again, support fight. It's over the power rune, which Sumail is going to easily secure. No bottle on him, though, so it's just immediately activated and then deactivated because there's a sentry down bottom, or in mid.
Top lane, GHM mind control once again. Diving this tower.
Oh, here comes
Tinker
BZM.
has his TP now. Yep. I don't know about this one, GH. Oh, Vacuum is great. Yuragi's already dead. BZM can collect some kills, but he gets stomped by GH instead. GH is going to die to the tower, but he gives enough space for mind control to make it through the trees. And BZM has no blink dagger, so it's kind of hard to chase for him. He has no boots either. He's just here for his mid lane tax.
Yeah,
oh,
pretty
wow.
much.
Chu took it away from him, so BZM now is enraged.
He hit him with the okay, huh?
Yeah. He's like, Misha's still our coach, Chu, you know? It's never too late to make another change.
We could still make them. You know that old G lineup? Those guys are looking pretty good.
We can steal some of those. Taiga is struggling against Kuro again. He hates life, goes into Shadow
Sworn
Realm.
enemies, these two.
Really creating a new storyline. Old guard versus new guard. Here comes BZM. But the Golem actually scouted his TP, so he doesn't know the Hurl Boulder cooldown. BZM is going to be a little bit safer on this, just to make sure. And he can't kill the Golem because he gets more boulders. On the
That's
top
right.
side, Chu is fighting against GH solo. And GH might just get this kill with one more hit, but the Glimpse stops it actually. And now we have Bremmelmaze. GH went a bit too far, and now Chu is baiting him to go even further as the
Chasing him
heat-seeking
so
missiles
far.
will kill Chu.
Are fortified.
Honestly, it's a lot of space, though. I mean, as silly as that sounds, like, Sumail was already hitting this tier 1 tower once again with Elder Dragon form back online. BZM is going to laser him in the face, so he starts missing some more attacks. But this is why I like that Kuroki did go for that level 2 enchants, right? I mean, he's tanking a lot more for the tower already. It's going to go down here. This is a pretty early tower, and Tinker's not going to be super comfortable with this lack of protection here.
Has fallen.
Well, maybe if he gets a kill into Sumail, it'll feel better, but no, not quite. Infuse raindrops,
Kuroki?
instead he'll have to settle for Kuro.
I mean, it's good. Taiga finally gets his revenge. There we go. No glimpse. Oh, no revenge. No glimpse, no revenge. Chu, level 5. Trying to bully level 3 Ench, and he can't. Taiga, extremely sad, was ready to dive in further, but chose to play level-headed instead.
Well, story of the lane so far is that Nigma come out with a little bit of an edge here, a 2k net worth lead. A lot of this is kind of coming through on Miracle. I mean, hold on, they're fighting top. Pounce away.
There they
Full mind
are,
control. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he was using the Slark Illusion trying to kill Yuragi, but here comes BZM to kill Mind Control instead. Now as the
too
Blink
aggressive.
Dagger, he's pretty much online.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing to try and break this early lead that Nigma could start running away with. Kuro is going to die for the ward. Worth. Hashtag.
Yeah. Yuragi gets a little more agi with that. Miracle still farming though this time.
Oh, yeah.
So,
He's
until Tinker
farming.
comes onto him. However, he's out of mana, has no Soul Ring yet, which is why he can't go for long, right? He's kind of
Yeah.
a one-pump chump right now.
He's fine. He's fine. DM is starting to cut waves down bottom, though. Both mid laners trying to do this, but of course the Tinker naturally a better rotator than the DK. Of course, before the Blink Dagger gets online, which isn't much longer for Sumail. No Meteor Hammer for
Yuragi
him.
gets the Dark
Nice
Pact.
job.
Yeah, so Mail baited that out. Kuroki's here too.
GH is behind as well. Is he smoked
With the
up, though?
smoke.
This is rather aggressive.
Interesting play. I don't think you can... I mean, he saw a Dark Pact, but that was way too late. Okay.
Yeah.
He's just
was-
taking
was
damage from the stacks.
Radiant's middle tower
Trying to steal some CS. OG will defend this, though. Elder Dragon form being used means they know that Nigma are incentivized to stick around here and try and fight. Shu is level 6, has the Static Storm, and just barely enough mana for it. Well, for that and a Glimpse.
Shadow Realm once again. We have Stomp ready for the Elder Titan. Not going to find the Will.
Oh. You know what else is pretty cool here is that this this Astral Spirit, for the longest time actually, used to have max movement speed on the Astral Spirit, but now it's been nerfed, rightfully so, and it copies the move speed that you have, I believe, when you cast Astral Spirit. So if you surge this Elder Titan and then he casts Astral Spirit, the Astral Spirit's going to have 550 move speed, which is pretty ridiculous for vision,
Oh, right, yeah.
for setting up stuns. Like it's really good.
I forgot about that combo. Yeah, and early when there's stacks and stuff, you can scout it with the Spirit and take all the damage from like 16
Oh, yeah.
different stacks, right? Yeah, it's going to be fun combo.
structures are fortified.
It's
Oh,
it's a
the-
mean one.
The glyph, I don't know if that was a glyph for the catapult down bottom. I actually don't know what the glyph was for. Or
I
just
think it
top.
was. Miracle is still continuing to defend his lane. That's the problem with a Tide Hunter compared to a lot of other safe laners. He can't just like dive tower and ravage them. Just not really that easy for him. Kuro is going to die.
Kuro's stuck in literally no man's land. Look, BZM slowly channeling his death. There we go.
Yep. Yeah, I mean he's just ruining stacks, you know.
Under attack.
But OG they buy themselves a crucial minute or so here. While Sumail is waiting for his Elder Dragon form to come off cooldown. He also now has Blink Dagger, so I do expect them to make some sort of move here as soon as Kuro respawns. Maybe try and bait in the Tinker or something like that, and try and catch him out with the DK Blink reveal. That'd be a pretty major kill for them. Probably would result in an objective as well if you want to try and force the issue, likely top lane here. They've got a really nice deep ward in the jungle that GH has put down, which is kind of watching this Slark and Taiga roam around the map. Of course, it's a Slark, so they'll know eventually that the vision is here. So it's about what you can actually make happen with it. The alternative is that Nigma can just continue trying to farm up towards their next bout of items, because the bot tower looks like it's going to go down undefended, and then quite naturally Tidehunter is going to try and rotate towards this mid lane and force the tower there with Ravage. That's a tricky fight for OG because they don't have their T1 tower anymore. Yeah, so Sumail and the rest of Nigma can just run in like this. They see Uragi.
They're gonna set up for Taiga. Kuroki gave him the order. Oh,
They slept
Uragi
him.
perhaps as well. They don't have Dragon Tail though.
Yeah.
They tried to that to strike him, but Uragi was quick on the Shadow Dance.
That was
It
risky
was
though.
not max strength though. Yeah, it was not gonna work.
And this is just a little bit of efficiency now for Nigma, as Sumail is going to head top lane with the rest of this Elder Dragon form, even surged. And he will take down this top tier 1 tower, despite BZM's best efforts to nuke the wave. That's big. I mean, and all that. Look, they're going to lose this ward, but it's an uncontested tier 1 tower against a Tidehunter with a Tinker, with a Slark, with a Terrorize. Like, this is a scary proposition to push into objectives against OG, right? And a simple little kill there onto Taiga and forcing out the Slark ultimate, even though you're going to lose this ward, you steal about 500 gold, you know, like 4 or 5 camps here from your enemies, and you take their tower for free. It's really, really quite an efficient play.
Yeah, I want to question or touch on the Miracle. Uragi's coming in. He has a pounce ready as well. Miracle, though, is just to adapt to strength. Is that going to work, though? Doesn't seem like it. It's just too much damage coming from OG's side. And Miracle will be a quick kill as they also find Sumail, glimpse him back into the fray.
No.
Sumail has more tankiness, but he's slowed, and he doesn't have a Dark Fight to dispel it. It's only Taiga right now chasing after him. And here comes BZM to help out and aid in the skill. Taiga will get it. 2 more kills for OG.
Yeah.
Who now find the actual play to make, which is huge for this team who is struggling to find plays to make around the map.
Yeah, they do, and that Echo Saber is going to feel pretty nice now in the hands of Uragi. Still haven't seen a Static Storm, actually, this game. Chu barely level 6. I remember he had level 6 8 minutes in. I suppose he must have been just on stacking duty here and trying to break smokes, but he'll finally look to get aggressive here alongside Taiga as they smoke across the river. Find a mind control. Mid lane, DM as well.
Yeah, he's pushing aggressively because he still has Ravage, right? He didn't have to use it earlier. So it's a huge threat. The question is what's standing behind the Ravage. And oh, all our replicas used. GH, quite fast, but out of mana. Chu, they're not going onto him, but they made a Static Storm. Perhaps Chu trying to go to the high ground. Now the Ravage is also committed, all for Miracle. The Slark has joined as well, but Uragi got stunned by the Dragon Tail, betting out a Dark Fight as well. And because of the vacuum, he gets stunned again. Uragi goes down, and now DM is going to be the next target for this team. He does have 3 points to Kraken Shell, though, so he's a much tougher cookie to crack. I didn't see what the second stun was that got him after the vacuum, though. But that was very well played by Nigma.
Onto the Slark, that is?
Yes. Was it an
Adaptive
enchant
Strike.
creep? Oh, Adaptive Strike, was it? Okay, okay. Oh, because he's full strength, of course, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was very well played, honestly. Good Dragon Tail by Sumail. Really, really good.
Yeah, and a big kill, honestly, and just a big fight from Nigma, who are going to just fight basically off the strength of that Pipe of Insight. Kind of a scary moment there for the Morphling, who is kind of caught mostly agi inside of that Static Storm, especially once he's ravaged, but finds lots of, he's safely comforted by that Pipe barrier. First item here is now Enigma once again hope to get a bit aggressive inside the enemy jungle. Mind Control will connect and find Taiga. Gonna kill him, though.
Yeah. Yes, Shadow Realm. The question is, are there reinforcements coming by? And it seems like they were. They glimpsed back Sumail, so it's more of a defensive reinforcement, as DM is still trying to do the same thing mid, but this time without Ravage, so not as threatening this Tidehunter.
No. Farming his way up towards that Blink Dagger, however, on this Tidehunter, so he is going to be a little bit more about that team fight ultimate, that counter initiation, maybe a little bit more initiation as well here. So that'll be something interesting to see out from him. Slark, though, continuing on his itemization. I believe has Diffusal already on his way.
Yeah, they already glimpsed back Kuroki, but Mind Control wants to play on this, as Wall Replica and Vacuum blocks the pounce already, so Uragi now stuck fighting here. Perhaps Mind Control's the one that's stuck to try to kinetic field him. It won't work. It's a Dragon Tail as well. With the waveform, Uragi's dead. Taiga now is going to fall as well. Static Storm ignored completely. As the Tidehunter turned into a pig, tries to TP at the strike. Will cancel this into the sleep, into the damage now. DM, is he tanky enough? We're gonna see. Kraken Shell plus Pipe is helping him out a lot, but eventually DM will be brought down.
Yeah, that's a super painful death. You can see, man, right as he's dead, Uragi, he just finished Diffusal. It was on the way when he decides to kind of take what was an opportunistic kill onto this Enchantress, but reinforcements come swinging on in, out from Nigma, just always fighting together here, and just OG's ultimate's just not strong enough here, especially that Static Storm. They're kind of getting baited in by it even.
Yeah, Kuroki might finally die here though, but this is not that major a kill even if they do get it. A little bit of agility for Uragi though, that helps.
Yeah, He's getting up there. He's got 6 permanent agi now, and that's the Diffusal Blade kill he was hoping would be as easy as it was top. Oh, Taiga's building a Hand of Midas on this Dark Willow.
Radiant are
Interesting.
scanning.
He thinks he needs to scale? I'm actually surprised by this. I mean, I guess you don't really need items this game. He's gonna die again though. Or maybe get a kill after GH. Look at Taiga go.
Oh,
Nope,
close.
that's it. That's all the damage.
But
All right.
now he dies.
He tried. Terrorize. Has no Shadow Realm anyway because he used it earlier. And Kuroki is the one that starts hitting him. Everyone ignores Taiga, so Kuroki can get his fair dues there.
There it is. Very good. BZM's quickly approaching this Shiva's Guard, though. Has now at least the Mystic Staff for it, so the most expensive component already picked up. You're going to probably have this really nice duo item timing where DM has full Pipe of Insight and Blink Dagger, as well as the ultimate, of course, to use. And, oh, Slark finds Mound Control.
Nice vacuum. Helps him a little bit. Static Storm. Oh, they glimpse him out of the kinetic field, though. He's running into it as Mind Control gets stuck and dies.
Miracle wants
Yuragi
to
now
fight
retreats. They wanted to continue this. They want to go for BZM. BZM in the wrong position will get punished. Yuragi grabs the Shadow Dance. They want to try to kill off Miracle, but here comes Samael with the A. Dragon Tail is all they needed. And apparently, oh, they're going to play into that Ravage. Okay, Miracle. Now in trouble because of Taiga. Fighting, showing Taiga who the real support is. And thanks to Samael, they get the kill onto Taiga as Yuragi is forced to retreat once again. Neither team quite knowing who's stronger, as you can tell. OG really thought that Ravage would save him the team fight.
They did, and it gets Yuragi out safely at least, as he does build up towards his next item, which is going to be that Ag Scepter. Like I was saying, he's not going to quite have that as the same time that BZM has Shiva's and that this Blink is out, but it'll be a pretty nice triple item timing. Not quite as in lockstep as they'd want it. Big fight there, though. And again, Nigma just kind of bringing the numbers. Kuro just walking through that fight casually, has no regard for his life. Does actually end up kind of scaring everyone away and driving a little bit of a wedge in there. Just his positioning so awkward, and he's just being like such a just a nuisance really on this Ench, like throwing creeps at them, doing a pretty good amount of damage as well. Building to scale, right? Has this power treads going next for the 4-staff into the full Hurricane Pike. So, you know, it's not quite as greedy as this Midas perhaps on Taiga, but these are two heroes that eventually will start doing things if the game does go late enough. That's always exciting to see. Another smoke now from Nigma Galaxy. There's no Elder Dragon form though, so they got to land a melee stun.
DM, once again, he's the hardest kill by a long shot. Us activated the pipe already, but there's just so many stuns. DM can barely move. He's gonna have TP in the face of danger. After Strike cancels it, he turns into a pig and walks away. DM is done with this. However, Taiga and Yuragi show themselves for this. They glimpse back one of the heroes so Taiga can save. Nope. So
Nope.
Taiga can die. Taiga can die to the vacuum instead.
Yep. They've been doing such a great job at just being like, OG, you think this is your jungle? You are wrong. This is our jungle. Nice shot calling immediately into Roche as 5.
Yep.
And I don't think without a Terrorize they can actually contest this. No Ravage either. Even if you have this Blink Dagger, it's not up for another 30 seconds. Nigma, they force the Ravage up top lane. They immediately smoke back in. Even without Elder Dragon form, they take down the Roche. Great shot calling from them. Really impressive.
Yes, honestly. They look on fire. And OG a little bit lost this game because they just don't have enough. You talked about the Tide and the issue of the playmaking potential, right? But you have to wait for them to initiate onto you and hope your Ravage gets you something good. But there's just not much else you can do. And there is a little bit of anti-synergy, it seems like, with Disruptor's playstyle and the Tide Hunters.
That's right. I would also say that OG, they have plays to make. Now they've got Shiva's up, right? This Blink Ravage is ready to go. And they can really look to maximize the pain on these kinds of two items. It just has felt like we'll see if that changes. I expect it will now with these big items, but it seems like Nigma have just been really bringing a pace of play that OG have not been really prepared to deal with, you know? We'll see if that changes now, though, as they finally really contest this Tier 1 tower mid.
The Tinker Shield is a big, big point for OG, right? And this is now what allows the Tinker to just blink Shivas, blink Shivas, blink Shivas, and actually have some area damage, farms faster, shoves faster. This would be what you traditionally would say the hero's actually online.
Not a feels-good moment, though. OG, they're forced to TP back because Miracle was solo sieging a Tier 2 top lane. They're going to lose Taiga once again. They actually Earth Splitter him.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever, everything for Taiga. It's all worth it. As Miracle also farms dangerously close to the enemy, but he knows they can't kill him, which is why he's doing this right now.
it's really brave of him, right? You still are playing into the static storm. Like, you could just kind of get caught out relatively easily. This Blink Ravage as well. But just confident. I mean, at least with Aegis, right? You likely lived through the second kill attempt. At least other than that, or you question where the hell your team is. For now, though,
Yeah, right.
everyone else doing like a really good job. Sumail now with his own BKB online as he goes with the blink there up to the high ground, but he's not really in any danger. No, it's too fast.
Sumail, they glimpse him back.
It's a
Nice
good
stomp.
stomp.
from GH. Yeah. And in fact, they can initiate on this. Dragon Tail, they already got off. The Slark is stunned and
Wow.
dead. Static Storm didn't seem to matter as a miracle. Attribute shifted before he went into the storm. This man was prepared for everything, and now Chu will have to pay for this. As he's been slowed, the kinetic field won't help him. And Nigma will get yet another kill.
That's super big for them, right? 2 big kills. One there onto the Slark is massive, and it's this ET hero in games like this feels so good because when you do land an Echo Stomp, it's like, okay, let's take our time, let's all think about it, process this information because we've just slept 2 heroes. No one wake them up. You know, you have that level of coordination, and then the initiation's beautiful, right? Sumail BKBs because he knows a Static Storm is going to be incoming as soon as he does wake them up, and just lands the stun initially. No chance for Slark to get off a Dark Pact or anything. The chain stun from there is perfect, and they just managed to kill him even without any active items or abilities. Really impressive game from GH. And that's the thing about this ET, right? Like, he's so sink or swim. Like, either he lands those kinds of Echo Stomps and you look like a hero, or you miss Echo Stomps and then just nothing happens. But that's what's kind of nice, right? You're not really super excited. Is he? I mean, he dies.
No, he's dead. He's dead. There we go. But the fact that he took 1 Ancient, honestly, Kuro realizes he's Enchanters, right? All you do is you kind of die for your team right now. That's your best role. So I think this is a fine play to make, actually.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, agreed. He's playing pretty phenomenal so far. I don't think he has
won
any
early
reason to
game?
be too upset with his game.
Right? Like, that's all you have to do. You won an early game. You're like, okay, great job, Kuro. Now you can go do whatever you want, honestly. We don't care. You're no longer that relevant.
Go
It's
break
like, oh,
smokes,
great.
and when you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
Sproink, you know, you can make another shot call. Until then, just
Be quiet.
A-click yourself into the middle of the enemy team fight and steal a bunch of creeps whenever you can. Okay, so
Honestly.
Ag Scepter is finished up for Yuragi. He's done the little disassemble trick with the Echo Saber.
Echo Saber.
I do wonder if he's going to feel the need to rebuild the Echo. I see a lot of Slarks do tend to go back for it after BKB, but we'll see how he feels. Miracle's going to say hello to him. And Miracle's just running
Hello?
at him, actually.
He's stalking him, huh?
What is...
He's liking all his pictures on Instagram right now. We already can't get a break.
Just super aggressive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And top
attack.
lane as well. Chuvash farming a little
What?
bit. Oh,
Just Earth
missed.
Splitter the creeps. And the Spirit just did catch Chu. They should have vision of him now. Blink Dagger available on Sumail. I mean, look, Chu is just trying to make space for his team, so... Similar to Kuroki, he knows he's gonna die.
Yeah, space created. Taiga as well has the Midas fully completed, and he's gotten a couple of transmutes off already, going into the Blink Dagger. Could have a pretty significant amount of impact as well in these team fights if he can actually get into a position where he's not immediately killed at the start of every fight, and he can actually get off a Terrorize. It's kind of an ability that can really, really mess with like these surge kind of and move speed heroes, you know, because of just how fast they end up running away from the fight and just removing themselves. It's not your traditional sort of like relocation, like a Tusk Kick or, you know, Pudge Hook or Magnus, those kinds of abilities, but in a way, it can be just as impactful here. OG, they're trying to take a fight here. Aegis has expired, but Enigma Galaxy, they still feel like they have the advantage here. 8-second BKB here for Sumail, holding on to his Elder Dragon form. All the ulti's ready to go. It's just about finding the right target here.
Yeah, and of course you want to wait till Slark uses Dark Pact to farm, right, to actually initiate on him if you're gonna go for him. So that's something Sumail's been very patient about this whole game.
Well, they
We
don't
see
see
a
him. He's
sentry,
hiding
this
behind
discovers
these trees.
wards. No,
See
but DM
DM.
is not the target. Sumail, it's like, okay, fine, I'll go for whatever's behind him.
I'll
He
Taiga!
can't. Something dies, Sumail. It might be forced after the BKB, he's gonna go for Chu instead.
Is under attack.
this frustrating endeavor of
Oh,
not
and
tied,
Kuro's
not
in.
tied, not tied. He has 4-step though, Kuro's baiting them. Oh, he got ravaged. Oh, he still has the 4-step, however. He's feared. Kuro's still alive. Go 4-step himself. No, the fear lasted too long. Kuro finally falls, and the Curse Crown will stop Sumail as well. That's Miracle. Now starting to Slark. He has his balance. That takes his own BKB from behind. BZM finally joins the fray. He's going to try to cover DM's escape, but
Oh,
DM,
Earth Splitter.
he's not tanky enough. He's going to die to the Earth Splitter. And BZM could not get into the middle of the fight.
Oh.
Didn't want to activate his BKB for this.
And my mistake, Mage Slayer is going to be the item of choice for this. Like, I always forget about this build-up. It feels super good to have all that amount of magic resist when you're also quite elusive with that second pounce charge. So, you know, you land that onto mainly your Morphling, your Darkseer, you know, you're significantly reducing their damage outputs in these fights. Once again, Nigma, though, they're just taking these fights just slightly better calculated, man. These Guardian Greaves, that Pipe Aura, a Kuroki just running in and just basically aggroing the entire enemy team such that they really only kill him and then immediately lose the fight after. Like, just every time. I don't know how he does it. 2, 8, and 6. You know, I have the same kill score on Enchantresses in my games, and yet I'm getting pinged. And he's a hero?
Well, you should read chat. Samael, he has BKB in 7 seconds, but he can't get it off because he's going to die before that. Goodbye, Samael. Finally, BZM is online, catches Mind Control 2, who runs into a Bramble. Now, sometimes a little bit too much movement speed can be detrimental.
Yes, it can. Pickoffs there for OG here, as they have struck a nerve here, I want to say, on the side of Nigma. Even with, especially without their ultis, these are big kills. Roshan's up in 30 seconds, so this allows OG to try and set up here quite nicely for this second Roche contest. Teams are going to be having their eyes on this Aegis. Lots of map control here. Only second Aegis here typically don't really go up to high ground, but it's the Aegis in games like this that do end up really securing your foothold in these kinds of games. Taiga as well going for an Ag Scepter. I thought he was going for Blink. Said, screw that. I want to be like Kuro, but from longer range.
Right, that makes sense.
There's
a secret fight going on between Taiga and Kuro this whole game, isn't there? These two guys are just trying to one-up each other, really.
Yeah.
Kuro's died how many times now? 8? So Taiga needs to... Oh, he's died 9, actually. So they're even then, they're matched at tanking ganks. There's the build I was telling you, Richie. This Kai and Sanj BKB on Tinker. Now you're a tank.
They're going to go in.
You just blink in, you don't care. You just blink in, kill whatever's in sight. And that's going to be mind control this time. Samael does find him, but you're Tinker. You're the offlaner now, unless you get stuck in the Morphling. Or perhaps not. Even against the Morphling, you're fine.
Aggressively.
BZM blinks aggressively. He's out of mana, though. He still has Soul Rings. Going for Kuroki next. They can't let Kuroki go.
Gotta kill Kuro. Yep.
Gotta kill Kuro. Oh, Taiga's screaming at him. Kuroki! And Kuroki makes it back alive. The Gush, everyone for Kuro. They've just baited him into the enemy base. GH might die too. BZM has full mana now, and he wants to use it to kill off his Elder Titan. With a laser, he'll get the job done. Okay, this is insane.
Once again, the closer that OG get to the enemy's fountain, the stronger they fight. Taking a fight that, honestly, I mean, look, they are just running down Nigma Galaxy right now, but diving behind the tier 2 tower. Sumail thinks he's got a safe TP in. Miracle might be dead here too.
Oh no, Miracle. The Shivas is making it harder for him to attribute shift, but he's actually not even started DKB instead. He has to. And he'll be safe with us.
Could have been scary.
I mean, OG's they figure it out, guys. The BZM is amazing. What if you make everyone BZM? You just need to TP on them. There you go. That's the solution. OG's back to winning majors.
They're back. They're back. I want to rev up the popcorn machines. Another true sight. Major winning documentary coming your way. Some great content.
It's time for BZM.
It's
Finally
time for
gets
BZM.
one.
Yes.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Look at him go, dude. Just like that. They are in the control of this game. BZM, he blinks up to your high ground. Thank you very much.
I'm telling you, this Tinker's too tanky. It doesn't matter if you vacuum. He's just Shiva-edging in place now.
Forced to have it. Has a
No,
BKB.
it's good. It's good because what you do is you charge the Shivas. Like seriously, that's a technique. You charge the Shivas and then you blink full, right? And they all hit at the same time because that's how Shivas works. It blinks with you. So that's actually how you're supposed to play on Tinker. It's like a new March of the Machines. It's pretty stupid.
Oh God.
Yeah. That's why he's doing it sometimes. That he like goes in one place that's safe and then he just blinks away, right? Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Okay, OG smoking across the map here. Nigma in a pretty good position to break this smoke, and he's, you do hear the audio cue for hitting heroes with Astral Spirit. So GH does a great job scouting this one.
Yuragi's forced to use that shell. That's pretty early in the team fight. Nigma just thwarted this attempt at a team fight, however. Oh, wow! Yuragi doesn't care. He just jumps GH because he knows BZM will cover his back.
Nigma Galaxy, they don't feel like they can even leave the base anymore. They might not even be safe in the base, Avo.
Bro, this Tinker's so oppressive. Kuroki, he's trying to run in every direction, but that circle's not letting him get away.
They're just too tanky.
I mean,
I don't know how you initiate onto this team anymore. Like, what do you do? This Tinker, he's got BKB, Kaya Sanj, this Slark, of course, has 2 pounces, the Shadow Dance, and the Depth Shroud to save anyone else who you might catch. DM is gonna wake up even if you stun him 3 times thanks to his passive. He's also got Tendrils of the Deep, so he doesn't even necessarily need to Ravage you to find some little bit of chain stun. It's scary. They need like a ginormous Vac wall into some wombo combo team fight here. Sumail has Ag Scepter, that's something, but he does not yet have that 4th level dragon because he's only level 17, right? So it only takes you 1 level up, which for him is going to be the blue dragon. It's better than nothing, but he does need that, unrestricted vision, the flying, and the magic resist here would be huge for him.
Okay.
He's not going to have time though. They're going to be forced into this fight.
Well, I mean, OG is returning for the Roche Pit. They don't want to fight into this yet. However, Sumail already went in, turned to the blue dragon like you commented, and Taiga will die as a result. And look at Miracle now turn to the Dark Middle because his Ag's ready, and he's ready to compete. They have the damage
Ravage
to
hit nothing.
BZM's still scary.
Ravage didn't hit a single thing there. That's a big commitment. A buyback as well out from Taiga. Roche is so low. BKB's out from Nigma. OG, they're going to move into the pit. I don't know if Nigma can afford to let this go, though.
He's still a Willow. He wants to go for Yuragi. DM gets him with 10 little deep. Here comes BZM as well. Falling on the damage. The fear hits, but the Earth Splitter with the vacuum. That combination will help Nigma take over this fight now as Yuragi's forced to use a Depth Shroud to cover his teammates. They're going for Taiga instead. BZM gets away for now. A BZM on the target. They're concentrating on everyone else because they are actually less tanky, but they are much more mobile.
It's going to go for Nigma.
They defend very well with that Ags on Miracle making the difference here.
Yeah. The Ags on Miracle, I mean, he just absolutely murdered Taiga. Now Taiga, I mean, it feels so bad. You're playing this Dark Willow, you buy a Midas, you know, it's like growing up, you've got a picture of your Ag Scepter on the wall, and all of a sudden this guy comes in, destroys you in the lunchroom, slams your lunch on the ground, and just kills you with your own Ag Scepter. Maybe that
happened to my lunchrooms. Yeah.
Maybe that's
American
the strat. Maybe instead of trying to just get Yuragi for ruining his attack speed, you take the freaking Willow. I mean, you steal the Spell Lamp as well, let's not forget, right? So you're even doing even more damage on that thing.
I never thought we'd cast the game where the Spell Lamp and the Morphags would actually be relevant, but you're right, this might be the one time
it's
it's
not
useful.
bad.
No, it's very good.
Oh my
Yuragi?
goodness.
Okay, he has BZM covering him. It's once again, they just see Kuro, they have to kill him. And from behind, BZM tries to kill off Miracle. Like there's a BKB, turn into Slug this time. Yuragi is lacking attack speed now, but they can still kill off Mind Control with this, it seems like. One last heat-seeking missiles. A little bit more. The Shiva's not really in range. They killed off Mind Control. Miracle's a real target. They have to go for GH instead. BZM is too oppressive. And Sumail, he's been thwarted on the side. He's been just stopped, honestly. Couldn't really help his teammates. Have to settle for Chu. Activates the BKB. Will have to TP, but doesn't have it. And Chu gets saved, actually, by the Tinker's defense matrix. Now Sumail has been slowed. He's been stunned. He's been silenced. Tendrils of the Deep. Sumail alone without a team falls by the wayside.
The way that OGs take these fights, man, it's just a thing of beauty. That fight starts by Yuragi missing a pounce, and he just lands in front of Miracle, and then the fight just starts.
Look, his Tinker goes.
They remembered that they should be fighting there. He's got Bloodstone now, by the way, on this Tinker. Good luck killing him. BZM.
That's why they're ignoring him now.
The APM on this man, he's probably literally turning into a machine here. The March of the Machines is his fingers on the keyboard now. That's the real march.
Yeah, it's true. The BZM used to be a Tinker, a pianist in another life, right?
Right, yes.
Pianist. Before that gets clipped and shipped. The music composer.
You mean a musician?
Orion Blink is finished now, so if you're questioning how tanky this thing can get, we're just gonna see another level for him now. There we go.
Bought out for
600 HP.
He's bought out for this into a Morphling Aegis. Now, I should say, Nigma as well, feeling the pressure. They've also bought out for a volley of their items here. As Miracle now does get the full Hurricane Pike delivered. Now Kuro has a Hurricane Pike as well. They can be Hurricane Pike brothers. Sumail also without buyback, because he's actually trying to get this Mantis Isle online as soon as possible. Risky buyouts here, Avo. These fights are violent, and Aegis does not really keep you truly safe here if you're Miracle. If you BKB on your first life, there's going to be a Static Storm ready for you.
Yeah, Yuragi. This time there was no BZM helping him out. He TP'd on to DM instead.
but they did not morph him. They broke it with something else. I think it was perhaps Enchant or likely an Adaptive Strike, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, it was probably Hurricane Pike now that I look at the inventory. So Hurricane Pike to break the Lincoln Sphere that Yuragi now has. That's going to be crucial in these next couple of fights, right? I mean, we've seen the damage that you can really do if you steal Willow Form. It's not bad, right? But removing Slark out of these fights, at least, you know, removing all that attack speed from him when this is a hero that desperately needs attack speed. He's got a whole passive built for it. You know, it does give you a huge leg up in these fights. Not to mention, of course, the pounces that you can have for the range, especially at trying to catch this blasted Tinker.
Smoke
Nigma
from
OG.
Nigma. Let's see, they revealed, I mean, they know someone's nearby, but of course, it's not DM. You don't want DM. No, you'll have to settle for him, apparently. No, they're going to go for the Disruptor instead. That's much better.
Yep.
DM is a harder kill, and you never know when Tinker's going to TP.
It's an important kill, too, onto this Disruptor, man. Once these BKBs run out... Hold on. Yuragi?
Yes.
Radiant's
Okay,
bottom
he's
tower
got no more
is under attack.
pounces. I think he's away. GH will scout him, but can't stomp him in time. And Taiga as well is going to be able to escape for now.
I don't know, I think they have to be so measured in their team fights because, like you said, I don't know how possible it is for you to kill Tinker, who also has Timeless Relic now, by the way, in case he couldn't get any more bonkers.
Wow. Yep.
Is your win
15% spell
condition-
damage.
Is your win condition just turning into Willow and hoping you can kill Tinker with that?
You know, maybe that's the play, right? Just to get your range.
Right.
It's not a bad idea.
I can't imagine anything else.
Oh,
Yuragi?
Yuragi?
Is BZM going to TP to him? No, he's TPing
Oh,
to the
oh,
Crypt instead.
they
Oh,
morphed him,
GH,
they morphed
run!
him.
Okay, okay.
They morphed the Slark, so he's got all this. I mean, look at this attack speed. I don't know, it's so tempting though, because if you can just reach this Tinker once, he's got BKB is the problem, right?
Yes.
So I don't know.
Yes, that's why it's
Both
so
of these
hard.
are problems. You need to try and force his BKB, and then either with Slark or Willow form, you'll be quite happy. To me, Slark form feels a little bit more realistic, just because you can close the gap, you know? And that might be a little bit more important at this stage of the game compared to the damage. I don't think Miracle's going to have damage problems anymore versus this Tinker, especially with the Crystals online. I know this Tinker is insanely farmed, but I don't know. I just don't see him surviving through a Morphling Onslaught that easily.
Okay, if you say, I guess, yeah. I mean, look, it's at this point, it's not really a matter of will he survive. It's just you have to, right? I can't never see any other options you have in this team fight, so they might
It's
as well
forcing the
bank it.
BKB. It's really just
Yes,
forcing
yes.
the BKB. Honestly, is your only move here. I think your only win condition for Enigma Galaxy is force BKB on Tinker. Then he becomes killable. Maybe he plays the next couple of fights much more cautiously. We'll see, though. I mean, next fight's going to be for Roche, and because, of course, it's BZM, he's actually farmed his buyback here, and it might just, pardon me, get that Scythe of Vice online. If he gets that online for Roche, I mean, it's only 90 seconds away, but if it's a longer Roche spawn, it's not impossible. That could really be punishing here. Miracle does not have a Lincoln Sphere. His only defensive item here is the BKB, and he has the Dispel and the Manta Style, which is not going to do anything, of course, if he does catch you with that first Hex. Sumail as well, he's not saving buyback here, Abo. He is determined to get the Scotty online. Sorry, it's not the Scotty. Make that the Manta Style.
Oh, Sumail, sorry. Yeah, Sumail.
Yes,
yeah,
Sumail.
Yeah, yeah. Because Miracle wasn't saving buyback either, by the way. He's determined to get the Daedalus online. Yes, they know they need damage on both
They
these
need
guys.
damage, yeah.
I mean,
They
they
need
need
the
cores,
damage.
man. They just don't have core. Because Tinker is like 6 cores in one, right? So you need something.
Radiant are scanning.
Yuragi at this point is but a TP spot for the Tinker, honestly. I don't think he fulfills more roles. Eventually, he'll become stronger, right? But right now, he's just a moving TP for the Tinker.
And Chuvash, who was previously just a team fight starter, now has actually got much more of a presence in this kind of a game. He's been quietly farming away and actually dying to stacks of skeletons, but Axe Scepter now, is about to be delivered after our pause ends here for Chuvash. Of course, mutes items, right, is the only difference for this thing. Preventing those BKBs, Manta Styles, that's about it. Pipe of Insight, maybe Guardian Greaves makes a little bit of a difference here as well in these kinds of fights. But a big item. This is another big turning point, or another point, I should say, of inflection that you have against this Morphling. Not really inflection. It's just another power spike you have against him, right? Because it's like early game, you hit level 6, you can kill Morphling, and then he gets BKB and he's not scared of you ever again, and he 2-shots you. And now Morphling has to be a little bit scared of you. all of a sudden, these team fights, which for Nigma have always started out with getting a quick kill onto one of these supports, either Taiga or Disruptor, you got to be careful, right? Because you go diving heavily onto Taiga, who manages to maybe get off his Shadow Realm. There may be an Ags upgraded Static Storm coming your way to follow up. Like, that's a serious risk now. Whereas before, it was just an excuse to use your BKB. Oh, wait, what?
Oh my god. They went state the reason for pause, and of course they crashed. And he goes, "We're not willing to play as 4, I guess. That's the reason."
Okay, sorry, I just got
Okay,
terrible
sir.
flashbacks to the TI. He crashed.
No. It's just a little bit edge from DM. All right, thank you, mate. Well, OG will hopefully not have to play as 4. I think Taiga will eventually come back, but this game has become a game where, like you mentioned, the reason why you're going around in circles and trying to figure out in a million different scenarios how it is like everything everywhere all at once, right? You know, in what worlds can Nigma come into this? The Tinker is, I mean, it's a hard hero to play, but the tactics perhaps and the team fights are not as complex as what Nigma has to do to actually catch his hero. Usually Tinker is like that, right? In general, it's not necessarily the tactical complexity of the hero once you've gotten to this point, but rather start the team fight somehow for OG, and then Nigma, good luck solving the puzzle of how to kill Tinker in time, which is what you were trying to figure out.
I would say this new Tinker is much more akin to like a Leshrac though than old Tinker was. You know, like I think there's
like measuring
your damage output, measuring whether you can actually take a fight. Do you have anyone that's going to buff you up? The answer is no here on this Tinker, right? So he's being much more precarious about his positioning, and obviously he's placed much more around the strengths of items than someone like the Leshrac is going to do, right? Although Lesh still plays all around that Bloodstone. But you're right, like in that sense, that he's not so much just the I'm going to permahex you kind of a guy, although maybe BZM still goes down that dark route pretty soon.
He will, yeah.
You
have to.
As there's Ag Scepter now delivered for Chu. But again, for Nigma to go down the everything everywhere all at once galaxy, the way they get out of this is they need to find a universe where BZM has used a BKB. They need to force BKB and then immediately not lose the fight and reinitiate. The good news for them is another pause here. That's super weird.
The team, there's eternal fighting, guys, in the team because DM just disconnected, and
all
apparently they haven't told each other this.
All right, well, make up your minds, boys. Do you want to play 4v5? Because you keep on pausing.
It's because DM was the one to disconnect, so they were considering. He was the edge boy, so they were thinking about it.
Yeah, of course.
Tide lagging, yes.
We're getting DDoS. I hope not, Taiga. I genuinely hope not.
I hope we're past those days, man. I remember back in the days when Navi used to play against literally anyone. It'd be like a $1,000 cup charity tournament. Then they would run it, and then their opponents would get DDoS because their fans are rabid. You know, it's luckily we have much better security these days, so it no longer happens.
Very good. There's the G. Yeah, no, I mean, I would certainly hope that they're not actually getting DDoS. What a terrible thing, you know, ruins the spirit of competition in such a close game like this. It's 13K, Avo, and, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that there's a pretty big advantage here for OG heading into this one, but I wouldn't necessarily say this is like an absolutely free game for them either. They need to get this initiation right. They can't just kind of afford to take fights where they miss a pounce or they miss a spell and then kind of turn it from there. It's a little bit too scary for them here.
Nope. Turn to Dark Willow. BZM, though. You can hear the Shivas coming soon. However, is he going to commit? BZM? No, he's going to keep his distance.
Taiga does not have buyback. It's a long Roche. Neither team knows this, though. So, Nigma, they're going to look to try and press their advantage now. 4 versus 5. I don't believe any team has necessarily checked the Roche pit yet. But that's not what it's about. It's about getting more objectives than this. It's about going for kills now, Avo. The true objective of Dota.
They knew that the smoke happened, by the way, because they got caught in the brambles.
Yep.
So
and also there was a ward behind the tower, which Taiga died to place.
Oh, you're completely right, actually. So they just saw the complete thing. So, I mean, you can argue that smoke was from movement speed, maybe. Sure. But it doesn't really work out for them. Kind of a wasted smoke here for Enigma. But they gotta take any opportunity. Against Tinker is just the moment they give you ever so little leeway, you gotta just use it to the best of your ability. So I understand this play from this.
BZM 8,000 gold in the bank here now. 5k surplus, nearly enough now for that. Oh, there's the Mantis-style DK illusions, by the way, which are giving vision. But Scythe of Ice should be up really soon, like incredibly soon here for BZM.
Okay, Uragi.
OG
waits for BZM to TV before it goes in. Okay, they come in with a Ravage. Over DM, that first time misses, that second pass is good. Static Storm as well, he can't BKB. He is dead. Without
no
Miracle,
buyback.
BZM is free to roam anywhere he goes. He has no buyback. But BZM, he doesn't want to rearm the blink. There we go. They finally caught up to GH. GH will be the second victim in this engagement as they try to defend with vacuum, but with Depth Shard, it's so difficult that BZM.
They gotta get out of here.
It's just a force of nature right now.
This isn't safe anymore. Your base isn't safe.
BZM has decided to take over, squatting at your base. He's gonna go back for some mana, and then be right back with more Shivas.
Yeah, he might even be back, honestly, with a Scythe of Ice. If he had time to go shopping, which he doesn't. Man's got no time in between just applying pressure. None of these heroes with buyback. No one on the side of Enigma has buyback at all.
We said it. They weren't saving for buyback. They wanted their items, right? It's just now come to bite them a little bit.
Well, how much, right? The push is still fine. Well, from OG, it's not like crazy fast.
It's pretty pathetic. You can say it's pretty pathetic.
Yeah.
The Snark and Tide don't hit the tower. They're both fish. You know, the towers are made of earth, much like our stream, so they don't do well.
Enigma, they are going to get another Fortify here as well, which is why OG back up alongside with the Morphling respawning soon. Roshan has just respawned up with third Rosh. Take a guess. Ag's Blessing or Refresher. Take a guess. 50-50.
I'll say Refresher.
It is Refresher. Good guess. Yeah, that's 2 games in a row we've had the Refresher first. Double Ravage here, double Static Storm. All sound like phenomenal choices here. No BKB up on the Slark, so I highly doubt he takes it. Of course, though, the Aegis will almost certainly be for him. Problem is, taking Roche against an ET is very annoying. Enigma obviously not giving this one up for free. Remember, Abo, probably only one hero in this fight is going to have buyback. It's GH. Maybe Sumail if he gets a big kill. He's the closest one. They can't make any mistakes here, though. And Elder Dragon form is quickly running out.
I don't know how Enigma can test this on a dragon.
Tinker? Might go hunting.
I mean, you can always do the thing where you smoke near a creep wave, right? And just wait patiently for Tinker. But if 5 heroes are missing from the map for that long, I think BZM will wisen up.
Oh, that's my favorite move for 100%.
It's the dumbest. It works so often, even in high-level pubs.
Stupid ideas that work are not stupid, though. You know? If it's stupid but it works, it ain't stupid.
No, I'm with you there.
Oh, okay. Sumail, okay, who had buyback almost. He bought out. Aether Lens now on its way. Going for the Octarine core here for Sumail. Careful, though. Kuro is found. Okay. Kick off this fight.
Second pounce. Remember, Kuro is not that important. He Shadow Dance, actually. Yuragi didn't want to get stunned by the Dragon Knight, I suppose? Interesting choice to Dragon Dance so early. Kuro's tanking a lot, but he will eventually...
Nope.
Survive. I spoke too soon. A BZM, he smells blood.
God, this Tinker.
No, he does not smell that much blood. He's fine. He's cool.
Okay. Close, but Yuragi did use both Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud. Didn't really come out with that much Essence either. I mean, 17 Essence is nothing to sneeze at, but compared to what, you could get this late into the game, like, Enigma very much could have still fought into him. You know, it's when you get up to like your 30, 40 stacks of Essence that you cannot fight versus this Slark. So close to the 25 talent Abo, but he's going to lose a lot of this Essence before the next fight can start. Roche is up, though. Both teams now keenly aware of it. Elder Dragon form has been used. Enigma Galaxy right now playing around the bottom side of the map. Their lanes are getting shoved in hard, Abo.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do against a Tinker, dude? Again, it's got to be the smoke play at this point. You just can't. He's going to outshove you every time. You have nobody with travels either in your team that can de-shove the waves, right? You don't have the greatest lane shove to begin with. You like Iron Shield 2 creeps and you go, yes, there's my contribution. And that's hopefully what keeps the Tinker away.
They're hunting, though. Enigma have been off the map here for quite some time. They're probably going to show an illusion.
They're conditioning them.
Cutting bottom and mid. But look at this. Like, this is one of the biggest creep waves I've ever seen in the top lane. It's pushing with 2 wagons, just being reinforced now. They're going to have to go back and deal with this soon. And they're also... Roche has just been started up as well. The OG, it's only a matter of time before they take it, but they're also not super confident just fighting in the pit.
Yuraga's about to reveal himself. We saw the Iron Shell there.
This is tense. This is a big one. Taiga, he lost his Lincolns. They can continue to steal his form, and he doesn't have buyback.
Just going in? They're going for GH? Yuragi? GH just trying to walk away from his team. It's a team like DM from the back, gets a good big Ravage with the Static Storm as well. Miracle, though, did attribute shift in time, which is why he's surviving longer than he should. There's the constant BKB Tinker Hex. It's impossible to stop this man. And that's going to be another kill for Miracle, who honestly quick fingers, but it doesn't matter against BZM, who's hunting the Dragon too. Shiva's eventually will get vision of Sumail. There you go, he got it. First Hex.
Oh no.
We start the song and dance all over again. Where are the reinforcements though? Sumail activates the BKB.
Okay, he gets
just
out.
Tries to TP away.
I mean, honestly, a scary moment for him. And yeah, Morphling does manage to use the shard there. Of course, before the static storm hits, even though he's stunned, right? The shard allows Morphling to attribute shift while stunned. So he does manage to get the strength gain on. It just doesn't matter, like you say. It's just way too much damage. And then the static storm prevents him from using any mobility spells. And he's kind of just, or of course, any items. And he's kind of just minced meat there inside of that static storm. OG, though, they end up taking the fight so far away that the next objective, even though this Roche is almost certainly theirs easily, it's they're not immediately going to be able to push up high ground here. They're not going to be able to force any buybacks here, unless Miracle really thinks they can contest this Roche, which it doesn't seem to be the case. They're going to have to let this one go, and we might have double Ravage here come into a Morphling near you. Or Yuragi just picks up literally everything.
I mean, I would give it to the Static Storm, right? I think double Static Storm is more important.
I would be inclined to agree with you. Hold on, Nigma. They're going to get caught here, trying to sneak around the map. I think they saw the Astral Spirit. Kuro must die.
Okay, BZM just showed up with like 6 Shivas on him.
Yep. Oh, but GH is caught here as well. Yeah, Tendrils of the Deep there. GM does not need to commit anything too extreme, and BZM is here to collect his kill. 19th of the game here, Abo. 19-1-8. It's performances like this that end up getting the Tinker nerfed. Although you do think this hero is strong. You claimed that at the start of the draft.
I think the items that have been added to the game have made him quite strong. They try to vacuum him, but BZM blinks in time, and he's like, okay, all right, I can play this game too. Hex is a Darkseer.
Oh, they caught him!
But no, the Giant comes in. Retribution finally for BZM. Activates the BKB, but the damage is gonna get through him. Yuragi comes back towards the end of the fight, but he sees the TPing heroes. And sorry for the bias, but there's nothing nothing makes me happier than watching a Tinker finally die. This had to happen this game. Hex there for DM2. So we now have a secondary Hex in case Tinker is not available. And now BZM will think twice about going in and 1v5ing the whole team.
Give me a moment here, Abo.
Invisibility.
We'll see what else Enigma Galaxy have up their sleeves. So this kill on Tinker, I mean, he still has buyback, right? So it's not over yet. Oh, OG is actually, they're gonna try go in.
Oh, they caught him.
I don't know about this OG. Is it going to be a buyback? Oh, they're playing with the Ravage. That's going to work for now. And the Slark as well. They're bringing down Sumail slowly but steadily with a Tendril to the Deep. Also catching Kuroki from behind. MC's trying to finish off Chu, but MC just got stunned here with a Curse Crown, which will sentence him to death. OG was actually right about this. Even without the Tinker, they're strong. And they just proved it. Kuroki is the next target now. We have a Hex on DM. Miracle, though, he finds him. The Hex, though, was on the Lincolns. Now Miracle's fighting head-on against Stark. He steals the pounce, and that allows him to retreat in time. Kuroki will not be that lucky. Glimpse will not bring Miracle back either, but Yuragi wants to play even more aggressively. Miracle, the Sarb, he's out of pounces. Yuragi still has the Death Trap, by the way, to cover him, so he's most likely not going to die just yet. Yuragi's concentrating instead on the Enchantress. Miracle with the counter initiation for Taiga. Taiga eats the cheese. Taiga goes to the Shadow Realm. DM is still sleeping, so he can't help, and DM now finally wakes up. Miracle activated the BKB, preventing some damage from Taiga, who's just running around with that Shadow Realm, trying to draw attention, and that he will, as he still survives this whole onslaught. And BZM is back, the Terror of the Tinker. They had a moment of reprieve, but he is back with some damage, and he gets the Hex off of the Yellow Titan. They can't continue the stun lock, so BZM will get away for now, and they'll continue hitting these racks, finally.
Yep. Okay, buyback on these heroes for Enigma Galaxy, but BZM with some insane patience there, probably taking some time to rest his poor fingers. Maybe he needed to replace the keyboard with how much he's pressed his refresh key here. But back in this game now, and once again, just still such a threat. Enigma, they're unable to really get too much, unable to capitalize. As OG still happy to fight, still down one hero, of course. Tinker with the built-in BOTs now, right? Instantly back in these fights, essentially. My goodness, these damage is going to be too immense. Okay, so 2 lanes definitely gone. Will OG push for the 3rd? Will Nigma fight for the 2nd? Are my questions.
Nigma doesn't seem like the keynote fighting for the 2nd, because
I don't think you want to. There's 52 stacks of Essence right now on Slark. It's 200 Agi, man.
Now, do they push for the 3rd? They do not. They're not going to give the chance for Nigma to come back into this game. Oh, maybe not. I spoke too soon. Yuragi's actually walking through the base as well.
Yeah, he is.
Yuragi, Balls of Steel.
Yeah, he's losing his essence, right? So he does want to keep use of this, but he's already gone from 50 to 30. Still a huge amount, but he's really starting to lose this now as the 25 talent. Even with it, the stacks are leaving.
Enigma There's one fight. They gotta take this one. Mind Control does not vacuum Uragi. He knows he's not the best target. Who is actually probably Taiga at this point, but he's also slippery. As Miracle got caught in the bramble. Static Storm is well committed, but he gets away. Lives back. BKB, he's actually back in the fray himself. BKB for Miracle prevents any damage onto him. Ravage is ignored as well. Miracle just wants to hit Uragi, but because of the Death Strike, he can't.
Spear!
Now the fear hits him, and it's actually Taiga showing what a real Willow Axe looks like. Taiga bombing everyone, but luckily they're saved by the Glimmer Kids here.
lasers.
Taiga, though, he needs to go back into the Shower Realm. Wants to hit Miracle now. A Miracle back to full HP. No BKB to cover him. BCM saved by the Death Strike this time, and he's gonna destroy Miracle with a quick hex. Kuroki also falls immediately, and Samael has been scouted in the trees from Dragon to pick the corpse. OG will take this fight and win the game. GG forced out from Nigma. Tinker, possible ban? This hero is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, in a game like this, or draft a bit of a more bespoke Tinker solution here. They just had nothing really to stop BZM once that mid game kicked off for him. They were able to catch him once in the early game for first blood, and then he vowed to never die again before the 50-minute mark. And even then, didn't even need to buy back. I mean, what a monstrous game from the side of BZM and OG as a whole here. Just incredible. Can't believe that. Nigma didn't even play that bad, honestly. They just simply could not scale the same as this Tinker. And Uragi as well with some really well-played fights in the mid game there before Miracle could really get his items online. Just impressive, honestly, from OG.
Just Tinker.
Yeah.
I mean, that game just seemed almost frustrating to watch, right? Because they didn't manage to make any plays because they didn't seem like they could make any plays there on Nigma. So it just felt... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I would add this was a little bit of OG magic as well in terms of like finding that moment, finding their strength in a game when they need to strike and, you know, being decisive about it, right? It felt like all of a sudden there was this point where we were talking about how Nigma was strong in these fights, and they were, and kind of unkillable, and Morphling was just waveforming into Static Storms. It didn't have any cares in the world, right? All of a sudden there's that one fight where OG go diving underneath the tier 2 bottom. Sumail TPs underneath his tier 2 bottom tower at like 30 minutes in the game, and he dies, right? And OG are diving up onto the base, up on the high ground, you know, not quite into the fountain quite yet. And ever since then, they just never looked back. And Nigma just never really got that confidence back that they had from the early game. Just super strong game from OG, man. Yeah,
and it took advantage of those strengths, right? We talked about this in the draft, but Uragi being a more aggressive, more riskier carry works well with this kind of Tinker, where he's going to be your straight safe win condition. Uragi didn't care if he missed the pounces. He was just going in knowing he could trust on BZM to back him up. So very, very well played, honestly, from OG. An impressive game number 1. We'll see how the draft looks for game number 2, because that is probably the most interesting answer here. Will Nigma respect ban the Tinker? Now that they know it's potentially in the pool, we're going to have to see. And also, if it was PSG right, would they pick the Tinker as well for nothing to say? That's what I'm curious about as well. We'll have to wait for the major for that answer as we take a small break and we wait for game number 2 to begin between OG and Nigma Galaxy. Stay tuned.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped
Hello and welcome back to the second match between OG and Enigma Galaxy. We just watched the first game, which was all Tinker, and then second game, hopefully the hero gets banned or they have some sort of plan to deal with him because Enigma Galaxy desperately, they need a win because they want a match execution. Of course, that's the real goal in this tournament. We'll see what transcurs. They looked good, honestly. Their early game, mid game looked good. You could argue that OG wasn't really hitting their heights yet, though, so maybe that wasn't real OG. We'll see how they match up in a perhaps more even matchup.
Yeah, I think that one felt OG enough to me. Honestly, it was BZM popping off on some spell-based caster mid laner that kind of just felt like it slipped through the draft. You had Yuragi just running in on this super aggressive carry, and an offlaner and a supporting cast that could really be a nice buffer space between the two and bounce back and forth in the fights as needed, right? I really think for Enigma, that draft ended up just kind of spiraling out of control for them. As soon as they kind of let up the pressure and were able to be stopped by those, basically by just the Tinker eventually hitting, what was it? His like second item or something. Even before the Shivas, ended up just being too problematic for them. Not enough damage, straight up, right? I think the choice for
second item was the Shivas.
Yes, the choice to go into that carry type build that we tend to see on the DK, just that transition didn't happen fast enough, and I think it's honestly just because BZM popped off too quick. I really think it could have been the amount of damage in the amount of time that they needed, but their map just shrunk way too fast, and no one was finding farm anymore.
I also got to give it a little bit to Taiga, right? His choice early when he was going Midas, like it was his first item, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were questioning, it's like, oh, okay, Midas Willow, but it seems like he needs to scale. And he did scale indeed. He went for the Moonshot and the Ags, and he was the driving force behind the last team fight that they took down bottom, right? That kind of won them the game as well. Allowed OG to play even 4 versus 5 in some occasions, allowed OG to not be super dependent on Tinker or even Yuragi in some situations. So it was a very, very solid start. Yeah. A very, very solid choice from Taiga.
Yeah, they looked really good, as well as we have our second and final draft, of course, in this best of 2 group stage already underway. I don't think we're going to see a Tinker ban in the first 2 phases, if I'm honest with you, Avo. I think
that'd be crazy.
Yeah, if we're going to see it, it'll be much later on. I think Enigma are going to have, they'll have it in the back of their mind, but nothing too crazy. It's a curious move, right? If they have first pick, I wonder if they're thinking about this disruptor, because they didn't get their hands on the Rubik last time, and oh boy, would their game have been way easier if they had a Rubik instead of an Ench in some of those mid to late game team fights. Of course, then you don't have the Ench for the early game, right? So it's a completely different game, but that has been the very common solution. So disruptor, are we going to see it here? First phase for Enigma.
I like that.
Yes. Okay, good.
It's the strongest support right now, right? I feel like it fulfills anything, and any draft works well with it, right? The only thing that sometimes disruptor lineups lack is damage, which is why OG very cleverly went for the Tinker's last pick, right? Like they needed that pick to make sure it works. But besides that, I think it's pretty solid,
10
honestly.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely agreed. I wonder if this is going to be the new, disruptor Tinker, gives you everything, kind of a thing for Enigma here. Although I don't know if we're going to quite see the Tinker out from them.
I mean, Samil certainly can play, right? I know he's older, but that's not that big a deal. Samil's still the king, right? So.
Okay. So Beastmaster, are we going to see the very common 6/7 with the Marana? I think it's fine, honestly. No, the Techies instead. Okay.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, it is. They have picked Techies even just in their series versus OT. Which was the tiebreaker winner for them. They did lose that game, though. And I believe that's the last time they played Techies. Interestingly enough, they also had second pick in that match, and they were up against a very similar opener. Not against the Disruptor, but against a Rubik instead, and they opened with their Beastmaster. Wow, okay. That's an AM pick already. That's bold, but I like it.
You show me Beastmaster Techies lane, I wouldn't think immediately AM. I actually think Techies can be really strong against AM.
Yeah,
because of the build is Aetherlands, right? You still this day, so you just blast off from really far away and you catch him because there's no time for him to
5
react.
seconds
Right.
remaining.
I think the idea behind this lane is actually that you are much more aggressive before you even really have to worry about blast off and too much damage out from boar poison and axes, right? I mean, we've just said it. I mean, it's a first pick disruptor in the year of our Lord 2023. Like, this is a strong hero, right? And his
Yeah.
strengths these days are purely on the control in lane and the damage that Glimpse does give, right? AM, now that his mana break slows when you're out of mana, like, actually has some pretty decent kill threat, even though there's not a single stun in this lane or like a ton of damage at face value. It might be good enough for AM to just get out of this lane, kind of making sure he's never taking too much damage. I mean, really, it's the race to the ring of health, right, for AM. And then I think he gets away with this, honestly.
I mean, you're right? You could also go for the Vanguard Dissemble, right? And then that
Right.
lane seems useless against you. So, okay, I can see that as being the logic. AM is nowadays surprisingly considered a good laner, right? Ever since people started doing the whole off-lane AM thing sometimes, and people realize how strong Vanguard is on this hero. So
That's right.
I'm sold. Okay.
Yeah. I
Uh,
think the question is, like, as
Good
you
Tinker
say,
counter if it happens
that's
as well.
very true. Very true. The question in this kind of a lane that we are going to have to see answered is Disruptor a strong enough hero to get AM to his first big significant item, whether that's like half of Battle Fury or the Vanguard? Time will tell. Will OG pick something like a very aggressive mid laner to rotate into this, like a puck, to try and make his lane even more difficult? That's another way you can try and make this a bit easier, because I do see this as a pretty good lane, in my opinion. So therefore, I expect the answer to be yes, Vanguard or at least Ring of Health really early for AM, and then I think he's more or less cruising.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I'd like to see different support. Maybe you could put the 4 Disruptor, right, and pick up something that can secure the early levels, right? Consider Disruptor's better as a 4 these days anyway, right? You know, I wouldn't mind they banned the Edge, actually. I was going to say, like, these kind of heroes are
10
pretty decent against
seconds
Beastmaster,
remaining.
secures your early levels, where I think AM would actually suffer a little bit more, right?
Go for a Marana 5 as well if you want, right? It's fine
That's
versus
good,
the
that's good, I'll take
Beastmaster,
that.
right? Cancels his early
Yeah.
game. It's someone who can take the lane and be a little bit of a jungle buffer, right, for the AM early. Your team fight's fine. You have a stun. A little bit scary when your best setup for arrow when you pick up Marana
10
in this
seconds
phase is
remaining.
like Disruptor, but you got a mid laner and an
5
off laner for more
seconds
control and
remaining.
stun as well, don't you? That could be a
Yeah,
big
yeah,
one.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think you can just pick up the stun in the mid or off lane. I don't think it matters, especially when you already showed DK as being one of your options, right? If you showed DK that early last game, you clearly want to flex it, right? You're flexing
Right.
it at least between mid and off lane. So it's definitely a consideration. So I don't think you have to worry too much about that. Also, with OG picking up Beastmaster early, you already know you don't have to deal with that being a jumpy, stupid off laner, right? So you're kind of okay with that. As long as you see their mid laner, you don't need that crazy
Mhm.
amount of catch. Because Anti-Mage also deals naturally with a lot of the heroes that usually do well against lineups that don't have stuns, right?
Right.
You just jump
right.
him. They're usually int heroes that have a lot of mobility. You jump him, you mana break him, and mana void him, they're dead. So it's actually a good combination to run with AM. He doesn't need someone to catch people for him.
I do wonder if we'll see something from OG. Like, I mean, the Drow's been banned, but maybe like a Riki. Sometimes you see Riki against AM just to be a little bit annoying. Night Stalker
I like that.
carry is a little crazy. Slardar carry is also a little crazy, but OG
they
did just
banned
lose
DK.
against a Slardar carry. VP played it against them
Yeah.
in the multi-vibes. So, I'm just bringing up these heroes because these are things that have happened to OG.
But
Right,
VP
the-
does
the-
like that kind of style more so. I mean, the DM VP was the most of that style, but I don't know if we're going to see that. I do like the DK ban a lot, actually. This kind of puts you in a difficult position for your second support. Monkey King. I mean, it's a flex, right? But I have an inkling this could easily go as support. And Boundless Strike should
Yeah.
be pretty good against AM.
Agreed. It also amps up your vision game, which is pretty insane right
Yes.
now, right? Between Hawks, probably a Helm Creep. We'll see how bad of a
10
game this is for
seconds
Beastmaster.
remaining.
Sometimes you see them flex more into the Mech Greaves kind of boring aura carrier guy, but we'll see. But definitely at least Hawks, and of course a couple of techies minds as well to see where enemies have if they've invaded your jungle or not. So yeah, agreed. I think even if it's a support, a position 4 monkey has a difficult lane versus AM, has a hard time trading versus some supports as well. But it can work here. And again, with that vision, just from trees into a nice little stun into Primal Spring could be enough.
Yeah. I mean, I also like the lane better in general, right? It's just a strong lane to harass the AM. Even if he gets Vanguard, you've already annoyed his first levels, which is what all you care about. Like you said, once you get Ring of Health, especially Vanguard, it's over. But before that, try your best to delay that as much as possible with a Monkey King Beastmaster, which I think is fine.
So
If you're Nigma,
now,
what are your concerns here? Because you're first pick, right? So you're just trying to survive the draft now. You've already gotten your big thing out of the way, which is your 8th pick. Now you're screwed. So how do you survive this draft further?
I think your concern is having some better early counter initiation than Static Storm right now. That can come through in your offlane or your mid lane, as well
think
as
you
some
pick up
objective
offlane now.
taking. Yeah. You just pick the entire offlane and then you try and get a little bit of a better mid matchup.
OG's
Oh,
turn to pick.
it's a Wisp offlane? Actually, it could be either way, right? I
Yeah,
thought it was going to be like
could.
a Wisp combo. Primal Beast Wisp is fine. AM Wisp is fine. They did go for the no stuns though on their support as well. I guess Static Storm, but that's it.
That they did. Static Storm, Glimpse,
10
which is
seconds
not an insignificant amount of control, right? In Kinetic
No.
Field. It's not your traditional stun.
5
And then
seconds
Primal,
remaining.
of course, is going to need to be the BKB rush machine, where he just kind of runs in, tramples a little bit, picks someone up, and hopefully you can kill whoever he's grabbed in that amount of time.
It looks like a pretty good Ricky draft, honestly. Like the lane is a little bad, but I'm thinking of like heroes that don't get countered by AM or counter AM that also have like blinks or mobility, and Ricky's the only one that comes to mind.
I also
actively.
think part of the reason that we see the Primal picked here is just for some of the illusion-based heroes that we are still in the pool, like a Naga Siren or something like that, like
Yeah,
a TB
sure.
perhaps, right? Just that might be able to overpower the AM, just to try and make sure if one of those heroes comes through for OG, you make it pay, right, in the laning stage, basically.
Yeah, it's also Uragi special as well, right? Those illusion heroes are what he's known for. The Agi illusion carries. I mean, the other option you could do is Slork. I was actually thinking about.
Team banned.
Slark again.
Oh,
Were you thinking of a Sven, sir?
definitely not even close.
Color me surprised. Maybe red, maybe green. I don't know what color Sven
Uh,
turns when he's surprised, but
Red. Oh, right.
OG's
Yeah, doping
turn
is
to
red.
ban.
So I don't know. I guess green is the opposite.
yeah, I guess so. That's a surprising pick for me, but overwhelming physical damage, right?
Dire team banned.
Can be key towards taking him down. A stun as well in
Yeah.
this lane versus a primal beast. You are phenomenal at killing a wisp as well if you can get on top of him. Does mean that this Monkey King is extremely likely to be a support, however.
Yes, 100%. I like that better though, so that's good. It's Chuvash, Tekis,
10
and
seconds
Tiger Monkey
remaining.
King, so that's good. I mean, I guess you also have a lot of ways to stop the counterspell from
5
coming out, right?
seconds
Between Blast Off and Boundless Strike, and then Sven initiates onto that, so the Stormhammer doesn't
Yeah.
feel as bad against the AM.
True. That's very true.
He also
And I'm-
survives the lane, which is good.
Yeah. And am I wrong? But doesn't it work like Lotus Orb where you reflect the spell, but you because it's an AOE
OG's
stun around
turn to
Stormhammer, you still get
ban.
stunned? Am I wrong about that on AM counterspell?
I actually didn't think it worked that way. I thought that people around you got stunned, but you didn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually not
We'll
sure.
see.
Now you're making me doubt about it.
I'm sure we'll see that interaction play out quite soon. But
Okay.
I believe there may be a little bit of counterplay there. Even if you do
10
reflect it,
seconds
which is
remaining.
bad news, like you said, you at least stun people around you.
5
Storm Spirit
seconds
banned out. That's what
remaining.
I was thinking. I was thinking of a lot of mobility heroes, kind of for both teams. The setup from OG is slightly difficult here, which is why the Storm might have looked a little bit tempting. Don't really think you're gonna live too long if you pick some sort of just fight me hero. Nor do I think you have the space and time. As much as I'd love to see another Summel SF, I don't think we'll see that.
No, 100% not. You need something that's big,
10
creates space. Actually, Puck is banned too.
Puck is
5
banned.
Because once again, you go back to Ember's okay, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ember's fine. The
Not
roar is
great.
scary. The silence. Pango, but the roar is a problem. Let's see
Oh,
what
right,
we'll
you
read
do
this
have
out.
Pango.
Turn to
Yeah.
Pango's pretty good.
Okay, they'll go with the Ember. I like
Yeah,
it. It's-
Ember's fine, but it's not the greatest thing ever. It just has more consistent matchups, right? Like Ember doesn't tend to lose lane, so now you pick up something like there's no mid laner that OG can pick up that really destroys Ember unless they go
10
Huskar.
seconds remaining.
You're right. Will they go Huskar?
5 seconds
No.
remaining.
The two teams that most recently had Amar on them. It's crazy how we're like, yeah, they're not gonna pick Huskar. No way. Confused OG and confused Nigma fans be like, what?
Well, when it was Huskar picked, didn't Amar take over the mid lane because he would just
Yeah.
demand it because he's the
Yeah.
best Huskar player in the world? Yeah.
Templar
Okay,
Ascendant.
TA is
fine.
Select your heroes.
Used to be a very one-sided matchup, this TA versus Ember. I think now is just fine. I don't actually think it's that TA favorite anymore.
And I think a big reason why BZM picks this as well is you already have a lot of physical damage that you're basically doing. You have almost no magic damage, so that's a slight concern here for the side of OG is you haven't really mixed your damage well at all. However, this TA Shard is super good this game. That AoE silence, right, against a Primal Ember AM, against a Wisp as well, potentially, can be really detrimental in these team fights. So I do think this is going to be it's very much a duo core. I do wonder who is going to end up being the win condition. Probably the Sven. I would have to guess, just because. Yeah, I don't think you can run a safe lane Sven and just go for like this Ags Shard and Auras kind of build. I just don't think that's justifiable on him. So I do expect to see BZM be pretty active early on here, which is going to be a bit difficult, honestly, for Nigma to fight into.
Yeah, I'm assuming Blink first on BZM, and you play around him for the first 25, 30 minutes until Sven comes online. And then by that time, Miracle's online, and you're hoping the Sven versus the AM matchup is beneficial to Sven, which it is most of the time, but it's not a given either way, right? Because you still have to catch the AM, you don't want to get kited. That's why I think they picked so many stuns, though. They actually have a ridiculous amount of stuns.
They do.
Or stun silences, whatever, right?
Their AoE is slightly lacking, which is, I think, my biggest concern here for the side OG. I think you jump any individual target as OG, and almost certainly you're going to kill them. Anyone on this team dies to a combo. From level 1 to level 25, I think no one can withstand it. But I do think when it comes to a broader AoE kind of a team fight, it's a little bit more skill-based here for OG. They've given themselves some pretty powerful tools, I imagine at some point we're going to get this Techie Shard online. You're going to be looking to line up your cleaves on the TA, of course, and the Sven both. Seeing if you can catch a couple more heroes in the Roar to relocate them. But, it is a lot easier, probably, to play Nigma's draft here when it comes down to team fights. And that's not really saying too much either, because they really only have the Disruptor as far as their team fight goes, and the global repositioning as well of this GH Wisp, right?
Yeah, I guess we consider team fights like that. How much AoE can I do? I agree, but I feel like OG is the kind of lineup that kill one hero, move to next, kill one hero, move to next, right?
Yeah, and I guess against an AM kind of a lineup, maybe that's good enough, right?
Okay. Oh, I got Stormhammer level 1. All right, and the two boars are already summoned by DM. They tried to destabilize this with an onslaught. Is that going to be enough to save Kuroki? Apparently, It was not. Chu gets it with an auto attack of all things.
That's right. This hero no longer has 35 base damage. He does damage now, and he gets the kill despite
52.
the tier 2 tower. Yeah, I mean, look
at his stats, by the way.
Sorry?
52 damage, 6 armor. This hero he trades, man. He trades now.
He does, especially when you start off with +5 stats. Not bad at all.
Right, of course, this also helps from the Iron Branches and the circling. But still, I think he understands the point. His range has always been insane, so it's always a great thing for trading. And now you actually have decent base stats to play off. I mean, okay-ish. Acceptable for a support, right?
Yes,
I think this hero is flying under the radar. I think this hero is very strong right now as a laner.
Flying under the radar, that's quite a thing. Techies and Tinker, huh? You just love these terrible heroes, don't you? For the pub meta, anyway.
I'm a bad person, yes.
What next? You like Pango? You like what else do you like, huh? Meepo?
Arc Warden,
you wish we saw more Lone Druid?
Yes, actually, I'm a big Lone Druid fan. I also want to see more Arc Warden. I think the hero needs to get buffed, actually.
What's that? More nerfs are coming, Ice Frog, you say? By the way, top lane, Taiga's already suffering here.
That was really well played. The GH body block plus the Miracle Mana Break slow, and now DM is like, okay, I can body block too. Stop. My Monkey King was supposed to get away with his lane, and instead he's just being destroyed. This is the property about AM you were talking about, that he's now a lane dominator.
Yeah, he is. Low-key, if you can literally get away and survive, if it's not too greedy to go for a Mana Break level 1 on this hero, you're going to have a phenomenal start. It's really weird how much of a powerhouse this guy is at level 1, right? From there, we can have a different discussion once he's starting getting hit by axes and his blink is being canceled by, but there's more problems there, right? But at level 1, man, ooh, you really can bring the pain.
Yeah, and it's that moment between... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, nothing is worse than being a support and literally having 0 mana. And no regen as well. 1.1 mana regen per second here. It's it has to wait a whole minute and a half until he can cast Boundless Strike again. I know he's got Mango, right? But all AM did was right-click it. What are you doing? What are you doing in this lane now? Your life's so sad.
Oh, you
so
want to go
weird.
Bama Strike. Sorry, Jingle Mastery. That's what Taiga went for. But now he's like, oh no. Why is AM helping the support? This is not supposed to happen. This never happens to me. DM? Question mark? DM? Taiga though. Still has one more stack. He has Mango. Perhaps he can Bama Strike. No. He's not going to use it. There we go. The final Bama Strike. Trying to use the tree to prevent some damage. Not going to work as DM fights Miracle back. But DM is also out of mana. Frustrated. They leave. Miracle will win again.
Dude, this Wisp lane, this is not like the... Oh, he's going in again?
Oh. Yeah, now DM is slowed as well by this annoying mana break, and DM can no longer summon boars. He hasn't even gone for a single point in axes, man. This is back to the old Beastmaster.
Don't you dare even ask him about his axes, okay? AM will kill you for that.
Terrible. I mean, he's not even gonna try to go Soul Ring sometimes, which you do against AM. He just goes, all right, I'm just gonna boars and pray that AM stops touching me.
Boars and mangoes. This lane is brutal, isn't it? This bonus attack speed from Wisp, that little bit of movement speed bonus you get alongside the already mobile hero you are with a built-in Blink Dagger. He's put 2 points in the mana break. This man, he's going for kills here. Is down, and actually in the mid lane. It's Sumail.
Yeah.
It's a solo
Bottom
kill
is
on the
Chu.
BZM.
Uses the Mind for Vision, but does not get Kuroki with it. But you're right, solo kill from Sumail. I was very surprised by this. I knew the TA matchup was no longer TA favored, but I mean, come on.
Got surprised by the point in Searing Chains, honestly. That's what did him in.
Yes, that's fair. Usually these Embers these days always max the Sleight of Fist, even when going for Flame Guard. He's not the case. Top lane, another fight from Miracle. This time Taiga feels more confident. He's down the Manless Strike, and that's going to be a lot of damage. How much healing does Io bring to the table? Apparently enough to get Miracle a kill.
Nope.
Oh, Taiga surprises with the Fairy Fire. Look, it's not just mana items that he bought. It's a bunch of Fairy Fires to survive.
That's right. That's right. I don't know how long GH was tethered to that range creep, by the way, for. Did you notice that? I don't know if he just tethered out. I honestly, it slipped my mind there. Sumail and BZM, though, back to sparring. Sumail off to a phenomenal start. This can get ugly real quick, right? Because if an Ember gets a level advantage and he has a support that can rotate mid for him to help him with rune control, like, it'll be like watching Gaming Gladiators back in Lima. Like, just Quinn just dominating for the first 12 minutes of the game. That's going to feel very painful. Now, again, OG, they do very well in this kind of a lineup against like one singular hero that's super strong, so they still might be able to deal with it, but I imagine Enigma Galaxy are going to be looking to fight around Sumail here early on and just letting the AM get his farm on. Oh, Searing Chains hit. No way.
Sorry, mid lane. Yeah, another kill by Sumail. Here comes the techies.
Oh.
The tower avoided. Sumail will live. Yasi sets it around it, and he goes back home as well. I was watching the top lane where GH was killed off by Taiga. So at least they're making up this lane. But this mid lane is a wash here for Enigma.
Dude, did you see that? Even Chuvash tipped him.
Yeah,
You-
he was
you
impressed.
gotta-
He was just playing out of his mind.
You know what it is? He's collecting. The king is collecting his taxes here, pretty much, man. In the mid lane, just absolutely popping off. What a game from him already! Wow. It's gonna be early phase boots. He's gonna be able to get that early orb of corrosion rotating around the map. This is
Yes,
gonna
it's
get
true.
painful for OG at this rate. Miracle is now finding himself at this awkward point where you go, oh, he has Helm of the Iron Will. I don't do any damage.
Yeah, I can't win this fight anymore. Didn't go for the Vanguard just yet. Went for the double Wraith Band to be more aggressive, and that's not paying off. But he's just gonna wait for Sumail to get on. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Once he gets phase boots and orb of corrosion, like you said, he ganks. He also went for a Flame Guard build as well, so allowing him to farm even faster and push off waves.
This is dangerous here, with Disruptor already lingering in the mid lane. BZM's not ready for this. This could be very, very rude welcome for him.
Okay. Oh, okay, he went invisible. Kuroki has a sentry, didn't use it yet. Kinetic Field set
Not
up. Sumail.
refraction, though. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
they kill him.
And the Flame
Rune
Guard
spawn's
was...
bottom.
Oh no, still halfway duration. Okay.
Yep. Rune spawns bottom as well, so they see that and they realize they don't no
Kuroki?
longer need to take that fight.
Well,
don't know if BZM needs to
wants
take
a
this
single
fight.
kill,
Yeah.
but Sumail will protect him.
Taiga's actually feeling like he can get away with a full orb of corrosion, by the way, on this support monkey. I think this is the difference maker of an item that lets you start nuking waves eventually when you do finally start taking points in Tree Dance and Primal Spring. So it'll allow him to scale. AM now has finally, by the way, gotten his Ring of Health, just purchased, is going into this Vanguard build that we frequently see.
Taiga is just shoving him back onto the tower. Miracle keeping his assistant from the tower, but now he activated that Jingle Mastery, and Taiga is stronger than him. The boar slow is also pretty annoying, and he can't get boars quickly, but he blinks away in time.
Yeah, problem is for Taiga, there's no mana, so he can't actually capitalize on that and go for a kill. As you can see, DM is literally just chilling at 100% HP now, and finally, he's going to be able to...
Samael. I don't know about this. DM might not be able to chill against him. Oh, Taiga just avoids him easily with a jump, and Samael regrets his choice to come to this lane.
Okay.
Nothing here for me.
Yeah, nothing gained for him. I don't think he's too upset. He did a good job of pushing the wave underneath the tower. BZM's going to push it back. He's time right before... He's back at home for dinner, basically, here in the mid-wave. He's quite happy. We haven't really spoken too much about bottom, as we can catch mind control farming a big ol' stack here in his triangle. Farms him up a couple of neutral items as Kuro, still thinking he's playing the Enchantress in the last game, will go down.
Top lane, they're also getting aggressive here, but oh no, Samael will make this aggression not look as good. They're trying to use the Helm of the Dominator here, but Samael's just chasing down the Beastmaster. GH might die to the creeps, and he will. In exchange though, can they get DM? Yep, Sleight of Fist level 2 is enough to do the trick, as now they chase down the creeps. He denied one of the boards, but the other one died to the Flame Guard instead. And
Yeah,
Samael
he'll be happy to
really
get this
wants
creep.
his Dark Troll Summoner.
Oh no, his courier.
Oh, the
Well, now
courier
it has
died.
to die.
Oh
Now it
no,
has to die.
revenge. He will die. 100 extra gold for Samael. As
You know what
Yuragi, being annoyed by mind control, immediately pulverize him, stop with a blast off. Yuragi can't fight back here, stuck in the kinetic field though, so there's no other option. He's just going to fall in front of mind control.
Yeah, died of halitosis there. Mind control yelled in his face, and he died. Mid lane though, BZM's dying to the Ember Spirit again.
Yeah, Flame Guard, that's it. And GH is helping with some extra movement in Samael. Didn't even need the Sleight of Fist. BZM will just die to the Flame Guard damage. He can't get rid of that Flame Guard. That's 0 magic damage. I mean, I guess it's traps. That's it.
Yeah.
Infinite damage. It's like a Radiance.
And Miracle's having a pretty decent time top. This might change now that they're going to throw a Warpine Raider at him. Yeah, he's going to blink out of this fight. Level 2 here on the Inner Beast and level 3 Boars. So, you know, laning against the AM and deciding, oh, hold on, they find a stun. It's only to GH and they can't catch him though. Laning against the AM and not going for the Soul Ring build actually kind of end up working for DM, doesn't it? Because now he has almost maxed Boars. He has the Helm, 2 points in the Inner Beast aura. This tower's going down. Not anything Nigma can do against it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, that's a saving grace for OG. They'll be able to open up the map a little bit like this, despite their kills. They got Taiga, though. Okay, so they're still hell-bent to defend this. Nigma does not want to let this tower fall. Taiga will die to Miracle eventually, as Samael hunts for the juicier kill in DM, but they're going to have to settle for this Pinecone, who has mana, which is why Miracle can slow it down.
Yeah, that top tier 1 tower is under the protection of Sumail the King, okay? He's going to come over. They call the
Miracle is
banners.
his vassal,
Yes, for now.
for now.
Sumail, nice dodge there on the Meld Strike. It's really having a good game here on the Ember Sphere, man. I forgot how much it is.
He's
how
feeling
much fun
himself.
it is to cast this guy. Down bottom though, Kuro.
Kuroki. He lives with the glimpse, but the trap slows him down. The bomb's not even needed. BZM will get it with the residual trap damage.
Okay.
Samael, though,
Whoa.
with a haste rune.
Was he?
Okay, they have vision against the
know.
creeps.
Okay.
Sure, yeah, that's a play. That's fine.
Look, I'm not an Ember player, right? I mean, he saw something that was worth. Oh, and he sees a monkey. He cuts his ass down. What's up?
Yeah,
what
he
up,
does.
Taiga?
But he can't
reach him,
get to
though.
him because Taiga was too far away. The war,
Miracle's
Taiga gets
here.
rid
Miracle
of
can't hit him either.
it. Taiga is winning this war. Even though he's going to die, he wins in his own right.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he almost killed Samael as well. He did a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, at space created, top lane tower will go down as this time the king is too distracted, taking down the Monkey King and his tree. Miracle even trying to join in there. I don't think got any damage in, to be honest. Couldn't quite reach him.
Yep. OG though, he's because of DM's push up top. I think they're actually getting a base operations where they can make moves from, right? So DM is kind of saving the game right now. It's looking pretty good as a result.
That's the problem of this Primal Beast, right? We saw this, unfortunately, for Geek Slate all throughout Tour 2 here of the SA DPC, right? Where, like, you farm a lot on this hero, you get your first item, and then, like, what have you done? Well, you kicked out the enemy safe laner, you know, with decent timing, but it's a Sven. He has a built-in farming mechanism, which is max now. He doesn't really care. Have you taken his tower? No, not really. Has anyone come to kill you? No, you're not really that important. As here's Taiga ruining a smoke gank attempt.
Against Thunderstruck, there's the Boundless Strike though, but that's before the Jingle Mastery doesn't heal back up, so he can't.
That's
delay this
fine,
any
dude.
further.
That's a big play because whereas Force isn't really doing anything, the reason why Nigma Galaxy, sorry, Force, Freudian slip there. What I meant was mind control. He's not yet doing anything here on this Primal Beast. OG
That's
on their
interesting.
side of the map, right? The reason why Nigma are forced into action, are brought into action, is because DM is just taking over their jungle, right? They need to kick him out. This Broodmother Light hero, as we like to call him, right? You need to open up this part of the map. Miracle needs to get a little bit of farm because bottom's not that safe, even as mind control does slam Yuragi on the ground a couple of times. But Taiga's going to ruin their day by just breaking the smoke and taking a death. He doesn't care. He's having a great time.
Chu. Aesthetic Storm has been set up here, and they bring Chu back into it. They couldn't blast off, but Taiga protects him with the Wukong's command. Yuragi in the bottom lane, though, got dived and killed.
Yep.
Because Nigma know what's important, and that's taking his tier 1.
That's the first relocate used, and I think that's...
Couldn't stop the blink from BCM, but he's going to hunt them down. Searing Chains actually gets in. They glimpse him back as well. And now, need some help from Taiga. Boundless Strike, not going to help him.
Okay, Chuvan.
Chu is the next one.
Here.
Chu, he's just laying down a bunch of traps. He's good. Okay. I guess that was a fiery finish.
He laid down a grenade and then jumped on top of it there as he went down, sacrificing himself for the team. God, these
Incubating
guys,
his egg there.
They're just yeah, exactly. Quick note on the kill down bottom. It was the first usage of a relocate that I believe we've seen here, and that'll just serve as a reminder to Yuragi to be a little bit careful, right, when he does see one of these enemy heroes around that can actually lock him down. Being this Primal Beast, mind control with a very opportunistic kill there, calls in the reinforcements, and they easily have a kill, even if they do end up losing a hero or two in their own jungle. Tower, though, mid lane is... Oh, hold on.
Oh, initiation with Primal Roar, but they need something else. There we go. The damage is here from BCM, and that will kill off Samael. Finally, revenge as GH has been slowed down. He's the next target. Another stomp on the creep, but they don't need it. And they're just going to overwhelm him with numbers and take the tier 1 as well. And off the back of DM, OG has managed to survive this early game.
So far, so good. Enigma Galaxy coming out of their lanes here. They're going to be hurting after that one as they do lose Sumail on top of that tier 1 tower. So the map starting to shrink a little bit. And now they're going to be a little bit more under the gun as they try and even up map pressure here and take a tier 1 tower. You can see now, again, I mean, I love talking about vision, but it's just crazy here. You have TA traps, you have Techie's Mines, you have Boars, you have Hawks. What else do you have? You have Monkey King jumping around in the trees, right? As they do cut him down again down bottom, by the way. Taiga is dying.
Yeah, he's gonna die.
Will die.
Mind control even joins in. He was farming his BKE, but in the
In the
middle
river,
lane,
though, they're fighting.
That's where the team fight is happening. Yes, GH has been left alone, has no partner to call his own, and now he's gonna be killed by Uri and comes in with God's strength. Rooted though, so that Nigma can escape. A BZM already has a blink dagger. To blink forward if she wants to, but choice is not to go for Kuroki. Instead, Roche seems much more succulent.
GH is left alone, no partner to tether to his own. Beep, boop. Not even any soup.
I didn't mean to do that. That just happened naturally. I'm sorry.
Alright, it's like a little, you're
Beep,
a poet,
boop,
you don't
not
even
even
know.
any soup.
Not even
I
any
like
soup.
that.
Okay. You know, when you're down, you just want a nice little bowl of soup. Or, if you're very angry and red, you take an Aegis instead. How about that?
Yes. Oh, that was good. That was good. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. I thought you were gonna say if you're angry, you want to be booped, because I want to be booped when I'm angry. It helps me calm down.
Very true,
But maybe
very
that's
true.
me. You used to do that when we lived together, but now you have a cat, so it's different.
That's right, yes. And now Winter's upset I don't do it to him anymore.
Yeah, exactly. BKB's up on mind control. This is the timing that supposedly Enigma has been playing around for a while, because mind control has been AFK farming this whole time.
Yep.
Just trying to finish this item.
And it's a big item, but I think this is the problem and why we don't see too much Primal Beast as he bulldozes through the trees, just mixing the Monkey King. I think the problem is, like, you tend to get this item around this time. It's just fine. But OG with a nice stroke of draft work here, and they pick a lineup that is phenomenal at taking and forcing objectives, including Roche, right? So now they have this Aegis, and even though BZM doesn't yet have a BKB, now he doesn't need to go for a BKB, by the way. This is a lovely, again, another lovely bit of draft work from this lineup, right? Because, again, Sven is the super hard carry, even though he's also building early. I love this build from Yuragi. He's going for a blink, but let me focus back on BZM real quick, sorry. He's going for an early Deso, right? So his objective taking alongside Inner Beast, alongside Helm 2, oh god, it's overwhelming here.
Yeah. I mean,
someone get a Crimson Guard for these buildings, I mean...
It's what you always build in the TA mid, right? But the timings on Bleed Dagger and Desolator are just kind of crazy good this game. When you already have a Sven farming, you didn't have that much map, and you had a pretty poor early game because Ember destroyed your mid. But Nigma couldn't really capitalize on this, And now, again, I can't understand how important mind control doing something is, because he hasn't had impact yet, and he needs to find more kills than just Taiga down bottom. Or is he even gonna fight Taiga down bottom? He should. He should.
Yeah,
pulverize him and kill.
Yeah, that's a good kill. Kuro running at enemies like he's a Spartan or something.
Oh, he didn't set up Static Storm, and BZM will just blink out, ignoring the Thunderstrike.
He's just running at BZM, like, holy moly.
Yeah, no fear in Kuro's eyes. He's already met death far too many times.
That's right.
I think he probably died more in all his history of Dota than some players have played matches.
That's probably not that hard of a metric now that I think about it, but probably still very true and should mean something in the case of Kuro.
Yeah, like, died only in competitive, and people have played Dota all around him.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what they say. I fear not the man that has practiced one thing 10. What was the saying? Where I fear the man that has
one
died
kick
10,000
times.
Yeah,
I fear the man
exactly.
who's died 10,000 times.
Exactly.
He's clearly immortal, and that's something that's fucked up. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, he is. He's still playing Dota after all these years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And he dies on these heroes. He dies. They pick him his ench, and he's like, "Oh boy, I can't wait to die 8 times once the TA gets
It's
one
true.
item." Like,
It's a special kind of man that plays support for that long.
you have to respect.
As they fight
him.
BZM now. The help from the IO. Everyone on BZM has an Aegis though, so this sets up for another fight. Chu's ready. He's wiggling his little butt. Who's he gonna blast off to? It's Kuro. Oh, it's actually the Emperor here. And they set up for the Woman's Command. Going for mind control. Has a BKB. He can onslaught himself to safety. GH though is stuck in the wayfire, and he's going to die. As they still follow for mind control. BZM lays down a trap. Mind control actually hit it. It's not gonna work. Blows
So
up in his
slow.
face, and he's going to die too. OG
no.
showcase why. Sure, we'll let you have 1 kill, but no more than that.
Yeah, this might end up being one of those games where. Oh no, Miracle as well. Good stun. Will he die here? No, right? Ragi not quite as fast, even with that bonus move speed from the Mask of Madness and the War Cry. Miracle will juke him out. No support here for him. Is Miracle gonna out juke himself? Little scary here. Taiga has been scouted. Careful. I don't know. There's a tier 1 here for Enigma. I don't think this is as free as a fight for OG. I think if they have Aegis on TA, this is a different story, but they may want to be somewhat restrained here in how aggressive they play near this structure. DM nowhere nearby. Yeah, and everyone for Enigma is here. Okay, good fight. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Because for as good as a game that Sumail had in the early game, and let's be honest, he demolished BZM early in those first 5 minutes, right? Not really feeling that way at all. Just got to do a lot with the draft here. Taiga is going to scout the entire enemy team and get away with it too.
Yeah, this is his usual play on Monkey King. He's also going for the same build he loves going for. This I'm a carry build, where he just builds the Fusel Blade because it's just so impactful Wukong's command.
Yeah, it's so good. And again, this is why I really like the Orb of Corrosion. When you max Primal Spring, yeah, and you do this, these creeps will die to the Orb of Corrosion, assuming you hit them all, with 1 more point in that Boundless Strike. And I don't believe they don't die unless you have the Orb of Corrosion, or at least the Blightstone. Top lane, or sorry, mid lane, that is.
Yeah, Chu. Well, is he going to go down to this Pulverize, this Kinetic Field? Chu will try to blast off. Can't blast off the Kinetic Field, but deals a lot of damage.
Why was he so tanky? All he had is Cloak and Magic Wand. I felt like they were...
Reactive Taser is pretty annoying.
Yeah,
you can't really see it because disarms are kind of like... it surprises you because you're not used to this ability, but it's happened many times where you're like, nobody's hitting the techies even though it looks like they're all on top of the techies.
You do have to be a little bit careful here about losing too many heroes, because you can see what it allows Enigma Galaxy to do is to rotate back through the jungle, clear mines, try and clear traps and whatnot, right? And just make the game a little bit harder to play for OG. Oh, they're reloading. Down bottom.
Yeah, they got Tiger. I mean, they didn't really need it, honestly, but whatever.
Dino on Dino action
Miracle
top
had it.
lane. Mind Control just pulverized the Thunderhide. Never looks right, honestly.
Truly a traitor to his species there.
Honestly. But you can see what this kind of like happens, right? It has a snowball effect where this kind of an OG lineup, and this lineup in general, not especially when OG plays it, don't take it that way. It thrives on these kind of chaotic all over the map fights where we set up our vision over here, we find a pick off here, we move to this part of the map and you back up because you know we have the numbers and you can't take a fight. We set up vision there, we farm that part of the map, we move back. Like, now that Enigma Galaxy are a little bit more in the driver's seat here and moving together as a unit, it's a little bit harder for OG to play this style. That's fine, though. They're just going to chill and sit back and farm their next volley of items, right? Yuragi almost has his Echo Saber reassembled. He's got BKB now to show for it. And BZM is actually building up his own BKB, still needs just a little bit more gold.
Oh, the smoke on this, huh? Smoke is immediately revealed by Mind Control. This is one in. DM has a BKB though. And he actually Primal Roars Mind Control
disarm.
instead, but they disarm the Sven. Mind
Oh,
Control
the
might
stun.
just die to the TA. There's the Wukong's command set up as well, so Sumail has nowhere to run.
Wow.
He's also going to die. Taiga slowing down GH, forcing this TP from him, and that'll at least succeed, but Nigma lost 2 very important cores here. And Yuragi might even find a support as well, and lay down a trap, and that will not even be needed. Yuragi had him dead to rights regardless.
Yeah, I mean, Yuragi's just doing way too much damage here already. That stun, silence, reactive taser, boundless strike, perfectly catching Sumail as well. It's gotta be so frustrating because he got off quite an excellent Heaven's Halberd, but there's just not a knife team fight in the tank right now for Enigma Galaxy. OG, like they've hit their couple of items. The net worth lead is quote unquote only 6K, and I know AM is literally not showing up to these fights. But I just don't know how much would change, honestly, although if he was. I think he's doing the right thing by farming up his items. We'll see if he actually can catch Taiga. He's seen him.
Yeah, definitely. Or Taiga's seen Miracle. Maybe he's just be like, hey, if
Yeah,
you
that's
farm
right.
here, I will be stalking you the whole time.
That's right. Whew, it's tough. It's a tough game for
It
Enigma.
is.
They're not out of it yet, though. This next Roche here, it's a short Roche timer. There's a Basher now online for the Anti-Mage. You have
Yeah, he's getting
Static
his
Storm
timings.
ready. BKBs. That's a second BKB now for OG. The third make that, actually. I forgot DM just revealed one in that last fight.
I mean, can we... I do want to touch on the point that, like, they technically are not out of the game, you're right, and they still have timings to run. But because the TA exists in this game, it's so much harder for the AM to solo carry because you are dealing with 2 cores versus your 1. Sure, Sumail will eventually get online, but he's just not as strong as a TA. And this all happens because your offlaner was kind of just AFK for a while. Like, you didn't play on the timing at all. I was very surprised with Primal Beast just being kind of not relevant.
It
Maybe
feels so
there is a
bad,
later
right?
timing.
Because again, like when you get that, you're right. But by the time you have this item, you have 4 staff. No one can stop me, guys. BZM's like, I don't care. I have Aegis. I have Death, so I'll kill you when I revive. Like, it's just. I feel like that's why we don't see this hero. Same thing about Mars. You know, it just takes him a while to farm up that item. He's not really like a core. Doesn't really scale that nice into the late game. Oh no, we're fighting already. There's a DD run on BZM. Get out of here, boys.
They're gonna fight GH perhaps with a Boundless Strike. Also, the Techie's blast off, and this is the shard, so includes a stun now, stopping the tether.
What a flashy little bit of play there from Shuvash. I don't know if he meant to do it. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. He meant to do it, Avo.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Catch.
I mean, look, that's what I mean. I feel like the Primal Beast, though, we've seen it in some games where he dominates. He's like, up against Nagasiren, stomps the lane, and then proceeds to do a lot from there. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, Albeit almost solo carried a game with Primal Beast mid, right?
Right.
So it can happen. I just don't know if this passive gameplay is the like if there's a later peak that we don't tend to observe that they're gunning for. Because this happened in SCA a lot of times, and I was surprised by it too.
Roche died. It died in like 2 seconds. BZM has taken the
BZM.
shard and the Aegis. Yeah, no, I mean, I hear where you're coming from. Maybe that could be the case, right? I just believe that the reason why like Shopify Rebellion tends to play this mid lane is because with a level advantage especially, this guy's a lane dominator. To me, he's a little bit different than a Viper, right? He's not green, he doesn't fly, he doesn't spit, but he's very similar in playstyle, right? Like you want to ruin someone's game as this hero, and then use your experience advantage, because these spells are pretty bonkers. Like Trample is still ridiculous, right? To really kind of ruin people. And I believe you only really get to do that with solo experience and the solo farm that you get from being a mid laner. I don't know if you really get as much as you do in the off lane, right? Otherwise, I
you
feel
have to
like
win that lane. Maybe.
Well,
I mean, that's it.
not
Like
only-
you just need a really OP matchup.
And I think there are a lot of like just really good supports right now in the meta, honestly. Like Disruptor, especially being in meta, even though you have Disruptor on your team, like that hero just completely dumpsters. Especially with the Glimpse kinetic field build. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I agree.
It just doesn't seem like the meta's super right for this offlane hero in my eyes. That could be wrong, like you say. Perhaps there's a bigger period where this hero actually does a little bit more. I have to say though, even now with BKB and Blink Dagger, it just feels rough that they still have a Primal Roar, to use on you.
Yes. I mean, the whole even traps can be a nuisance, right? Like there's the fact that you get trapped. Like imagine you don't have to BKB on your way in, and through your onslaught you get silenced, right? All of a sudden your initiation is destroyed. was that stupid thing. And then you have to BKB right as you initiate, and it may not might not be the best BKB. It's just, I agree with you. I feel like this hero has certain matchups to be, but at least this game I find him to be kind of a non-existent hero.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think you and I have just seen it a lot. I think we're a little bit. We have a recency bias, right? To
yes. C had a lot of these performances, so it's just very similar to that kind of Primal Beast, where I want to think Blacklist actually. It just felt like a Blacklist game where you're like, I'm not sure if they're doing anything, but they're in the game. They're connected. They don't make plays though.
Okay. OG just waiting patiently for an opportunity. This could be it. Yep. Holy moly, what a stun.
Oh, that's a good bound of strike. Oh, GH got away though with Tether. Nice job, GH.
Yeah, barely. He'll live. And again,
he got away. That's what matters.
That's just the support Monkey King ultimates. And Taiga's about to have BKB. That'll be 4 BKBs here.
Right. 4th core coming online. AM having to carry even further.
It's OG just setting up to take the base here. Aegis online. Mind Control stomping around. Didn't even hit the creep wave there.
I'm on roar. Okay.
Miracle's here.
Jump onto him. BZM. Doesn't have time to activate the BK. There we go. But no, it doesn't matter. Miracle will die regardless. They'll just say Mind Control instead with a relocate, but that is not the right target. Your win condition's gone, and GH will still return. Hopefully without Mind Control. Okay, that's good. At least only GH died there. No, but that onslaught's not going to work. Mind Control also gets wrecked. Good fight at Disruptor. We're just watching this from the sidelines. I mean, it's just done.
I hate to say, I think this game's just over. They'll recover the gem, but OG, they're going to play it disciplined here. Again, early on in the group stage, you take these guaranteed wins, you know, you don't mess around, but they were going to cover the creep wave. They can get megas already. Bot lane is available for the taking here. The tier 2s are all gone. BZM still has Aegis Salvo for another 80 seconds. Game just feels about impossible here. There's an Abyssal as well on this AM, but again, you stun someone, and there's just 4 stuns coming your way. 5 now with the Centaur Conqueror. Mr. Stomp's joined the war. Yeah. I don't know what you hope to do.
You hope to... Okay, Kuroki's already dead, so there's no more hope. You're out of faith.
There he is.
Oh, he has Static Storm now. Maybe Mind Control could do something. Onslaught into the Wukon's command. Difficult. Primal Roar into the Wukon's command. Also the blast.
Miracle's in.
Miracle though is fighting in, but Static Storm as well. Perhaps to help defend BKB. Impossible. They're ignoring the Disruptor completely. And Miracle, he's just trying to get in. He finally got a chance here, but Kuroki's disintegrated right in front of him. Now the TA starts hitting. The IO works against Miracle, as Nigma Galaxy will lose the game. I mean, the one last frags in the game, 100%.
Sumail trying to do his best here, cutting the waves. No.
Okay. They have Boundless Strike. They don't have any stuns. He has Ghost Scepter as well, but Blastoff will still catch him. There's Stormhammer 2, and there's Sumail being dead. GG. As the GG is called. Nigma gave up on this game. It was an absolute stomp for OG.
Yeah, it was. Despite Sumail's best efforts, you know, again, I really have to put some respect on the King's name. Really came out of the gate swinging. Just wasn't going to be enough on this Ember Spear, you know. Your impact's going to be a bit limited. You can't really challenge for objectives. You didn't really have someone to challenge for objectives at all on the side of Nigma Galaxy here. Felt really like difficult for you to try and defend against the early push that that OG had right on side of this Beastmaster for DM. It just really felt like the draft quite naturally favored OG here in terms of the play style. Enigma with not a lot of moves to make here, to quote the old G as they are now known. Not a lot of moves to make here, you know, by the end of this.
Well, I just think there's a little bit of a disconnect here. I feel like when you look at Enigma, I think you can blame draft and you can blame whatever you want here, but the draft had an idea and I think it was fine. I actually think, I mean, once again, Sumail popped off early, which is why I mean, I called it a stomp, but maybe I was wrong about that because it's not really a stomp when you win your lanes like that, right? But then once you win your lanes, you have a also very good lineup to catch people and kill people with the Ember Disruptor, right? And theoretically Primal Beast as well. I guess IO has to relocate. IO doesn't really offer much there, so that's that concern, but let's leave that to the side. And you just don't do anything, right? You just don't want to do anything. And at that point, maybe you got to question if you're playing around the right timings, or if you have the coordination to do so, or maybe this is not the right draft, and maybe you can question the Primal Beast pick again, but something has need to happen. There wasn't so much a failure which is what you usually see in these Dota games. Whereas like they start hunting and they fail, they don't see anyone, whatever. It's more like there was just not an attempt to begin with, and then for sure the game is not going to go your way, right? They kind of hoped that OG would play a little bit more passively. I will commend some of the OG heroes, particularly Taiga. I think his Monkey King created a ridiculous amount of space this game, and he itemized really, really well this game as well. But I think it was easier because they were hunting him down more. They were hunting the cores, right? TA had a lot of free farm despite a losing lane.
Yeah, lots of free farm here and just good itemization, right? Lots of free farm. Again, like you say, there's no one really to challenge the farm. Like I think Sumail made a lot of space early and then just didn't have anyone to play with. I think that's a little bit natural when you have a Wisp who's going to be supercharging someone around the map. I think we only saw one relocate gank, which is super effective at actually killing Yuragi. Maybe a couple more of those were in order in the early game, right? To try and at least throw a little bit of a wrench in the works that OG were kind of cooking up, because eventually it was just overpowering and a bit too difficult for Enigma Galaxy to try and make a comeback from. So that'll be a 2-0 win over for OG here in their first series. Enigma Galaxy, who are coming in fairly last minute. I believe they were just replaced yesterday, or they replaced pardon me, PSG LGD yesterday. So
because PSG LGD could not acquire visas to come. For all these people are wondering, like, is this a LAN? Is online? It is an online, a studio tournament is what we call it, professionals, right? And that means that the teams do fly in, they play in a LAN environment, but they don't actually play in a stadium with people or whatever, right? So they are actually in Europe. They require visas, and obviously those visas will be used for Berlin Major as well. So hopefully PSG LGD can acquire them for them. But that's why they couldn't come to this tournament, and they're not available. Enigma is joining us instead. But good showing by OG, honestly. This is the OG that we know and love, playing around a single timing and just doing really well on that single timing, right? I think the whole Liquid squad, honestly, the original one, or I guess not Liquid, I guess the favorite way is to say Alliance, if I'm honest. The Insania, Boxy, Taiga, that squad, Mickey, they have always, every time I've seen him in public performances, interviews, casting, whatever, they're obsessed about this concept of timings. It's a very big thing they bring with them. I know Taiga is a big voice as well in the OG lineup, him being one of the more veteran players, right? So this idea of we're going to play around this win, our win condition is not a hero, but rather a specific hero with a specific item at a specific time. And we play around that, right? And you'll see this a lot with his dual core lineups. It's very clever. The BZM TA, right? They play around that in the beginning. Then you see TA is working. Sven starts to itemize more early game items because you know that you can play around that and win with that TA instead. If the TA did not work as well, I guarantee you that you see Yuragi going for more late game items instead because he thought that would be easier. So it's a very clever play style by OG.
Yeah, exactly. I commented on that in the draft. I really like this draft from OG. Made a lot of sense. I think it required them to make a win out of the laning stage, and I was a little bit scared when BZM was kind of getting stomped a bit in the early game, but a phenomenal recovery out from OG. They will be able to take it.
So for this one, do we get to have an interview with the winners of OG, Richie? Do you know?
I am not sure. I am currently. Let me go ahead and give a little bit of a check here, see what I can find. Yes, we do.
Okay,
we have BZM from OG is going to join.
Oh, nice.
Very lovely.
Okay, great. Awesome. Can't wait to ask him about Tinker. I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, me too, actually.
I was wondering if we could get BZM. Yeah, it's very exciting.
Cool. Mid laner extraordinaire just had an incredible recovery game here on the TA. I'm also curious what he thinks about the proliferation in the downtime. So that should be pretty cool. About now all these third-party tournaments popping up in the meantime. OG coming back, bouncing back pretty big from the Western European Tour 2. And all that kind of stuff, right? And participating in Malta as well, like just going for all this experience. I feel like it's kind of rare. Of all the teams now attending the Dream League Season 19, I'm not sure how many of them are actually participating in Malta yet. I want to check that actually, but it feels like OG are really, really like just ramping up the Dota right now ahead of the major.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's the old way of playing, right? And I think when you have a younger team, also you can take advantage of this because they have nothing else in their lives. So just squeeze them, The execrations were always like that. So execration would bring up a new team of Filipinos. All of a sudden, they're playing 6 tournaments at the same time, 2 of which are not even listed on Wikipedia because they're local. Like they don't even have English cast; it's just Tagalog. It's the way that a lot of these teams have built themselves. The old Monkey Business, right, or even Five Jungs. All these other teams have also built themselves in these third-party tournaments and just playing a ridiculous amount of Dota in 1 month, or in 1 year. Honestly. That was the way back then. But I can't wait to ask him about it instead of just talking amongst ourselves. Can't wait for him to join.
And we've been baited, by the way. It's not BZM. it's not the Zoomer. It's Taiga instead who's going to
Of
be
course,
joining.
yeah. I'm not surprised. I was wondering how anyone in OG but Tyga would do an interview, but apparently it is Tyga the whole time. Can't wait to talk to
Just-
Tyga instead. We can ask him all these other questions, all these great, yeah. If he ever joins, so
If he
we're just
joins, no,
gonna
he's ready. We're just
we're
trying to sort out the audio issues. We'll in just a bit.
Tyga, what a responsible man, always ready for the interviews. The a shining light in this team. The most experienced member with only 24 years of age
Yes.
or 23, I forget.
So this is the problem with being the nicest guy on the team is that they always say, Taiga, can you do the interview for me? I'm not feeling so good. And you go, okay.
Hey, he's good at them though. He's got it very good at them. He's an expert interviewee now. You know, a lot of players get shy. It's only when Slacks comes that you get other OG members because he grabs one and you don't really say no to him. He literally goes, yo,
"Chubash!"
and then literally, no, that's what he did at Genting. He went, yo, and then Chu looked at him with the biggest fear I've ever seen in a man's face because he knew what was happening. But Slacks already planned this. We had already ingrained so that the audience is shouting, Chu, Chu, on the screen. So it's nice to hear from other players once in a while, but it's also nice to hear from Taiga once he is capable of joining. There we go. Oh, hello,
hey.
Taiga.
Oh, hello. Now I can hear you. Finally.
Yes, we can hear you too. Happy after that 2-0. Nice Monkey King performance. Really clean game too. How's the team feeling in general after about the DreamLeague?
I think the team is feeling great after we qualified to the major. We are excited to play more Dota. It's like that's what we live for, and it's great to be able to play that
Yeah.
many games.
We wanted to ask
Because-
about that because there's so many third-party tournaments right now. The Pinnacle that you're participating on as well. You're in the DreamLeague season, and now, of course, you're going to go to the major. Do you just take whatever tournaments you can get right now? Is it just all the practice possible? Is this for the major, or is just in general a new mentality for you guys?
I think I just like playing Dota in general, and it's also like it's your job, and I need what it gives. You know, like it's really fun to be in front of the stage because I feel like the COVID years kind of ruined a lot of my career time. You know, for all other players too. So I feel like I want to play as much as I can when there's an opportunity to make up for the years I have missed because of COVID. You good?
Oh, I think now we are. Hello?
Oh my god! I was wondering if I was the only one. I was going crazy.
Sorry about that, Taiga.
What's up?
We couldn't hear your answer at all. I apologize
Yes.
for that.
Oh my
Yes.
God. Okay,
You cut off
so
completely.
okay,
Sorry,
so
man.
I basically just said that COVID has ruined a lot of like how to say it, wasted a lot of our time in when it comes to playing Dota and playing tournaments and playing in front of fans. So I feel like I want to make up for that, or I'm sure like a lot of players want to make up for that too, to play as many tournaments as they could, because it's our job and uh, I love what we're doing. And also I need to win as much as I can to get enough money so I can get my parents the wedding, you know.
Aw,
As
that's
mentioned
adorable.
in the what is it called, the Red Bull documentary.
Uh-huh.
So
I wanted to ask, now that we're 2 tours past us, right? You've played 2 tours already of the DPC. How are you liking this new, or maybe not liking this new DPC format? And especially now a bunch more third-party tournaments that you get to play in.
I think it's amazing actually that more third parties are coming in, because I feel like TI last year didn't feel exactly the same. I'm sure like there are a lot of other reasons to why, and having other tournaments kind of helps with how the DPC league are and how the tournaments, like how majors are right now. I feel like more tournaments also helps the tier 2 scene, which is like very important for our scene. And the more they pop up, the better it is for Dota, is how I feel like.
Does it ever get too hectic for you guys? Do you ever feel like you've played too much competitive Dota? Is it ever tiring, or you just can't get enough?
For me personally, as long as we don't boot camp like a long duration of time, I don't really get tired. Like the time I get like, or the time I feel like people are burned out is when you boot camp for like a long time, like months, even half a year, and you kept playing. That's when like, you get tired of meeting the same people every day and you kind of repeating the same things over and over again, exactly the same. Like I think that also leads to you being burned out very fast. So I think like for me, a couple of weeks boot camp and then these tournaments is like fine for me. I don't get burned out from that.
Do you think the boot camp helps you bring closer together? Is there, like you said, when you burn out, is there also a little bit of because you've lived with the same people for like 3-4 months? Do you ever develop annoyances because of some things they do when you live with them, that kind of stuff, and then you bring it up later when you're playing the game?
Yeah, of course. It's the same with family, right? You're tired of living with your sister or your brother. They get so annoying, and you feel like you don't want to talk to them. You become this introverted dude. You're like, can you? I don't want to talk to you right now. Like honestly, you just get annoying. I don't know why, but it's like, but like when you don't meet them for like a month or two, you'll be like, oh my God, it's been a while. It's amazing, dude. And you just feel so excited, so pumped up to gym, do some bench, and these things. I
Right.
think it matters a lot.
If I may ask, like, how do you personally combat that? Like the feeling of burnout and maybe getting a little bit annoyed at some of the small things when you live with teammates and stuff. Like, what do you do? What are your escapes? I'm just curious.
I mean, normally I probably watch some anime. Usually go to the gym. I don't do that so often now. Watch some shows. I guess watch streams, Koikwa mostly. His streams were quite funny, so I enjoyed it. Just lurking in the chat. So that's pretty much what I do.
Cool.
Nice. And so, how are you feeling mood-wise? Perhaps you talked about the qualifying to the major, so you're coming on a big up and up. Some people have talk about the importance of this momentum, right? Do you guys feel like because you made it through, you were the last ones to make it through, you have a little bit of momentum coming into the major and in the Dream League as well? Or does this tournament stop the momentum a little bit?
I don't think this tournament stops the momentum. I think this tournament actually helps us to improve better for our process.
Okay.
I think like this also going to be our first LAN with Dima for the major. So the more we play, just the better to keep the excitement up. Like everyone in the team is excited to play with each other, and we can't wait to compete.
Okay. I do want to ask before we let you go, but for Dima, when you first joined the team, was there anything special you guys did? Because obviously, when you join a team that's already formed, sometimes you got to make the connections quicker, right? Did you do anything to make sure that he felt included in the team, that he felt like he was part of the discussions, any sort of team building activities?
I think we try to include him a lot, and I think he's good at voicing his opinion too. But in the start, we had like a couple different mindsets on how we want to approach the game. He proved so we needed to change some things up, like be one with one brain and not 20 brains, which is probably the game changer. And I think he also adapt very fast, which is great. I like to see, and it's also like a motivation boost for us, to play Enigma in a way, because they don't have Amar, and when Amar is not there, we feel like we have to take revenge for our boy. So it was a nice victory.
Very cool.
Very cool. Well, we won't hold you up anymore. Go celebrate the victory here. Thank you so much for your time, Taiga. Any shout outs before we go to your sponsors, to your parents if you want to, before we let you rest for a bit?
I mean, special shout out to my parents, to the fans that have been with us all this time, even though we 1-4 in the groups of DPC Season 2. And of course, OG for supporting us, and our sponsors, especially Red Bull, giving me all these deliveries just to make sure I stay energized for the tournaments with all the games that's coming up. So I love you, Red Bull.
Thank you so much, Taiga. Congratulations on your victory, and good luck on the rest of the group stages, my friend. Take care.
Thank you.
Good lad, that Taiga, isn't he? Always a pleasure to talk to. He's good at those
Shout out
interviews,
his
isn't he?
sponsor. When was the last Dota player you saw? Shout out his sponsor. Wow. That actually was the most surprising part of the interview to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Good
Not only
lad.
knows his sponsor, but shouts them out. On
Yep.
point, man.
Yep.
This is a
You know what he's gonna
value
do?
team.
He's gonna clip it and he's gonna send it to Manon as well. He's like, tweet this. That's how good of an
That's-
interviewer he is.
Yeah, that's fine. I think there's no problem with that, honestly. Good job. But yeah, very interesting. I like hearing about team dynamics sometimes, Dota players. Yeah, you can ask about Dota, but honestly, Taiga wasn't the person you probably wanted to hear about. Honestly, I would have asked BZM more about the Tinker things. But it's interesting to see how teams come together and essentially how teams live together, right? I think that's also one of the most important aspect, the human aspect that we don't tend to observe very much in Dota. The human storyline is oftentimes more important than anything else, actually.
Mhm.
If you talk to the players behind the scenes, they usually converse more about emotional and I would say intangible elements more so than the tangible elements that tend to get talked about for the viewers. So it's nice to get to showcase that to some of the viewers that don't get to hear those conversations.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I agree. Cool to talk about them. It's interesting to hear that perspective. Like, yeah, we can get burned out, especially boot camping. So good to hear. I mean, that even this godlike Taiga player who is landing 4-man boundless strikes in the middle of this game on the Monkey King is still, when he gets tired, he just goes to the gym and watches anime as well. Good lad there, and congrats to OG for taking the win. I like this shout out as well for Amar for taking down, of course. Good stuff.
For the speculators out there, like people like create rifts between players. Most of the time, they're actually pretty chill with each other, or they even hold friendships, right? Which is nice. I even constrained myself in asking what anime I was watching. I feel very proud of myself for that. So you're welcome, Richie.
Yes,
but for now, this is our time for the day, at least for you and me, mind you. We're going to leave you in the able hands of our Cryptic and John X Fire. There's still 2 more games, 2 more best of 2s for the day. So do stay tuned and don't miss those games with the other lovely cast repair that's coming by. My name's Al Plus. I've been joined here by Seek and Strike. Yes, by Seek and Strike Dota. And we'll see you guys tomorrow with some more Dota 2. Take care.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to Dream League Season 19. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with the legend himself, John Xfire. What is up, my man? This is long overdue.
It is, and I'm surprised we haven't casted together after all this time. You know, I swear to goodness we did, but I guess I'm misremembering. You know, we did some NA. Maybe I think we did. We must have done a Pro Series together at some point, but we just never managed to work. You know, Neff's always there. Now
Yeah.
Neff is gone, and now I'm here, and this is it. Mike's kicked out as well. We're free, Ricky. We're free.
Yeah, we get to go fly. You know, no longer being dragged down by all this extra weight. Nah, man,
Feels
I
good.
love those guys. But yeah, it's like you said, it's long overdue, man. We've done a lot of work kind of in the similar areas, but never actually got a chance to cast together. So super thankful for that, man. It's going to be an absolute blast of a day, and we got some good series, dude.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the games here in Dream League are just insane, right? Like they've flown all the teams in to play in Europe before the major. So we've got not really an international LAN, but kind of the same setting, inter-regional Dota coming out. And here in Group A, it's insanity. It's all draws, right? Group stage, best of twos, bottom four elimination, and you start your first round with all draws. Like that
Yeah,
sets
dude.
up quite some drama here, you know?
Yeah, I literally woke up this morning and I was like, all right, let's see how Group A did, man. This will be great. It's just like all ones down the board. You're just like, okay, that's a good start. You know, that's what we're looking for. So maybe we're gonna break some of these draws here, because I mean, X Hellraisers, Gaming Gladiators, some of the best teams from their respective regions, and they both look so good recently.
Yeah, they performed spectacularly in their own DPC regions, but again, coming into international LAN, so far 1-1. So Gaiman had a pretty strong round up against Shopify, then just dropped the second game. It's just hyper competitive across the board,
Yeah.
and this is so good to see that international Dota is just so hyper competitive, because you know everyone keeps talking about, oh, this region's weak, oh, this region's weak, oh, Southeast Asia's overrated, oh, China's dying. No, they're not. You know,
Yeah, they're all
it's
good.
equalized to a really good point, and I'm just keen to see who does pull out ahead, because this format is just bloody. Bottom four elimination. It's like half the team's gone after groups. You can't afford to get too many of those draws, even though it is dramatic. But as a player, you definitely don't want that.
Yeah, you know, there's a very famous saying, you know, it goes on the lines of, if you ain't first, you're last. So in this one, it's if you ain't in the top four, you're last. So, you know, try to get to the top four, otherwise, you know, you're going home. But like, it is a bloodbath. Like it's going to be pretty nuts. Like if we don't see some 2-0s coming out of this, like these next like four series here for Group A, I don't know what they're gonna do. I really don't. Like, there's just gonna be like a bunch of tiebreakers potentially, but I mean, I'm okay with that. I think that's always super hype.
Yeah, it's always fun to see those tiebreakers. Unless they go to infinity, then, well, it might mess up the schedule a bit if you have to push it to the next day because it drags into round 3 and there's no resolution. But that's always fun for us, That
Oh,
kills
yeah.
the players, and it kind of kills. Well, if you're casting like 6 hours in a row, well, that's not what we're saying. 9 hours in a row. That's where it gets a little bit silly. But
Yeah.
you want that. You want that. You want the 9-hour cast, man. I can imagine what would happen if Neff was around for that.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
he
Neff
has
is the
been.
manager of Nouns now, so we'll have him insane in the background at this point.
Yeah, we'll still be getting messages from him because he'll be like forced to be awake because somehow Nouns would be like involved in the tiebreaker, right? And he would just
Oh
be
yeah.
like dying on the sideline. Yeah, I mean, we all remember tiebreaker Tuesdays from 6 years ago. That stuff burned into our memories if you were involved. But we've had some really fun tiebreakers in general. Like, I think Europe went 2 rounds, South America went 2 rounds. It's been good, man. It's the competition's better than ever, and I think that's one of the things you talked about earlier. Is like everyone's like, oh my god, this region's dying, this region's dying. Like the top of every region is so even. Like those premier tier 1 teams from each region are incredibly good, and they're incredibly like evenly matched. And I think that is what's making for like really good Dota right now.
Yeah, it just keeps it equal, and it's also maybe a bit of a consequence of the patch, right? Like you start to congregate towards a very specific style of Dota, or it starts to get optimized in a way. Like we're seeing a few picks kind of rise up here in the first round of DreamLeague. I think we've seen, quite frankly, a lot more aim than I'd want to, but stuff like
Yeah,
that. There's
what
still
is that?
certain things popping up. I don't know. Like Execration pulled out their Meepo, which they ran a couple of times in the DPC, which that's not too surprising. But the AM bugs me, man, because I've
It feels so
seen
off
AM and
patch.
DPC. It does, and I've seen AMs go for like a Vanguard Radiance build into Ags, and I'm like, I don't approve. I don't know what's going on, but I've seen it, and I don't know.
Missing
I don't like the feeling of it.
missing the John approval stamp, dude. That's not good.
No.
I agree though. Like it's one of those heroes where you're like, man, if there's any AM game, like this is it. And then you pick it and you're like farming for 40 minutes still. And that is just so not what this patch has felt like, right? I feel like the tempo in these patches have been really, really, really quick. And a lot of teams are picking carries that can play with them early. Like that's one of the reasons Troll has kind of surged back into the scene a little bit, is because it's a lane dominator and it farms like 2 items and it starts running at you. And I don't know. The anti-mage seems weird. Like we'll see. Maybe someone's got a different plan for it. Maybe we'll see that the Vanguard Radiance, but hopefully not. Not I don't want to see it.
I really don't. I've also seen in Southeast Asia is just weird. There was a game where we had a safe lane AM and a Terrorblade pick that turned into a support Terrorblade. So that was lots of fun time. And definitely not meta. I think they were just forced in a weird position. But some of the meta picks that have been coming out aren't too surprising, right? Like Rubik's still up there, and P still slides through, Primal Beast Solution still there, Batrider's there, the Spirit Brothers, except Void Spirit and Earth Spirit down mid, are still pretty popular, Ember Storm. And Disruptor, I think, is the one that we've all been seeing steadily rise across every region. Like, the Disruptor is just busted. Glimpse at level 1 just does too much, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams start to really first phase ban it and just not even want to play into it.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a patch right now where basically it's a lot of like 5-hero Dota, right? And like taking just kind of like that 25 to 45-minute mark of we're just going to ball around the map together. And Disruptor makes that really hard, right? You either like take a bad engagement and try to leave, and Disruptor like pulls the Uno reverse card and sends you right back into the enemy team, or you get 4-man, static storms like heading up a hill, and suddenly you're just like losing a fight. So he's great in lane, and he has some of the best catch and team fight abilities in all of Dota. He checks every single box that you want right now. I love this hero. I think he's probably the best 5 in Dota, but he's definitely up there. He's like top 3 for sure. It really just comes down to what heroes like teams maybe specialize in. But yeah, Disruptor is like that hero is pretty dirty right now.
It really is. I've been surprised a little bit more by the IO coming through without something to be a battery to, right? Like not like IO Lesh, which was pretty common, or even IO Storm. Like I think we just saw IOAM come out for Enigma. Granted, it didn't win, but teams are starting to go for different tie-ins with the IO, which is also interesting. Like that hero always kind of goes up and down as well. So I'm keen to see if either Hellraisers or Game and Gladiators kind of dip into that in our series. I don't believe they are a team that have run it, at least in the first round. We're early on in this tournament. There are no real stats to talk about, but they have managed to run it on Game and before in the DPC. So could be something that they pocket and kind of bring out again, maybe tying in with the Lush, but who knows? Like the tournament can just surprise us, which is, again, it's always surprising to see so many big changes when this patch, I mean, let's face it, this patch has been kind of the same for a while. Like the state of Dota has been in a little bit of equilibrium for a while. So the fact that players are still finding things that they can consider broken and change priorities is intriguing to me, because I haven't felt like, a lack of change from patches like this in a long time. But the game still shifts, and it's always good to see.
That's one of the things that I think I love about Dota specifically, is just the fact that pretty much at any point you're just like, all right, we've tried everything that we can. This hero is starting to be good. What are some of those like old counter picks, right? Like let's start digging in the box, right, all the way to the bottom of the barrel and find some of these heroes that haven't been getting played. And it's like, oh yeah, well this hero worked really well like 6 patches ago. Let's figure out why and see if we can make it work again. It's just you get this like constant rotating of, all right, one of these heroes are going to work. One of these heroes are going to kind of like pop back into the meta as a result. And yeah, I mean, pro scene's always very innovative, so makes it fun.
Yeah, it does. And speaking of fun, our draft is on hand, so we're going to be able to see how both sides kind of just dig in, see what they've learned from their last series. Again, wouldn't be too surprised if we saw something high priority like the Broodmother plus DK being banned out already in the first phase. Not too surprising. DK in particular, I know, is something Ramses loves to run safe lane. Safe lane DK, in fact, I've seen it pop up in some China DPC as well, like China Div 2 recently. And it does scale pretty nicely. So I respect that, right? Like taking away tempo, taking away ways to just kind of take these early objectives and rally around one hero does feel like what we tend to see in the first phase. Broodmother kind of does the same thing. Again, though, Disruptor, I feel like that is worthy of a first phase ban if you just don't want to pick it yourself.
I feel like Death Prophet's too scary. I feel like Broodmother and Death Prophet are just absurd heroes right now, and if you don't have an answer for them, like giving them away in first phase is pretty scary. That being said, if you overall first pick Death Prophet, you can respond with things like Drow Ranger or different other like carry matchups that do pretty well. And they get rid of the Pango. I actually think this is fine as well. Another like really strong hero. Quinn is a menace on that thing. So
I speak for the trees.
First overall.
There's the NP. I mean, you leave it in. You banned out the Pangolier yourself. So the NP already has much more limited counters. Stuff like Primal Beast is still on hand. Batrider is still on hand if you really wanted that for Hellraisers in the first phase. Although I know how far they'd want to go to just trying to counteract the NP at this point. You do still have those options just to run the safe versus off lane matchup. But GG can always kind of flex it. And there's that Disruptor. What do you know?
Not surprised. Not surprised. I will say with the NP though, one thing that is kind of nice is this is one of the few safe laners that does win the Death Prophet matchup. So it could be, if they want to take this for Draccio, you have a favorable matchup into that Death Prophet. But it is something that can be flexed into one of the side lanes. And so they just skip the Death Prophet altogether. They go for the Enigma, which, I mean, great hero, protected by the Silencer, or by the Disruptor. But I was going to say Silencer is still available.
Silencer is still available. Rubik's still available as well. And Rubik's been really popular regardless of going into Enigma. I think that hero is just really strong right now as well. Great in lane. Lots of utility into the mid to late game as well. Scales pretty nicely up against the cores with utility. So you don't really mind that. Instead, they go into the Beastmaster for GG. So Beast coming out with the NP, insane push.
Huge
They've
push.
got some ways to clear out as well now with the Axis on the Eidolons. If you kind of want to do that down the line, you can just counteract that Zoo. And I do like seeing this from Gaimin. This is telling me that they're planning to run a pretty fast game. Right? They want to take it up tempo. They understand the shortcomings of the Enigma. Sure, you don't focus in on the black hole, But as the game scales on, like that is pretty much what Enigma does outside of all the auras, like the Guardian Greaves and maybe the Wraith packs coming out. Black Hole will have to be a factor, and that's a timer that you will have to kind of wait on in comparison to the Beast and NP. Like their split push feels a lot more reliable in comparison to Eidolon's, and like just the global presence of the NP on top of this pick-off potential and the vision from the Beastmaster does feel like you have a lot more control here from Gaimin to dictate this game.
Oh, I am with you. I
10
think
seconds
Beastmaster
remaining.
is broken. This hero is so good.
5
Um,
seconds remaining.
I don't think there's many offlaners that I would pick over Beastmaster in almost any game. I think he's reliable. He pretty much always does his job. And even in lanes where he can be heavily countered, then the response is usually just stack Ancients, level 4 axes. But then you put a lot of pressure on like the 5 position to block
Dire team banned.
the triangle that you want to farm later. And if you have like a strong 4 in lane, which a lot of times he does, your 5 can't leave to go do that. So I think Beastmaster is just a really solid hero overall. Excited to see, how they decide to play this and what they want to match it with. The fact that they get it on 8 is fantastic
10
because they get to
seconds
ban out the
remaining.
Enchantress. They don't have to worry about that like abysmal matchup. So
5
like it a lot.
seconds remaining.
And, because Hellraisers does have the Enigma, or ex-Hellraisers does have the Enigma, they're forced to ban out certain things to protect it. Again, the Rubik we talked about forcibly taken out, so you're leaving more options for Gaimin to just double down and pile on, right? Like, you have so many ways of just tying into Beastmaster. Say something like a Clockwork support coming out for the next phase on Gaimin. Like, all the vision and then all that movement, all that near global presence coming out with the NP plus the clock hooking in. Like, and the silencer as well. They're going all in and just ensuring the Enigma can still keep going. But the thing is, Beastmaster's already somewhat of an Enigma counter with Roar. So you're going to be forced to go BKB Lincolns as well, which it just doesn't feel great because you're either getting them really, really late
10
into the game.
seconds
So
remaining.
the team will have to stall to hit that point where the Enigma is kind of
5 seconds
relevant,
remaining.
or you're rushing those two and you're skipping all the aura, which again is what we've been talking about. Enigma's focus isn't necessarily on Black Hole, but if you're gonna ban to protect it and make sure the Black Hole is good up against the Beastmaster already, then you're skipping out in that utility.
Absolutely. And that is just in my opinion, one of the things that makes Beastmaster so good, right? Like he has a lot of utility that he brings from his kit just natively. And then he is one of the best aura builders in Dota right now. So good stuff. The one thing that I'm a little bit curious about is they banned the silencer, even though it is likely to be the Nature's Prophet in the safe
Dire
lane,
team banned.
which is a super strong lane. But like you said, they're doubling down on just trying to protect this hero. I think the Clockwork is a must ban here. And like that hero is going to be really strong in their hands, I think. But maybe they want to start focusing up on some of their core matchups. Maybe protecting, their safe lane a little bit.
10
So
seconds
we'll see.
remaining.
Yeah. Like, if you don't ban the clock, like, this is
5
just a nightmare
seconds
game for
remaining.
Enigma. I still don't think it's easy, even if you take out the Rubik Silencer. Like, Clockwork's going to be a BKB piercing
Dire team
cancel as well, and he doesn't care for Lincoln. So they ban out the IO instead, so preventing certain IO combinations for GG, and they pick up the Bounter here. Interesting pickup from Hellraisers. Like, I've seen this on and off every now and again. I'm still not sure how I feel about this hero, to be frank with you, Ricky. Like, it can snowball you hard, but I don't
10
necessarily think
seconds
Hellraiser's lineup is set up for snowballing already. Like, Disruptor plus Enigma
5
just
seconds
don't feel
remaining.
like the kind of heroes that run around with the Bounty Hunter and plays Widow's Track. So I'm expecting maybe something like their mid pick here from Hellraisers to carry through with that.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you glimpse vision, right? That's the main thing I see
suppose.
from this, right? In terms of like what it brings to the team is just glimpse vision, but I don't know if that's enough. And this is the hero I was hoping that we would be seeing. I think Snapfire is probably one of the most versatile heroes in Dota right now, and she just pretty much always can fit into a draft. So I think we're likely seeing the Beastmaster Snapfire offlane. You now have Roar
10
to follow it up with
seconds
Kisses.
remaining.
You have the Cookie, which is a great save. Yeah, I think
5
this is going to
seconds
be
remaining.
just a overall really strong draft right now from Gaming Gladiators, and the Bounty Hunter's gotten me feeling some kind of way. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's. I'm not sure. I'm not sure itself. Like, with Glimpse, sure, kind of sounds cool. It's kind of fun, but I need more to go into that combination. Like I just don't see any of the heroes of Gaiman being really easy pickoffs unless you like literally clump up 3 or 4 heroes every time you rotate in. And then it's just the threat of
10
NP being on
seconds
top,
remaining.
the save from the Treant. This Wombo combo coming out from Gaiman is just
5
ridiculous. You
seconds
get that blink
remaining.
timing on your Treant, which even on 5 they tend to find pretty fast. You have so many ways of just stopping black hole. Like you literally
I was
don't
gonna
care
say,
for the
there's
black
black
hole
hole
Linkens.
again.
Like this is not a black hole game for Enigma. So you got 2 bans on Rubik Silencer to protect Enigma, but then there's the stream pick. It's I am sort of worried for the ex Hellraiser squad here, just because there has to be something amazing. Maybe you go for just blind pick your mid here. You're pretty safe with blind picking your carry. I just literally have no clue what kind of carry you'd want to run with this. I don't see a carry wanting to join in for the bounty hunter kill. So maybe you just
You
go
need
all in with range. Drow is available, like you mentioned, right? Like core to core matchup against NP.
You
Could
could go
be one way.
sniper.
There's
I
that
think
as well.
sniper is
Yeah.
actually not bad. You're against Beastmaster. It's a good Beastmaster lane, and it's okay enough against Nature's Prophet because you don't really care about the Sprout. And then you can always get like Hurricane Pike as well as the grenade. I honestly think sniper might be your pick here, but it doesn't feel great with this lineup because Enigma
No.
can't really dangle in front of you, right? This is a hero that plays behind your carries, and then you have a bounty hunter. Yeah, so they go for a Terrorblade, which is gonna just be the in the front hero now, and you're gonna try and play with like the Enigma saves, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, the Terrorblade's it's a decent core to core matchup against the NP scaling up. You do have, I'd say you have decent
10
enough
seconds
magic damage from
remaining.
Gaiman though, especially in lane. Like a Snapfire Beastmaster lane is,
5 seconds remaining.
it sounds pretty deadly to me. Either the Axis or the Boar build for the Beastmaster, both are pretty alright. Maybe the Axis is a little bit more effective in harassing out, but it's not like Hellraisers has a clear answer for the Boars here as well.
Yeah.
I mean, for Hellraisers, if this Terrorblade does manage to say sync up by the time he has 6 or 7, for this mid push that should eventually come out from Hellraisers, they can snowball the Terrorblade pretty fast. And once you protect yourself with a couple of stat items, it can stand in front and fight. It's just the way I'm looking at right now for Hellraisers is their approach to fights are really difficult. Like this is just not easy.
Dire team ban.
Maybe you do something weird and say you run Disruptor Enigma supports, you run a core Bounty Hunter offlane, although Bounty Hunter offlane against NP also doesn't sound good. So
Yeah,
probably
I
sticking
was
to the
gonna.
Enigma.
I was wondering the same thing. I was like, could they be pulling some core bounty out? But it's like looking at these heroes, there's no way. This is the 4 with the Enigma lane, right? I feel like it has to be. And the only thing I'm looking at right now is if I'm Hellraisers, you have to ban like
10
some
seconds
classic
remaining.
Gwyn heroes to get rid of the puck. I'm really worried about Zeus getting through
5
like
seconds remaining.
at all because there's not a lot that you can pick right now that will counter the Zeus lane because he just continues to farm, and it is a very good Zeus game.
Yeah, it is. It's a fantastic Zeus game up against this kind of lineup. What else is left?
Dire
Like,
team ban.
if they do ban the Zeus, I guess something like Leshrac still available if you really want.
No,
You
they
don't have
banned
the
it.
battery.
Gaiman's got rid of it.
Okay.
There's
All
the
right, all
Zeus.
right. That's fair.
I
And
was
there's the
like,
Zeus. All
whoa.
right.
I was so worried for a moment. I was like, if this hero squeaks through, you're in a problem. Okay.
Yeah, you're in a world if that does slide true. So what else is left for good old Quinn here? The Bat Rider is still it's still in the pool, right?
Yeah,
I
Bat
don't know if
Rider's
you
still
really
in.
need
10
to,
seconds remaining.
but you could. That's the one thing with this lineup. Like you literally could.
5 seconds remaining.
More
Dire
BKB
team.
I feel like
Pierce
any
disable.
pick just. They go to Storm instead, which again, I don't mind too much. Your catch here on Hellraisers is not the best. Like, how do you pin down the Storm? You have Black Hole, you have Glimpse, Static Storm, Kinetic Field. That's literally all your stuns. We're not going to count the mini stun from
10
Shuriken. That's
seconds
not enough to stop
remaining.
the Storm. Like, there's no good way of pinning
5
down the Storm unless you,
remaining.
I guess, surprise him with a Static Storm or surprise him with a Black Hole. Otherwise, Quinn's just free to dance around here.
Yeah, so it's really up to the mid lane, right? Here for Hellraisers to find your Storm counter. And I'm not really sure what's left in the. I'm trying to think like what's left in the pool that they could go for. They're pretty much out of time, so they've got to be crunching some numbers here. They go for the Death
Choose
Prophet.
your
Okay,
hero.
it's a silence. Actually, not a bad pick into the Storm Spirit
Yeah.
either in lane. So I think this is actually probably one of the better options they could go for because they needed some desperate tempo. I think on X Hellraisers here to get active early, and I think this will help actually quite a bit with that.
Yeah, like the mid matchup feels pretty decent for the DP there. I don't think the Storm has the best of times in that lane, so you should have a pretty good matchup for Kiyotaka. I see tempo coming out from X Hellraisers now, right? Like you've got this push timing to hit with your DP and your Enigma. You've got the aura plays. You've got that sustain up front with the DP maybe lasting a little bit longer with all of those spirit siphons going off. But when you look at how they have to execute on Hellraisers, it just feels a lot harder. Like even with these solutions on hand, like GG's draft is just a lot easier to play straight up. Like there's no direct counters to these heroes. Your lane matchups look good, except maybe mid is a little bit of the wonkier one for Quinn. But it's Quinn up against Kiyotaka. I think that should still go fairly even. Worst case scenario there, maybe a slight lead for Kiyotaka just by the nature of the matchup. But I know, like I'm feeling Gaiman's draft here, Ricky. Hellraisers, like this is a very different draft from what I'm used to seeing, but it's not something that has me feeling too good. So we'll have to see how they pull it off, I guess.
If there's anybody who can make it happen, it's Ramsey's Terrorblade, though, right? Like this is just one of those classic things. You see Ramsey's on a Terrorblade, you got to be worried a little bit. So I think his matchup, his lane should be pretty good overall. And if he's able to kind of get that mid game space that he's going to need, if Kiyotaka can provide that from the mid lane Death Prophet, you definitely can have a game on your hands. We'll see how that matchup ends up playing out in the later game, because like you pointed out, it's one of the better ones against Nature's Prophet. But if you fall behind in that net worth, like if Draccio is able to just free farm and just push and take too much of your map away, then you're in a little bit of an issue. So we'll see how this ends up kind of unfolding. But I think that mid-game timing is going to be really important.
Yeah, it's going to be key. Like if X Hellraisers do manage to get that tempo, snowball off the back of this bounty hunter, then this game simplifies. You just maintain that lead. You kind of just run down. You will have to get some build up on your Storm, some build up on your NP, and even your Beastmaster. You're looking for your aura timings. You're looking for your Overlord timing as well. So, yeah, there is a moment where X Hellraisers can just overwhelm. And I think the key part, on top of Ramsey's just having a good time, is Ramsey's understanding these power spikes, right? How willing is he to show up to these early fights? How willing is he to contribute towards this potential mid-push with his Metamorphosis? We've seen a lot of Terrorblade players actually join their team right when that mid-push happens, and I'd like to see that come out from Ramsey. I'm sure he would. If the circumstances are favorable, he will show up for it.
Man, I'm so ready. This is gonna be such a fun game. I have not been able to cast inter-regional Dota, I think, since the last Pro Series. So I've been fiending for this for a while now. I'm excited.
Hell yeah! Welcome back, Ricky.
Yeah, dude. Thank you
so much.
Just
had to sacrifice Neff.
We had to take out Neff and Mike for this to happen. So thanks, guys.
Not too much of value is lost, I'm sure. It's all right.
For anyone who is joining in, maybe if you missed the draft, it is the first game of this best of two. It is Gaming Gladiators here taking on the side of X Hellraisers. We're going to see a little bit of a battle for these runes here at top. And Solo Ramsey going to take a decent chunk of damage here, as he should be fine. These axes will start to stack up. Well, actually, yeah, okay. They're not going to continue the chase. Underneath the tower, he's going to be okay.
Yep, just playing it safe. I do like that Ace started with the axes, so it's
Wait
the more
he's got a
aggressive
glimpse.
one. Hold on.
Oh. The Uno reverse card, Solo. He's got to get out of here, though. Hope he's going to try and chase him down, but there's the reflection. The first blood might come through here for Ramsey's. Kiyotaka, though, will snipe it from the mid lane on the Death Prophet, and that is the best start you can hope for.
Yeah, it's a sweet start coming out for X Hellraisers. Pretty long engagement on that rune, but they're collapsing on top now. Like, they've got Ace isolated without the support, and with the axes, I mean, cooldown at level at every level. It's not that okay, Tofu.
That's always like your heart stops for a second, right? You're like, did I wait long enough? Moment of truth.
Ooh, yeah, that would have just been a nightmare start for Ace if that went through, but fortunately for them, it does not. And this lane, as long as Ace does manage to heal up just fine, this magical output is ridiculous. Solo's going to have to watch himself, but with level 2 and Ramsey's, he can dish some of that damage back as well. So it's going to be a little bit more back and forth, and all eyes on Ramsey's. If he gets this lane going for himself, he's going to feel great.
Yeah, I like the fact they just popped the meta as soon as he got it, just to start kind of pushing back these heroes, and he's still got the wave in a really good spot here, so I don't think he's really that worried. He should be able to CS this pretty well. And he's just continuing to use that reflection, which, why not, man? Take that early regen advantage. Bottom lane, Celery. Ooh, sniped under the tower there. Nicely done. I mean, they got the Eidolon split, and Dyrachyo is going to take a lot of damage here as well, but he'll be okay. We'll just good old classic TP to base as a NP.
Yeah, this is the one problem with gaming, right? Like, we talked about the Enigma in terms of Black Hole not being the best, but your bot lane doesn't have wave clear. With the Treant and the NP, the Eidolon spam will be overwhelming. You've got that nice little orb start for Antares. So you can slow down the Treant, just keep harassing them out, kind of cut off the Racho as well. And they don't even have any sentries to really watch. Like, they've used the sentry to block the camp. So Antares has a lot of room to just play tag here.
Yeah. And it makes sense, right? Treant Protector, he's kind of holding his points on either Leech Seed, Living Armor. I think a lot of times in lanes, people want to go for the Leech Seed, but this is not one of those lanes where you're going to get a lot of opportunities to use it, just because, you know, Bounty Hunter is going to be invis a lot, and the lane's going to be pulled back pretty often here. So Living Armor does end up being a choice, and they're going to get aggressive here on the Dyrachyo in the bottom lane again. They got the Eidolon split, the Bounty Hunter just being a complete nuisance.
They just see that opportunity, they start to get the right clicks in, nothing to stop the Eidolons, and again, you're wasting a lot of resources out. You're making this lane pretty damn hard for Dyrachyo. All the lanes, in fact, for Hellraiser is going pretty well, except for mid, which again is a bit surprising. Quinn on his Storm just running down Kiyotaka quite a fair bit. And I suppose he can't really leverage the Spirit Siphons. Sure, Quinn can't really come out to safely go for like the Remnant and Vortex double overload, but at the same time, you can just keep kind of twacking away and clearing out the creep wave and applying some decent harassment. Rune control is going to be big. If Hellraisers can kind of put their bodies forward to stop Quinn from getting a top up, then Kiyotaka's going to have a bit of a better shot at maybe looking for a way to gain an advantage.
They're going to get aggressive again in the bottom lane. It's every single time, rinse, repeat. As soon as the Eidolon split happens, they just run him down. And top lane, they also managed to find the kill on the Tofu. So 0-4 to start this game for Hellraisers. I mean, beautifully done in kills. We'll see how much that translates into net worth later, but CS is definitely struggling here on the safe lane NP as well as that off lane Beastmaster.
Nah, it's not going according to plan for Gaiman. The lanes coming out from Hellraisers, they're working it just so damn well. Like Antares setting up with these slows, with that orb and with the early Shadow Wall. It's a ton. Because allowing that extra time for the Eidolons to just chase you down, it's painful for the side of Gaiman. It does feel like all their hopes are on Quinn to just have this good scaling up from his mid. Maybe get active once he has that Falcon Blade up, and try to open up the map a little bit more for his cores to have a point to launch off of.
Yeah. That Beastmaster, let's see what his build is here. Okay, so he is kind of holding and just staying 2-point Wild Axes, has a 1-point Inner Beast. So I think this is probably going to be what we end up seeing is we'll see that next point come out soon and call the Wild. Top lane, they do get the glimpse back, though. Ace trying to chase down Solo now as maybe Solo bit off more than he can chew. Ends up getting punished for that one.
Yeah, nice little kill. Not the biggest, but it's still something to help him kind of catch up after a pretty damn slow lane. Ramsey still doesn't care too much. I mean, he's slow on HP, had some stick charges, has a salve. He's going to be fairly safe in this lane anyway, and still be able to farm. You do see Quinn kind of getting shoved away from mid, so you're getting some space out for Kiyotaka to work the creep wave, hit his level 6. No one really rotating in for the power runes as well. Be some easy control coming out for Kiyotaka. And if Quinn doesn't manage to pick one up, it's going to feel pretty rough, because that'll line up with a 6-timer for Kiyotaka here.
It was pretty smart. Like, Quinn farmed his way back to base, via the jungle, and he's going to get 6 pretty much in the mid lane here in a moment. Ooh, great fort on the wave, though, and Kiyotaka does not want Storm to be able to contest these runes at all. So both side lane support starting to show up. There's going to be a glimpse pulling Tofu back into this Death Prophet, and he will just get ran down underneath the tower here. Meanwhile, Quinn really wish he had this 6 here. He could go for this haste rune bottom. He does finally grab it now. As continue to play really aggressive here. There it is. Quinn will go finish off the Bounty Hunter with the help of Celery. And first Exorcism used a decent amount of damage to the tower, as the catapult still lives, but denying the haster into the Storm Spirit, pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say you're happy enough. You managed to get not only a support kill for your trouble, but you're forcing all the supports down to mid. You're freeing up your winning side lanes to just win even more. And with the advantage each core has, they're going for an early smoke with that level 6, though.
I mean, look at top. Ramsey's just behind the tower, and here's going to come Quinn. He is out of mana, though.
Oh.
Okay. Well, he just got glimpsed back quite far. They're going to be able to just TP out on solo. They got their eyes set on the prize, which is going to be Ramsey's on this Terrorblade. As he's lost his Disruptor. Quinn's trying to join the party, and they managed to bring him down. So the dive does end up getting punished.
Yeah, it looked like he had an angle out, but probably not the safest TP. Cookie threat was there. Tofu was very patient with it, tried for the Sunderplay, does get taken out, and Quinn still had enough to kind of walk back in. So they take out the big target on the map that really needs to scale up here from the side of ex-Hellraisers. Ramses, he's still having a decent time. He's still number 2 in net for it.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to be hurting too much, and he should be able to swing over to the jungle. This is the point where Gaiman can kind of start to group up for a little bit of a push.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Ace, I mean, 3 points in these axes now. The damage starts to become very problematic. So if you're going to stay in this lane here, well, I mean, Quinn's just not backing away. He's staying very active, pops the Vortex, and they got Ramses and potentially solos. They got a cookie in one. Now Quinn just dives after him instead. Okay. Who needs to farm when you can just kill heroes?
Yeah, you don't need to. Ramses, I thought he'd just swing jungle. You know, he goes back into that lane, and no Metamorphosis, no Sunder, gets taken out. Does not respect the output. They're going on to the Roger here, though.
Nice TP cookie. Beautifully done. They have a roar available here if they want to go for it. They do have a sentry. They drop it. The Scatterblast comes out, and Taras gets basically punished for that dive as well. So the responses from Gaming Gladiators, man, they're really on point.
Yeah, they've managed to just work themselves out of a pretty slow laning phase, all things considered. They're finding some key pickoffs. They're still a little bit behind in net worth. You know, Diratra's not quite doing too hot on the NP just yet, trying to work onto the Midas to catch up. But it's that momentum we talked about. You've got Quinn onto the Storm, and he's just willing to run around. You know, he's just more than willing to show up to other lanes, make these plays. Kiyotaka, in comparison, has just been stuck mid. And he will have this opportunity to EXO onto the tier 1 again. They know Roar's down, so should be fairly safe for Kiyotaka.
They have the fort to slow down for a moment, and it is 3 points living armor. The thing that has gone pretty well is with these rotations is Celery has just stayed solo bottom for quite a while now to try and slow down some of these pushes from the Enigma as well as the Death Prophet. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The Exo's still got quite a bit of duration in the mid lane, and they will be able to claim the first tower here.
They find a mid-tier 1, but they've lost their top in exchange. So it still feels a little bit better for the ex-Hellraisers boys, but you're not suffering here on GG. You still have some control. Celery's just constantly healing down bot, so Miaro can't get a full solo push by himself. It will eventually fall, and Celery's not safe.
Woo. Nice read by him. He sees that movement from the Enigma. He's like, all right, there's no way this guy's alone. Bounty Hunter behind the tower here.
Yep.
And
they do have another fort if they want to use it too. But
they could. I think it's just at a full. Yeah, no biggie there. Probably just look to try to group up elsewhere. They've almost reached timing for the dominate here on Ace, so you will have that creep presence now. Big creep with some utility, some auras to play with if you want to. And Miara's still kind of hanging around here. Quinn is in the area. Just going to farm up. So just going to take their time. He's got the region rune bottled up as well. He's going to be feeling pretty good about himself. We are starting to hit that point, though, with the book on Antares, where track is going to be a big factor. And that's where ex-Hellraisers has to really start to play here, right? Like, they've got to find these successful hero trades, even on supports, because you just snowball so damn hard when you get those track tilts going.
Yeah, Antares is scouting. He's looking for Celery here. And he will be able to start stack up some of these tracks eventually. But a 2k gold lead here for the side of ex-Hellraisers. It's pretty much all off the cores, right? Because the supports are very poor at this point in the game. Quinn smokes up, has that regen still running, hoping to find the Ramses in the jungle here, but not going to get lucky there.
Anything else?
He does see the Enigma. I was like, does he go for the black hole? The Mortimer kisses are there. There's no chance he escapes this. And then Tara's has to just back away. So good play there. Good rotation from the duo.
It doesn't take too long. He is going for the typical Enigma build-up. Injurability, Kiyotaka.
He's going to try and get aggressive. There is an overgrowth to buy him some space. He will use it just to prevent these track kills, so maybe not the worst call. But they're just going to dive. They've got themselves... Ooh, Quinn gets pulled by the glimpse from downtown. Solo snipes him. And there it is, the first tip of the game. I was wondering when this was going to happen. I knew it would be Quinn somehow related.
Yeah, it would be Quinn tipping or Quinn getting tipped. They even managed to find Celery. So these track kills are stacking up. We finally get the rotation out from Kiyotaka, and his presence is just more than enough. Like, we see the effect of the Disruptor as well. Not able to dodge out of that one for Quinn, and Static Storm does clean up the job for them. So that is what they're going to have to bank on, right? To lock in that Storm, they've got to have Solo around. Solo cannot afford to get jumped first. I think for Gaiman, their next kind of rebuttal to that is like just playing under vision. Play with your Hawks. If you find the Disruptor, kill him, and then you can just take the follow-up fight. Like you're not scared of the Enigma too much. The Disruptor really is that big scary hero right now, which again is so funny. It's the Pause 5, but it's the
Level
biggest
6
threat for your team fight. Yeah.
Mid lane, there's the Atos reveal. They get the silence as well as the cookie away will save Storm Spirit, but there it is once again, the glimpse. Not close enough on the Enigma to shut this Storm Spirit down, but I saw the Atos being built. I've been seeing this picked up a little bit more often on Death Prophets, but I'm curious how you feel because I'm not 100% sold on this.
I think the item makes sense situationally. Like in here, you do lack lockdown, so this can set up for your team. I think the stats are pretty good for DP. You don't mind it in that sense. The issue with the pickup is that you don't tend to go Gleipnir. So you might argue it's a dead slot, but I think the utility from just the Atos alone is fine. And if you do go Gleipnir, the utility is still good. On this hero, I think the utility for it is good. It's just, if you have someone else that can build Gleipnir, they should. But in this circumstance, you don't really have anyone that does that. So for the Atos alone, it's worthwhile.
Yeah. Nice rotation top here. They commit the Roar, take down the Bounty Hunter, which ends up being pretty worth it, is, you know, just removing those tracks. But mid lane, Mortimer Kisses comes out. I guess just a little bit of a whiffed initiation there, potentially. But they smoked up, so see if they can actually find something out of this. It looks like everybody on Gaming Gladiator is bailing out of top side of the map, so.
I think that smoke was in during the Kisses. So they got vision of the smoke, they bail off up top, and that's a lot of time commitment and resources from Acceleracers that doesn't amount to much. They might be able to find Celery.
Yeah, he looks pretty dead, to be honest. Good old combo once again. Just that Atos into Glimpse, the silence as well. Not really anything he can do about it as Draccio just going to make his way under the tower, but he has no TP for 15. He is definitely stuck here. The silence did clip him. They will know kind of where he is thanks to the ghost. Oh no, trapped into the trees. The Glimpse pulls him back as well.
Dire's top tower is under
Trying to
attack.
bully the side of Gaiman. They're kind of focusing in on trying to get that farm going for themselves before anything else. I do like what Quinn is doing. We've seen this a little bit in Southeast Asia, but the Falcon and Witchblade build-up. Oh, Quinn?
Does manage to find Solo here. He instantly just static storms. The question is, can he get away? Another glimpse. We'll buy him a little bit of space. Ramsey's on the backside, gets found. Enigma with the black hole. The
black
overgrowth,
hole.
he's not going to be close enough. He does. Gets it just on the edge, but the Malefice will help bring him down. Wrath of Nature, not enough to bring down these heroes as Solo survives on just a sliver of HP. Another silence out for the Death Prophet as a chase. Gonna continue here, and a glimpse sends him back. The Roar from Ace. Do they have the damage? In comes Draccio on the NP, but he's just getting life drained up, stuck inside this kinetic field. He can't leave. Ramses just beats him down. Celery next on the chopping block, as Ramses trying to finish him off, getting body blocked up a little bit, but he's got the speed, he's got the vision. He'll get him eventually, unless he gets a high ground miss, which he doesn't, of course not. 5-0, the eventual win
my
here
God.
for Hellraisers.
That was just not ideal coming out from Gaiman. Like, Quinn's forced to keep chasing in. They needed to kill off that Disruptor ASAP. No one was there to follow through from his zip jump onto that hero. And they just get caught in this massive black hole. Great black hole coming out from Miero. Just, even though it does get clipped by the overgrowth, they still have more. They do manage to kill Ramses off. There is some compensation. But
Yeah.
it's such a big win. Like, those are all track kills coming out for Accelerators every time.
Oh my gosh, they caught Dyrachio again. Gap is just walking to the wrong neighborhood. I mean, that was the thing is this last exorcism was used off of an arcane rune, so maybe he didn't realize it was going to be back off cooldown that shortly. But still, yeah, I mean, this bounty hunter is just playing run at you at this moment. They will go ahead and vortex him. Another static storm trapping him inside of the kinetic field, and the Atos to follow Quinn. He can't get out.
Oh god. Yeah, they've gone. They are trying to make this game hellish for Quinn, and understandably so. Like, he has to play make until you see something like your Beastmaster Blink, which doesn't feel high priority right now. He is the guy jumping in. So if you can pin down Quinn, you pin down the entire team of Gaimin.
There it is, the track glimpse this time onto Tofu. It is a bloodbath right now, man. This game has fallen completely apart for Gaming Gladiators.
It's rough. Like, Hellraisers are playing perfectly. Like, they know they've got to be aggressive with this bounty hunter pickup. They've just maintained that aggression. We've seen Ramses show up to these engagements just with the power treads and Manta. Heck, even before the Manta, he was joining these fights. And they understand their timing. Now they've got this blink up on Miero. Like, GG. Their spacing discipline hasn't been the best in some of these fights as well. They have to be pretty aware of where Miero is at. So they have two heroes to worry about at the moment. Solo and Miero on the Disruptor and the Enigma respectively. If Quinn is pinned, it's just, you're not in a position yet where Dyrachio can just do all the damage in these fights. He needs to be able to back up his Storm, but his output's just not quite there. And you do have the full Overlord already on Ace at the least, just waiting for the unlock on his item. So he'll have a little bit more presence, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Gaimin, their execution just, after a pretty good set of fights in the laning phase, it's fallen flat here in the early mid game.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? If these like mid and off lane heroes, this Death Prophet and Enigma, are able to create enough like mid game momentum and space for this Terrorblade, you are in a really good spot for Ramses going late game. I mean, and look at the difference. I mean, it's 10,000 gold. This bounty hunter has an entire pipe completed after all of these fights.
He's right behind Quinn's farm. Like, Quinn has just been shut down pretty hard. He's bottom net worth across all the cores. He doesn't have anything protective. He just finishes up his Witchblade, Falcon Blade combination. So he's got some output, but he's not protected. He has to go for this BKB. Like, he can't allow himself to just keep getting caught off by these static storms. So once you remove that threat with the BKB, it's only the black hole, and feels like across all the threats, the black hole is probably the more manageable one. Let's see.
Which is so funny, right? You look at everything, you're like, yeah, black hole's not that big of a deal, guys. That static storm, though, like,
Oh, yeah.
gotta deal with that. Mid lane, they do manage to find the Disruptor, the hero that they need to be able to take down. The track glimpses have been completely devastating this side of Gaming Gladiators. So they get the mid tower, again, based off the Home of the Overlord, ends up working on quite well. And they get an Arcane Rune for Quinn, so are they actually gonna go Roche here? There's no way.
They're going Roche with tracks up on them, or at least on Quinn, so they understand it's happening on XL Razors. They've got a fresh
up on the high
BKB
ground.
Kiyotaka.
Yeah, they jump right onto the bounty hunter. The Mortimer Kid's coming through, but he's got a BKB on Kiyotaka. Fear on the backside. He gets rooted up. He doesn't get the... Well, the Black Hole got instantly canceled by the Overgrowth. Beautifully done. They take down the Beastmaster, and Ramses' illusions just shredding through these heroes. And Glimpse does find the Storm Spear as he sends him right back into the hands of the Death Prophet. He's trying to get away here. The Arcane Rune giving a lot more mana to work with. See if they can actually escape. Dyrachio now potentially in danger. He's tracked up. Ramses has his eyes on him. He's trying to run him down here. Reflection, not on the mark. So, yeah, that Roche, I mean, maybe they were baiting because they thought they could take the fight. You know, they had the high ground ward and the sentry below, but just did not have the burst damage. The bounty hunter surviving it all.
And the pipe really helping the side of XL Racers just sustain, and I don't think they expected the BKB on Kiyotaka. And he just shows up, he's got the Blink BKB, like, they couldn't stop him. Like, Quinn had a right angle, but he couldn't stop the DP from just doing so much in the middle there, just untouchable at this point. Again, your physical output right now in Duracho, it's severely lacking.
Yeah, he doesn't have catch right now either, right? Like, you don't have this Gleipnir. He went for the Midas, then straight BKB, which is not normally the build. Like, when you see Nature's Prophet, it's normally, you know, a Maelstrom somewhere in this mix, but didn't feel like he could actually afford to go for a Maelstrom this game. So, he has to go back.
They're going to Roche again?
Yeah, they're going
The
to
ults are down. I mean, the ults are down, so you feel a lot safer. You know, Metamorphosis is down as well. You're going to be able to sneak this one by at the least, but they're at a huge deficit. Like, these tracks are just way too high. This should help them out. You have that secondary life for Quinn, so you can take a lot more risk. Try to look for some pickoffs and just take some attention away as the side of Gaming are still trying to recover.
I mean, they're going to need a lot more time to recover here as Ramses finishes up his Satanic, so he's going to be a hard one to kill at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to kick out. And he's also, you know, you've got Quinn kind of inching towards that BKB now. So it's not going to be too far off until, again, you don't need to worry about the Disruptor. And you can just kind of play this game a lot safer for Quinn. At the side of Gaimin, it does feel like you're still waiting for Duracho to hit that Gleipnir timing, at the least the Maelstrom. Because he's just not contributing hard enough into these fights. Whereas for Hellraisers, I mean, Ramses already has his full Satanic. Like, he went Manta Satanic. Straight up. He just wants to be able to stand and fight, and if you don't have a way of stopping him, he's got 2 Dispels on hand to at least take off the Overgrowth and at least one more debuff that you might have on hand. So pinning down Ramses just got a hell lot harder for the side of Gaming here.
Yeah, and he's just going to Scotty next as well, which it's a perfect Scotty game, right? You're against Storm Spirit and the Nature's Prophet, that attack slow, going to go way further against these heroes. I think Gaming Gladiators are playing the map like as best as they can right now, right? They trade tier 2s, they push exceedingly fast, they do force Hellraisers back to their side of the map, and they smoke up immediately across. Gonna see if they can find any stragglers. Miro would be a great find if they get them. So they're gonna continue to hunt here. Good no, I mean, this is just really smart map awareness, right? Hellraisers know something's up. They do get the scan here though. You know, someone's in the triangle, but maybe not willing to go any further as they have kind of split up.
It's just a little bit too far across. The rune control from Gaimin has been pretty on point. Another regen coming up for Quinn, so you should be able to farm.
You got
glimpse back.
for
It's
fun,
being annoying.
I
Probably,
guess.
yeah, just for fun, just to show, right? You're being tracked, boy. You know, keep watch your back. No
Actually,
BKB to bait out just yet.
He might not have been tracked there. I think they're gonna know there was a ward instead, because I don't think he was tracked.
Right, yeah, they did come off that smoke. I just didn't notice the ward, so I assumed it was a track. Interesting. Yeah.
But either way, he popped the regen pretty much right away. So he's just gonna go ahead, group up bottom here with Ace, who has those drums completed, and those summons are gonna get to work on this tower very quickly.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long to melt that tier 1. So you start to open up the map a little bit more, you know, easier invasion angles into the triangle. Try to shut down Ramses from getting that build up into the Scotty. I mean, the Scotty's still going to come out, but maybe you can stall out the BKB if you do catch him in that interim period. See if they'll be able to get that done. You are recovering quite well now on Duracho. Again, he's got the Maelstrom up, and he's working onto the AC next. I think understanding that hold probably isn't the issue for Gaming Gladiators here. They have more than enough. It's output. It's output and durability. The AC will provide a lot more for both, and just helping these pushes as well. So I like that coming out from Duracho. As the side of Gaming, yeah, they just keep shoving in bot.
Dude, they're getting a lot out of this Aegis. Like, they're actually, like, Hellraisers is very afraid to fight into this Aegis on Storm Spirit because they know, like, they're committing every big spell to kill him in these fights. And if he's going to respawn, they actually just don't want to risk it. So they traded tier 1 for a tier 2, and they're going to get forced back, I think, again, because you're not going to be able to allow Beastmaster to just hit your towers for free. Especially with NP summons as well. Well, I mean, they're going to get a little bit of damage in. So they're going to TP back on Death Prophet, Disruptors here as well. And you're not the team with the Dream Protector. So another instant smoke. They want to see if they can find a response.
Really good reads coming up from Gaimin. I would say that's more than a little damage. That's more than half HP down, Ricky. Damn.
Yeah.
They push way too fast on the side of Gaimin. Hellraisers. And they've still got the solid lead. It's not all doom and gloom, but The map
Yeah,
control's
absolutely.
fading.
Mid lane, Quinn again has the Aegis. He manages to get outside the kinetic field, so this static storm not going to be all that useful. So that is a big cooldown spent. Aegis still for 30 seconds. I mean, we're going to see some big fights here potentially in the mid lane as Storm's looking for something, and he finds Solo, gets the Vortex. He needs some help. The Mortimer Kisses are going to come through. The pipe already spent. It's not enough to keep him alive. So Disruptor's down. So your Glimpses not available. Kiyotaka, a very quick blinker onto the Beastmaster. He doesn't have the Roar, the Silence on top of him, but he needs the help and fast. Kiyotaka falling low, but they manage to take down the Beastmaster. Quinn's going to continue to chase. He's just going to be able to get him. No, the Sunder from Ramses. Perfectly done. Quinn,
Oh, the Aegis expired!
It's gone! No way!
Oh my god! That is-
Ramses, God.
Oh my god, Ramses comes in, he's the healer, gets the Sunder, pops the Satanic, stays in that fight, and Gaiman dragged that fight for so long, or they keep trying to force themselves to jump onto these targets for so long, feeling so confident, holding on to that BKB for Quinn for such a long time, that the Aegis is just gone. Like, that was just not the way you wanted that to go for Gaiman. Yes, they find one pick off, but it's not the big course you're killing off. Again, despite the map losses for Hellraisers in terms of control, they have a clear network advantage. Like, this farm distribution is sickening. You have really good farm in Ramses and Kiyotaka, Miara not too far off, tied in with most of the cores on Gaiman, and then you have Antares just so big on the bounty. He's got Pipe and the Lotus fully done, going on to the Basher, more than likely just a full Abyssal for extra control. And this Bounty Hunter, it's working out, and it's working out really damn well.
I would like him to just go Scythe, honestly. I hope he doesn't go Basher, and if he does just go for a Scythe. I mean,
Yeah.
The idea with the Abyssal Blade is really good if he just wants to sit on top of this Nature's Prophet. Then it makes a lot of sense, because if he can just stay on top of Dyrachyo and just not allow him to play in these fights, it'll be super annoying.
Yeah, like, the Hex definitely is a safer play, but now he's going all in. He's queuing up the full Abyssal. Alright. Which,
I dig it.
I don't mind it, because it does make the Bounty Hunter much more tanky, and he has so much armor, he's going to get additional damage block as well. He can just keep doing everything he needs to do for his team, keep the tracks going, and just, you know, keep being that massive nuisance to the side of Gaiman Gladiators. For GG, I mean, Dyrachyo needs more. Like, he's got that full AC up, the MKB is coming up next, which, again, is more output for him. I'm seeing an issue in the long-term engagements with Ramsey. So, like, the NP versus TB matchup is, you know, it's not that bad, but it certainly is a lot easy. It certainly is a lot easier for the Terrorblade.
Absolutely.
This hero just hits so much harder, hits further away with a Metamorphosis up. Like, as long as Ramsey somehow doesn't get chain stunned and doesn't get to use his Manta Satanic to dispel, then he is just in control of these fights.
I agree with you, man. 100%. This is going to be a lot on the line here for these next fights. And mid lane, Miro just guesses Quinn's going to be forced to BKB the Vortex onto the Enigma. If they can burst him, it'd be great. He pops with his own BKB. The Roar's going to come through as well. Can they finish him up? It's going to be in the hands of Dyrachyo. He makes it happen. Cookies away, but Ramses is just able to stay on top of him. That BKB stolen to expire. Great overgrowth, but Ramses, he's got those double dispels. He's going to get glimpsed right back into the hands of the TB. It's a 2-for-1 trade. An overall win for Hellraisers once again.
And they're just getting these angles in. Ramses is just too damn big. How do you stop this Terrorblade? Your NP is just not farmed enough, and you just can't find him in the backline.
Ace not where he wants to be. He can't get cookied out either. I mean, the track into Glimpse, man. It's been a devastating combo.
It's worked out. Like, I had my doubts about this draft from the ex-Hellraisers guys, but they make it work. They understand that timing, they understand the execution they have to hit, and it looked good for Gaiman early on, but once Hellraisers got coordinated as a team, you know, once Kiyotaka started showing up to these engagements, it just feels impossible.
They can defend this. They have a second fork coming through. Lotus Orb. Gonna be able to protect him. Storm Spirit needs some help.
Oh, no.
Silenced up. Starting to fall a little bit low, but no meta. It doesn't matter.
No.
They still just burst him down. The silence duration is just too much. 6 seconds away from that BKB. And there they will use that time to finish off this melee barracks. Nice cookie out from Tofu, but really just do not have the damage without the Storm. They don't have the catch without the Storm.
They rely so much on Quinn to make these plays, and he's just not healthily formed to be protected up front. And you still work on to the Kai, and maybe when you get the Sanj up, that silence isn't as devastating, but it's just easy pickings right now for ex-Hellraisers when they know that BKB's down. You've got the gold, and you do get the full butterfly buyout from Ramsey. Sure, the Roger is working onto the MKB, but that full MKB is a long ways off, and with that fresh butterfly, straight off to Roche, number 2 with a shard. Getting that Demon Zeal up on Ramses makes this game even harder to do, because even out of Metamorphosis, this guy's still going to hit hard.
I was like wondering if you give the shard to like the bounty hunter, so you can just like give your shadow walk to like your Terrorblade or something. But they're gonna end up. Who ended up picking that one up?
Kiyotaka did with Fear.
Okay. Yeah, I mean
it makes sense.
Type is very good.
It is good, but you know what? I like that idea, Ricky, for the shadow walk.
I mean, I thought it'd be kind of cool. Like, just no one would expect it. Like a shadow walk Terrorblade. Celery, what can you do when you play a 5 in a game like this against Bounty Hunter Disruptor?
You can't do much. You just kind of die. Tier 3 down, bot being taken as well on the racks, and Gaming, the defense, it's not coming out.
They did cut
this
the
is true
waves,
backdoor,
but this is Terrorblade, I guess. Bottom lane, they will potentially start chipping away at this tower thanks to the Beastmaster, but I mean, there's no way they actually like finish this push, right? They have to back. Yeah, Hellraisers will back. They're not going to continue this one up. So I mean, you got a tier 3.
They got a tier 3.
That's something.
Something.
You're down a lane and a half, but better than nothing.
Better than nothing. And you also didn't lose the Rajo, because if Antares wanted, he could have gotten the Shuriken toss off, but I think he was gunning for a first hit Skull Bash out of the Shadow Walk while he was tracking the Rajo, so doesn't quite get the right click off. Unfortunate, but I like the thought process of Antares. Let's take a gamble in this one. First hit Bash. Sight of Vice now up on Kiyotaka as well. So all the controls there, man. Like, this is a nightmare game for Quinn. He is insane. Like, it's all the track kills. They just maximize the bounty hunter so well. And Quinn, I mean, again, he had such a great start. He had such a great lane up against a DP, and look where he's at now. Bottom network core, still barely ahead of the bounty hunter.
Smoked up, boots of bearings popped. They get the Arcane Rune on the Death Prophet, and he is just gonna look for his Hex target. They have a good ward here that is protecting Duraccio, but Kiyotaka probably feels strong enough to where he could just blink up onto the high ground here. We'll see. He's thinking about it. And there's going to be the Exo into the Shivas. The Hex does catch Duraccio. Miro goes in. The Black Hole not going to be spent right away as Quinn's going to be forced to BKB. Miro will respond with his own. He's looking for his opening. Won't be able to find it. Nice sprout there from Duraccio. Tofu's going to be the one left here to the side of Hellraiser. Never gets a forced after the low ground. He's out. And Taras, though, maybe not as lucky. Miro goes in. Does manage to get the Black Hole. This time onto the Storm Spirit. Patiently rewarded as they get the Atos onto the Beastmaster as well. Kiyotaka with another Hex. Glimpse gonna pull the Beastmaster to the low ground. They end up getting 2. Man, Hellraisers, their targeting is so good this game.
Everything's been so good for Hellraisers. The targeting, the coordination, the understanding of their timings, how to play this Raptors, are going for more.
They are indeed, and Nature's Prophet, no BKB, gonna try and get saved here, but you can't leave, man. The Glimpse does not allow it. The GG comes out, and the ex-Hellraisers grabbing game number 1 here in this best of 2.
Yep.
Love to see it, man. This is so cool.
They get in such good form as well. The side of Gaiman, they had such a great start, but you see the tips coming out from Hellraisers. They know. Gaiman, with this draft, was all in on Quinn running down. Like, he had to set that tempo. He had to get these openings early on for the side of the Gladiators, and Hellraisers just pile onto him. Like, once they came out of that laning phase, once Kiyotaka cleared out mid and started to rotate down bot and help his team, it was just too much. Like, Ramses had all the space in the world as well, despite having some dubious deaths up top, where he TPs back in after dying and dies again. But with a rotation from Quinn, he recovers. Like they play around his bounty hunter really well. Disruptor is again proving itself as the most busted hero so far in this late stage patch. I wouldn't be surprised if more teams first phase ban it or just first phase pick it if it's allowed to and you have first pick. But man, the way the XL Razors played is just ridiculous. That was just dominating.
Yeah, it was super cool. Like the game overall was pretty even up until about the 20-minute mark, and that was when we started seeing Hellraisers like really turn on the gas with the bounty hunter. And when you get to a point in that mid game where you're finding 2, 3 track kills in a fight, the gold does add up. I think the big breaking point for Game and Gladiators here was that 5-man wipe in mid, which just oh my gosh, it put Hellraisers in such a massive advantage. Bounty Hunter went from being kind of farmed to a full pipe in one fight, and yeah, it turned the whole tides for them. And honestly, just beautifully played overall. 13-0 on your death profit. You can't ask for a better mid lane. That is chef's kiss. Everything you could ask for. So yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see if Gaming Gladiators can bounce back in game number 2. For you, John, what's got to change?
I'm not sure. I feel like the draft was still solid. Maybe they didn't have enough wave clear answers for the Enigma as well. I think that was one thing down bot that really hurt the Rogers lane. Like Celery just couldn't clear out those Eidolons, and once they were on top, it just got crushed. I think the top lane went fairly all right there for Ace on that Beastmaster. So I'm not sure. I think it was more of a playstyle thing. Quinn was being really aggressive. And I think if he's going to play that way, then you might need a lineup that can back him up a little bit better because Ace wasn't quite ready. For a lot of that time, he was working on the Overlord, and none of his supports can really do as much in comparison to just the insanity of Glimpse and Wall, which just ruins everything. So I think that those are a couple of things. If Quinn is going to take point in these matches, he's got to have pretty solid backup beyond just the Snapfire and Treant, because it felt like everyone else on Gaiman was playing a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, I agree, man. All right, well, we're going to go to a short break, I believe, and we'll be back with game number 2 here. Again, this is Gaming Gladiators versus XL Razors, Dream League 19. We'll see you in a bit. Everybody, welcome back here to Dream League Season 19. My name is Cryptic, here with John X Fire, and man, we are in a treat, man. It's going to be game number 2 of Gaming Gladiators, taking on the side of the X Hellraisers, and game number 1 did not disappoint. What do you think is going to happen this time?
I'm expecting one of these teams to pick Disruptor. I think that's crystal clear. I think that hero is just way too good. I was really surprised by what Hellraisers managed to do with her Disruptor and Ricky combination, right? Like, again, I tracked a glimpse. Just, it sounds all right, but your follow through is really just all on Disruptor. But man, did they make that work? Like, they just hunted down Quinn and made him feel like that game was a living nightmare. Way low in net worth, and so far in the draft, like, no changes. There you go, Enigma Disruptor again.
Are you sure we didn't line up a replay?
Yeah, it feels like it. I think, yeah, I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty sure. Are they gonna run it back? Yes. Sure? Okay. Yeah. I mean, the sides change, right? Gaiman is on Dire, so that's different, right? Right?
Is this what Purgatory is supposed to be?
This possibly is. Look at that though. GG, respect man the bounty hunter.
They did.
Which
they did.
is something you literally never see that hero play.
Okay.
So there you go.
I have a theory about this. I actually have a theory because I think was the breaking point for Gaming Gladiators. Not necessarily. I thought more about why this bounty hunter was such an issue. So I was trying to wrestle in my head. I was like, why the bounty? But it makes a lot of sense when you consider the fact that the support matchup that they had, the Treant Protector does want to just take over the lane eventually. NP wants to just GTFO, get his Midas, farm it up. The bounty hunter just followed him around the jungle constantly, and it was just like yoink, stealing money, being obnoxious, taking XP, and like you can't do that when you're like an NP. You can't afford to have this hero following you around, because not only did he steal money, he forced him back to base like 3 or 4 times in that early like jungle phase. So
yeah,
I think that was more of like the big issue there for gaming Gladiators, right? In terms of the bounty hunter, and maybe they really want to go back for Celery's Treant Protector so that it can just take over the lane and defend against the Enigma. But we'll see. It is like a smart change in the draft, right? We're seeing the same bans out from Hellraisers, the Wisp, the Rubik. Maybe we'll see the Silencer, but what do you think about Gaming Gladiators taking down the Terrorblade as well?
I like it. They respect what Ramsey's managed to do in that last game. He just connected with his team. They played around Metamorphosis really well, right? Like they understood the power spikes of the Terrorblade. Like pre-Manta, he was already joining in for mid because he knew he could snowball off that track. And he itemized really well, like Satanic first, using his Sunder to keep their DP alive, keep Kiyotaka alive in some of those fights, and just Satanic back to full. Like, he knew there was no clear burst answer for him. They had multiple roar targets that had to be elsewhere, not just the Terrorblade, so he was very well padded in that sense that he could just walk up and fight. So I respect that. I like seeing that coming out from Gaiman. I think Ramses is just too damn good on his Terrorblade, like you pointed out in the last game. You know, like, even though GG's draft felt easier to execute, when Ramses has his TB, you can never count X Hellraisers out. And they take care of the Naga as well, so just taking care more of those illusion heroes taken out. I think one change for Gaiman that I'd like to see is maybe a little bit more wave clear for the Enigma in that lane. Like, if you're not going to get Celery the Treant, then give him something that can at least take care of those Eidolons, because it was a sticking point. And granted, that was with the bounty slow, to be fair. Shadow Walk slow plus Orb of Venom. But it still didn't feel like they had an easy way of just ensuring that the Enigma would be a non-factor in the laning phase.
Yeah. Man, I'm really curious what else they're going to go with here, because Hellraisers, like, you do have to address this Nature's Prophet, and it's not nearly as easy. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of curious what their plan is going to be this time, because clearly Gaming Gladiators looked at last game and was like, identified a couple things. They're like, these were our big issues. Run back the draft. We liked everything else. And I kind of agree. I think this opening actually was pretty favorable for them.
Yeah, it's just a lot of push, and we saw that push in play. Like, the moment they take a fight, they melt these objectives so fast. They managed to just split push down a tier 3 down bot as well. just with that. So
10
I don't mind
seconds
that.
remaining.
I think it's just it was overwhelming from Hellraisers with their aggression.
5
And
seconds remaining.
keeping in line with the aggression, they go with the Tusk, which still ties into the Enigma pretty well. It's not as sneaky, but tag
Yeah.
team's going to feel really good in that lane. Shard blocks to let a lot of Eidolon hits come true. Isolate down the NP, isolate out potentially the Treant if Gaiman will want to pick it back up. So I like that I like seeing that from Hellraisers. They could also flex it for Kiyotaka mid if they wanted to, although the DP is still an option, so I don't see why you don't just run it back, as you mentioned. Just pick it back up if you feel that confident on it. And they will go with the Enchantress for Gaiman first.
I
So
was surprised Hellraisers didn't pick this one up, but it does not feel strong with the Enigma, right? And then you'd have to put Disruptor into 4. So it's like when you open
10
this like Enigma
seconds
Disruptor,
remaining.
you kind of are giving up the ability to block or to
5
counterpick the
seconds
Beastmaster
remaining.
here.
yeah, they didn't really do that in the last game as well, so I don't think they're that worried about like controlling the Beastmaster. And we did see Ace actually went for the Axis, which honestly I still feel like is the more fun build. It in most circumstances it is more fun, but you know the Boars generally are like the smarter build or the more value build up just because of the push it does provide. But I know even if they pick the Ench up, I don't think you're that worried about it on Beastmaster's end. They'll go to Hoodwink as well, so they shift things up drastically, changing out their support duo. This support duo plays a lot more, right? In comparison to Snapfire and Treant in the last game, it doesn't require as much setup, you know, to kind of maximize your ultimates here,
seconds
especially for the
remaining.
Hoodwink. The Enchantress can buy you a lot more space. If you go for,
5
again, a
seconds
point
remaining.
hero for Quinn to run around the map and just cause havoc, the Hoodwink can back him up from a mile away. So it feels a lot more tied in with the playstyle we saw Game and Gladiators bring out in their last game. And for Hellraisers, I mean, it's the same thing. They're also kind of tied in. I don't have any big issues with this draft just yet. They go with the... Oh, God. Oh, this is what we were talking about too last game. It didn't pop out at all, but there's that AM.
It's another good
this
AM
is-
game.
It is pretty decent. Like this is a decent game for the AM. Granted,
10
AM into
seconds
Beastmaster
remaining.
lane can be... It's kind of annoying to deal with the Boars, but you've
5
got the
seconds
Disruptor.
remaining.
He could actually opt for the Thunderstrike build up here. So you can just maybe just Thunderstrike the Beastmaster, shoving him
Radiant
away.
team back.
Thunderstrike the Boris isn't the best, but you can shove the Beastmaster or the Hoodwink away pretty all right.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Kinetic Field does wonders here because if you go like an early
yeah.
orb on Anti-Mage, you can just stay on top of the Beastmaster, burn all of his mana, and you just run him down because there's not really anything you can do. You can't get away from this Anti-Mage Disruptor lane if they decide to play aggressive. Like if he goes for like the early Vanguard as opposed to going for like the Battle Fury, but I'm not sure how good that's going to be. Like maybe this is the Radiance game against an NP. I don't know, man. Like you're
10
against
seconds
NP and like a
remaining.
lot of summons. It's a pretty good Radiance game.
Oh,
seconds remaining.
I don't know. Like it is theoretically, yes, but I do not know if I want to see that. But you know what? It makes sense. Just not Radiance Axe because
Yeah,
I've seen
I
that
agree.
fail. Anything but that, and
Yeah, I
I'd be
agree.
fine. And the one thing with the AM pick as well, it means you don't need to focus on these Quinn bans, right? You don't need to look at the Leshrac. You don't need to look at the Storm, because AM is just going to blow them up. So you
Yeah.
can focus on other heroes. Like they take out the Kunkka here. They can maybe focus in on, I don't know what else you might be worried about. Maybe something like Queen of Pain could be something that comes out for a Quinn that can just kind of clear out
Radiant
waves.
team back.
Has a lot of mobility that Hellraisers
Ooh.
doesn't. Well, they
Ember.
have Static Storm, so they can play with Ember still in the pool for
Yeah.
sure.
If they ban a Huskar like that, you're looking at like an Ember Spirit most likely if you can get it. You just don't want to get last pick Huskard. So the
Yeah,
question is like, do
like-
Hellraisers want to
10
let him have the
seconds
Ember
remaining.
and then like try and counterpick it with something else?
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
The Ember, it does still have the same shortcomings against like the Disruptor and the Enigma. Like all the Spirit Brothers, heck, any hero with mobility are kind of worried about that Static Storm. But I feel like you can still kind of get away with it. If Hellraisers don't ban it, then Game and R are definitely just going to gun for it. Unless they're just that confident. All right, they ban it out.
I think it makes sense.
What do you switch
Ember
to here
can dodge Glimpse with Sleight of Fist, right? So it is one of the few abilities that can evade it, isn't it? Or maybe it's not. I don't remember. Because I know Ball Lightning
cannot
does not
recall.
work. Like from last game, we
we
remember
saw
like
that.
it cancels. But
Oh,
I
no.
feel like Sleight of Fist is one of the ones where you do,
5 seconds remaining.
if timed correctly, you can dodge the Glimpse. But we'll have to. It's one of those few. There's so many weird mechanics. I don't know.
I
I'm
think
gonna
you
get
might be
flamed in
right
Twitch
because
chat.
Oh, I like the Ricky pickup. There
This
you go.
is sick. Okay.
I love it. I love it. You know, Ricky mid has been popping off recently. I only tend to see it against very specific matchups,
Yeah.
and they're not last pick. So I'm sure Hellraisers can find a way to make that lane pretty painful. And they go with a Timbersaw. So that is not a fun time for Ricky
Wait,
there.
no.
Kiyotaka on the Timb.
Okay. No. Continue your thought. I go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Like Ricky, Tim lane is it's not as fun because you can't really harass out the Timbersaw all too well, especially as the levels go up. There is still that meteor hammer timing there for Quinn, which most core Ricky still go into the defusal, into your shard. So he has a lot more play. I think your connections with your Hoodwink look pretty good. You do have a break mechanic for the Timbersaw on the Hoodwink as well. So if you catch him off guard early on, then you don't have to worry about the reactive. But you don't really have the burstiest start here from Gaiman. And the smoke screen is going to be annoying for Ramses. I suppose I'm just wondering, because the Ricky is a good foil to Tusk, right?
Yeah.
Like snowball saves come out, just smoke screen, and you can just kind of take care of it. Or if he's trying to go for a blink snowball save, smoke screen's also there. So you kind of feel great. It's hard to say. Like I see Hellraiser's draft actually working, but I also see GG's draft working. Like with how both teams played, I think it's actually pretty even here.
Yeah, I agree. I my initial thought was they were expecting like a Beastmaster mid and an offlane Ricky just to kind of get away from the anti-mage lane. And Beastmaster mid hasn't been that bad, to be honest. Like we've been seeing just the level 4 axes, early BKB, even the Aghanim Scepters in certain games. But that was I thought that was why they went with like such a fast pick Timbersaw. I was like, oh, Beast mid, offlane Ricky, just go Timber. And then it ends up being the Ricky mid. But I think either way, it's not a bad lane for Kiyotaka. He should be able to just kind of chill, exist in the lane. Quinn should be able to still get the tower, right? You can't stop him from channeling Meteor Hammer. I think that is one of the big things. And I'm curious if Kiyotaka is going to go Meteor Hammer himself, because I see a few Timbersaws actually do this, especially from the mid lane, whether or not he wants to rush like the Kaya Sanj into Aghanim Scepter. You know, we'll figure that one out as the game goes on. But I like it, man. Some change up in the drafts. You know, that's what we wanted to see.
Yeah, after the rerun on first phase, it's good to see a little bit of a change. I wouldn't mind a Timbersaw Meteor Hammer, as you mentioned. I mean, it's been popular, and we'll get like a Meteor Hammer duel between the mids. That's not something I've witnessed myself. Just having a mid and both mids kind of have Meteor Hammer, so I want to see that. That sounds fun.
It'd be funny, man.
Timbersaw
Like,
chaining around, trying to push.
I just picture it like they just walk past each other in the mid lane up to the tower, both channel Meteor Hammer and like just ignoring each other entirely. Well, they
That
do
is
see
the good stuff.
Ramses with the hawk that's being sent out here. They're gonna go for a nice wraparound. I mean, solo. This is. Ooh, does he go for it? Blink strike. He's thinking. It's going to be a good bushwhack to start it open, and with the summon here from Ace, the slows should be more than enough. It needs to be, yeah, it's like the blocks are there, and he did glimpse the Ricky, which is the perfect target. The slows off Blink Strike. Works out. Okay.
I have to eat quite a few tangos, but he's going to be able to stay in the lane, and they should still be able to try to sneak this one by if they wanted to, but they're going to play it safe here on the X-Hellraiser's side. So Gaiman could come out with some extra runes, although they don't really have control over top. They're just going to have to gun for one extra, although Kiyotaka.
He's got Q level 1. This hero is not tanky. He has 1 armor, and the tower won't be enough to give him back the rest. So beautifully done. I mean, early Blightstone here out of Duraccio. And you'd love to see it, man. The Tipai's own ally.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
went
nice
for a...
one.
I mean, he skilled up early, right? Like he didn't wait for anything to happen. He just went straight in for the Whirling Death, and he got punished for it. Like, yes, this is what you probably want in the lane to harass out the Ricky, but it does cost you, and that's a nice little injection for Quinn. Mind you, this lane does not get any easier for Quinn despite having that first blood bonus for him, so I'm pretty sure Kiyotaka doesn't mind too much.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Like overall, like you said, for Kiyotaka. That being said, Quinn has a Ring of Health now. And that is the difference, right? Like he just is going to be sitting in lane with 12 passive regen. So it's not going to be very easy to bully out the Ricky anymore.
Yeah, that's the one thing with the Ricky. Like that base regen is ridiculous. You eat a Tango, you've got 12, you get your Ring of Health up, you've got way too much, and it's going to be annoying. Like he hits level 2 a little bit faster, so he can start to push Kiyotaka back a little bit more, trade a little bit better with the smoke screen as well. And the one thing with the mid-timb is that you don't have too many trees to really maximize your Whirling Death and Timber Chain. So Quinn's always going to have a little bit of an easier time in these earlier levels.
Oh yeah. I think mid-Timber Saws a lot of time end up going like 3-0-3 and then starting to put points in Timber Chain. Or like 2-0-3. Like they don't really get any value out of Timber Chain at all in the lane stage. So you pretty much have to go for these extra points in reactive armor so that you can at least push the mid tower.
Celery?
Looks like
Sure.
I think he's okay.
Low.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. No level 2 on Antares. No blocks coming out for the Eidolons as well. Does drop him fairly low. And he doesn't have Nature's Attendant, so it'll take a while to heal up, but it's space for Deracho. Like he's farming pretty uncontested. You're not doing as much here on Niero and Antares to really stop that NP this time.
Yeah, Celery can play a lot more aggressive as opposed to like Dream Protector bottom lane. We're getting a lot of fighting here. Ace is low. Ramses does get the final last hit, and Tofu will find the trade. So at least they get something out of it. But the kill going the way of the anti-mage, quite nice.
It's a nice little boost for Ramses, but losing your life, I mean, granted you lose it to Tofu, so it's not the biggest deal, but extra EXP on a Hoodwink is actually pretty big. Like, he's going to hit level 3 a lot faster than his Beastmaster. He's going to have a lot more output and control and harassment to really lay onto the side of the XL Razors. I don't think you mind it too much. And this time around, Ace is also going for the boar build, so no need for the Axis, going for the boar in the inner beast, and that does allow him to control the lane a little better, but Ramses already has his own Ring of Health, so it's going to be hard to shove him out too. Ring of Health for everyone.
Yeah. Kind of expected. He does have the Vanguard queued up as his very first item here, which does allow you to sustain the lane. He's just going to like ignore going treads, it looks like, so just early Vanguard, kind of just exist in the lane here, try to farm out bottom as best as possible. But we'll see. Mid lane seems to be in one immovable object versus another.
Quinn's really starting to get a lot more control out in that lane. Ahead by a good margin in terms of CS. Rune control not as important for both sides. Maybe a little bit more for Kiyotaka, but I don't expect Ricky to prioritize denying off the runes. So overall, you might be more willing to just give it to Kiyotaka and just have him top up. As long as you just kind of lock in, get your Meteor Hammer time, you're pretty happy. And speaking of that timing, Quinn's pretty damn close. 400 gold away, and that's going to be the big one.
On this hero, because he's against the Timber lane, who doesn't really have the harassment. See, this is the thing with Ricky, is he has one of the best base stat kits in the entire game, but he has the worst stat gain of any hero in Dota. So he is just really strong off the rip, and then suddenly just doesn't get much stronger without items.
Yeah, he needs a lot of items to get going. And it's also so funny to see Ricky has more strength gain than Agi gain. 1.4 for Agi, 2.6 for strength. It's kind of funny. But then again, you don't want to give him too much when he has that backstab multiplier, so it balances out.
Yeah, rework my hero, please. Thank you. For the 5th time. That'd be great. Ooh, they get themselves a nice kill there in the top lane. Nicely done. I was watching Ramsey's bottom. He was getting a little bit low. But yeah, finally get the kill onto Celery, and that's gonna be pretty useful. That being said, Celery does have this Centaur Conquer that he's just running around in the lane,
annoying.
so being super annoying. And ooh, almost gets the courier in the mid lane. That'd have been close.
It's being really, really disruptive here for
Quinn
the
has his
side
meteor hammer.
of XL Racers. There you go.
It's
It's a
time,
race
baby.
for meteor hammers. I don't see Kiyotaka queuing his up. So he's already lost, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's...
You need the meteor hammer duel.
Top lane. Another dive here. The shards blocking. Ooh, what a sprout from Duraccio, and,
Ooh,
and
boy.
Tara's taking a lot of damage here. He's gonna potentially die. Nice fairy fire. The creeps. All right, now he's alive. 7 HP, 5 HP. All right, he's good. He's out.
Builds out in the nick of time. Unsuccessful offense from XL Razors, and it's a nature's prophet. You can just teleport back in if you don't mind. He gets the snipe.
Dude, sick play there off of Duraccio. I mean, that was just a guess, right? There was no vision being provided. He also managed to find a courier on his way out.
Yeah, 2 couriers down. Like, he's feeling great. Gets the reset, comes back in, gets the kill. Working onto that Midas, working onto that early timing. Taking a look at Quinn again. The meteor hammer, the meme hammer has begun.
Yep.
And just
It
this
only
nice
takes
steady
like
push.
what, 4 hammers to kill the tower, basically. So
He's 1 down, so he's on his way, and you can't stop it. Ricky's gonna be invis. They have a sentry up at least to spot it now, but yeah,
He just drops
he
another.
drops his own sentry.
it's like, not happening, buddy.
Oh,
not happening.
This
Bottom
is so
lane,
silly.
Ramses. Whoa. Took way too much damage there. Didn't have his Vanguard. Dude, he just got right-clicked over and over and over by this Beastmaster, and I think took, just a bushwhack. That was it.
If they don't even have something like a Blightstone on Tofu here to run him down, they're just able to just keep sustaining that harass. Like, in this case, the glimpse plays with the Connect field. I mean, there is that potential, like you pointed out in draft. When you can drain them of mana, it's easy to run down. They have that opportunity with Ace now, but you also don't do as much damage without mana up.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ramses has his Vanguard. He's going to be a little bit tankier for the lane now, but still, like, not CSing exceptionally well. I mean, he's pretty far behind all the other cores at the moment. And, you know, eventually his mid tower is going to go down, and we're going to see Quinn just walk bottom and take another tower. Oh, they managed to get the bushwhack this time on the solo. The Helm Dom creep is alive, and Ace claims himself another. This bottom lane is starting to fall apart here.
It's not lining up for Ramses. It's a much slower start. He's not able to get as aggressive as he wants to. The slows coming out from Boris are just too annoying, and he has to save that blink for a defensive jump out. He's not getting any relief from his mid either. I mean, you don't tend to see the Timberstar rotate early on anyways. But his mid tower is pretty much gone. Look at Quinn walking up.
Quinn's just going to take it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And here's
No-
the
no
thing with
contestation?
Timbersaw, is like when you want to push with Timbersaw, it's you push by like tanking the tower and letting creeps do the damage. He has no creeps. Bottom lane,
Ace?
did you get a glimpse here onto Ace?
Ooh.
Quinn's in, dropping the hammer, hit 2!
Oh my god.
Turn around! No way, double kill for Ace. They do have a Kiyotaka rotating on the Timber, but the smoke screen causing some annoyance here. As Ace does not really have... Ooh, a nice
Oh my
bushwhack
God.
from Tofu. He gets glimpsed one more time.
Oh.
Can he finish him off? He does manage to do so. But Kiyotaka taking a lot of damage. Glimpse over. He gets the sharpshooter at level 6. Dude. And now a rotation from Duraccio. They're going to collapse on this bottom tower, man. They clean up big.
Is under attack.
They might lose Celery, though. So Celery gets Black Hole top.
Nothing of value is lost here for Gaiman. They find all the builds they need to. They're going to be able to take control down bot, get that shove in. I love the aggression coming out from Gaiman. Right? This is such a big change up from last time where it was only really Quinn kind of running around making moves. This time they're all willing to make these plays. They're connecting as a team. They've got much more aggressive supports, or at least support in Tofu. Like, he can do a lot more in comparison to just Snapfire being tied into pretty risky positions to play with the Cookie and the Scatter Shot. Quinn
Dire's top tower has fallen.
gets a poke out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh, yeah,
attack.
that's the other thing, too, is Ricky can dodge Glimpse. One of those,
Yeah, right, like,
other
tricks
tricks of the
is-
trade can dodge it. It's like they actually have some pretty good plays that they can make with that. Mid lane, Quinn's got a DD. He's just looking for solo. Drops the screen. One more blink strike should be able to do it. Does he get the tricks off? He doesn't. Okay. Needs to be a little bit careful. No black hole available. So Fu rotating on. Dude, he is level 7 on this hoodwink. Sharpshooter comes through. Doesn't actually finish him off. He gets the stick just in time. And Quinn will be able to make it away. Solo trying to dodge this Wrath of Nature. But where's Duraccio? There he is. Up onto the high ground. Pokes him from behind. Gets the kill. Quinn in the mid lane. In some trouble here. Does drop the smoke screen. 2-hero pushback from Tofu, though. Beautifully done. Tricks the trade. Down to the low ground. Does have another blink strike away, and he's going to be out.
Out some beautiful dancing around inside of GG. Again, Tofu being super active. It's going to be pretty hard to kill off Kiyotaka, but they'll try. Nah,
Nice cut on the tree.
we get chopped up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Man, 4 points
back and
bushwhack
forth.
already. That's huge.
He's so high level on Tofu. Like he got so much out of that lane, out of all those kills he found. And they've got so much of a map in their control as well in gaming. Like, and talking about this AM, Ramsey's still stuck with just the Vanguard. Power Tread's coming out soon. A little bit more attacks coming out to help with the farm, but they are kind of starved right now inside of X Hellraisers. Their map is just shrinking so sharply.
Look at the gold difference, by the way.
Jeez.
Roar bottom lane already just committed as Beastmaster will run him down, and Tofu might get the return treatment as there's going to be the glimpse back, but a great smoke screen from Quinn. Doesn't have the bushwhack quite yet, and a nice static storm kinetic field to follow this one up. They finally get the kill there onto the hoodwink as Quinn, trying to chase down Solo, gets the vision thanks to the summon. Kiyotaka needs to be very careful. Meteor Hammer off the mark as Quinn will now look for Antares here on the Tusk. Tricks the trade, will be enough there to secure the kill.
Cool.
Blink away. Quinn's out. He's
Not
almost got
enough
a
in the
defusal.
combo from Kiyotaka. He is just so big. Like that's the worrying thing with the mid Ricky. Like it can farm so fast with a Meteor Hammer. It can have so much impact in these fights. And then you hit the defusal, and then it's the classic Ricky, where it just inhibits you, it chases you down, it makes the life of these supports hellish. Like you still have a clear path to just kill off the big threat in solo, and in this game, Solo is just forced to just be the economy drain. He's the guy buying all the sentries. He's the guy trying to secure positions for Hellraisers to play off of, and that means he's not going to have a Force Staff to save him from the nightmare that is Ricky.
Yeah, it's a very different scenario here for the safe lanes, right? If we look at where we were last game at this point, like Nature's Prophet was buying his BKB, Ramses was like halfway to a Manta. Right now, he is queuing up the components to get to this Battle Fury. Duraccio has his Midas and almost the Maelstrom completed as well, so it didn't have to go for that early BKB. He's having a great time.
Yeah, he is. Like these timings lining up for gaming are just, it's really sharp. Right? I like that shake-up for Duraccio. It's just not the BKB rush, no need for it right now as well. I think Ramsey's just being poked down. Now chasing Celery.
They're going to try and bring down the Enchantress here, and they should be able to. Well, I mean, untouchable. Plus, I mean, it's only level 1 Nature's Attendance, so maybe they get the kill. Oh, Kiyotaka is just out of spells for the most part. He has another Chakram available. Finally runs him down and gets the kill. All right, nicely done. Do they get Tofu?
It's a lot of time
Glimpse?
commitment, though.
Oh, Static Storm right away. He did get a nice bushwhack off, but Hoodwink not be able to survive this. So double kill now for the Timber Saw here.
Pretty happy about that. Not the biggest kills in the world. I think your biggest concern right now for XL Racers is that Quinn, Duraccio, and Ace are farming. Like these guys are working the map really well. Quinn has the entire bot jungle to himself, so that defusal timing is coming a lot faster than you'd want it to, with a 7k lead for GG. Looks like Ramses is going to be going for the Battle Fury, so disassembly play on the Vanguard at some point. Start clearing out these creep waves, you know, getting the farm going, clear out the treants, clear out the summons, and always having that cut on hand to take care of the bushwhacks that Tofu will want to pull off. You're going to get some counterplay flowing consistently here for the XL Razor side if they can find it. I just feel like they haven't gotten enough from Kiyotaka. Like, yes, he's found these kills. He's got the Kai up. He's going for the Sanj, but doesn't feel like he's managed to make enough happen on the map yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is pretty much what he's waiting for, right? Like, once he gets the Kaya Sanj, he has a pretty significant boost in damage, but they're not able to threaten this mid tower at all, right? You have to have the Enigma in mid lane to do that. And it does not feel good bringing the Enigma to that mid lane, because then you're not really putting pressure elsewhere. And Ramses isn't, you know, he doesn't have a Battle Fury. He can't really farm super fast. They do manage to catch the Beastmaster here, however. Just completely out. Roar will come out onto the Enigma, the Static Storm, holding him in place, though. So they do manage to find a nice rotation there into the triangle, take down that Beastmaster. And now they're picking out mid. They're like, okay, we got our target in sights. We need to get this tower.
They're clumped up for it. GG though? They did just fail a smoke rotation up top onto Ramses. Not the easiest target to pin down, but are swinging around for the defense here.
They just still can't do it, man.
It's like what you said earlier. If your Enigma's not around this push from your Timbersaw without a Meteor Hammer, it just ain't happening. Hold on.
Oh, they're gonna find Solo. A little quick pick there for the Riki, and that's gonna be the Diffusal delivery as well. So even scarier at the moment. And Parez puts a super deep ward here. This is like the Riki ward. This is normally what we see like support Rikis doing, is they just place a ward like on the high ground there, and then they just kill couriers. But we're gonna see potentially a defender of the top lane. They get the silence out onto the anti-mages. In comes Kiyotaka, the black hole out from Miro, holding Quinn in place, but he's surprisingly tanky. They just do manage to finish him off though, thanks to that Walrus punch, holding him in place. A little bit too much aggression coming out from GG, as it's gonna be another double kill for this Timbersaw.
And this reminds me of the timings from the last game here, Ricky, where GG has this really strong laning start, really strong early game, and then they start taking these fights without certain key counters. Like, they didn't have Ace around with Aurora to deal with the Enigma, so it's just a free time for the Black Hole to come through. Quinn's still taking point and being hyper-aggressive, but the response is there from ex-Hellraisers, and they've stalled out long enough for Ramses to come out of with his Battle Fury up. So, disassembly done, farm kicks in, and the recovery period for the AM is officially here. And that is worrying, because the AM can still scale pretty damn well in this game. It can easily catch up to the Rogers farm.
Nice snowball dodge there, and Kiyotaka with another rotation in. He's the one who's going to be doing all of the damage right now, right? With this Kayasan completed, he's incredibly scary. But
yeah, and their solution for keeping him down and bursting him down is just, it's pretty hard to do. Like, you're relying on breaking him before he gets some stacks up in these fights, assuming he comes in with very little stacks on hand, and then trying to just pile on the damage, which, again, you don't have, like, burst damage on hand outside of just that sharpshooter itself. So it does feel pretty fear-free for Kiyotaka to just dance around like this, and he's working on to the BKB next. Like, I like that coming out. He understands he has to play this game faster for his team. Having that spell immunity just throws all of that out of the window here for the side of Gaiman. Like, their burst window for Kiyotaka just grows even smaller.
yeah, he's the strongest hero on the map right now, for sure. They get the bushwhack, though, is the question. They do an ace here with the roar to follow it up. Can they actually find the kill with the impetus? I think so. And the snowball in from Antares, trying to potentially save his boy. It's not going to be enough on the Beastmaster damage. He's going to burn him down. Backside of the fight, Dyrachyo almost grabs the Enigma. TP's out just in time, though. Okay, that's what you need to do, right? On Gaming Gladiators, these, like, you know, scrappy fights, a little bit better for them.
Yeah, just look for opportunities, get the pick off, and just don't group up. If you give this window for ex-Hellraisers to kind of catch you off guard, Static Storm, Black Hole are just going to murder you, as we saw.
They're scouting for me, blinks up onto the high. Oh, the bushwhack missed.
Ooh.
How did that miss?
Yeah, like, he didn't cut it down. Battle Fury's off cooldown. Just a little bit too far forward.
They found Ace once again, so the rotation did not work out for them. Is they're gonna be able to grab a nice turnaround there onto the Enigma. Dyrachyo, super strong on the backside, grabs the Enigma, looking for the disruptor. Kiyotaka going right into the hands of this NP, the sharpshooter from downtown. Manages to find it, and a blinking from Ramsey right into the silence. He can't get out. Tofu's still alive. Antares trying to chase him, won't be able to. It's a 5-0 wipe. Gaming Gladiators turning on the heat here.
Yeah, they just had to use Ace's bait. Like, they're taking these fights on the side of ex-Hellraisers without the Black Hole. Right? That's the one tool they have outside of the Static Storm that just catches everyone by surprise. Like, if they take that Beastmaster's kill and they still have Black Hole in hand, I think that's a fight that GG just can't go into. But times just don't line up. The movement from GG were on point. But this is the moment where ex-Hellraisers can kind of rally around. Right? Because Black Hole is up. Static Storm, half a minute away. Not too long left as well. So their own wombo combos kicking into gear. But Roshan has begun for GG, and it's not a long Rosh with a double damage up here.
Not at all. Double damage, Brigand's Blade, and Celery. I don't know if you've noticed, this guy's a core. He's gone Drove Bow, has a Dragonlance, queuing up the Pike. Like, we're going to have a really scary Enchantress as this game goes on. And she is going to be the Timber Silencer, right? We were wondering what's going to be the way that they actually kill this hero eventually. And it's going to be pure damage right-clicks from your Enchantress.
Pretty much it. That's the one thing with this Enchantress as well. It will always scale to be a semi-core, no matter what farm. Like, even just this, like, with a 4-staff in, and Dragonlance and Power Grids, even if you don't get your Hurricane Pike, you're kind of happy.
Yeah.
Doesn't take too long to farm that, though. Ramsey's blinked in, but no one was there to kind of catch him off, unfortunately. Tofu just a little bit too far. But, yeah, like, Enchantress is one of those heroes where if it comes out and the lane's good, hits a decent timing in these kinds of items, then you're dealing with, yeah, it feels like 4 cores, straight up.
Yeah. Took them a while, but they finally get the bottom tier 2 tower. I kind of expected them to focus on this a little bit more earlier with either the Beastmaster or the Ricky's Meteor Hammer, but they are going to force you to respond here, right? Like, you're going to go high ground, they get the first fortification, but you've got a Meteor Hammer and plenty of summons here from the Beast. So they, I mean, and the Enchantress, right? And Nature's, okay, yeah, you have a summons issue.
Yep. We have a massive
Here comes the army.
Oh god.
Yeah, that tower's gonna start taking a lot of damage. Quinn just goes in, gets right on top of Solo. Draccio to join him. They get to sleep on the backside. Miro does have the black hole, but may be available on the Nature's Prophet. They're trying to force some sort of response. He's gonna get 4-staff to safety. Fortification did get refreshed here. As the summons are just gonna continue to beat down these barracks. And yeah, there's the second fort. Quinn should drop the hammer here, I'm sure. Just holding it. All right. Well, they managed to get a whole lane of barracks here at 22 minutes, almost no response.
I mean, they can try to threaten the black hole, but it's hard to find that blink angle out from Yarrow, especially since Ace is much further back, holding on to that roar.
Oh, Kiyotaka massively punished. Hey, they just got a gem from him too.
Oh no.
Oh, that is about as bad as it gets. Yeah, Quinn gets a free gem. You're not stopping this push, and like we said, he's the damage dealer. He's the only one that is going to be able to find these kills like in this black hole, and now your mid tower is just going to be food. Like, there's no fortifications at all. They're just going to go barracks to barracks.
You can stop us. Again, maybe you get this good angle out from Yarrow. It's all down to GG maybe not being in position. Roar is down for a little bit longer as well. So if you just lock into his control as you have in GG, you could force a fight, but not. They play it safe. Oh, they glimpse back to Racho.
He does have a BKB though, and Quinn just goes in, gets a nice 2-hero silence, trapping the Disruptor here. Little dart to catch the Enigma as Solo does get ran down to the towers. You know, they were thinking of just backing, but instead, you may have baited yourself. 2 heroes dead. Kiyotaka with the BKB, but the right-click damage, it's a lot here from Gaming Gladiators. 2 buybacks. In comes Ramsey. Duracho responds with his own BKB. He's trapped him for the moment. They'll be able to get away. Quinn comes in, nice silence. There's going to be the Static Storm trapping too. Can they actually find some kills here on X Hellraisers? It doesn't look like they're too tanky, and it's Celery you need to be worried about, man. He is just destroying your backline. Solo piked down. The Maelstrom finding him. The GG's come out. 24 minutes. The game just falls apart.
Oh my god. GG. And they rally after that game 1, which, you know, honestly, for game 1 on GG's end, it looked okay in the first part, right? The early game looked all right for them. Falls apart when they get too aggressive and Quinn just falls behind. This time around, measured aggression. They connect as a team much more frequently. Duracho didn't rush BKB, so he had a lot more presence on the NP as well. And they just group around that push. Like, that push potential coming out with the NP plus Beastmaster and the Enchantress on top was way too much. Tofu had a lot more impact this time around on his Hoodwink as well. For Hellraisers, I mean, they took a gamble. They picked the AM to block off some of Quinn's heroes, right? Like, you block off the Lesh, you block off the Storm. But Ramses doesn't really do much. Like, he has to go AM into a Beastmaster lane, and it doesn't feel great. He's kind of pushed back in that lane a lot. Goes for the Vanguard, but then he's just stuck farming. You know, it's like, it was a constant waiting game for the side of Hellraisers. There were some shining moments when they got that big black hole in the top fight. That felt pretty good, but it's not every day you see that. And afterwards, GG just kind of declumped. They kept Ace so far behind that there was no way you could ever get that black hole going without a roar instantly to stop it.
The roar or just smokescreen, right? Like if you don't catch Quinn, you just get smokescreen. The cooldown on this ability is so low once he grabs that 15 talent, which of course he did. And he has an Aether Lens, so he can just throw that thing from so far away. He's not too worried. He's got Dart as well. Like they have a lot of ways of stopping Miro from being able to like really contribute on this Enigma outside of just dropping Guardian Greaves, right? That was about it. Kiyotaka had some moments in that mid game where he was getting really, really, really strong, almost finding some momentum for his team, but this anti-mage can't join this fight. He can't join the game. Like it felt like there was no opportunity. And then you look at this Enchantress who just transitions into a core and has almost as much. I mean, he had more hero damage than anybody on Hellraisers outside of the Timbersaw. So you really did have this 4-core lineup just taking your buildings at 20 minutes. And it felt like Hellraisers did not know what to do.
Yeah, they just had no clear answer. And I'm keen to hear from the teams. From the side of GG, I believe we're going to have to talk with them and see what their thoughts were, what happened in game one. But we're going to have to take a little bit of a short break before we get that interview ready. Stick around.
All right. Everybody, and welcome back here. Very excited to say we've got the one and only Quinn here for an interview. Dude, it's nice to finally talk to you. Congratulations on this Game 2 victory. How are you and the team feeling?
Thanks. Mixed feelings. 2-2 isn't exactly what you want to start the tournament with. It could obviously be worse for sure. I also think Spotify and Hellraisers are on the stronger half of the teams. But at the end of the day, like gauging people's strength, whatever, is all sort of like shmeep shmop. Like you play well, you win. You play poorly, you lose. We played pretty poorly in game 2 versus Spotify and game 1 versus Hellraisers. So we lost. That's how it goes.
Yeah. So I do have a question because it seems like the draft response for game 2 was really, really, really smart. Game 1, what was like the point when you guys what was the big difference from game 1 to game 2 when you guys kind of like decided to just ban out this bounty hunter and give a better game to Duraccio?
Yeah, I mean, I think the hero, it was just annoying. It's good for them. It fits this style of like they like to just pick a bunch of run at you heroes. Like they pick Disruptor and I don't know, this guy just buys mech on Enigma and they just run at you. It's like 4 heroes while Ramdog goes and farms some camps. So we ban that and it's just what they want to do. So you ban it.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm wondering, coming into this tournament, Quinn, you're a veteran of a lot of LANs, and we haven't had a LAN in between these DPC tournaments in a while. How does it feel like to have, well, not exactly LAN, but at least inter-regional Dota in between a major? Like, do you feel like this is helpful? Do you feel like this maybe makes the major a little bit tougher with some strats coming out? Like, how do you see this?
Yeah, I mean, I think strong third-party tournaments, whether LAN or not, will always just be a good thing for Dota. I think it'll always like raise the level of play whenever regions play each other more. Ideas will be more mixed. The game will just be progressed faster. I think generally whenever teams play each other, I don't know if that necessarily makes the major harder, easier, but it makes the level of play better. I think, which is just a good thing for everyone. Good thing for spectators, for players. Like the quality of games increasing is just nice. So I think, yeah, I mean, I'll never complain about these lands, and it's got a pretty hefty price pool too, which I can't complain about.
Yeah,
it does.
absolutely.
And that journey to there is pretty long. I think we have a couple more leagues planned after this one, of course, and of course the DPC in between all of that. I am curious though, coming into this tournament, you guys did really well in your DPC run. Do you guys have a lot of expectations coming into this sort of interregional tournament? Are there any regions you guys are looking out for, or you guys just taking it day by day here?
I don't think we have too many expectations. Like we want to do well. I would like to make at least the second stage, ideally, the playoff portion. I mean, at the end of the day, you just like I try to just go into most tournaments with the mindset of like, okay, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna play, and whatever happens happens. End of the day, like all you can really focus on is how you're playing and how you're doing day to day, and that will just sort of lend itself to how the tournament ends up going for you. For me, at least, if I think too much about, oh, I really want to get third or fourth or second, or oh, my score is this and this person scores that, we need to win this and lose them, like who cares? At the end of the day, you just play Dota and ideally you win.
Right, fair. I do have one more question from my end. I saw the panel was well, Jenkins in particular was doing a little game of who said it, Arteezy or Quinn, and those were some spicy stuff.
That sounds like
do
a
you
fun
have anything
bit.
spicy to say to close up? He had a lot of interesting takes that I didn't know you said, but I appreciate your frankness in your pubs because everyone feels that way. Do you have any hot takes coming into this tournament? Like any this region's week, or maybe this hero's a bit overrated, anything like that?
Ramdog is a piece of trash and he can suck my nuts.
God. I heard you like just sprinkle the name in earlier, and I was like, I'm not gonna bring much attention to that one, but that was
I'll bring attention to it for
Quinn,
you, don't worry.
yeah, Quinn always a savant with words. That's I think one of the things people know about you. I do have one question though, because the last pick Ricky was pretty sick. Are there any heroes that you think are sleepers at the moment that you can't reveal too much about?
Probably shouldn't say too much, but the Ricky hero is pretty nice in the right games. That was a fun game. I hadn't gotten to. I think that was the first time I played it in an official, so it was nice to get to play it. But I probably can't delve into too much more than that.
All right. Let me rephrase the question. are we going to be seeing some like potentially those quote unquote new heroes making their way into Dota?
Maybe so. I think with especially like since I don't know if there's a seeding there's not a seeding advantage for this thing, right? So
No,
once you
not at
if you hit a point where like you're qualified from one group to the next, people are probably going to be more inclined to like be creative and like pick newer things and try stuff, I think. So I think towards like the end of each group, you'll see people start to deviate a bit more and try more stuff. Because you have, some games that aren't like as important or whatever.
Nice. Well, congratulations on your 100% Ricky win rate. Very
Thank you.
very sick. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully we get to talk to you again soon. Any final words that you would like to say before we let you go?
No, Ramses can suck my nuts. That's about it. Thanks, guys.
All right. Man, consistency. Thank you very much, Quinn. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Quinn.
Congratulations on your win.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
It's the one thing you can expect with Quinn, Cool,
Yep.
calm, and consistency, I believe is his name.
Yep, he also let down the good old Spotify rebellion there as well. I heard him say the thing about Ramsey's, I'm gonna poke and prod. I can go somewhere with
You're
this.
like, I
And
know
he
where
just
this is
went all
going.
in. I know where it is going, and I want to light that fire on top. What's life without a little drama, Ricky?
It
Drama.
really isn't much.
Drama keeps it fun. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Super fun game in general, super fun series, but it is not our final series. We have another one coming up next, and it's going to be OG taking on Nouns, which I'm super excited about because I love these guys on Nouns, and to see them go up against OG is going to be an absolute blast. John, how are you feeling about this series?
I'm excited to watch Neff's work come out and see how well he has whipped his boys and see how well OG does as well. Like, it's always fun watching. I always had fun watching Nouns because at the back of my mind, I know Neff's somewhere there. So, up against a team like OG, having Nouns actually play interregional lands, I'm keen to seeing this.
Yeah. All right, everyone. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our second series again, OG versus Nouns. Stay tuned here. This is Dream League Season 19. We'll see you after the break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to Dream League Season 19. I'm Cryptic here with John Xfire, and man, I'm so excited for the second series. It's going to be Nouns versus OG, you know, NA taking on Western Europe. Now, I've got high hopes for these Nouns guys. They got a special place in my heart. I want to see them succeed. The question is, will they be able to, John? What do you think?
It's difficult. You know, these guys have already taken a loss, unfortunately, to Team Spirit. Granted, Team Spirit can also be up and down in performance, so maybe they're just on a little bit of a hot streak coming out of the DPC. But Nouns, they were all look. Nouns have always been a solid team. I have a soft spot for them, but I think OG, they went through a slugfest, you know, to get into the major to kind of solidify their position. See. So I'm thinking OG is a team that's extremely hungry to prove a point coming out, extremely hungry to improve. And I think Nouns is to be ready for that. And also we got information, insider information. Neff.
Ooh, okay.
That Husky, his fingy has an injury. His small fingy has an injury and has to have a bandage. So if Nouns do lose, according to Neff, it is all because Husky's finger hurts.
Oh,
So there you
okay.
go.
That makes
Was
sense.
it Husky
That
or
would make
Moo?
sense.
One of them. I think it's
One of
Moo,
them.
actually.
Oh,
Just
no.
really old. Yeah, it's
The whole
Moo.
lineup falling
Mr.
apart.
David
man.
Hall. Yep.
First Lelis, now Moo and Husky. All right, well, let's go ahead and just jump on into draft here of game number 1. We've got, unsurprisingly, a Beastmaster and an IO ban, because anyone who's been watching Nouns know that they really like to grab the IO here. It synergizes not only with Gunner,
10
but
seconds
they
remaining.
play really well with Moo with it. I mean, we've seen they were one of the teams that have been running this offlane Witch
5
Doctor quite a bit.
seconds remaining.
The good old healing strats.
Yep. And you know, it's just always annoying having to worry about like IO batteries and IO combinations on hand. That little presence is super annoying. So, you know, just take it out. OG as a team, I'm sure, is a team that understands the power of IO very well. It's in their blood to understand how annoying that hero is. So I just don't have to deal with it. What I am curious about is whether stuff like Broodmother is taken out. You know, if Disruptor could possibly be a top tier ban at this point, because I feel like it would be. And Nature's Prophet still in hand. There's a lot of things to still worry about, and OG is taking their time to dig in a bit deeper here.
That's true. I mean,
Nouns,
the
turn
thing
to
is, OG
ban.
did actually just come off of a 2-0 as well over Enigma Galaxy, which I want to say Enigma struggled quite a bit in that series, and I'm not entirely sure if that's just, you know, them still having some growing pains with their new roster. Obviously, they have Miracle standing in right now, but
10
OG
seconds
looked pretty good.
remaining.
Like they played that series really well. So now it's definitely
5
they're gonna have
seconds
to,
remaining.
you know, pull out all the stops here. They gotta perform up to their
OG's
level.
turn to pick.
There's the Broodmother ban. Makes sense. Didn't want to leave that one in. I kind of agree. This hero seems
Nouns,
very strong.
turn to pick.
Disruptor.
And there's the Disruptor. You don't ban it. Well, who would when you have to ban out Beast, Brood, you have to ban out Rubik, you have to worry about specific picks like the IO. But OG do get their hand on this hero, which has, you know, had a great presence in the last series we just
10
watched, has
seconds
a great
remaining.
presence throughout the DPC. And it's just that solid
5
foundation
seconds remaining.
for every team. First phase Disruptor. Can't go wrong.
So I'm curious what like Nouns want to respond with here, because we have been seeing a lot of teams start to double pick cores in phase 1. But they could go for
Nouns,
something more
turn
flexible
to
like a Snapfire or a
OG's
Tiny.
turn
You know,
to
that's
pick.
one of the other ones.
Mirana.
And then the Mirana.
Tiny into the
Okay.
Mirana. So not quite like a double pick core, but you could flex a Tiny, although in most cases where we see it most effective, it has still tended to be like that pause 4, maybe some like a 4 Tiny. Although looking at what Nouns has done, they have run out his core a couple of times, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they kind of want to flex it there. But we shall find out. Like, it
Nouns,
generally
turn
should
to
be your
ban.
support. And the Doom comes out for OG. So you have really solid control coming out. You know, you just have the stable lane for the Doom. Just devour up, get your Midas up. And you have this really good scaling where if for some reason your Disruptor can't consistently get Static Storm, well, you can
10
always go
seconds
Eggs on
remaining.
Doom, and there you go. Another Static Storm.
5 seconds
Another one.
remaining.
Another one.
It's just that
Who needs
simple.
Refresher? Just have 2
OG's turn
heroes
to
that
ban.
do
Yeah.
somewhat the same thing with their ults. There you go.
Now, I'm a little bit
Nouns,
surprised they
turn
didn't
to
go for
ban.
the first phase Undying. That is kind of a staple of the Nouns draft. Husky has to be one of the best Undying players that I've seen in a while. he is an absolute menace on this hero. So they do respect ban that here in phase 2. Also protects the Doom if this ends up being your off lane, right? Which I think most people are running this as a core, but it's not necessarily the case. They also get rid of the Lone Druid, a classic pick for Gunner in the mid lane. Does play really high tempo. I'm curious because we're seeing a lot of like more respect bans here instead of like meta bans out of OG. So I'm wondering like what nouns are going to come up with here to respond, because I know this sounds, maybe
5 seconds remaining.
maybe out of the box, but I would like the DK here. The DK Mirana is always a very scary hero hero combination to play into.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that as well. Like, again, we've seen a lot of, say, DK pause ones. It's been highly effective when it does come out. It feels like a pretty good tempo here to play with, and you can kind of play that lane pretty aggressively as well. So that is something that fits into the bill of how I feel like Dota has been played on this patch quite recently. And yeah, they ban out the Monkey King here on OG's end, so you've got a pretty open path to pick up the DK. You can also kind of flex it, although I don't think it's something that Gunner generally would
10
play
seconds
for the side
remaining.
of nouns. And
He actually likes
looking
it.
into their, he does
5
like it.
seconds
Yeah,
I
remaining.
can't, I'm trying to
Gunner-
remember the last time I saw him play it.
Gunner was the one who
maybe
kind of
Tour 1.
invented the
Nouns,
Manta DK
turn to
build that we
pick.
saw like in the
Okay,
last
yeah,
major.
yeah.
That was Gunner's build. But the Monkey King's definitely a respect ban because that is one of Yamsun's favorite. But they go with the Chaos Knight pretty early here, and there's a lot of illusion breaks. There's like a Lesh still available.
Yeah, they have a lot of options to just clear out.
10
Leshrac,
seconds remaining.
something like an Ember can also kind of work, honestly, especially with a Maelstrom. It's
5
not like the
seconds
quickest
remaining.
illusion clear, but you can kind of get a weird value from just having a longer Sleight of Fist in these fights as well. You don't have the best lockdown for something mobile. Granted, you're probably not picking the Ember until maybe last pick in this phase. Although you do have the back-to-back picks here. Leshrac, it's great. Like, I do know Nouns likes to play really pretty aggressive for the most part. CK is a
Yeah.
hero that doesn't take too long to get online. If you are running the CK1 for Yamsun, which I do think they tend to do, if I recall my Nouns games right.
Yeah,
I
it's
missed them
almost
for a
always
tour.
Yamsun. Yeah.
Yeah, then your Mirana CK lane can be pretty aggressive. Like, you can still kind of connect, and there's the tech he's
Beautiful
coming out.
pick.
So here we go.
It's definitely a comfort
Such an
pick for
annoying
them.
hero.
Yeah, it's super annoying. It's definitely a comfort pick, but it does give you illusion control as well.
10 seconds
Right, the
remaining.
reactive taser, really annoying to deal with, but also blast off as well. It's just a
5
massive amount of
seconds
AoE
remaining.
damage. And you can solve that
Yeah.
you can solve that like CK problem from the support, which is, not bad. You could still go for the Lesh or the Ember Spear like you were talking about if they wanted to. I think if you go Ember, I was like, if you go Ember,
Ooh.
I think you can respond with something like the DK, or we could see something more of like a strong counter pick. Okay, that's Gunner Morph, I think.
Yeah, that should be the Gunner Morph mid. Morphling versus Ember should be a manageable lane for him. We've seen that a couple of times before. I'm fairly confident that Gunner knows his matchups really well. Haven't seen that one at all,
10
I
seconds
believe,
remaining.
in Tour 2 for Gunner. I don't think he had a chance to play the Morphling last tour at all.
5 seconds
Or in the most
remaining.
recent tour at all. But again, this is something he specializes in. And now he can also just turn into the Ember that he also enjoys. So he's not going to be missing out too much. So there is that, right? Like, you take the Ember away from Gunner by picking it, then he can still play Ember by playing Morphling somewhat.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it should farm the lane pretty easily. They could run the Chaos Knight into the off lane if they wanted and safe
10
lane the Morph into
seconds
Doom,
remaining.
because that is a super favorable lane as well. Like, Morphling kind of free farms. The only thing he has to be worried about is the blast off. So whether or not Yamsun can, have that finger on the Morph button, we'll have to see. They ban out the Anti-Mage. How do you feel about that
10
one?
seconds remaining.
I get why you kind of want to protect your
5
Morphling,
seconds remaining.
right? Like, and I don't think your lockdown's the best here from now. It's to lock in something like the AM, especially as it's looking like they don't have room for something like the DK unless Moo decides to play like an off lane DK. But when your team fight kind of looks pretty atrocious, it's all about just jump in, blow up one hero and try to clean up from there. So I do respect that AM could just be something that just runs away with this game. Like, you have to lock in an Ember and an AM. Like, these are super mobile heroes, and again, your hard lockdown is very limited on nouns. You don't want to have to deal with any more of that. And again,
Yeah.
AM to Morphling is like always annoying for Morph. Once he's out of mana, he's just a huge bomb.
True. They get rid of the Ursa, which is, I think, overall just a pretty safe pick. You know, for the side of OG, they don't really know where the
10
offlane is
seconds
going. Like we
remaining.
said, it could be mid morph, safe lane morph, could be offlane CK, could be safe lane
5
CK.
seconds remaining.
So they just need to go up with something that is good into the morphling, and you can't really pick the Terrorblade here as a result of that, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, like, if you do pick the TB, it does feel relatively greedy. Although, I mean, you could still make it work. They go with the Slark instead, which is a pretty good core matchup against the Morphling, against even the CK, I think is all right. You've got the Depth Shroud to kind of protect you here. You can steal so many stats from the CK and the Morphling, right? Like, yeah, you doom one and then you hit the other, sap him
10
away.
seconds remaining.
Or you just hit the doom target, sap him away, and move on to the next one. And feels pretty good.
5
The leash
seconds
is going to be good in holding down the morph as well. So you overall, you kind of feel like you're in a solid position for OG. For nouns, just trying to figure out what Moo here can come out, because you mentioned all of this flex, but I just don't think Yamson's going to go off that CK. And I
Yeah.
don't think Gunner's going to be divorced from the Morphling, so it's a matter of what can Moo bring out here that kind of stitches this draft together a little bit more.
What about
DP was banned
Primal
out.
Beast?
Primal Beast would be interesting, because we normally see the Primal Beast in response to range cores. These are more melee cores. You can still run them down. Leaning into Slark doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it's a decent Slark counter because you can still kill him in Shadow Dance, and you do have
True,
arrow
true.
follow-up. Dude, they're gonna run the offlane Witch Doctor. Let's go! Oh man,
Okay.
I was hoping that they would bring this out. Normally they only run this with an IO though, so I'm curious if they're gonna be able to make this work.
Yeah, and I have not personally witnessed the offlane Witch Doctor. I've seen mid Witch Doctor, and that was mainly bait in Tour 1. But I know the power of the Witch Doctor. This is going to be a pretty interesting time. Like, the lane sounds pretty fun. Witch Doctor plus Tiny, it can get aggressive really fast. Like, the burst damage with Maldic, you just get Maldic with Avalanche Toss. That here is pretty much dead. So I
Yeah.
like this aggression coming out from the side of Nouns. It does feel like they will have to play tempo with a Witch Doctor off, which is kind of weird to say when you've got the CK and the Morphling, because they will need some build-up as well. But there is a tempo you can hit on Nouns. I think OG has a much more forgiving draft. Like, say, if their lanes go a little bit wonky, if they can hold, then they can recover pretty fast. Although, again, their draft is also a little bit on the greedier side. So it's all about, it feels like this game's all about who comes out of the lanes less damaged and in better position to just take over the map. Because once you start slipping, you have pretty greedy lineups. You're not going to have space to farm for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, I 100% agree. I'm really curious how this offlane Witch Doctor is going to go, because I think most of the time it's only been successful when you have these kind of multiple heal lineups. It's been paired a lot of times with like Undying, with an IO, and you don't have those heroes this time. So whether or not he decides to play it any differently, we'll see. A lot of times it's the max aura, right? You just max the heal, and then he has been rushing the Holy Locket, I think, most times. So he gets that like bonus heals, and then eventually, you know, transitions into more like BKB, some other core items as well. But I don't know, man. Nouns, we'll see if their draft ends up working out. I do agree with you. I think the OG lineup is a little bit more straightforward, maybe a little bit easier to execute. And you're definitely on a little bit of a comfort here. Really fun game.
It's going to be super fun.
Prepare
I'm a
for
bit surprised that they go with this playstyle with the Witch Doctor, because, again, the last time I saw core Witch Doctor, it was like a blink BKB rush. So I feel like that's something Moo can swing around to as well if he feels the need to. Just blink BKB, connect with your Tiny, get these pickoffs over and over again. Because as you mentioned, you don't have that healing stack. So you can instead focus in on that damage and just try to again, take control early, because this is your fastest tempo here, Chu.
Oh, Chu maybe
Stood
looking
still.
somewhere else on the map for a moment, as that is definitely going to be first blood going the way of CK. And that smoke pop, he like knew something was up, but looks like they're going to get the D ward as well. Oh, yeah. So that's, you know, not a bad start for the Nouns lineup
30
here.
seconds to battle.
Yeah, that feels pretty damn good. Good start coming out from Yamsun. Has a little bit more gold to get. And they can line up for... Well, it does look like OG's in a good position to contest the other 2 runes, but they could try to snag away an extra if they want with the forced respawn and the walk of shame for Chu here.
Yamsun. I mean, they've got a lot of stun here. There's going to be the stun. The arrow, not going to connect. A little bit slow the trigger on that one, so we'll just back away. And it's going to be 3 bounty runes for the side of OG, thanks to that posturing.
I'm a little bit surprised. I figured Nouns could kind of rotate down bot and try to get the advantage. Instead, they lose out. So they trade First Blood for an extra bounty. Kind of equalizes in the end. When you think about the gold, everyone kind of gets on the map. So you don't feel too bad on OG's side losing Chu early on. He also doesn't level up anything just yet going into the lane. So you can kind of look and see and decide what works well in this lane. Like the glimpse is still there if he wants it, but you can just harass back with Thunder Strike. He's copying a bit too much damage from Lullis though. And already he's having to eat through his second stack of tangos early on. Mu does start off with that early voodoo. Is this what you saw in the off lane Witch Doctor last time as well? Just early voodoo, clear out the wave, use the damage part of it to harass a little bit.
Yeah, when you're against a melee hero, it's just going to chip away at them a little bit. And like I said, he has been just maxing this out. 4 points voodoo almost every single time, and just relying on that to sustain him, but just kind of win the trades in the lane. And yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of annoying. And Lelis should be able to get a lot of denies on the Tiny dude. This is just a classic position for Tiny. Comes to lane with the tree grab and just clicks his own creeps.
Just try to get that equilibrium, balance out the heals coming out from Witch Doctor. Should be a pretty annoying lane for Yuragi. I think you start to feel better maybe by level 3. After you can start to connect, try to go for glimpse and pounce plays if you want to, but it does feel a lot harder to go for those burst plays when the Witch Doctor Tiny's there. The threat of counterplay is too high. We did see a little bit of a low drop from Gunner, and we're taking a look down bot here with some aggression coming out from Taiga and DM onto the side of Nouns, Husky and Yamsun. Again, not the most natural Mirana combination with a Chaos Ball 3 L2 Rift, but you can make it work. The aggression from OG can also kick in fast. Like level 2 on Techies with a Blast Off, you can just really scare off the side of Nouns quite well. Especially if DM starts to get the Devour and starts to see some nice skills on hand. Like a nice little slow on hand would probably just lead to a lot of kills.
Radiant's middle tower is
Nice
under
little...
attack.
I mean, the thing is DM did go for the correct build, like an early Wraith Band, and a lot of damage thrown back the other way. Taiga, however, just got clipped by the tower, so they don't want to dive any further. But yeah, that Wraith Band's bonus armor is going to do wonders here against the CK, because you do not want to be playing on low armor against Reality Rift.
It's more than enough to just keep him alive, as the old Doom memes are. +1 armor, unkillable.
I like how
Should be
this
feeling fine.
hero used to have literally 0 armor, and now he's just
Yeah.
base 5. Oh, they're going to get very aggressive here once again as Yamsun in the danger zone. There's going to be... I mean, the right click from Husky might be able to bring down Taiga. The blast off? No way! He gets
What?
him, dude. Well done. Chases him under the tower there. That was sick.
That's pretty insane. Slowing down Yamsun by a good amount. DM still really healthy down here as well. I love the aggressive build in Doom. Like, not going Devour, just going for Scorched Earth, Infernal Blade, harassing out. Like, that percent-based damage on the CK even early on, which is so annoying to deal with. Down mid, we've been seeing trades of blows between BZM and Gunner. Like, Gunner's been dropping low, so has BZM. So far, been much more manageable for BZM. Gunner quite a fair bit behind, which is sort of to be expected. I feel like the Ember just has a lot more play potential here. And you don't really have anyone to tie in for Gunnar to, sustain him in lane as you would normally when you're getting harassed out like this.
Radiant's middle
Rune
tower
control though
is under
is
attack.
important for both, and Gunnar should at least find one water rune, so it's not going to be completely tossed out, but full strength shift. He's not feeling too good right now.
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to reach on under the tower here. He just has to be careful with the Sleight of Fist, so he's going to start the Agi shift and then pop these runes in a little bit, so. Just going to, unfortunately, cost him some CS, but does pretty much reset his HP for the lane. I like BZM's build, man. 3-point Sleight of Fist, 2-point Flame Guard. He's been able to just shove the lane very aggressively here into this Morphling, and it's working out really well.
Dire's courier has been
Yeah,
killed.
he's just able to run down Gunnar.
my
Use the
gosh.
creep aggro really nice.
Yuragi's Courier,
And-
boots, and a
Radiant
Wraith Fan.
are scanning.
That is huge.
Chu actually in a lot of problems here is Moo just standing on top of him, burn him down. It's going to be Lelis with one more auto attack, so Mound's on the board once, or I guess not on the board, but finding another one.
Yeah, this is what I missed out from not going to Romania. This is the NA games I missed out on. Like this 1-2-1 Witch Doctor build. I am so sad.
Just
I'm
wait
so
till
sad I
it's
didn't get to see
1-3-1.
this in DPC. Like the damage output. He's got arcane boots already as well. Moo's gonna be able to sustain this.
Oh,
Putting
yeah.
on and off on the Voodoo, no problems.
Gunnar definitely struggling here in this mid lane on the Morphling. I mean, this is the one lane that's not going super well. Let's give it a nice chase down there onto Taiga, utilizing those leap charges.
Dire's
Finding that kill, very
structures
worth
are
it, making some
fortified.
space from Yansun, but also kind of threatening the Doom now.
Yeah, they can try to threaten. It still doesn't feel easy to jump DM. And he just feels way too dribble. He even has the raindrops on hand to prevent some of that magical damage from coming through. And you've got a lot of protection despite being solo for a little bit down there on bot. Yamson CS has managed to climb up quite a nice amount though.
Radiant's middle
So
tower
your CK is farming quite well. BCM though, down mid.
The arrow? Oh! Husky got him!
What?
Dude, he just did not see that coming at all. Yoinks the haste rune, sets up an arrow for Husky. That's huge. I mean, this salvages Gunnar's lane actually quite a bit because he's going to be able to get some good XP here, and he's going to lose a whole creep wave on the Ember.
That's massive. Gunnar finally gets the bailout he needs on
Top lane,
mid.
they're not done. Look at this. The chase continues. Ends up burning down the Slark, and Moo will
oh
find
my
a kill onto the
God.
Disruptor. Bottom lane? Is he out? Okay, he's out. Dude, there is so much aggression on the map right now.
It's kind of funny. Yamson still had the sticky bombs stuck to him when he went to base. So, there was still like a chance that he could die. A very marginal chance, but it's always kind of dicey. A strong start for now. It's
Dude, there's
7
no
to
fort
1
for
as they're
top.
trying again.
Oh, they will glimpse back Lelis, so that will save Yuragi. But I mean, this 3-point Starstorm on this Mirana, she's almost level 6 at 8 minutes.
Dire's top
Chu
tower
thought he
God.
could maybe offer some help, but not at all.
Radiant's
Your top
bottom
tower
is under
will at
attack.
least survive for now as the catapult does fall, but they're just going to try and click it up. So that's it.
Dire's
Top tower dies.
is falling.
Oh my god, Moo. His thingy hurts too.
Radiant's bottom
And it's
tower
not
is
stopping
under
him.
attack.
He just,
To be fair, like Witch Doctor probably is one of the least stressful heroes to play, so there you go. His fingy's not being stressed too much. Lelis might get his fingy stressed, but does back off.
just press W, leave it on. All right, guys. Playing, we're good.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
I mean,
under
mana
attack.
boots and soul ring. He knows like mana is like the limiting factor on this hero, right? So just making sure to have as many options there. 8-minute runes are spawning Gunnar. Does
Radiant's
bottle up a
bottom
DD
tower
rune,
is
managed
under
to
attack.
just steal it there out of BZM's hands.
Trying to run down.
They're going for a glimpse play. Lelis is kind of quick, throws the avalanche to zone him out, and Husky TP's bottom. So they're just not wanting to fight up right now against OG.
I think that's a fair call. Just play it safe. Trying to just try to bail out. Don't give that opportunity. OG's kind of clumped up. They do have that Moonlight Shadow already up on Husky though.
Radiant's
Level
They're
bottom
going to
6
see them under a
already.
sentry here. Yeah, they know about this. The question is, can Lelis get in range for the avalanche? Does he be able to pull back? They do manage to get on top of him. He's dead, I think, right? There's no way out. Yuragi going to get aggressive here onto the Tiny. He's going to go ahead and pop that Phantasm. This Tiny does juke back the other way. Yuragi not quite level 6. Yamsun has a bolt in 1. Husky's gonna go for the Starstorm, doesn't connect. Nice juke there out by the Slark, and looking for more glimpse. Will pull Husky right back into the hands, does throw the arrow. Taiga gets himself a double kill in the end of the day, so a beautiful rotation in there from the Disruptor, and BZM, no chains on the Ember. He's 4 points sleight of fist, so he cannot allow them to chase down the Yamsun.
And Yamsun just kind of bails out. The one thing for OG right now is, despite Nouns having this 9-3 lead, they are still farming pretty damn well. Like, Yuragi is suffering quite a fair bit. You know, DM on the Doom, he's starting to get the Devours flowing in. BZM, like there's this huge tie between DM, BZM, Yamsum, and Gunner. So farm distribution there is just fine. It's the outliers that are concerning. It's Mu at 4.5k net worth and Yuragi at 3k that are causes of concern. Like Yuragi's still trying to work onto the Midas. The one thing with Midas Lark is he can use the attack speed, but this does feel like a hero that has really good early tempo. Like you get an Echo Saber with Power Treads, you can kind of join in early, and then you get your Ags up. You have a lot of control in these fights. With the Midas build, that just feels, you know, a little bit slower. Like your threat isn't there as fast. So there's an opening for now, and to just keep this momentum going their way.
And they are playing really quick, right? Looking at the items, there's not really a lot of, greed coming out from them. They're going to go for the Holy Locket. He's already got it completed on the Witch Doctor. Gunner just is buying a Dragon Lance, right? So he wants to be able to just fight early. Probably going to go BKB shortly after. And Yamsun's on his way to his Armlet. So you have the Tricore here from Nouns that are going to want to actually try and force objectives and play pretty aggressive. And this is what Nouns typically does. Like, this is a team that does not like to play for late game. They want to have 30-minute games where they just run at you. This is just like a staple of how they play and how they view the game at the moment. So we'll see if they can respond.
That sounds like my experience throughout Tour 1 in NA. That was basically mostly what I saw. Like, even Bait was kind of in that zone where, you know, they'd run the mid Witch Doctor, then we just rush Blink. And him and Moose would kind of run around and just kill people. Yeah. So, I do like that. I do enjoy and appreciate that playstyle. Speaking of another Moo, Mr. Moo with his Fingy, he's basically got the Holy Locket up.
Yep, it's
so
done.
All that healing is going to be so high. Like, the sustain is so good, and OG don't really have burst on hand, not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
So all this healing will just drag these fights out so long, and it's weird to drag fights out up against Slark at the same time. You do have good output with your Morphling.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Mid lane, they get the toss back here on BZM, as he's just gonna be able to get away, which is fine. 10-minute rune will be invis. He bottles that one up. 10-minute mark. Offlane Witch Doctor having a great time just farming the enemy jungle. The fact that Husky was so high level so early is pretty nuts for the state of his game.
Yeah, like he hit 6 around the same time DM did. Or maybe even faster, actually.
Yeah.
Speaking of DM, he does have his Midas up, but that early Moonlight, it didn't really lead to much, but it just enables Nouns to still keep playing aggressive. They're grouping up mid now, and be able to get a nice shove in. They get a good courier snipe going their way, but their tier 1 still exposed, and no one from OG is coming in for this defense.
They do have a fort, but yeah, BZM's just going to try and drag the wave. They're going to pop the fort now. The catapult is still alive, and Moo's just tanking the tower with level 4 Voodoo. So they'll toggle the aggro there on over to Gunner, and the rest of the team's actually smoking top, so they will lose this mid tower, and they need to be careful on DM. If they manage to take down the Doom here, it's going to be really rough. Smoke does pop. Lelis doesn't find him. He actually jukes back the other way, so good awareness there out of DM.
Yeah, backs off in the nick of time. And they are, again, playing the long game here on OG. Right? Like, they're trying to build up. They've got the Midas on Uragi. They've got the Midas on DM. You're still trying to build BZM up into his full Spirit Vessel to kind of counteract a little bit of that healing coming out from Mu. And once you can get the first charge going there, you've got a lot more fight available on your hands. Just need to look for that opportunity when everyone's ready. I do feel like you're allowing Nouns to get a little bit too much going their way.
Oh, they ping mid.
Lock
Moonlight Shadow. Who are they going to find? I mean, obviously BZM is what they really want, as they will go Wildhead instantly
Oh.
remnants away. Nice scan. Lelis will look for Chu, but does not manage to get on top in time. Avalanche, the arrow, does not connect, but, you know, Witch Doctor makes his presence. He just walks on over. We'll chase him down under the tower. So killing spree now for the Witch Doctor, as a regen rune will spawn top.
Nice little pickup for them to find.
This isn't bad for
pass
OG,
the bottle
though.
off the Moo.
Like, OG's
It's not a
still
bad
getting
position.
a lot on the map. Well, I say that. Can they find a kill? They
Oh,
Okay, 6 slight chain play there from Gunner. Sets up a kill onto to BZM's Ember Spirit. I mean,
Yeah.
that was beautifully done.
that's what we talked about. You know, if Gunner doesn't get to play Ember, he'll find a way to play Ember anyway. But he's Morphling. He gets a slight chains combo and they run down. I mean, it's still not a bad position for OG. I agree with your point there, Ricky. Although it could get a little bit worse here.
Oh, yeah, it's getting a little worse. His DM's going to eat the Death Ward top, and Moo now dominating 4-0 and 4.
He's feeling it.
Dude, that is so scary. This offlane Witch Doctor has more net worth than an offlane Doom with 4 points Devour and
Yep.
a Midas.
Yep. I mean, to be fair to DM, he did stall out Devour level until like 3, so I
Yeah.
guess there's a little bit of CS or a little bit of gold you miss out from that, not too much, but yeah, Moo is insane. And imagine this is the man with his fingy hurting. No, Neff had to triage that.
He's not even
Triage
full
that
power?
fingy with a bandage. Not at full power, Ricky.
No.
Moo is on relaxation mode right now to help rest his finger. Thank you, Neff, for the quick triage.
See what they can do here. I mean, they don't have Moonlight Shadow for another 30 seconds, and they are smoked up here, looking for Yamsun top. And Yamsun is the hero that is kind of vulnerable on the side of Nouns at the moment, just because this, you know, they do have a lot of ways of dealing with his illusions, but Taiga's smoke gets popped, and they don't manage to get in range for the glimpse, so he's out. Ends up being okay.
Yeah, just fine. He's still getting his own build up as well. He is starting to lag behind. I mean, he's still above BZM, but Uragi has managed to take over with his Midas. Still, your CK timings are still lining up. Like, Echo Saber's still going to come out. The Blink's not going to be too far off as well.
Dire's
So,
middle tower is
you've
under
still
attack.
got your big jump in and burst potential play still ready to go. Sooner rather than later, you've got the full mech up on Moo. He is just healing for a lot at that point. Taiga.
There's a hasted Morphling. He's going to go into 3 mines, though. Almost goes down. Nice little bait play there from Taiga, but does not manage to net them a kill. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're looking for Tiny. That's going to be a nice ult there from the Disruptor, but saved is Gunner. Makes his presence known here as he just comes on in. Shadow Dance is available. He blocks the pounce, though. The arrow's going to
Oh
connect.
my god.
Uragi's
Are
dead.
you kidding me? Hunter, you madman. Still had a
Quick
haste.
response.
They can't even kill off the Tiny. Like, Lala still walks out. That's Static Storm committed for a support, and you just don't have output. Again, this goes back to a little bit on that Midas. You just don't have the same presence as you would with, say, the Echo Saber or, say, a Fast Diffusal. Even a Sanjin Yasha, I think, would be arguably a little bit more consistent output there.
Top lane in some trouble here. He's trying to heal himself. He does have a mech as well. He just gets doomed instead. Yamsun coming through, trying to see if he can maybe lock down BZM. A huge avalanche.
Oh.
They get a turn. I mean, that's still pretty dang good for the side of OG. Taking down that really, really strong Witch Doctors. He had a huge kill streak as well. So a lot of gold going to DM.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Lelis.
He just...
Finds what we like to refer to as the bonus kill. He's going to get ran down here by the Doom. There's a Scorched Earth in 5. He doesn't have any help coming. Meanwhile, they just killed Uragi again.
What?
Let's toss away another avalanche. This guy is so good. Actually, he's just gone. All right, they do get the D ward. He
he's
knows
fine.
something's up there.
He's got the Blink already on hand. He's got the Tumbler Store. He's so mobile on that Tiny. And now it's just working this aggression across the map. They are just on fire. 17-4 and OG. This is looking a little bit rough.
Oh, Avatos, that's the Blink reveal into an
Oh
arrow.
my god, are
They've
you
got
kidding
BZM.
me? Are you
Dude.
kidding me?
They have such
How?
huge pick potential now.
That is just madness. Like, the fact that Lela survives, he still gets his Blink reveal, connects with his team, and then goes straight to Roche. Like, this is nutty coordination coming out from Nouns. And OG, just looking a little bit lost. Like they are still playing to their strengths. They're holding out, they're stalling out and building up, but in that interim period, while they're not ready, and Nouns, they're just ruining them. Ooh, he's almost at Cardin Greaves. I can't believe this works. I'm actually in disbelief. This is madness. God.
This is smart.
And they're not going to a major, right? Like that's the unfortunate thing with NA being as tight as it is. This is number 3 in NA, and a lot of people would meme about that, but now this is a team with promise and memes. A lot of memes.
If there's one thing NA has, it is definitely memes.
A lot of weebs, I suppose. But then again, with Neff out of casting, at least that's one less weeb in casting scene. I'm here to replace him.
The Moonlight Shadow comes through. They have the Avalanche, the toss. Husky doesn't even need to throw the arrow. They managed to take down that Doom, and they are just making so much work. Anytime they see an OG hero on the map, they just run, like they just rotate and try and find the kill. That's kind of just seems like the game plan for them. And I feel like they have to, right? You're against a double Midas lineup from OG, and like Doom, Slark, if this goes late, those heroes will definitely outscale. I think will outscale the side of Nouns, depending on how far you're behind you are at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Like there's a lot of growth potential for OG.
Moo.
Moo.
Yeah, he gets a side chain. Ooh, they got the glimpse back. Oh my god, Lelis, a perfect interrupt there.
No.
They do get the Spirit Vessel out onto the Witch Doctor. He can heal up a little bit with the mech. Tiny on the backside, just getting burned down. He's trying to survive this, but the mines, they're too much. BZM gets the kill. Lelis did survive. The Doom does catch the Chaos Knight as Gunner will take down DM. So far, a 2-for-1. The question is, can they get out? Chu will be able to glimpse in Yamsun as the Slark comes in now, and arrows caught him. There's an avalanche in a moment. He needs help. Yuragi's not going to get it. It's a triple kill for Gunner's Morphling. You get a good start to the fight, you take down the Witch Doctor, but you lose so much more.
It's insanity. Like they get the Doom off. It takes them so long to chase down Yamsun. Gunner is free to dance around. I don't think the CK is your problem, and it hasn't been your problem for a while. It's been Gunner and Moo. Like it sounds weird, but dooming Moo, especially in that earlier time they ganked him, probably isn't the worst thing in the world. Dooming Gunner is probably your best bet here, but he's inching closer to that Ags. I wouldn't be surprised by Lincoln's pickup at some point here as well. And I think for Moo, once he hits Guardian Greaves and maybe his Shard, I'm trying to recall, does Glimpse drag you out of your Voodoo switcheroo?
No, it does not.
There you go.
You are
you're gonna be fine.
completely untargetable in there. So, Moo grab the DD rune. That's always fun. Taiga just catches a casual Maledict. So Guardian Greaves. I mean, last fight, the only reason Moo died here. Oh, did I miss something?
Ooh, yeah, no. So Taiga did his blast off after being Maledict. So
yeah,
lost a huge chunk of his HP.
Okay, that makes sense. Does he have the magic resist talent yet? He does not. So he's only level 9. So at his level 10, it becomes a lot easier. He gets that 20% magic resist. But
yeah, it shouldn't happen.
What I was saying is, you're about to have Guardian Greaves, and the only reason Moo died in this last fight, which there they are, is because of that vessel, right? And now it's not going to be that easy to bring him down.
He is just going to be so hard to stop. And again, going for that shard next as well. And they're just getting casual push on tier 2. No defense from OG is again, this lineup it needs time to cook. It needs time to build up. You're inching towards BZM's Maelstrom. That helps a little bit. Ags for Yuragi 2 parts away. And BKB up for DM. Well, it was up in the last fight as well, but he's got the blink on top of that now as well.
BZM needs to be so careful. If he catches a Chaos Knight stun, he's gone. I think they saw him on the ward on the backside. Yeah. So, that'll kind of reveal it. Does manage to defend the mid tower, but Ember Spear obviously the kill that they were looking for.
That would have been big to just shut BZM down once more. Now they're still making steady progress on the map. Again, tier 2 top taken, outpost in their control. They've got not too much time left in the Aegis, to be fair. Like, it is going to fade in 20 seconds, but Gunner's also going to have his Ags. Like, that stat stealing is just, it's just nuts. Like, just turn to Slark.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if he just goes for the Slark, right? Because you just lose so much attack speed, and Slark has to rely on that attack speed to start ramping in these fights. And then you just get double pounce for the Ember, which I don't know how BZM plays the game when there's a double pounce Morphling on you.
Yeah, you just don't, especially not until you have your BKBs up, which BZM, again, he could swing towards, but the Maelstrom, he does buy out the Javelin. He's just going to go into that. No protection on the Ember, very susceptible to that catch from the side of Nouns. And, you know, Nouns, I mean, OG is still finding room to farm in.
Yeah,
We have
they're
to see
playing
these investments pay
perfectly
off.
right now on OG. Like, I know that sounds weird because they've been hemorrhaging a lot of deaths, but they are basically completely avoiding Nouns on the map at the moment, and that's exactly what they need to do. They cannot fight them, right? They need their BKBs. Well, I say that, and it looks like they actually want to try and fight here, potentially. Moose TPing in, they're looking for Lelis. He just aggressively blinks onto Techies, the Avalanche, the toss back. Gunner in some trouble, those DM managed to get on top of him, and there's the Doom. Yamsun's got to offer some assistance. Uragi getting aggressive as well. The Force Staff trying to get the Morphling out of dodge, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. The Morph, I'm saving for a little bit, but it's not going to be nearly long enough. The buyback here from the Tiniest. Yamsun burns as well. Huge wins from OG. You didn't have the Witch Doctor here, and Husky's going to get burned as well. That's a lost gem.
That is massive. Like, that was such a good glimpse back to target Moo, drag him away. He was TPing into that fight and just taken back. Like, they needed the heal. They needed that Guardian Greaves to kick in. They needed that max level Voodoo Restoration, but just not able to show up, and OG capitalize on it. Like, they get the Doom off and the big target this time onto Gunner. He's not able to morph into that Slark that's behind the T-recrafted, and that keeps it in the game. Suddenly that lead now it's had, it's just completely gone. Less than 1k their way. Farm distribution coming out from OG is very clean. Might find a freebie here.
Okay, yep, that's definitely what you would call a freebie.
Nah.
Uragi
Not
just
the biggest
tips
deal
up.
in the world.
He's like, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, gold lead completely gone. We're dead even almost within 1,000 gold. They're gonna smoke up right again on Nouns. They know Doom on cooldown. Some of these other ones that they have to worry about. The question is, right? Can they get what they want done with this Morphling Axe? Because it is available now. He didn't have it in the last fight.
Yeah, like, he got it mid-fight, but he was doomed up.
Yeah.
So, should have an easier time here. And turning to Uragi would be big, but focus on just taking out the outpost first. I do feel like for now, though, that they've got to play this... Oh, I mean, they've been trying to play fast and they've been dodged, but I think at some point you just force yourself on an objective, right? And take the fight there.
It's
yes,
Roche,
it's
right?
pretty awkward. Or Roche, yeah. Like, you wait for Roche or just go on to the objective. Or, you know, take Roche and then go on to the objectives and just force the fight from there. You can't afford to keep playing this tag game where you're looking for OG and they're dodging you and you just go back farming. Because OG is building up. And, you know, soon they're going to have this Lincolns on Uragi's working on next, Shiva's for DM. These heroes get a lot tankier and harder to burst down, and there's only so much the sustain Witch Doctor will take you for. Like, it's not the best scaling heal. It does still heal a lot, but, you know, it's not like a percent-based heal on your Winter Wyvern or something. It does have a top limit.
Well, at least not until the 25, right? But that's a long shot.
It's a long way.
Super long Roche respawn as well. I mean, almost max. It was like 3 minutes, 45 seconds or something. And Taiga, they are going in, they pop the drums. He's going to be able to catch Gunner. That's perfect. Chu should be able to follow this one up, but he gets the haste rune away. He's going to be okay. Okay, they turn around onto the techies. Meanwhile, topside, they're chasing down BZM into the trees. He gets out. So they do manage to just trade, take down the techies, but they don't get anything else out of it.
And
That's a
that's a
very
pretty
convenient
good
case.
counter fight. Very convenient for Gunner, and if they manage to land the kinetic field, I think Gunner would still probably be dead, but
Yeah.
they didn't manage to clip it in. Bails out. Still doesn't quite show off his Ags on a Morphling, but probably not the biggest deal in the world. And for Nouns, that's them being aggressed on, so you're feeling pretty good right now. BCM might walk into the ward range. Should be a bit spicy here.
He's going blank
Does.
next. Okay, so what do you deal with?
BZM?
I mean, he went up there trying to go for the D ward, right? That's the only thing.
I don't know if he was. He doesn't. There was no sentry on hand, and he just kind of dancing in the tree line gets taken out. That's a big
man.
kill going back to Moo.
That
That
ward like,
bounces
just
it. They have a
expired or
slight
something?
lead. Yeah, it just did. Right when Lelis jumped in with the Avatos.
That's huge. That's another huge kill. They definitely knew that kill or that ward was there at some point, because I know Slark scouted it out with Shadow Dance earlier, but we'll see what they end up doing. Pipe queued up here from Moo as well. And Lelis will grab a 4-staff. So they do have, that'll be the third 4-staff now, right? Because they have one on Husky, one on Lelis, and the Pike completed on the Morphling. So lots of ways of getting away from this Slark. But how do you get away from the Doom? Because I feel like this is the question mark that Nouns have to deal with, right? They cannot allow this Morphling to get doomed.
Yeah. It's going to be the Lincoln's on Gunner. That'll take you pretty far, but I think the next play is just avoiding DM. Just ensuring that Gunner doesn't get jumped. Because I feel like in DM size is going to be looking at, right, dooming up the CK is alright. Dooming up the Witch Doctor, as funny as that sounds, is probably not too bad as well, considering how much Moo sustains in these fights.
Yeah.
So if they force a fight in a way where you don't see Gunner and you're getting run down by your other cores from Nouns, then he's going to be forced to doom, and Gunner's just safe until the link is up. When it's up, Gunner's free to do what he wants as they go into the Roche. Full BKB up for BZM.
OG have to know.
Could have an interesting time to fight here. They do have an idea.
Yeah, near max
Back
duration
around.
spawn, and so the scan does come out from the Radiant Husky. He has his ult available. Will scout DM here, so that blink won't be available as the Roshan will get finished up here. Gunner grabbing the Aegis, the Shard as well. And OG maybe in a little bit of a rough spot here. DM continuing to chase Husky, but it's not gonna be able to find the kill. And now the Doom, he's gonna have to probably BKB TP. Never mind, they catch him with an arrow, Avalanche, and then there's the Chaos Bolt as well. DM, he's gone.
That's just so awkward from the side of OG. Their rotation into the pit cut off by Husky, and then they just have to play tag with the supports. And sure, they minimize their losses by kind of glimpsing Gunner back, but he still has that morph. Well, he did have the start form for a little bit longer, but not quite.
Oh, he's gonna get silenced up here again. He has the Pike. We'll just get to the low ground because of it. And the Nouns is smoked up, trying to find someone around on the map, but OG not giving him that opportunity. He will continue to try and just beat down this tower. Or backdoor protection, making that a little bit more difficult. I think they're trying to force the Doom buyback, right? But he's not going to get it.
Yeah. It's already on the respawn, so they don't make too much progress. I mean, the tower's down to fairly low, but whether or not they want to commit while the threat of Doom is still there on DM, probably not. Especially since, again, you still don't have that Lincoln's up and Gunner. Just play it safe. Go back. You still have a lot of time in the Aegis anyway.
Or 30-minute power rune. It's a regen top. You just sometimes
not the
you win
best.
when you know.
Yeah. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose in that gamble.
Oh, they did get their gem
Legion's
back?
all right.
Did DM have
was
the gem?
carrying
Did Uragi was carrying it for a while, but I guess they gave it over to Doom and he gave it back top. Unless they bought a
Well,
second
that's the
gem,
eco trade.
which I don't. I mean, I don't see a second gem anywhere in the
No,
game. So yeah,
no.
that's his original gem.
Thank you.
Oh. Spoken.
Yeah, that's the slight change. The arrow from downtown. He has to BKB it. BZM, a little bit too afraid there. They get the 4 stabs away. In comes the techie, stunning them all up on the backside. Does cancel out the Death Ward as well. Oh no, he's still got Voodoo Switcheroo. He's going to be able to survive this, but the Chaos Knight will be the one that falls instead. And Witch Doctor will be next on chopping block. Morphling still alive. Does take down BZM as he's looking for more. Uragi on the Slark will be able to get away for now, but the Starstorm, Mirana needs one more attack. Will he get it? Tries the 4-staff after him, won't be able to. And now Uragi cleans up, punishes that overextension. A 3 for 2, end up being a pretty good fight here from OG.
It's not too bad. They take out 2 big cores. Gunner, however, still gets to keep his Aegis, so I don't think you mind all too much on Nouns, because he did force out Doom. You know, so that's the big thing that's kind of keeping Gunner back from committing too hard. We are seeing how annoying it is to be playing against this Disruptor. All the glimpses back on Gunner has been making it really hard for him to just focus in on the targets he needs to. He's not able to just fully commit, and all of that came down from just slightly short timing on the toss, on the arrow follow-up from Husky. Like, they had a
Yeah.
perfect combination on that Ember. If they just killed BZM fast enough, OG might not have been able to take any of that. Like, they would have just cut their losses beyond the retreat and get chased down by Nouns. So just poor timing, or not really poor timing, but a rough set of events for Nouns. Really good opening for OG. And we are seeing a DM work onto that.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, Son just aggressively blinks in. They're gonna glimpse him. Oh, just off the mark. Okay, he just dodges it with a Phantasm. That works.
Yep. I mean, it's not the worst thing to lose. You did have Arcane, so you're going to have Phantasm up sooner rather than later.
And it's,
now they can connect.
It's a farming spell most of the times nowadays, especially this early. Gunner grabs bottom tier 1. He's going to continue the push here. The mid tier 2 is very difficult to go for, so I kind of understand. They want to take over the triangle. I mean, if they had it, they don't have like a ward here to scout behind the tower. But yeah, Gunner just makes super quick work.
I mean, he's got the output. He's got the full... Lincoln's up now, and he's going for
exactly
the
where Lelis
next.
is. They want to go. The Pounce does connect. He's got Force Staff number 1. Can they get him out at all, though? He gets glimpsed back. Nice avalanche onto 2. Lelis will be the first to fall here as the BKB comes out from the Doom. He's got the Doom available. Drops it onto the CK once again. And Yamsun, he's all alone, man. He's stuck. Death Ward coming through, trying to find these kills. They pop the BKB on the Ember Spirit, but he's taking so much damage. He's got the Maledict already on top of him. The Voodoo Switcheroo trying to finish it off, but he doesn't have it. Now his waveform down to the low ground, the Morphling. He's your big carry. He gets the Aegis pop, though. He's got to be careful. Pouncing away, double pounce out of dodge as the Glimpse will pull him right back into the Doom, though. The pounce in is Yuragi. Tries to get on top of a nice pike to safety. He's still got Mirana. He's still got Witch Doctor behind him. It's a 2-for-2 trade as pretty much every spell is spent. They'll pick up the gem.
Oh, that could have gone so much worse for now.
Oh, it still might.
Still going for more.
He's got a Glimmer. But yeah, he's got a gem on Slark, so he's out. 46 Essence chip stacks. He is super scary right now.
And this is the point in the game where OG and their heroes just feel a lot stronger. Like, you still have some punching power on Nouns, but you're dealing with Doom with Ashivas, super durable, hard to burst down. The only real underfarm core right now in OG is BZM, but even the Ember during the BKB duration just feels like a force you can't really fully focus on, but how slippery he can be. And the side of Nouns, I mean, it feels like as this game goes on, it's all in on Gunner. Just all in on this Morphling trying to find that target to burst and last through these fights.
I feel like Chaos Knight is one of those heroes that, like, his power curve is very weird because late game, like super late game, he just one-shots heroes with a single Reality Rift, right? But he has had almost no impact in these fights. Two or three fights in a row, he doesn't get field BKB, he just gets instantly blinked on, gets doomed up, and it just burns down, right? Like the Doom, like level 4 Infernal Blade with the Shard is just such a ridiculous counter to the CK hero if he finds the real one. So he needs to find something to prevent himself from getting doomed in these fights.
Yeah. Like, PM's been very on point with this targeting. Now and still gonna try for a smoke play. Roshan still a minute and wait until we see that respawn timer. They might be able to find a couple of kills to maybe lead to the high ground if they're lucky here.
Yeah, the smoke's gonna get found as they see the ward get placed, so BZM will not stick around for that one. Do manage to retake the outpost. But yeah, I mean, OG grabbed their first tier 2 tower bottom. And Slark's queuing up Scotty this game. Makes sense.
Now just slow down the morph, take away some of that healing coming through as well with a Witch Doctor in hand. You're getting a lot of good answers coming through here from OG, and the Midas investment has paid off now. They are
absolutely
in a very comfy spot. And now, and this is just that scary moment where this draft just doesn't scale. It just doesn't scale all too well, and they're going to have to play really well. Full Ags up on DM, skips the refresh. So there's that AoE Doom along with a Static Storm together. They're going to be massive in these fights. The Lincolns doesn't mean much now for Gunner.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. I think you still have to doom an enemy hero. Like, I think dooming himself is like a huge bait because Force Staff will just be such a problem. Techies, Avalanche, tossed back. They have the vision. So Techies will go down. Another long Roche respawn, just almost 2.5 minutes. So we'll see who that ends up favoring, but yeah, for now. Neither team really positioned to take it. They will get some.
And there's a
D-wars.
possibility where you doom yourself and you catch everyone with a force stabs inside, right?
Yeah.
So no one can force staff, but that's a bit of a gambit.
Yeah. You have like if there's a single hero that has a force staff available, they just get away. So it's one of those things that I think he'll probably still doom the CK, but we'll see. We have the Lincoln Sphere picked up on the Morphling. He's queuing up a Scythe of Ice next, which I mean, really smart. Just have more lockdown, more control in these fights, which they're definitely starting to lack. How do you, like, here's the thing with this Witch Doctor, right? It started off top net worth of this game, and it is now really struggling.
One thing
OG looking to get aggressive. Slark just goes right on in, and Avalanche does connect up on the high ground. There's the Doom. He's managed to catch the Morphling. They need to force staff him away, but he just gets force staff into the Static Storm instead. Gunner in so much trouble. The Slark right on top of him as well. That's it, baby. He's not going to be able to survive this at all. The Death Ward comes down, but there's no real help as now the chase continues on to Yamsun. He's got the Phantasm available. He will pop, but he tries to pull Doom right back into this, but his illusions are instantly cleaned up. The Ember Spirit way too good at dealing with them. They've caught the Witch Doctor as well. Double kill for BZM, a 4-0.
Oh man, it's not looking good for now. It's like he did DM doom himself there? I think he did, right?
Yeah, he did.
Jumping in. They just couldn't force staff. Wrong direction being faced from Gunner. And the cleanup from OG is just so much easier now. Like, you're not nearly farmed enough on your CK to blow all of these heroes up. He is only above Moo in terms of the cores right now in farm. All the gold has been funneled into Gunner. And if he can't morph into the Slark and try to hit, I mean, he just has no play. It's just so dangerous without Ags on Doom. This is just ruining the game for now. And OG now, they're in a position to take Roche. Respawning in a short time. It's a window here. They've got the mines watching, giving them some vision.
Yeah.
They can gun for that Roshan, and that it has a free Ags as well. What more could you ask for?
That is perfect. I mean, this is exactly what you would like to get on BZM if you can. I mean, maybe you give it to Disruptor. That's probably, actually, it'll probably go to Disruptor since it is pretty much the best Ags in Dota right now, but we'll see. Yeah, Roche, almost max respawn. They have to know it's pretty much there, so we'll get started on that. Nouns, we're going to see a quick smoke in the mid lane. It does get scouted by a ward, though, so OG know that this rotation is coming, and BZM, as well as the rest of the team, they're going to fight them straight up on the high ground. They do not seem to care. Tiny, does he go for the play? The huge like chains catches too, and the Duke comes in. They need help and fast. They've spiked the 4 staffs away onto the Morphling, but it's not going to be enough. He's just trapped. His 3 cores just managed to stay on top of him. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but a one massively favoring OG. They're going to buy back here on the Morpheus, tries to get into this. Do manage to get on top of the Slark. He's just protected by the Shadow Dance. The buyback's in pursuit once again. It's going to be OG forced away. Slark will just pounce away as well. I mean, you lose almost nothing on OG. You force like 2 really big buybacks out of Nouns.
Yeah. It's massive, but the one issue is you don't have Doom for this next Roche fight. And Gunner understands that. They're just going to go straight for Roche, knowing that the big thing that's ruining this fight is gone.
That's true.
They have to find a way to contest on OG, but without the Doom, it feels a lot harder than it should be.
The question is, who do you even give this Ags to, man? Like, there's not like a clear Ags taker for Nouns. Like, that's the problem. Like, yeah, you'll get Aegis, which you need to get on the Morphling, but...
Yeah, there's an argument to give it maybe to Moo. Like, the Voodoo Switcheroo also gets the upgraded Death Ward, so it can be pretty useful. I don't know if you really lack that much damage. And you could just hand it over to Yamsun as well. Like, an extra Morph Illusion could be big in these fights. Do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Especially with a right morph form if you manage to pop it at that moment.
You might be able to bait with it too. Well, they're going to go into the Roshan, and it's falling fast, man. This Bloodthorn doing some work. BZM trying to scout it here on the Ember. He will see it. It's incredibly low. He pops the BKB going in. The Aegis snatched by Gunner. Oh my gosh, DM! What does he grab? He grabs the Ags and the cheese, and Morphling now in some trouble. Make his way up onto the high ground. Nice slight chains, but the Death Ward doing some damage. DM trying to TP back to the base. I think the Maledict might be able to finish him off. He pops the cheese in the fountain. He's going to be just fine. Now Moo surrounded here as they manage to get on top of BZM's Ember. He falls to get Yoragi. No, he's still all right. He's just pouncing on through. Tiny now on the run. This might be a dieback for him. And it will be.
Oh, no. They just run in. They managed to take everything. Like, sure, you lose the Aegis, but you got the cheese, you got the free Ags. Like, this is still everything OG pretty much need. So they get the free Ags upgrade ready to go. Still not sure who they're going to be handing that off to, whether or not it's True or BZM.
It's got to be on a courier.
Both are.
What? Where is it? I have no
They
idea.
left it at base.
Oh, it is
It's
just in
at
base.
Okay, it's
they're gonna-
BZM.
Yeah. I was like, the Ember's Aghanim Scepter is so good.
Yeah, I mean, more mobility, more spirits out. I suppose you don't really need a mute on Static Storm when you have AoE Doom, so kind of redundant there.
Yep.
So now you have this hyper mobile Ember that you haven't been able to lock down.
Boy. They got the CK. Tries to get
Alright.
forward stab. I mean, he's just so vulnerable.
Yes. Like, there's not too much counterplay there for Uragi. Oh, sorry, Yamson. The Y is kind of confusing me there. The side of Nouns, I'm not sure what the game plan coming back here is, because your team fight is really wonky with an offlane Witch Doctor. Like, it does feel like this is kind of all in on Gunner trying to outplay. Literally him against the world. Maybe you get some good connections from Lilith and Husky as well, but it does feel like the only relevant core right now is this morph. Like, we're not at the point where your CK is one-shotting heroes just yet, and he's being kited around by the glimpses from True quite well. Like, this Disruptor with the telescope up and the glimpse, like, that is a stupid amount of range. That is actually not fair. That's screen to screen for me.
it's very hard to play around.
Yeah, you just can't. Like, you jump in as a CK. We saw this a couple of times from Yamson. He comes in and tries to kill Chu, but he gets glimpsed back and Chu just walks away. No problems.
Yep. And you now have I'm not sure if you pointed out. Did you see the refresher on Doom now?
Oh, he picked it up. All right.
Yeah, he's got
I
it.
did not. Okay, double Doom. Or, just having a surprise Doom ready when they think it's on cooldown, that's massive. I don't think you don't even need double Doom in the fights. You just need a second Doom for a later fight.
Focus Moonlight Shadow in the mid lane. They do manage to bomb them. The Avalanche catch the Disruptor, but they need to be careful because guess who's on the backside once again?
Oh,
it's
God.
a 2-hero Doom. The chains holding them down, and Yamsun doesn't even get to enter the fight. Front side, Morphling, stuck for a moment. Does have Waveform to try and get away. And in a moment, they've got the Witch Doctor too. He does have the buyback. They've got to get out of here, man. The pounces continue. The Doom just locking them in place. That's going to be the Aegis. There's nothing left in the tank here for Nouns, man. War Stomp into the pounces. He can't get out, man. Gunner is just in so much trouble. Waveform to the low ground, but they just continue to chase as there's going to be a dieback now on your morph.
Boy. Yeah, it's a dieback, and he also bought out for the site, so even if he had buyback timer, he wouldn't have the gold. 2 minutes without Gunner. The one hero that, again, has felt like it's their saving grace. Maybe now you just kind of hope for tossbacks and try to punish someone, but OG are so far ahead and so damn scary. Like, this is where Slug shines. Force to do Essence Shift or permanent Agi, you cannot deal with his hero.
Not at all. Yeah,
Even have a Linking Sup on Taiga. Like, that's how far ahead you are.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, you don't even get the morph now. I mean, not that it matters because he is dead, but yeah, 35, 36k gold lead, 37k gold lead. It just keeps adding up to the last lane of barracks, the top side of the map, and it doesn't look like Nouns are really going to be able to contest this. Yamsun's going to come out of base. They pop the Moonlight Shadow, and I mean, maybe you find techies if you're lucky, but like you said, he's got a Linkens. I think he really cares all that much. The Avalanche, the toss back, gets the BKB off though, and Yamsun needs to find a target, but he can't. They just burst down Tiny instead, and his illusions, they're all gone.
And hit the Slark. 56 Agi shift. 224 stolen Agi.
Oh, there's the self-doom. DM just goes in, we'll lock down the CK, and a beautiful ult there from the Disruptor. That's GG, man. Beautiful turnaround. OG playing to their strength. They know that they've got this in the game, late game. They just need to stem the bleeding early. They did it, man. Perfectly executed.
Yeah, they spectacularly on OG. Sure, the early game was a little bit rough coming out from them. Nouns played really aggressively, but again, it just boiled down to those moments where Nouns would try to make a rotation and nothing would happen. Like, they don't find these kills, they go back to farming. The side of OG, with their Midases and with how well they scale, knew what to do. Just pull back, farm, avoid these conflicts, and eventually you hit the point in the game where Nouns lineup just don't scale. Like, Witch Doctor offlane, yes, it's great early. Yes, it looked pretty damn good in slowing down that Slark. But Boo's contribution later on was nil and void. And once DM had his Ags, that was the turning point for OG. Like, the AoE Doom, sure, you had a lot of Force Staffs, but not all of them can be on top to help that Morphling get out. And you can't just, kind of bail him out that easily. So it was a rough one for Nouns. I want to see them try to maybe go for more scaling later on. Maybe this is just because Moo's fingy hurts. I'm not sure which finger. The small finger, apparently, so I'm guessing his pinky. But his fingy hurts. Maybe, bounces back next time.
Yeah, that's going to be a very important game too for Nouns. They definitely need to get that win. As we saw earlier, right? They took a 0-2, and OG grabbed themselves a 2-0. So they're going to be sitting at the top of Group B, and Nouns at the bottom at 0-3, tied with Nigma Galaxy there. So Game 2 is going to be super important here for Nouns if they want to try and keep their tournament lives alive. To me, the biggest shortcoming on Nouns this game was actually like Yamsun's Chaos Knight. I don't feel like I ever saw it really be able to enter the game. Like, as soon as Blink Dagger came out on Doom, he just would blink Warstop, Doom, the CK in almost every single fight, and it just felt so underwhelming. And I know this is like a comfort pick for Yamsung, and it did great in the lane, right? But I feel like you need to come up with something different here, something that either scales or isn't as susceptible to this Doom. But we'll see. That'll be in game number 2, which we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with OG versus Nouns here. This is Dream League Season 19. We'll see you after the break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the dreams you're slowly killing me. Said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to DreamLeague Season 19. Happy to say we are, going into our game number 2 of our 4th series here today, and it is Nouns versus OG. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with John Xfire, the one and only. How you doing, John?
Doing great. You know, we had a pretty strong showing from Nouns at first, and then it just kind of fell apart once OG managed to get their farm up, right? Like, the drafts just told everything. OG wanted to stall for longer. They did manage to get that stall. Nouns didn't manage to get enough in the early to mid game to really shut down the side of OG. I mean, they were making some good progress, but at the end game, it was basically Gunner versus the world. Like, Yamson, CK couldn't do much. Moose, Witch Doctor offlane, while it's spectacular in the first 15 to 20 minutes, just, again, doesn't do much past that point. It's just another support.
Yep.
So I'm keen to see what Nouns changes up and whether or not OG will try to shift gears and play a bit faster, or, you know, if it worked in game 1, maybe just go back to playing a slower game, get some scale and cores.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to just jump into the draft and find that out. We're going to see what looks like pretty similar bans here to start things off. The IO, the Tiny this time around, which honestly, Lelis was a massive problem for OG in that mid game. He made so much work on the Tiny, so a little bit of a respect ban there. This leaves some options though, because Nouns don't have first pick. I think they have to ban the Brood Mother.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they've got to take care of the Brood, and they will. I'm pretty sure OG will just go back to Disruptor. I think Chu did a pretty damn good job.
Yeah.
He just kited around Yamson towards the late game there as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised. Yeah, there you go. Wow, what a prediction.
This guy's so smart. Okay, they just take the Doom away for themselves, and they get the Rubik as well. So this is a hero that Lelis is also exceptionally good on.
Oh, yes. Like he is a spectacular Rubik player. Stealing disruptor spells are honestly pretty alright. Maybe kinetic field might
10
be one of the worst
seconds
ones, but
remaining.
it can also has its use. But if you steal glimpse on Rubik,
5 seconds
with your added
remaining.
cast range, when I saw disruptor with just telescope, it looked really dumb. With glimpse is probably the dumbest thing to ever be coded into the game. Like
Especially like because he's
legitimately,
a natural Aether Lens builder, right?
exactly. Aetherlance, and maybe he gets a psychic headband, and you're like, it goes past your screen, like end to end. Like if Rubik is on like the edge of your screen, it will go past your screen. For disruptor, it was edge to edge. So this is like, all right, you're just not running. And OG go back into the Slark, which I think it's fair. He had a pretty damn good performance coming out there from our Slark last time as well. So Uragi managed to just dance around that hero. I think the lane matchup's also pretty alright. Slark versus Doom doesn't sound too
10
bad as
seconds
well. So you can kind of win out that early lane.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
even then, like we saw the slower start for the Slark last time. Just go into Midas farm. OG knows how to dodge. OG knows how to use the info on the map. So even if things come out rough in the laning phase, with a right kind of draft, I think they can still get enough time for the Slark to be online.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think you could try and flex this Doom elsewhere, like if you really wanted, but yeah, it is probably just going to be the offlane Doom there for Moo. And the Slark Doom matchup's a little bit interesting in the lane because Doom's Scorched Earth is so much damage, and I think a lot of people go for Scorched Earth nowadays. And you kind of just try and like kite
10
the Slark
seconds
around and
remaining.
allowing the Scorched Earth to try and burn him for the most part. So as
5
long as you're not like
seconds
fighting,
remaining.
right click to right click, the lane's manageable for the Doom. I think the Disruptor is what makes this potentially a lot more favorable for OG.
Yeah. You can just punish if the Doom does go a little bit too far in, or just cut him off if he does decide to kind of jump in. You've always got a little bit of a save. I am interested in that OG do not respect ban the Morphling this time around as well. Like they ban out the
10
Lone Druid,
seconds remaining.
they ban out the Bloodseeker and Ricky even, but not
5
opting to
seconds
take
remaining.
care of what Gunner brought out. I feel like Gunner played spectacularly well tying in to that entire tempo that we saw from Nouns. Like his Morphling had a really good time mid, and then it just ran over the map like that. The Morphling was like the key core on top of like the support rotations, and Moo just dominating his top lane.
Yeah.
So I'm keen to see if that's something Nouns will want to go into, because it's Morphling into Slark, it's shifting into Slark, and maybe going for the Ag, stealing some attack speed away as well. It is still scary. You wouldn't first pick it in the next phase, but it is still in the pool if Nouns would want that. Like, or would
Yeah,
you just leave
absolutely.
it entirely?
Yeah, I am a little bit
Nouns,
curious what they
turn
decide to
to
pick
pick.
for Yamsun here. Because, like, you have pick 18 and 24, which, are really important for Nouns in terms of getting, like, the favorable core matchup. So we'll probably see the 5 picked here, which is going to be Huskies Undying. And now they can respond kind of appropriately with their next core pick, whether that be the mid lane or the safe lane. And like I said, you still could technically flex the Doom. I personally think safe lane Doom is still very viable.
10 seconds remaining.
But we don't know exactly what
5
they're
seconds
planning to do with that.
remaining.
I remember in an interview where I was talking. Actually, I don't even know if it was an interview. I might have just been talking with Gunner, but a lot of times when it comes to them picking heroes, they don't really get lost in the sauce of like picking flexible heroes, and then they're like, "Oh, we're gonna run it here. We're gonna run it here." It's like a lot of times when they pick it, they're like, "This is where it's going. We're not changing it." Like that is a lot of like the mindset I've heard from them is like it's like they have an idea on what they want to do, and they don't want to like kind of mess with it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just going all in on what you believe works, right? Like, because I feel like the one thing with flexibility is that you can be as flexible as you want, but it's not going to be a solid structure, right?
True.
It's not something that holds steady. It just moves around according to the situation. So you want something that you can just shove in. You know it works. You know how to play it. You know the timings. For OG, they pick up the Monkey King. So
Beautiful pick.
I can honestly see them kind of flexing. Like if they run, say,
It's
the
probably
Monkey
Tiger's
King
hero.
into Doomland. Yeah, it should be Tiger's hero, but there's a little flex on hand. And well, as a support, you can still kind of scout around. This is one way to kind of maximize your glimpse as well.
Yeah.
Get the vision forward, glimpse back, get a nice easy kill lined up for your Slark. And it's just a circle. It's piling up, man. You've got Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and Wukongs. Sure, it's a support Monkey King Wukongs, but those are a lot of concentric circles. Feels good.
I've been seeing, so Monkey King is pretty much getting first phase pick banned in almost every South American game right now.
Oh.
I'm going to come back to that pick in a moment. But
Yeah,
I was going to say, the Monkey King is getting first phase pick banned in almost every South American game. And the reason is because it's getting almost exclusively played on 4. And they're going things like
10
Diffusal,
seconds remaining.
Orchid, Orb of Corrosion into like,
5 seconds
those
remaining.
types of items, like Mage Slayer, like just total utility, no boots, nothing. Like they're just building like one core item that essentially just shuts down heroes, and it's been working. Like the heroes feels really strong when you do it that way. So we'll be a little curious what they end up doing. The Venomancer, though, how do you feel about this?
I hate Venomancer as a hero. Like, I absolutely. I am traumatized from watching my favorite teams pick Venomancer.
Ooh, that's a
I'm
good pick.
traumatized from seeing Cuckoo play this hero in the offlane. Granted, this is not Cuckoo. No, I honestly don't fault Cuckoo. My fault with Cuckoo is that he always loves Venomancer, so not the fondest. But
10
I can't see
seconds
why you pick it.
remaining.
It's more circles. I have to go all in with my circle strat. Like you have
5
another
seconds
circle to toss
remaining.
out with your Nova. For now, and so into the Naga, I do agree this is a really good pick. You can disengage really well. Your lane should be pretty alright. Naga Siren and Dyne can actually be
Turn to ban.
mildly aggressive if your combination lines up and you manage to steal get some good decay stacks
OGs,
going.
turn to
Running
ban.
down the Venomancer wouldn't be too hard if they are going to give that to DM, although let me just check. Yeah, he has played a Veno, so it should be our offlane Veno. I am disgusted and I am appalled by the existence of this hero.
Yeah.
I think it's
10
just so
seconds
annoying.
remaining.
This damn hero is just so damn annoying.
Yep. It
And,
really is.
like
5 seconds
in a
remaining.
good game, you're like, wow, this hero is so busted. The supports can't play the game. They don't want to play this game. They want to uninstall right afterwards. But in a losing game, your teammates are also like, wow, this hero is so trash. It doesn't do anything. And I want to uninstall the game. It's like this hero, no one wins with this hero in the game. No one wins.
It's like the Tinker effect,
Oh yeah, it is like, oh god.
So
Oh man.
OG actually
Rounds,
ban
turn
out
to ban.
Outworld Destroyer, Devour, whichever his
OGs,
name is
turn
nowadays,
to pick.
as well as the Puck. And of course, the Illusion counter is banned out from Nouns, so the Ember Spirit and the Leshrac. I can't imagine they would put the Veno mid, so we're going to probably be seeing the mid lane pick here. I mean,
Yep,
if I'm BZM, I'm
should
trying
be.
to think, like, you've got to pick something that can deal with the
seconds
Naga Siren,
remaining.
because you really do not have a Naga Siren counter at the moment.
5
No,
seconds
you
remaining.
don't have the best wave clear on hand. Sounds a bit weird. Maybe mid Lena.
Coddle?
It's been pretty dead here. The Coddle would line up pretty well. You don't have the backline jump on Nouns to really punish it as well, and it's really good tempo for OG to run with. And with a Venomancer on hand and a Slark on hand as well. And the Disruptor. I mean, you have so many heroes that just can run and gun with itemization. They'll go with a Pangolier instead, so that is your AoE clear on hand.
That's good.
It is still pretty high tempo. You have nothing to stop the Coddle once he's rolling around, unless you doom him, which I mean you could do, but once he's
kinda just
rolling, he
forgot
probably
it was
doesn't care
left.
as much.
10 seconds remaining.
It's like, should have been
Yeah, it was
obvious looking at the
completely
Puck
ignored.
ban, right?
I honestly
remaining.
do feel like I would have enjoyed a Coddle a little bit more. I think that magic damage output is just really good. The heal, the sustain it provides as well. The utility it provides, it's a lot more consistent. But the Pangolier also just scales a little bit better in terms of taking care of the Naga. Like once the heart's up, the Coddle isn't really a solution just because of how durable the illusions are. So I do see why you'd go for the Pango.
So Gunnar has a lot of options here because Storm Spirit's still in the pool, which is one of those heroes that does pretty well into the Pango lane. You still have Queen of Pain. You could even go for a Kunkka here. So they have, I mean, a lot of things that they could be considering. We'll decide we'll see shortly here. It is just going to be the Storm.
Choose your
So
hero.
I think this one makes the most sense. Allows him to catch the Disruptor, catches Veno super easy tree breaks for the Monkey King. Like it provides a lot of different answers to these heroes.
Yeah, it's a really slick Storm game as well. Like there's not much. Well, so there's not much catch, but we saw Quinn play Storm into Disruptor, and he didn't have a fun time either. So we'll have to see if Gunner is ready to deal with that. Otherwise, you have pretty free reign. You can just jump the Van Mancer really fast, take care of him early on before the Nova comes out. You can just burst pretty much anyone in this lineup quite well and chain stun them afterwards. It's going to be all down to execution. I think Nouns have corrected very nicely in that they do have late game scaling, so they have not gone all in on this like early game tempo. My concern is OG this time has a lot of early tempo. Like this is not a draft that wants to play extremely slow. With a Van Mancer and a Pangolier, you do kind of want to run around early. I wouldn't be surprised if Uragi didn't have to go for Midas and went for something more active and joined his team, just to tie in with how fast everyone else goes. So whether or not Nouns is ready for that kind of pace, they have a lineup that can defend and take some defensive fights fairly well. But with a Naga, Storm, and Doom, it is a little bit greedier here.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of reversal, right, from what we saw last game, right? Nouns have, I think, the better late game draft, and OG is probably going to be looking to try and play a little bit more aggressive early because Venomancer kind of similar to what the Witch Doctor was last game, right? Where he pretty strong in lane, kind of has a really good items, but then, you know, falls off late game. Outside of like the Dream Veno game where somehow you have like Octarine, Blink, Ags, and some other stuff, you know? But I don't know if it gets to that point. We'll have to find out. Excited though. For those of you who are just tuning in, welcome. It is going to be game 2 of OG versus Nouns here. And John, which draft do you like most?
Oh, it's so hard to say. I wouldn't want to say OG because of Venomancer at the same time. I think Nouns are interesting. I would say Nouns. I will just say Nouns just because they're the ones without the Venom. And I think that makes me happy and that brings me peace. So
that's fair.
Nouns.
I agree. I'm
so
with
traumatized. I've been so disappointed. So many TI runs for this goddamn hero.
You just see the Veno pick and then instantly just flashbacks.
Oh, it's just very bad.
Oh, moo. Gonna walk right up onto the high ground. 5 heroes here from OG, and I mean, they did catch him with a Gale, but no one's gonna be there to deny him. So, first blood to BZM's Pango. I mean, last game it was Nouns getting the first blood on them, and this game it's gonna go the way of OG, and they're gonna be much happier about that. I like Uragi with the good luck after the first blood. Very funny.
Yep. Sending a message right there, letting them know about this game. So, I mean, to be fair, you know, last time around when Nouns did get first blood, they did lose. OG could be cursing themselves here. Finding first blood, feeling good, and then losing as well. Have to measure those expectations, temper those egos.
That is the strategy. It's like, no, you know, you guys got first blood last time. We'll see what Moo ends up doing. He's been holding his point. Usually Scorched Earth is picked up in this lane, but he does have Lelis with Fade Bolt to try and like secure. Yeah, it just does go Scorched Earth.
Yep. Get some harassment out into Uragi.
Yeah,
especially early on. The Slark wouldn't want to just come out and Essence Shift while that's running. Granted, it's not the longest duration as well at level 1, so your uptime on that is not particularly amazing until you get the investment in. And we should still be able to just find farm anyway. I don't expect any aggression to come out from that top lane until maybe level 3. Down mid, though, it's a lot more poke. BZM starting to suffer quite a fair bit with Gunner. Like, it's as you mentioned here, Ricky. It's the Storm versus the Pango. The Storm just feels a lot nicer. He can go for level 3 Vortex and try to go for the double overload plays if he sees that opportunity, or just focus on the farm. Static Remnant, just keep clearing out the wave and keep shoving BZM away.
Yeah, it cannot be understated how huge that first blood was for BZM, because this lane would have been so much worse. He got his bottle like a full minute, or not a full minute, maybe like full 35 to 40 seconds faster than he would have. So yeah, ends up making it a little bit easier for him to stay in the lane, and he'll be able to use that refill on the water runes as well.
You do have your bottle up from Gunner, so that discrepancy is not going to last too long. And there's that level 3 double overload with a Vortex into the Remnant.
I like the nice voice line. That's a good one.
It is very nice. Very nice choice from
Very
managing that.
nice.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So,
attack.
I'm just glad I don't have to hear enough voice lines.
I know,
something.
right? Oh man.
Right? How does he keep getting away with it? How does he get away with it? Why?
Get the tornado. Oh, there's tornado apparently. Okay.
The channel. Well, it is level 1 Devour. Probably just gonna go for something else when something better is available. But so far, a pretty slow game outside of that first blood. The last lane we haven't really talked about down bot. DM on the Veno, Taiga on the Monkey, Husky on the Undying, and Yamsen on the Naga. It's a pretty slow lane. You are getting a lot more out from DM. He is doing a good job of shoving Yamsen away with a threat on his life of, well, laning against Venomancer is never fun. You also have the Orb of Venom up in Taiga, so once they do commit onto you, it doesn't take too long for them to just melt you.
Yeah.
That is a cause of concern there.
Yamsen
boy.
does not actually have the mirror image at the moment. He's just going to drop a tombstone, though, as the response. And Taiga needs to be careful. This Monkey King does not have a lot of HP. They deny the tombstone anyway. So, yeah, just walk away. I mean, you do force the tombstone cooldown, though, which is pretty big.
That's a long cooldown in lane. And now we're going to try again.
Wait, yeah, Yamsen actually spent the mirror image right when Gale came out and did not dodge it. Boundless Strike is there, and Yamsen's just dead. Didn't hold it for the Gale.
It's one of those things when you're laning against Veno, you can't afford to be as greedy. You kind of need to hold on to what you have to dispel. And the Husky might drop now, too.
It's close, yeah. I mean, he doesn't have decay quite yet. There's going to be the root from Yamsen. 3 seconds to the Boundless Strike. If you can kill him in time, he will be able to dodge the Boundless Strike to full HP. I mean, he has 400 HP. Let's not get over it. But still, huge turnaround there in the lane as Yamsen's come back and pretty much out of resources as well. His bottom lane's looking really rough, man.
It's not a fun time for Yamsen. And this is really painful for Naga. Like, yes, she can flash farm back in, but it does feel like she needs at least some levels to get there. And right now she's just matching the levels on Taiga, matching the levels on DM.
Oh, Gunner!
Oh boy.
He had his bottle backpacked and he couldn't get his last bottle charge out and just dies to a swash there from BZM. Bottom lane, another tombstone used defensively.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no, the
It's
lanes
not
are
too
really
good.
falling apart here.
Yeah, nothing is kind of lining up for now. The best lane you have is Muse lane up top. We managed to find that kill on Chu as well with a little bit of a chase down, but you are not getting what you need. I mean, Gunner is still ahead in CS, to be fair, but that death does kind of set him back a bit. Your bot lane's just completely stomped as Taiga just keeps running you down. There is no relief for Yamsen. Like, this guy's just dead.
Yeah, he is dead. Boundless Strike into the Primal Spring. There's, position for Monkey King, just doing a ton of damage. I mean, like we said, he teleported back bottom and lost like 75% of his HP in the first like 4 seconds, and just hasn't gotten any sustain back after that moment.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling. This is in Venomancer. And a good game, it feels amazing, and this is one of those games so far.
They're gonna dive here once again. Taiga up into the trees. No tombstone to break him. As Yamsen does get his salve delivered finally, but yeah, this game feels rough. 3 points in the Poison Sting, so each of these auto attacks just doing work, and in the river they will find themselves killing Delus as he was trying to rotate for the power rune.
Another freebie coming up from EZM. We do have a regen up in Gunner, but I don't see him having any opportunity to try to repair the damage to these side lanes. Like, the supports are just constantly melting.
Yep.
Dire are
They're not
scanning.
stopping. Yamsen has no way to play this lane. He has 17 last hits.
It's not enough. 17 last hits, stuck at level
Oh,
4.
they got the Glimpse top as well. Chu's actually going to get burned down. This is funny. This Tornado as well as a Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade. It is a lot of DPS. So Yuragi will be able to catch the pounce there. It takes a lot of burn damage in BZM. Out the Rolling Thunder won't be able to find this kill, so
Dire's middle tower is under
we will just
attack.
walk away.
Yeah, at least you have one lane that's kind of going pretty alright, but again, this is a Doom that's still going Midas, so you still have time to wait for it. Yamson, just no relief. Taiga just looks for him, jumps him. Might be able to punish him this time, but they can't even commit. Once that Chingu's up, like, you know you can't trade. Although...
Gunner comes in on the storm. The Boundless Strike to full
mana.
health once again, but Gunner trying to finish him off will be able to. Honestly, the decay just leaves Monkey King at so low HP, and Husky will eventually just get ran down here by DM.
No necromancer shall raise what the bitter
Nice little
Go
turn
back
from
to
Gunner.
base.
Looked a little bit shaky with the lineup coming up from Taiga, but DM is just maybe a little bit too far to try and maximize that turn. And that is finally some relief coming out from Nouns. A little bit of room for Yam. So I say that as he's dipping into the jungle because, well, quite frankly, you just don't want to lane there. Being invaded by BZM though.
Yeah, he right under a ward. And there's going to be the nice shield crash, the rolling thunder after the Boundless Strike to set this one up. And Yamsun is dead. Dominating spree now on this Pangolier. 4-0 to start off the game. Top lane, you commit the Doom and take down the Slark though. So Gunner's rotation does at least net them an exchange on the one
Radiant's
positions.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a nice slowdown to have onto Yuragi. And, you know, you can argue that the Naga can recover from a slower game a little bit better than the Slark, although I don't think the Slark is that slow for farmer in comparison, to be fair. But it does give you something. You know, Gunner's building up, he's trying to be aggressive, he's trying to at least hit his power treads to have a little bit more impact. Bot lane is still in shambles, but they're at the point where at least the level 2 Tombstone just doesn't quite melt as fast. And you still don't have like the value point in Nova here for DM, so there's no big threat of just spitting everything out and dying. You can afford to just kind of farm a little bit longer here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Husky in trouble here as BZM finishes him up with the end of his haste rune.
I guess it was finally your time.
Ooh, the Tombstone is barely expired. Okay, it's a little unlucky there. Gunner, try to clean up some stacks here in the enemy jungle. Has a ward on the high ground that will scout out the Pango rotation.
Is under attack.
Gunner just goes in aggressively to try and farm these. Needs to be careful though. There is no ult on Chu, obviously. He's only level 4, but Gunner, he's running super low on mana. Does get down to the low ground. Uragi unable to chase here.
Not quite having the levels up as well, even if they had vision for, say, something like the Glimpse.
Dire's top
It
tower is under attack.
would have been a pretty big kill. I think they would have had enough damage, but you bail out. Still a low-level disruptor. Gunner again just playing poking tag, trying to find these openings for Nouns. OG though, 3k lead at 10 minutes. That is not insignificant against a Doom as well. It's just bleeding out everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Doom really the only one having a good game at the moment. Yamsun's Naga Siren is the one to me at the like where I don't know how he's really gonna recover. If they start to lose towers, they're in so much of a bad spot. Taiga mid lane ends up committing to Wukong's command, doesn't end up finding the storm here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So we'll go for the bottle refill. Dude, if he just drops a remnant, Taiga is so dead.
Oh, had an idea.
He sees the
Bails
trees
out.
kind of wobbling, but yeah, does not find them in time. So DM's got the mech done as he's working towards the, I'm assuming what will end up being a pipe in Guardian Greaves.
Yep. Just get that durability going. Has a value point in Nova now. So they could look to spit onto Nouns. Kind of punish them at this point going forward with some pretty good team fights. They have managed to give Yamsun some space in the jungle, but oh man, look at the network gap between Yamsun and Taiga. That's only 400 gold separating the pause 4 and the pause 1.
Yeah.
That is dire for Nouns right now. Like this is tough.
Yeah. Taiga is so farmed. It's pretty nuts. Like he's level 6, you know, at that 10-minute mark without the tome. He is going more of like a interesting build. Like he did go for the boots as opposed to just rushing the defusal, which you've seen on a lot of heroes. And they are smoking straight to the triangle. And Taiga might be setting up a nice kill here onto Gunner. They just need to bound the strike, choose here as well. And there's Static Storm, Kinetic Field right on top. They drop the Tombstone. Husky can't keep him alive, and Gunner will go down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice simple kill on the one here that's trying to make plays. And this is so reminiscent for me of that game one from Gaiman.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
You just shut down the Storm, and if you know he's the only playmaker, then just go on, move once back from the TP.
Yeah. Another beautiful rotation. You knew it was coming. Tried to TP out, not going to be able to. And, I mean, those are the two biggest kills right now. These are the heroes that can actually make space on the map, and they're just not getting an opportunity to do that.
No, not an opportunity to make a play, not an opportunity to farm up. All these even early item timings being installed is just hurting so much, especially for Gunnar. Like, he's got the Falcon Blade, he's also going into the Witchblade now. The Power Tread's up and running. Does feel like he needs the secondary blade as well. It's just not there. And the side of OGM, they're in complete control. They're taking over the bot jungle, they're cutting off the farm sources, the Naga. It's just starved out. They can't clear out the top tier 1 because their push is not particularly fast. The Yamsen's just stuck in the triangle at level 7. It doesn't feel like he farms fast enough. You have level 2 Riptide with the max mirror images. Like, sure, that does something, but you kind of want the Riptide to be higher as well to melt these camps, and it's just not there.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the stats either, right? He's got a single Wraith Band treads mid lane. They're going to die for Lelis here as he ends up getting ran over there by the Pangolier. But yeah, you need like these stat items, right? He needs to have this Yasha completed. He's still not even close here. Ragi's going to walk right into him, and Yamsung, he has no mana. He has no Song of the Siren. I think he just dies here as Yuragi should be able to just stay on top of him. Yeah, one more auto attack. Ooh. Needs one more pounce. Does he juke it out? No chance. Yamsung's gone. And bottom lane, they've caught Mu again. Static Storm, Wukong's command.
You're just losing all your cores across the map. Gunnar snags away a DD, but he's not going to be able to do much with that. And for now, I think this also comes back a little bit to the supports, right? Like, you've got a Storm that theoretically can just be your initiator right now, but your follow-through is on Undying and Ruben. Unless he's managed to steal like a really good spell on Lelis, so they catch Taiga.
Oh, he gets disarmed though. Gunnar has to leave now. Downward Strike does connect into the Glimpse back, and Gunnar's just dead, man. They have so much damage. He managed to find a Lance of Pursuits here on BZM, so the Diffusal plus the Lance just doing a lot of work here.
Way too much work. Like, the output coming from the side of OG is just ridiculous. So hard to burst him down. Like, you cut the tree on Taiga, and it's still not enough. They'll try to smoke play here.
I mean, I don't know how you can. You don't actually have Tombstone, and Husky just gets popped. This is 4-point Primal Spring. This is a lot of damage.
Middle tower is under attack.
Too much. They smoked up on Nouns, and they're the ones forced to back off. They're not able to really do much. They are taking control up top at least. They could look for that top tier 1 take and try to open up the top jungle for them to farm in. But we are at the point where all 3 heroes on Nouns need to farm, and they haven't been able to disengage as well as we saw OG do in game 1 here. So finding that space to scale up in these heroes is just tough. No.
Tried to farm in the triangle. No chance. No chance at all, especially with how well OG's positioned. Like, they're just way too aggressive. I mean, they've had this ward here for so long. They've been not able to find it.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yamsen's level 8, the same level as Lelis, lower than Taiga.
Oh, topside. They do find DM's Venomancer as he pops that Hood of Defiance in the pipe, the mech as well, but he does finally go down. So that is at least a kill spree going the way of Gunnar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a decent pickup. You also managed to steal the Plague Wards here for Lelis, so you can get some information around the map. That should have helped maybe dodge or set up for some kills here on the side of the Nouns now. Side of OG though, they're still in control. 8k up, 5-19. And this Slark is starting to get really scary. Heck, even Taiga, right? Like, the Diffusal's almost done on him. So another source of inhibit, another source of mana burn to just take care of these, of something like the Storm.
They should be able to get Chu there as they turn around, take down the Undying, and now Doom falls as well. So a double kill for Yuragi's Slark.
It's a cage. I'll just let you free.
I mean, you committed Doom just for the Disruptor, and you end up losing 2 heroes for it. It just... it feels like you're kind of grasping for straws, but you're just not getting, you know, much out of the map at the moment. It's a little bit of space for Yamsun, I suppose, as, you know, he's farming up the bottom half of the map, but he's still so far behind. This Naga Siren is going to need an eternity of space.
Gonna need a lot of investment for sure. At least the Yasha's up. Once you have a Manta plus a Wraith Band, it's enough stats to not get completely run down early on, at the very least. You know, you can do a little bit more if you are caught out. You can maybe get to the point where you have the value point in the song for the bailout as well. Look at Uragi though. Just running up.
Walking in aggressively. Husky has this Shadow Amulet. He's trying to hide. CM needs to be careful as well. Still no Song of the Siren on this guy, so... this Shadow Amulet play is really funny.
Yep. Spam it out.
And DM managed to take down the ward, so no more high ground vision there.
Yeah, like... I'm trying to think of a way back in for Nouns. Again, it's stall. I feel like their stall timing is like 20 minutes here.
Yeah, it's kind of what the game one was.
Big. Yeah, but it didn't feel this dire.
Oh, it was
OG,
way
right? Like
not
they were
that bad.
within batting range of Nouns, right? Max lead for Nouns was what, 4k gold maybe? This was a 3k lead at 10, 9k at 18. Like OG have dominated the map a lot harder.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I feel like Nouns should have done in game 1, but they just never managed to.
And the big difference here is last game you had what was very clearly the late game advantage. You had double Midas. And this game, it's a lot more of a gray area, right? Like, yes, late game potentially could favor Nouns, but not when you're this far behind. Like, it's so much more difficult to get there.
Way more. It's a toughie. And look at OG, they just smoke up again. Yeah, he's got Lincoln's, Taiga's got the defusal up. Oh no.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, they're trying to play under vision. Gunner gets caught by the Boundless Strike. He's trying to just jump away, and he will be able to. Stolen Rolling Thunder from Lelis will do some work for the Glimpse of Pulse Storm Spirit right back into the Static Storm and Doom. He's trying to do what he can. He doesn't have the Doom available, and it looks like they're just going to TP out, cut their losses. So they trade, 2 for 1. You end up losing your Storm Spirit, though, which is just so devastating.
Yeah, it's just it feels unplayable for now. It's like if they do cop some losses like this, the best they can be is like, all right, just keep farming elsewhere, just never join in, don't look back, just keep running. If someone gets dropped down and there's a bear chasing you, just keep running. You just have to be faster than the guy who gets caught out, and just hope for the best.
You think
that's all
OG right now,
do
or do you think they're scarier than a bear right now?
Yes. Well, yes, they have a Venomancer. That's just atrocious. It's Venomancer was the biggest mistake of a creation. So yes, it's terrifying.
Well, Roshan #1, you see just getting finished up here. Pretty easily too. Well, I'd say that now smoke up. They're just so barely they're just barely too slow. And you just will go to Uragi. I mean, you can't really go for BZM either since he has the Lincoln Sphere. You could maybe do something with Lelis's Rolling Thunder here. And Mu holding the Doom ready to go. They gotta go on Chu. That's the one you have to start the fight on. They pop the pipe, he immediately responds to the nice Static Storm, but Doom does have his BKB available. If he wants to try and use it, he's gonna have to. Turns it around. Uragi again has the Aegis protecting him, so Doom will just TP on home. And they're gonna leave Husky. Another 1-for-1 trade is, these guys are actually not done. They're now looking for more. Gunner needs to be a little bit more careful. The pounce catches, and that's going to be a dead Storm Spirit.
That's the big kill you want. And keeping Gunner down, keeping the progression Storm as low as you can. And the progression's just not there so far for Gunner this game. Still trying to work onto that BKB. That could be a launching point for now, and once that's up, to tie in with Mu as well.
Wait a minute. I mean, he's actually just going to kill Lelis inside his base. Okay.
Jesus.
That's the defusal.
Yeah. He is. He's gotten too much. Find another across the map as well. Like, this is... I don't know how to say this, Ricky. This is looking like a really rough stomp. Like, I feel like every time I'm trying to save for Nouns to cover their eyes and keep farming, it's I'm huffing some cope. I know this is tough. Like, they can still scale,
Radiant's middle tower
right?
is
Like
under
this hard
attack.
timing on Yamson, this blink say Ag's timing that can come out, and they punch Taiga now as well. So you know there's signs of life here. They
Yeah,
just
Taiga's
have to
kind
do
of
it
feeling himself,
for-
you know.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's getting a bit ahead of himself, but
Radiant's
they deny the mid as well.
has
You know,
been
you cut off
denied.
some of that farm source. Granted, you
Radiant's
open up your
bottom
bot
tower
outpost,
is
but
under attack.
you don't give away the gold. And again, you just stall for. I said 20 minutes a while ago. It's still 20 minutes now. Just keep stalling.
Dire's top
Yeah, it's
tower
gonna be
is under
quite a while.
attack.
Yamsun queuing up the Heart of Tarask next as his item, which I don't even know if that really solves a lot of your problems this game. But they're gonna smoke up on Nouns. I mean, obviously you know where OG are. They just took your outpost. Opening up on DM wouldn't be terrible, but you need to get a bigger target. And I think there it is. The Doom comes out. They catch the
Ooh.
Pangolier. Chew on the backside. Nice kinetic field. Traps Yamsun, at least for now. But you haven't caught the Storm. He'll go and telekinesis up the Slark, do a clean up that Tombstone. Backside of the fight, Monkey King held in place. All right, Slark's first life falling low, but ends up getting out just barely with that Shadow Dance. Able to just keep himself going in this fight, and Doom forced the BKB. His move now needs to get out of here. And I don't know if you can. He pops the Stomp. He doesn't have any Scorched Earth for a few seconds. The pounds come through from Uragi. I mean, he gets the Devour and the Midas at the last second, I guess, but you have lost your offlaner.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just ruinous right now for Nouns. Like they get that good jump in, they pop the Lincolns to get the Doom off, and the one target they really want to pin down, but then it's not enough. It takes a lot of commitment. You're at the point where Gunner has to buy the buck. Like he needs the levels. It's never a great sign when your cores, you know, by necessity have to get this experience up just because
Dire's
you
middle
can't.
tower
You're
is under
you're just
attack.
that far behind.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower is under attack.
I'm curious what DM's going to go for next. He has the Guardian Greaves and the Pipe. Looks like he's got a Force Staff done, so a little bit more mobility for his hero, which is obviously great. What do you even need on OG at this point? Is there like any items that you're waiting for?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not in particular, actually. It doesn't feel like you need much at all. You're at your, I wouldn't say peak, but you're at your big power spikes already in terms of itemization. Like everything else right now, with how far behind Nouns is, it feels like a luxury. Like it's not necessary to look for more items here. I think all they need is maybe a gun for the next Roche. You know, just kind of go for that next, as Aegis will expire in like half a minute, so not enough time to kind of go onto the high ground with it. You just wait for next Roche, give out what, maybe another 10 minutes max for the side of Nouns to just try to play, but I mean that does inch Nouns a little bit closer, but I do not think you're worried at all. Like this launching point for Nouns, it's gonna be Gunner with BKB and then something like Moo with Ags on the Doom. Like Ags Doom here is like a massive savior, but until then it's you're just kind of sitting and waiting.
Oh, Boundless Strikes caught Lelis in the mid lane. Gunner ends up trying to like clear up the way, but he gets caught by a static storm. Chu was ready and waiting, so he's gonna get punished back there. So they're already down one. Can they bring down the Monkey King in time? Looks like the Pipe and the Guardian Greaves will be enough. The Glimpse does pull Husky back down into the clutches of the Slark. Double Pounce does come through as well, as there's a sentry already placed. And Doom, maybe you could find a turn onto the Slark if he was up onto the high ground far enough, but they don't want to have to buy back any of these heroes.
Yeah. Nouns. I mean, Gunner's trying. He's trying to stall this for more. It has the
Doom gets caught. He doesn't get the BKB either. Perfectly placed. Even gonna catch Lelis here. There's just no stopping. 4 heroes dead on Nouns. We're gonna take a little team shower there with the Depth Shroud. Heal back up.
Just go back into it. Uragi, he's got 41 stacks. That's without his level talent as well. So the SM shift isn't as long, but good God, he's managed to get a lot of hits. Yamson actually being chased down. Chu really wants this.
I mean, he's just holding him here, so he can't like go for a song play, I think, right? Like, he's just wasting his time as the mid lane barracks goes down.
Yeah, and they just back off OG don't need to do much more. 10-33. Full Ags up and running now for BZM. For Lincolns and Ags, yeah. So he's feeling great. Like, he can't stop the Pango. He's got a lot more output now as well. Inside of Nouns, I mean, they're just holed up in their high ground. I don't know if you have an angle out. BKB on Gunner, maybe it's enough. I honestly don't know if it's enough, Ricky. I think it's not enough.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like it, right? Like, he can now go on the backside and kill DM or choose Disruptor. And like, maybe that's, you know, one thing that will work out. The problem is there's Taiga, man, just breaking the smoke, just jumping through the trees, and they don't really know exactly where it is. Wukong's command comes out, he ends up catching the Rubik, will be able to just walk away thanks to the Glimmer Cape, and in comes Gunner, tries to pop Taiga here, and they will look to punish him. In comes the Rolling Thunder. However, the saves from this Venomancer are just way too much. And Yemsun's caught inside the Static Storm on the backside. Is Uragi's gonna be able to try and chase after him. There's gonna be the Song of the Siren, but he's still just gonna tick on out inside the base. They get more as Doom will fall, and Taiga, he's gonna buy back. Uragi's in deep. He's gonna pop the Shadow Dance, just TP on out. No way to cancel it. Gunner's BKB forces. They try and look for more, but they won't find it. OG, they get out. They force 2 buybacks. Another big win.
Radiant's bottom tower
I mean,
is under attack.
even if you lose those heroes there, you probably don't mind. And see the Roche timer, 50 seconds, lines up right with when BZM respawns. Don't really need to worry about the Roche as well. The side of Nouns, I mean, they did rally. It's just so rough when you see something like Yamson having to buy back. He bought back, but he doesn't even have a song. It's like really all in. And his heart is being worked on now as well. A little bit more durability coming out from the Naga at that point, but again, it's not quite enough, but you are seeing progress. You know, at this point, I'd say if Nouns can stall for another 10 to 15, then this game does start to feel difficult still, but a little bit more manageable if they play their cards right here.
Yeah. I mean, the problem you have, though, is the Naga Siren, right?
Oh, God.
The hero feels like a complete non-factor once again, and
Are scanning.
Yamsun diebacking now. 63 seconds will be removed from the game, and I don't know, man. It just feels super rough for Yamsun. I don't know how he can actually get back into the game at this point. He's going to likely be passed by this Monkey King at some point in net worth.
I would be surprised. Again, a while ago, he only had, what, a 400 gold lead over Yamson. It's so weird, right? With a lot of carries. Like, they can have this much farm, but you look at Taiga, and with how little farm he has, or relatively little farm in comparison, he's doing a lot more. Like, this Monkey King with just the Diffusal Ground Roots and the Orb is so much more effective and has such a stronger presence in these fights in comparison to just that core Naga. Side of OG, when they've played this game perfectly, like their lanes came out so damn well. They repaired that early start that Nouns kind of forced onto them, and they've just been executing over and over and over again since that point. Now Roche is up, BZM responds. Roche number 2 with a free shard. They're not going to go for it yet. They want some kills.
Prompts the Depth Shroud there as he's going to try and chase down Husky. Unable to. Maybe they can find the Monkey King. The BKB does come out from Gunner. The Wukong's command will expire as they walk away. Static Storm committed. Gunner will check Roshan and TP out, realizing that it is there. They lose Husky at the end of the day. I mean, I don't know how to paint a bleaker picture other than to tell you that the Naga Siren is the lowest level in the game.
Yeah. Wait, is he actually behind the 2 supports?
He's behind both supports.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, no. That's a roughie, and it doesn't get any easier with a rush being taken quickly by OG. It should open up further high ground here.
Yep.
And
BZM gets himself the roll up, which is fantastic, right? Being able to dodge out some spells, get out of the net. And Slark grab himself an Aegis once again. So Uragi feeling super strong at the moment, as BKB will be his next item. And another pause. I guess a lot of lag for both these teams recently, but hopefully that starts to subside.
Yeah. Just some server hiccups. For Nouns, getting in this, 180 ping player. What can you do? I think for Nance right now, you use this pause time, shake it off, waiting for the reconnect.
Let him cook.
Okay. You know better.
I will
Get the mental game up, because there's a very slim chance for it, but there is a way to hold out here. Well, I say that it's a 99% win probability now for OG. A very, very, very slim probability for Nouns to win out, but you hold high ground, you farm up in the Naga, you reach this point where Mu has Ags and refresh or something. You reach this point where Gunner has his own Ags. Like there is hope. A sliver, a tiny hair tick sized hope.
DM also finished up a Wraith Pact, by the way. So I was curious what he was going to build next, and it was a Wraith Pact indeed. So he's going to have that. I saw the Ags finished up on BZM as he's queuing up for the Basher next. I mean, the thing is like all of OG's cores scale with items super well. The question was whether or not Nouns were going to be able to stabilize that early mid game and try and split the map and farm, and it just never happened. So I feel like you're at a point now where the gold lead kind of does feel insurmountable.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, even if Nouns held on for that 10-minute timing, get these items up, they're still going to be at the deficit. They need to find a way to take some of these fights, and their fighting lineup just doesn't feel easy to pull off. And ideal, it's probably like AoE Vortex and AoE Doom. That's probably it.
You have Song into Tombstone, right, to build up a lot of zombies maybe, and then you said turn the fight with a Doom or something along those lines, but yeah, you're so far away from the AoE Vortex.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream at this point.
They're looking for Taiga in the trees, seeing if Gunner can find him, but he's spending so much mana to do so, and BZM just goes in. Finds the Rubik, chain stunning him down, they have the vision, they burst them as well as will fall. And they just start looking straight tier 4s. They said, screw it, we don't even have to get the top racks, we're so damn strong. They can drop the Wukong's command at any point. Yamsun trying to bait here maybe on Gunner. It's just not easy, man. I don't know what you can do. They force a BKB. They're going to buy back on the Rubik. You got to get active. You just popped your only big cooldown here on the Storm Spirit. They do manage to find the Venomancer. They get the Doom on top of the Wukong's command in response, but where is your damage? You got to find it. In comes the Pango, the Swashbuckle, chews through him as Yamsun pops the Song of the Siren. And I think that's... Did he disconnect?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Lelis a DC in the middle of the fight. That's rough.
Yep. There's the emote from Uragi.
Well, you definitely didn't kill this Venomancer now since the song came out, so they'll have Guardian Greaves and a reset whenever.
I mean, you've got the Tombstone song. Some zombies are coming up, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to glimpse Yamsun right back in, and they're not going to let him get away. Force Staff trapping him. He cannot. Ooh, does. Not enough. Gunner, though, on the backside, trying to bring down this Venomancer, but just gets bursted. There's too much damage out from these heroes. And inside the fountain, Uragi looking for some fun, but it looks like they're going to turn their attention on over to actually close out this series as the tier 4 tower under siege. They pop the last fortification that they have. Taiga just sitting here right outside the fountain, seeing if he can find some pickoffs. They're going to buy back. In comes Gunner. Does grab the Monkey King, so Taiga will fall, but the throne, you got to be careful, man. Uragi just focusing it down, and that's your only hope of keeping this game alive, and it looks like they're going to call it the GG's fault, and that is going to be OG taking the series 2-0, holding their place at the top of the bracket.
Yeah, they've been doing great. Maybe a little bit rockier here. Like we did see Nouns kind of rowdy, especially in game 1, so it's not the cleanest. At the same time, I feel like OG played game 1 pretty well considering the circumstances. They play game 2 very well, considering the circumstances here as well, knowing that they had to play a lot faster. They just keep this map shut down, prevent any hero from the side of Nouns farming up. And it's unfortunate for Nouns, right? Like this is their first big inter-regional experience in this squad in a long time. And I still feel like the squad has a lot of promise, especially after what we saw in game one. It's just game two was insurmountable. Like they drafted themselves into this corner where they had to go all in on late game. They shift their philosophy way too hard, and they just get punished for it. Like OG read it and understood it and just ran them down.
Man, this was 24 pick Naga Siren, right? Or was it Storm
Too
Spirit?
late.
Either way, I think it was Storm Spirit. Either way, though, like the Naga Siren was picked like knowing the off lane, knowing your core matchup, and it just fell so flat. Like he never really got off the ground. His lane was just an absolute disaster from the get go, and it makes me wonder like if you'd be better off picking just like heroes that are lane dominators instead of like heroes that are maybe more comfortable, just so that you can come out of the lanes in a little bit of a better situation here. But he finished 0-9, man. That is just, it's such a rough game. And you know, OG, perfect execution once again. Like we said, game one they played to their strengths. They played for the late game. In game two, they just played to run you over completely. There was just no comeback at that point.
No, absolutely no comeback. And I hope for Nouns, considering the very rough first day of group stage, that they find a reset button. You know, Neff cheers the team up somehow in his own Neff way. For OG though, maintain that momentum. They look great. Like some would argue against Nigma, you know, they've had a sub in. They have Miracle coming back in after a bit of hiatus. Maybe not the best gauge for a team's relative power, but up against Nouns, who, you know, they place number 3 in NA, and NA is a pretty competitive region. You know, even though it's a little bit of a meme, I still feel like the top 4 of NA is actually surprising to some people, and they made it look pretty one-sided from OG. So they've got something going right, especially after that struggle in the DPC. They're looking a lot more stitched in here in the interregionals, and we'll have to see what they have to say if we have an interview. We're going to go to a short break to find out who's going to be coming in if we have one. So hang around and find out with us.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Happy to say we have an interview with the one and only BZM, dude. How are you feeling, man?
Okay. I'm feeling okay.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a pretty solid start to the tournament, right? You guys are 4-0 at the top of the bracket. Now, you guys have some really solid teams coming up, but what's team morale like for you guys right now?
Um, compared to couple past days, I mean, it's looking better and better. So, yeah, really good right now, and gotta strive to keep it up for tomorrow and the next days.
Yeah, absolutely. John?
Yeah, I am curious about one thing, with interregional Dota back, I'm going to be asking everyone this. How do you feel about this kind of interregional Dota being back? It's not quite a LAN, but you are playing against every other region. Do you think it's a little bit too non-stop with the Dota? I know you guys are playing in other third-party tournaments as well. Are you enjoying just playing a lot of Dota so far?
Yeah, the thing that it's online and not one and having all the regions is the thing that makes it so exciting actually. So I have never played something like this before, so yeah, feels pretty exciting to me. And to a lot of other people, I suppose. I heard pretty some positive feedbacks about this tournament and about the thing it qualifies you to. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype for the build up into the big one in Riyadh. I am curious, coming into this interregional, it was a little bit rough in the DPC for you guys on OG, but coming into this one, you guys are looking hot in day one. Is there any opponent that you would like to personally face off against, or you're excited to play? Are you looking at teams outside of Western Europe, or are you looking forward to the rematches from within the region once more?
I mean, I enjoy playing against different regions more than because in Europe we are kind of playing the same teams for 1 year already because of the DPC, and I would enjoy some different teams. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing uh, Eastern Europe teams mostly. SEA as well. I think they've gotten better. So looking forward. Yeah, I see we have pretty hype teams in our group to play
Yeah.
against. Yeah.
Right. That's
Yeah,
exciting stuff.
I definitely agree. I feel like you guys have a very fun group, considering you're looking at Eastern Europe and Southeast Asian teams. You guys got some fun ones. I do have to ask, like because this patch is going on for a while, and you guys just finished up DPC, then of course the major will be following this for you guys. Is there a lot that you're hoping to learn at this tournament before going into the major?
Yeah, but it's also not a tier 2 tournament which you can just use to swag off or something. It's also pretty serious. It's also a pretty serious one. So I just think on majors, on DPCs, and on tournaments like this, we are always just trying to play the best we can. So no swagging off, no griefing and stuff like that. Just go all in. Yeah, try to win.
That's fair.
John, do you have another question?
No, I think I'm all good. I think I've cleared out. Hopefully, you guys get to play. See, I'm looking forward to you guys playing against Talon. That should be exciting. Talon and Execration. Want to see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to them.
Oh, I didn't really. Okay, I didn't see Talon in the groups. Whoops. Yeah, that's gonna be a really fun game. Well, I just want to ask you: is there anything that you would like to say before we let you go? Because you guys are looking really good. So, any shout out for the fans, or what would you like to say?
Yeah, shout out to the fans and hoping, like, I hope it's not just a 1 day thing. Hope this keeps on going. Yeah. hope we are actually better and not just wacky today. So yeah, keep going forward.
Yeah. Okay, I do have one question. Like going back to game one, you guys definitely had what looked like a clear kind of path to victory. Were you guys ever worried, like with how the early game was going, or did you guys kind of feel like the game was in your control the whole time?
I wouldn't say we were feeling confident like throughout the whole game, but honestly, it's kind of gotten like a habit that something goes wrong and afterwards it doesn't even matter. So we're so so yeah, we're just playing the game and like not thinking about what happened in the past and just thinking what to like how to fix it and how to play the game from now on. Even when you're in that kind of a position doesn't mean you lost the game 100%. You can always come back.
Awesome. That's a good mentality to have. I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much, BZM, for joining us. Congratulations on such a strong start to the tournament. Hopefully, you guys keep that momentum up, and maybe we'll be talking to you soon again. Thanks for joining.
Yes, me too. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Well, standout performance, obviously, from OG today, looking super strong. And I mean, Nouns maybe got to go back to the drawing board a little bit, as they did not come out swinging today. So starting the day off 0-4. I think we can take a look at the groups here. Is I think they're sitting at the bottom with Nigma, right? They're both at 0-4. And OG, the only team today to go all wins.
Yeah, finding all the wins and kind of bucking the trend that we've seen in a little bit more in Group A, although that's also started to break up, but a clear lead already for them in Group B. And you only have so many days of these groups, right? Like, so
Yeah.
having a great start like this does mean a lot. And I'm keen to see whether or not, again, whether it's because OG played against Nigma and Nouns, who are currently bottom, or whether there's something else to it that's kicking in here for OG. And for our bottom runners, like especially for Nouns and Nigma, Nouns in particular, again, this team just has so much promise, and I feel like maybe for, I can't even say younger players because they're all sort of veterans already in the scene, but maybe there's just some nerves coming in, or they're still trying to figure things out after a little bit of a rougher DPC for themselves as well. So I want to see like how Nouns and Nigma do recover. I think Group B is a hard group to bounce back into, but you never know. It's Dota 2. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like you look at both groups and you're like, man, like both groups are deadly. Like there's just so much good competition at this event, and it's one of the things that I like just makes this event so cool in the first place. Like one of the things that we've really been looking forward to for a while, because outside of the majors, like you really don't see this, and those are spread out so thin. So shout out obviously to ESL for putting this whole tournament together. It's just been such a good day one already, and I just know like as we go further into this, it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, a lot of exciting Dota. We heard how excited the teams are as well, right? Like they love playing interregional Dota. They love to have this opportunity to play against each other, and they love to qualify to the big one in Saudi Arabia, I'm guessing. So, everyone's very excited for what's going on here, and that just means we're going to get some top tier Dota throughout the days, Ricky, all throughout.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. It's going to be so much fun. For those of you who maybe don't know too much about the format, there are 4 days of groups. So we are just now finishing up day number 1, but we will be back here tomorrow with a whole bunch more Dota. Again, spread across the 4 streams. So if you didn't know, there are 4 different channels running games the entire time. So make sure to tune in, check them all out. Make sure to follow your favorite teams. Make sure to follow all the channels as well. But that's going to wrap things up here today for Dream League Season 19. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm Cryptic. This is John X Fire. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.
'Cause I